Chapter 1: The Awkward First Encounter. Chapter 1. In the 17th year of Yongping, on the first day of the 9th month, Princess Jinggan celebrated her 60th birthday. The princess' residence was adorned with lanterns and festooned with decorations, filled with esteemed guests, creating a lively atmosphere. Due to the princess' fondness for chrysanthemums, and as her birthday coincided with the autumn season, the garden was teeming with an array of exquisite chrysanthemum varieties. Each autumn, the blossoms erupted in a riot of colors, captivating all who beheld them. On this day, the floral displays were even more splendid than usual, with an even greater variety of chrysanthemums. Before Qi Yin, a particularly rare variety, known as the phoenix feather, was blooming exuberantly. However, he was far too preoccupied to appreciate the flowers, as he was suffering immensely. His body felt ablaze, both restless and feverish, his head spinning, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Most troubling of all, he was not merely uncomfortable, he was also overwhelmed by an impulsive urge. Indeed, it was that very impulse. Qi Yin gritted his teeth, leaning against a rock formation in the rear garden of the princess' residence, pinching the flesh of his thigh to stave off the encroaching fog of unconsciousness, while inwardly lamenting his fate. He never anticipated that after a week of relentless overtime, he would succumb to overwork and die, only to find himself transmigrated into a foreign feudal dynasty as a prince. This marked the third day since his arrival. Upon awakening 3 days prior, he had inexplicably acquired memories that were not his own, those belonging to the original owner of this body, Prince Qi Jingyan of the Great Zhou. Qi Yin had spent 3 days immersing himself in those memories, ultimately compelled to confront the harsh reality. Today, he attended the birthday banquet with the mindset of accepting his circumstances, but little did he know that merely partaking in the feast would nearly cost him his reputation. Qi Yino. Now he was Qi Jingyan, reflected on the events that had just transpired, feeling both helpless and anxious. The situation unfolded as follows. He had been sitting peacefully at the banquet when a sudden wave of dizziness and heat washed over him, compelling him to step outside for a breath of fresh air. However, the moment he left his seat, he was accidentally bumped into by a maid carrying a wine jug. The liquid splashed all over him, forcing him to change clothes, only to be led into a room occupied by another person. The occupant was a young woman, lying motionless on the bed, seemingly unconscious. Had he not sensed her presence through the screen and promptly fled through the window, he could only imagine what might have transpired. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this scheme, but he had no inkling as to their identity or motives. The memories left to him by the original owner were filled with frivolities, indulgent feasting, and leisurely pastimes, offering no insights to clarify his current predicament. It was all quite vexing. Moreover, despite the encroaching darkness, the garden was not far from the grand hall, where the banquet was being held. It was entirely possible that a guest might whimsically wander outside for fresh air or moonlit flower viewing, exacerbating Qi Jingyan's anxiety. He wished to avoid being seen in such a state. It was utterly mortifying. And what if it were a woman who stumbled upon him? Qi Jingyan's eyelids twitched, and he dared not entertain the thought further. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and pressed onward, finally spotting a narrow path obscured by the night and flower bushes. The original owner's memories informed him that this path led to a lotus pond. Though he was uncertain if the cool water could alleviate the effects of the drug coursing through his system, he had no other recourse but to give it a try. With this resolve, Qi Jingyan quickened his pace. Just as he approached the edge of the pond, preparing to leap in, a sudden exclamation rang out from the nearby foliage. "Hey, what are you doing?" It was a bright, crisp female voice. Feeling an immediate sense of foreboding, Qi Jingyan held his breath and dove into the water. However, in that fleeting moment before he hit the water, a hand shot out from behind, grasping the back of his collar and yanking him back to the shore. "What are you doing? You're still so young. Why would you seek to end your life?" Caught utterly off guard, Qi Jingyan exclaimed. "Not me, I." Stunned, he instinctively resisted, but the girl misconstrued his actions and quickly pulled him back another few steps. "What do you mean, not me? Come back." Qi Jingyan, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation, thought. It's often said that it's better to endure life than to seek death. Calm down and don't act impulsively. Perhaps fearing he would continue to act foolishly, the girl loosened her grip and pressed him down to the ground, her knee inadvertently pressing against his abdomen. The already uncomfortable area was further aggravated by her pressure, nearly causing Qi Jingyan to explode. I'm not trying to end my life." Suddenly regaining his senses, he struggled. But though she was merely a girl, she possessed considerable strength, rendering him unable to break free, which only deepened her misunderstanding and pressed him down even more firmly. A surge of blood rose in his throat, and his face flushed uncontrollably. With no other option, he endured the discomfort and ceased his struggles, desperately explaining, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I've been poisoned with something that causes loss of control, and I intended to use this pawn to mitigate its effects." The girl paused, surprised. "Ah?" Seizing the opportunity of her astonishment, Qi Jingyan curled his body and forcefully rolled aside, finally breaking free from her grasp. "Thank you for your timely assistance, but I can't control myself at the moment. To avoid compromising your reputation, you should leave at once." He gritted his teeth, gasping for breath, speaking haltingly. Yet before he could finish, he was suddenly entranced by a pair of large, bright eyes that sparkled even in the dim night, radiating vitality and making them particularly dazzling. Qi Jingyan's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he felt a disorienting sensation as if the stars had fallen. Upon closer inspection, he realized the eyes belonged to a girl clad in a deep purple fitted dress, strikingly beautiful with a hint of spirited charm. The smoldering fire within him ignited further, bubbling with fervor. Dizzy and on the verge of losing control, he thankfully possessed a strong moral compass and willpower, preventing him from losing composure on the spot. "Miss, if you would, could you please summon a couple of guards for me?" After forcing the words out, Qi Jingyan inhaled deeply, turning once again toward the lotus pond. Yet the next moment, he was yanked back by his collar. Qi Jingyan, stunned, he turned his head to gaze at her face. Yi Yan, amused by the bewildered and somewhat despondent expression he wore, chuckled lightly. She released his collar, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I won't take advantage of you." Qi Jingyan. How peculiar her words sounded. Was it not she who should be concerned? Noticing his thoughts, Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I could easily handle 10 of you, but that's not the point. What matters is that you don't need to jump into the water. I have medicine here." At this moment, Qi Jingyan could hardly comprehend her words, yet he clung tightly to his palm, striving not to offend her. "What kind of medicine?" "This," she replied, producing a detoxification pill from her robes. "Generally, it can neutralize most poisons, and it should be effective for your condition." Qi Jingyan remained motionless, his mind unable to process the information. Seeing his confusion, Yi Yan stepped forward, grasped his chin, and popped the detoxification pill into his mouth. Qi Jingyan, observing him wide-eyed and clutching his throat in shock, Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh. He was quite entertaining. Moreover, he was rather handsome. After appraising him a few times, she returned to her previous spot, picking up the flower she had accidentally broken. The flower was a delicate chrysanthemum, its outer petals white with a pale yellow center, elongated and graceful, a renowned treasure known as the 10-zhang pearl curtain among chrysanthemums. Earlier, while enjoying the breeze and strolling, she had noticed this flower blossoming beautifully and had leaned in to touch it, only to be startled by a small insect that caused her to accidentally break the stem. When Qi Jingyan appeared, she was feeling both regretful and anxious. For this particular 10-zhang pearl curtain had only produced a single flower thus far, and just a quarter of an hour ago, she had overheard guests at the banquet remarking that it was valued at 300 taels. 300 taels. She regretted her impulsive action immensely. However, now that the deed was done, there was no use in lamenting. Yi Yan resolved to prepare for the possibility of compensation, knowing that while Princess Jinggan might not blame her for the unintentional mishap, one should be accountable for their mistakes. Yi Yan had no intention of shirking responsibility. The price of such a flower weighed heavily on her mind. Yet now, she felt less burdened, for the unfortunate young man before her appeared to be of considerable means and should be quite wealthy. A single detoxification pill that relieved him from his torment, while preserving his dignity, could rightfully command 300 taels, could it not? With this thought, Yi Yan's bright eyes glinted mischievously. She approached Qi Jingyan, holding the Tinjiang pearl curtain, and inquired, "So, do you feel any better?" Finally able to think clearly, Qi Jingyan lifted his head and exhaled slowly. "Much better, thank you." Her medicine had proven effective after consuming it. The uncontrollable impulse within him dissipated, and he felt significantly more alert. And that's good. However, this medicine is precious and cannot be given for free. You must pay for it. Of course, Qi Jingyan, having regained his composure, suppressed the embarrassment of nearly disgracing himself in public and bowed gratefully. "Name your price, and I shall have someone deliver it to your residence later." 300 taels, Yi Yan stated, her voice laced with a hint of apprehension. 300 taels for a single pill. Qi Jingyan paused momentarily, but then nodded in agreement. "Very well. May I inquire where you reside?" Regardless of the circumstances, she extended her assistance to him. Although 300 taels is a considerable sum, the previous owner was rather foolish and affluent, capable of affording it. Though somewhat disheveled and still bearing a hint of a blush upon her cheeks, this individual possessed a clear gaze and spoke in a gentle tone, exuding an amiable temperament and an overall agreeable demeanor. Yi Yan blinked, a rare pang of conscience tugging at her heartstrings. Yet, when faced with the allure of silver, such discomfort was easily dismissed, prompting her to smile brightly and declare, "I am Yi Yan of the Duke of Zhenggua's residence." Yi Yan. This name caught Qi Jingyan off guard, causing him to momentarily freeze. During his 3 days in this realm, he had frequently heard mention of it. Chapter 2. The Remarkable Lady. Chapter 2. It is said that Miss Yi Yan is the third daughter of the Duke of Zhenggua. She grew up in the northern border town of Congzhou, where her father was stationed, and has only just returned to the capital 5 days ago. The Duke of Zhenggua is a noble of founding merit, with hereditary titles that have remained unchallenged, and his ancestors were all known for their loyalty and valor. The current duke is, without a doubt, the military god of the Great Zhou, having steadfastly defended the northern frontier for many years. Achieving countless military victories, Yi Yan is the youngest legitimate daughter of the duke, having been raised in the military alongside her father from a young age. It is said that she possesses extraordinary strength and has practiced martial arts since childhood. At the tender age of 13, she accompanied her father to the battlefield, and thereafter, she fought alongside him, gaining considerable renown in the military. 3 months ago, the most formidable enemy of the Great Zhou, the Northern D, suddenly allied with several neighboring small states to launch a surprise attack on Congzhou. The Duke led his troops to confront them, but was betrayed by a trusted confidant, resulting in severe injuries. At that time, Congzhou had just endured a devastating locust plague, leading to a severe shortage of provisions, and the reinforcements responsible for delivering supplies had yet to arrive, putting the situation in grave peril. Just as the enemy took advantage of the chaos to besiege the city, and Congzhou seemed on the brink of collapse, the then 17-year-old Yi Yan boldly stepped forward. She roused the morale of the troops, calmed the populace, and held the isolated city for several days until reinforcements finally arrived. Following this, she joined her fellow commanders on the battlefield, fighting valiantly and ultimately turning the tide of battle, leading to the enemy's defeat. Upon learning of these events, the emperor was greatly pleased and praised her for inheriting her father's spirit, intending to make an exception and bestow upon her the title of county princess. However, Yi Yan declined the offer. When the army returned to the capital and she received the emperor's commendation in person, she audaciously expressed her desire not to be a county princess, but to become a general like her father, inquiring if the emperor could grant her a military title. Though the customs of the Great Zhou are relatively open-minded, there has been no precedent for women holding official positions. Nevertheless, there was a legendary female general from the previous dynasty, prompting the emperor to ponder for a moment before heartily laughing and publicly granting Yi Yan a 5th-rank general title. While this position may not be high, it held significant meaning, and the news sparked widespread discussion among the populace. Additionally, Yi Yan had been betrothed 4 years ago to the current 5th prince, now known as Prince Wei, Qi Jingshua, and their wedding date was fast approaching. This meant that the 17-year-old Yi Yan had not only been personally appointed as General Yi by the emperor, but would also marry into the royal family in 3 months, becoming a highly esteemed princess consort. Such circumstances were the envy of many, yet a young lady acting so audaciously would undoubtedly attract much criticism. Consequently, amidst the rumors surrounding her, There were numerous unflattering remarks, suggesting she was coarse in temperament, ruthless in her methods, and physically ungraceful, unworthy of the handsome and refined Prince Wei. Within the residence of the Jin Prince, many were already discussing these matters, so Qi Jingsha found himself unwittingly subjected to a considerable amount of hearsay. However, at that time, he merely listened without taking it to heart, unaware that he would soon encounter the very subject of such discussions. She appeared quite different from the rumors. Surprised, Qi Jingsha could not help but steal a few glances at the young lady before him. Yi Yan, accustomed to the scrutiny and chatter of others, felt no offense and playfully winked at him, saying, "Are you thinking that I look rather pleasing, not as terrifying as the tale suggests?" Qi Jingsha did not expect such a reaction from her. After a moment of astonishment, he could not suppress a chuckle, replying, "Indeed." Seeing his candid response, Yi Yan smiled brightly. "I still do not know your name." Noticing her straightforwardness, a refreshing change from the other young ladies of this era who were overly concerned with propriety, Qi Jingsha felt his mood lift and he courteously replied, "I am Qi Jingsha, titled Jin." "What?" This time, it was Yi Yan who was astonished. She stared wide-eyed for a moment before exclaiming, "You are the Jin Prince who, half a month ago, infuriated the Crown Prince's tutor to the point of stroke with a cricket?" Qi Jingsha wanted to shake his head, but having inherited the body of the original owner, he had no choice but to muster a polite yet awkward smile after a brief moment of stiffness, silently accepting this blame. There was no denying that the original owner had indeed committed such an act. While it was true that the elderly tutor was in poor health and had suffered a fall the night before, had it not been for the original owner's mischievous prank involving that cricket during his lesson to the princess, he would not have become so enraged out of course, as a pampered young lord raised to be willful and unruly. Strutting about the capital, the original owner had achieved many notorious deeds that could earn him renown. Though Yi Yan had only just returned to the capital, she had heard quite a bit about these events. She found it incredible. The young man before her, with his refined appearance and gentle demeanor, bore no resemblance to the arrogant and reckless ruffian depicted in the rumors. Indeed, rumors are often unreliable. Reflecting on the incident involving the Crown Prince's tutor, she considered that perhaps it too was merely slander cast upon him. Having met the Jin Prince, Yi Yan realized she had been disrespectful and promptly apologized. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Our meeting is but a coincidence, and I mean no offense." After a brief exchange, she returned to her senses and offered a respectful bow to Qi Jingsha. Observing her demeanor, Qi Jingsha maintained his composure, adhering to the principle that as long as he remained unembarrassed, any awkwardness would fall upon her. There is no need for excessive formalities. "Little Aunt? Is that you over there, little Aunt?" A voice suddenly called out from a distance. Upon hearing it, Yi Yan exclaimed, "Oh dear," and bowed once more to Qi Jingsha. "It seems my family has come looking for me. Since you are no longer occupied, I shall take my leave." Qi Jingsha nodded. "General Yi, please feel free to." Yi Yan paused for a moment, then laughed. This was the first time since being appointed as a general that someone had addressed her as General Yi rather than Miss Yi. After a moment's thought, she generously offered him the exquisite flower she had inadvertently broken earlier. "This flower was accidentally snapped off. That I will apologize to the Grand Princess later, that if it pleases you, please take it as a token. It bloomed so beautifully. It would be a shame to leave it here." That Qi Jingsha was somewhat taken aback, yet seeing the brightness in her eyes and her graceful demeanor, he accepted it. "I thank you." That he had been present during the discussions about chrysanthemum varieties at the banquet, and now began to understand why she had previously asked him for a price of 300 taels. However, 300 taels was merely a trifle for the Duke of Jingguo's household, was it not? If Yi Yan were aware of his thoughts, she would surely let out a long sigh of dismay. 300 taels may be insignificant for such families. But she needed to assist her father in maintaining his troops, which was an expensive endeavor. Not to mention 300 taels. Even 3 taels would be a burden she would wish to divide in half to spend. Yi Yan departed after handing him the flower. A young lady raised in a border town where the boundaries between genders were not strictly enforced. She was accustomed to her free-spirited nature and did not mind if her act of gifting a flower to a man would be deemed frivolous if it were to become public knowledge. She chose to act as she pleased, regardless of others' opinions. Conversely, Qi Jingsha, a modern individual, carefully concealed the flower within his voluminous sleeves after accepting it, wishing to avoid drawing attention to the stringent expectations placed upon women in a feudal society. He did not want to inadvertently cause her any unnecessary trouble due to his momentary lapse in discretion. Once he noticed that Yi Yian and her searchers had walked some distance away, Qi Jingshuo also turned to leave. The medicinal effects he had taken were already waning, but there remained some lingering discomfort. Additionally, with potential enemies lurking in the shadows, he decided it prudent to exit the premises swiftly. Fortunately, the banquet was already halfway through, and Qi Jingshuo found a convenient excuse to inform the Grand Princess Jing'an, allowing him to return home early. Unaccustomed to being followed, he had not brought any attendants with him that day. But the Jin Prince's carriage had been waiting outside the Grand Princess's residence. Upon entering the carriage, it quickly set off toward the Jin Prince's residence. Meanwhile, just after Yi Yian had finished her apologies to the Grand Princess Jing'an, she too prepared to return home. Just then, news arrived from her household that her mother, the Duchess of Jinghua, who had been unwell and unable to attend the birthday banquet, had suffered a serious fall while washing up. "Did you find Shi Jie?" "No. That girl left her seat a while ago, saying she was going to relieve herself, but it has been quite some time, and she is yet to return. Who knows where she could have gone?" The speaker was the second daughter of the Duke of Jinghua's family, Yi Xiuxiu. She was Yi Yian's niece, yet a year older than Yi Yian, with the Duchess unwell and the heir's wife occupied with other matters. Only Yi Yian, the youngest among them, was available to accompany her 5 older nieces to this moment. Yi Xiuxiu was voicing her complaints about the fourth daughter of the Yi family. Yi Cixi de Yecc was a concubine's daughter, born to a mother of questionable reputation, and as the legitimate daughter, Yi Xiuxiu looked down upon her, resulting in her rather unkind tone. Frustrated by the absence of those she had sent to find Yi Cixi, she grew increasingly irritable. "I told you we shouldn't have brought her." An uncouth girl raised in the countryside until the age of 8, completely ignorant of any decorum. How could she possibly grace such an occasion? Yet, father, in his pity for her, insisted we bring her along. Now, she is nowhere to be found. I wonder if she has caused any trouble. Having just returned to the capital for 5 days, Yi Yian was not yet well acquainted with her nieces. Yet she had met Yi Cixi and could tell that the girl was gentle in temperament, even somewhat timid, not the type to cause mischief. Upon hearing Yi Xiuxiu's words, she refrained from responding, merely waving her hand and stating, "The princess's residence is quite vast. It is likely that she has temporarily lost her way back. Very well, I shall leave someone to search for her. You all may return to the manor with me." The individual she designated was named Yunying, her loyal maid and trusted confidant, particularly skilled in reconnaissance. However, even after she returned to the manor with her remaining 4 nieces, visited the Duchess of Zhenghua, and each retreated to their quarters, Yi Cixi's whereabouts remained elusive. That Yi Yian sensed something amiss and intended to personally check the princess's residence. Just as Yunying returned, "Miss, the 4th young lady has returned. But I could not locate her. She arrived on her own." "What? How could she, a delicate young lady, return without a horse or carriage?" Yi Yian was taken aback and gestured for Yunying to elaborate. Yunying, petite with round eyes, possessed a charming and fortunate appearance. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15, her face still retaining some baby fat, exuding an innocent and harmless air. Anyone who had dealings with her would never dare to underestimate her. For despite her youth, she possessed an extraordinary ability. Any place she had visited or any person or object she had encountered, even if only briefly, she could vividly recall and reproduce without a single detail amiss. Furthermore, having trained in martial arts alongside Yi Yian since childhood, her skills were commendable, which was why Yi Yian had entrusted her with waiting for Yi Cixi. Upon hearing Yi Yian's words, Yunying promptly recounted all she had done after Yi Yian left. After listening, Yi Yian's beautifully shaped brows knitted together in concern. "Are you saying that you searched the entire princess's residence without finding Shi Jie, and only upon deciding to return to report to me did you encounter her at our doorstep?" "Indeed, that I intended to inquire where the 4th young lady had been and how she returned. But she seemed to have encountered some trouble, her expression hurried and somewhat alarmed, and before I could speak, she dashed away." That Yunying's bewildered remarks caused Yi Yian to pause, rising from her seat. "Let us go see her." Though she was not well acquainted with Yi Cixi, she was still her niece. And given that she had taken her out of the manor tonight, it was her responsibility to ensure her safe return home. "All right." Yunying fetched a lantern, and the two hurried towards the courtyard where Yi Cixi resided. Chapter 3. The discovery of being in a novel. Yi Cixi was nearly invisible within the manor. Aside from the occasional acknowledgement of her existence by the heir of the Duke of Zhengguo. No one cared about her well-being. As a result, her courtyard was situated in a secluded area, with only a single maidservant to attend to her. When Yi Yan and Yuning arrived, Yi Cixi was bathing and had not summoned her maid for assistance. "Miss, the young lady has arrived." The sudden knock at the door startled Yi Cixi, who was fully immersed in the bath, nearly causing her to choke on the water in her flurry to support herself. She inadvertently caught sight of the fresh, intimate marks on her chest. Reflecting on the events that had transpired earlier, her complexion alternated between crimson and pale, her heart a tumult of emotions, both sweet and sour, tangled like a ball of yarn. However, with Yi Yan waiting outside, she had no time for further contemplation and had to clench her fists, forcing herself not to dwell on those thoughts. "What brings you here, Auntie, at this late hour? Is there something amiss?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to inquire where you had been earlier and if you encountered any trouble," with no indication of opening the door. Yi Yan explained from the threshold, "I had intended to wait for you to return to the manor, but I received word that my mother had suffered a fall that I was uncertain of the severity. So I had to escort the others back. Before departing, I left Yuning to await your return, but she informed me that she had not seen you at your seat, which caused me some concern." Prompting this visit, Yi Cixi was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. "Thank you for your concern, Annie. That I am fine." She bit her lip, striving to make her voice sound normal, that I unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance and conversed with him for a while, which caused the delay. Later, upon hearing of the incident at home and realizing you had all left, I requested assistance from that acquaintance for my journey back, which is why I did not cross paths with Yuning. Hearing this, Yi Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was a relief that nothing had gone awry. However, a sense of unease soon followed. Yi Cix's statement, while seemingly innocuous, did not hold up under scrutiny. For instance, if she had merely met an old acquaintance and exchanged pleasantries, how could Yuning have searched the entire princess's residence without locating them? Furthermore, what sort of old acquaintance would allow her to forget everything in such a situation and engage in prolonged conversation? Clearly, her niece was fabricating a story. Nevertheless, everyone harbored secrets, and if she did not wish to divulge hers, Yi Yan would not press further. Her priority was ensuring her safety. I see. Very well. Then, do rest early. I have already explained the situation to my mother, so there is no need for you to worry. After a moment's thought, she added, "Additionally, should you require assistance with anything, feel free to seek me out at any time." The other granddaughters hurried back to see her. Yet only Yi Cixi was absent for an extended period, naturally prompting inquiries from the Duchess of Zhengguo to spare Yi Cixi from her anger. Yi Yan had spun a tale about her suffering from an upset stomach due to something she had eaten at the gathering. "Thank you," Annie. Yi Cix's voice grew even more hushed, and if one listened closely, a slight tremor could be detected. Yi Yan tilted her head and waited for a moment, but seeing that Yi Cixi had no intention of speaking further, she and Yuning took their leave. "Miss, it seems the fourth young lady is somewhat off on their way back." Yuning tilted her head in confusion. Yi Yan was not surprised by her observation and replied, "Indeed, but if she does not wish to confide in us, we shall pretend to be unaware." Yuning pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, the young lady has already indicated that if she truly faces difficulties requiring assistance, she will come to you. Indeed, Yi Yan descended the steps, gazing at the moon, now obscured by clouds, and stretched languidly. "Let us return to our quarters and rest." Seeing this, Yuning hurriedly grasped her arm, whispering, "Your image, mind your image. If the mistress sees you, she will surely criticize your lack of decorum." Yi Yan, who had initially appeared spirited, halted, swatting her hand away. "My mother is not omniscient. She cannot see from such a distance. Besides, her notion of decorum involves tiptoeing and taking tiny steps, chewing each bite dozens of times, sitting without leaning, and smiling without revealing teeth, that if I adhered to all her standards, I would surely wear myself out in no time." Yuning, while also believing that her young lady's demeanor was quite acceptable, understood that her mother was often overly critical. She hesitated, her round little face scrunching up. "But what about the mistress?" "Just appease her. No matter how diligently I strive to meet her expectations, I shall never attain them." A flicker of melancholy crossed Yi Yan's eyes, but she quickly wrapped her arm around Yuning's shoulders, nonchalantly stating, "In this life, one cannot please everyone." Your young lady. Only seek freedom and peace of mind. After contemplating this, Yuning ceased her insistence, relaxing and making her shorter legs match Yi's stride. How is the mistress's condition? Was her fall severe? Not serious, merely a superficial injury, with a few days of rest. She will be fine. The two linked arms and chattered as they walked away. Did I in her room? Yi Cece listened to the receding footsteps, and the tears she had held back for so long finally spilled forth. Why? Why was the person she deeply loved connected to her aunt in such a manner? How profoundly unfair was fate? Qi Jingyan remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Upon returning to the Jinwang Fu, he first retrieved the Tianzhong pearl curtain from his sleeve, placed it in a vase for display, and sent 300 taels of silver to the Duke's residence. Afterward, he tidied up and prepared for bed. Yet he found himself unable to sleep. His mind replayed the events of the evening, but no clarity emerged. Who was the one who had drugged him? What was their motive? Would they strike again? He remained in the dark. This uncertainty filled him with unease, for the threat of hidden dangers loomed large. Furthermore, recalling the physician he had summoned upon returning to the Wang Fu, who had informed him that he had been administered a particularly potent drug known for its fierce effects, which could damage his physical constitution if not addressed promptly, only added to his restlessness. Fortunately, he had encountered Yi Yan, who fortuitously possessed an antidote. Otherwise, he might have met with dire consequences that night, that if this matter were to become public, it would surely alert the perpetrator, making it all the more difficult to uncover the mastermind behind it. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qi Jingyan rubbed his temples and closed his eyes, various conspiracy theories flitting through his head. Perhaps the mental exertion of contemplating conspiracies was taxing. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. Then, Qi Jingyan found himself dreaming. Upon awakening, he was startled, for he had dreamt of a book, the contents of which aligned perfectly with his current life. The book was titled Shengshi Rongchong, The Divine Doctor Princess Must Not Escape, a rather antiquated romantic tragedy. The protagonist was named Yi Cece, born of humble origins, a concubine's daughter subjected to oppression and targeting by her legitimate mother and sister, enduring a life of hardship. Yet she was unwilling to resign herself to fate. Armed with her innate talent and the fortuitous opportunities bestowed upon her by the halo of a heroine, she self-studied the art of medicine and, at a tender age, had already achieved remarkable proficiency. At the age of 10, this kind-hearted girl, through a twist of fate, saved the fifth prince, who was on the brink of death, known in the narrative as the male lead. Wei Wang Qijing. From that moment on, they were entwined in an inextricable bond of misfortune. The male lead, born of a lowly mother and devoid of the emperor's favor, was deep-minded and ambitious. He appeared gentle and refined, yet he was, in truth, domineering, obsessive, and cold-hearted, except for his infatuation with the female lead, whom he cherished dearly. However, their journey together was fraught with difficulties. Initially, the male lead mistook the female lead for her aunt, plotting to arrange a marriage with her. Yet he found himself uncontrollably drawn to the female lead, concealing his true identity while engaging with her, developing feelings that led to a semblance of marital intimacy. Upon discovering the truth, the female lead sought to leave, but ultimately succumbed to the male lead's sweet words, reluctantly agreeing to become his concubine. The male lead also married the female lead's unsuspecting aunt, a misfortunate general who met her demise on the battlefield shortly thereafter. The female lead believed she would finally attain legitimacy, only to learn that the male lead, in pursuit of his ambitions, had secretly taken another noble woman as his wife. Heartbroken by yet another betrayal, the female lead fled with the second male lead. Naturally, the male lead was unwilling to let her go, leading to a tumultuous chase filled with melodrama and misunderstandings, resulting in multiple separations and reunions, until they ultimately became a couple, ascending to the throne as emperor and empress of a nation. This conclusion, at first glance, seemed relatively satisfactory. Yet during this tumultuous journey, the male lead had struck, imprisoned, assaulted, coerced the female lead into perilous situations, caused her miscarriages, and even engaged in intimate encounters with other women before her very eyes, ultimately annihilating her entire family for his political gain. How could such a narrative culminate in a happy ending? Furthermore, all significant female, supporting characters were portrayed as ruthless vixens, while all noteworthy male supporting characters harbored deep affections for the female lead, with the remaining characters merely serving as tools for the love story between the leads. The sheer absurdity of these narrative constructs was utterly exasperating that Qi Jingyan, having only dreamt of such a tale, found himself with a throbbing headache. Upon realizing that he was not the male lead or a crucial member of the protagonist ensemble, but rather a pawn who frequently opposed the male lead and sought to usurp the female lead, ultimately meeting a tragic end of betrayal and dismemberment, he felt increasingly despondent that in his previous life, he had abided by the law, dedicated himself to his work, treated others kindly, rescued animals, refrained from littering, and never spat in public. Oh, how the heavens had wronged him! Qi Jingyan sat vacantly on his bed, feeling utterly numbed. Nevertheless, on a brighter note, having absorbed the entirety of the plot, he finally discerned the identity of the person who had drugged him the previous night. Alas, it was still difficult to accept that he had been thrust into a mindless and poorly conceived narrative. Qi Jingyan felt a bitter taste in his mouth, enduring until dawn before reluctantly facing reality. Rising from his bed with dark circles under his eyes, perhaps he ought to first indulge in some food to soothe his wounded spirit. Chapter 4. The Hidden Manipulator as a Favored Prince of the Emperor. The original protagonist's breakfast was exceedingly lavished. Qi Jingyan, accustomed to the humble fare of buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding, found himself initially unaccustomed and quite displeased with such ostentatious displays. However, upon expressing his inability to consume such an abundance, the servants surrounding him fell to their knees in a flurry, trembling with fear as they begged for his forgiveness, vowing to prepare with greater care in the future. That Qi Jingyan, reflecting on the original protagonist's extravagant tendencies, silently retracted his statement, recognizing that being corrupted by the insidious feudal customs was preferable to being treated as a monster destined for execution. That as for the issue of wastefulness, there was plenty of time to address that later. With this thought, Qi Jingyan felt somewhat more at ease, and during breakfast he refrained from uttering anything that would instill fear in the servants. After satiating his hunger, his foggy mind cleared considerably. That Qi Jingyan dismissed the attendant by his side and settled into the study, taking pen to paper to meticulously document the plot he had dreamed of the night before in a manner indecipherable to others. That he then circled the sections pertinent to himself, or rather, to the original protagonist, and carefully reviewed them in chronological order. This examination revealed the precariousness of his situation, suggesting that he was perilously close to death. Remembering how, prior to his arrival, the original protagonist had been carefree and oblivious, laughing without a care in the world, Qi Jingyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yet he was not entirely surprised, for the original protagonist was a character with a charming appearance but little intelligence. Had it been otherwise, he would not have genuinely cared for the original female lead, while only pursuing her through bullying, causing her to detest him to the core and avoid him at all costs. Nonetheless, despite the original protagonist's foolishness and obnoxious demeanor, his heart was not inherently wicked. Qi Jingyan, upon reviewing his memories, found no evidence of any truly heinous actions. That in summary, the original protagonist was a Navi soul with a somewhat unruly disposition, akin to a mischievous child. It was precisely due to this that those around him felt emboldened to scheme against him as they did the previous day. Indeed, the individual who had drugged him was someone the original protagonist knew well and with whom he shared a cordial relationship, Luo Yushu, the granddaughter of the Princess of Jing'an. Both the original protagonist and Luo Yushu shared royal blood, as their mothers were cousins, rendering their bond closer than that of ordinary cousins. Luo Yushu's motivation for drugging the original protagonist stemmed from her desire to facilitate the male lead. Knowing full well that the original protagonist harbored affections for Yi Cixi, who in turn did not reciprocate his feelings. Moreover, there was an even more significant reason. She herself was enamored with the original male lead, Wei Wang Qi Jingshu. Although Qi Jingshu was already betrothed to Yi Yan, who had been absent from the capital for several years, Luo Yushu found it increasingly difficult to suppress her impulse to undermine their relationship. Over the years, she had sought various means to thwart the union between Qi Jingshu and Yi Yan. But before she could realize her plans, she unexpectedly stumbled upon Qi Jingshu and Yi Cixi in a clandestine meeting. This revelation ignited her disbelief and jealousy. If it had been Yi Yan, it would have been acceptable, for she was Qi Jingshua's legitimate fiancée, but Yi Cixi was merely a lowly, inconsequential concubine. How dared she compete for his affections? Enraged, Luo Yushu concocted a despicable scheme. If she could orchestrate an encounter between Yi Cixi and her sixth cousin during her grandmother's birthday celebration, Yi Cixi would be unable to pursue her beloved Qi Jingshu any longer. Furthermore, this plan would also grant her sixth cousin his desires, achieving a dual purpose. As for why she hadn't informed the original protagonist of her intentions, it was purely because she deemed his acting skills to be woefully inadequate, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal their plan. Reflecting on this plot, Qi Jingyan felt utterly stunned, while Luo Yushu believed herself clever. He, nearly falling victim to her scheme, wished to send her straight to a juvenile detention center for reform. Moreover, recalling the previous night, had he not made a timely escape from that room, he would have met the same fate as described in the original text. Being knocked unconscious by Qi Jingshuo while attempting to rescue Yi Cixi and finding himself in an indescribable situation with a rough mate thrown in by Qi Jingshuo. The thought of such a traumatic experience left him feeling increasingly uneasy. Although Luo Yushu was the true instigator, the original male lead was certainly no saint either. Qi Jingyan pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment before drawing a large red circle around the name Qi Jingshu. Despite not being an avid reader of novels, he was aware that the protagonists typically possess some sort of mysterious halo. Or else, according to conventional logic, the original female lead would have perished at the hands of the original male lead countless times, and the latter would never have so effortlessly obtained all his desires. Thus, until he discovered a means to shatter this protagonist halo, it would be prudent to avoid any encounters with the male lead whenever possible. In addition to the female protagonist Yi Cixi, it is imperative to keep a distance from all other characters related to the plot. What a ridiculous supporting character this male foil is. Whoever wishes to engage with him may do so, but he certainly will not. With this thought in mind, Qi Jingyan once again lifted his pen and circled several names on the paper. Upon reaching the name Yi Yan, he recalled the events of the previous night. Initially believing her to be merely a passerby, he was taken aback to discover that she, too, was a hapless pawn, forced to exist as a tool for the love between the main characters. Moreover, in the original narrative, she met her demise even earlier than the original protagonist. Remembering the girl's vibrant and radiant smile, Qi Jingyan hesitated for a moment before marking her name with a check. Perhaps he should find a way to offer her a warning. After meticulously combing through all the plot points of the original work, Qi Jingyan's mood finally improved somewhat. To.B. transmigrated as a tragic supporting character was indeed a torment. Yet heaven had seemingly granted him a backdoor. As long as he remained vigilant and devised a careful plan, he should be able to evade the original protagonist's fate. This was the only consolation he could afford himself. After all, he could not simply resign to his fate without even making an attempt. With a sigh, Qi Jingyan composed himself, organized the notes he had written, and then rose to visit the Princess of Jing'an to have a discussion with Luo Yushu. Although he had not chosen to inhabit the original protagonist's body willingly, he had nonetheless assumed his form and inherited his debts. Thus, he naturally bore the responsibility of caring for the original protagonist's family. Luo Yushu was the original protagonist's cousin, and they had grown up together. Sharing a close bond, Qi Jingyan could not allow her to continue on her path of self-destruction, ultimately provoking the male lead and meeting an untimely demise. Indeed, in the original work, Luo Yushu was a quintessential villainess. She was spoiled, selfish, and willful, leveraging her family's affection and the backing of a favored concubine to wreak havoc upon the fragile and pitiful female protagonist. Public humiliation, deliberate isolation, bullying, and scheming were all actions synonymous with traditional villainesses that she had perpetrated against the female lead. Even after failing to tarnish the female protagonist's reputation and incurring the male lead's wrath, she had repeatedly resorted to malicious tactics in an attempt to bring about the female lead's demise. However, the female lead, under the protection of her own halo, managed to narrowly escape each time, with these tribulations ultimately fostering the development of her relationship with the male lead. In contrast, Luo Yushu consistently found herself thwarted, suffering losses and setbacks. Ultimately, after nearly causing the female lead to suffer a double calamity, she was punished by the enraged male lead, who gouged out her eyes and cast her into a den of robbers, where she was tortured to death. While such a plotline may be satisfying for readers, experiencing it firsthand left Qi Jingyan feeling disheartened. From the original protagonist's memories, it was evident that although Luo Yushu possessed a somewhat spoiled demeanor, She was fundamentally simple-minded, lacking guile, and was quite straightforward. The reason the original protagonist had resonated with her was not merely camaraderie, but a deep sibling bond, stemming from their similar personalities and approaches to life. It was conceivable that jealousy could lead her to publicly embarrass the female lead. But Qi Jingyan doubted she would resort to such underhanded tactics as those witnessed the previous night, which could endanger lives. Though love can cloud one's judgment, a person's intrinsic nature and principles of conduct do not easily change. Thus, he needed to inquire directly about the details of last night's events and see if he could restore her clarity of thought. Muddled as it seemed by her emotions, that of course. He also needed to settle the score from the previous night to prevent her from harboring any lingering ambitions that might lead her to devise further schemes against him. Cousin, just as he exited the study, he spotted a vibrant orange figure adorned with jewels rushing towards him from the corridor. Qi Jingyan paused, his thoughts momentarily coalescing. "What brings you here?" he asked, slightly surprised. For the figure before him was indeed Luo Yushu, the very person he intended to find. "That I have something to ask you." Luo Yushu, age 16, radiated youthful vitality and was exquisitely dressed, unmistakably the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Upon seeing Qi Jingyan, she neglected to offer a greeting and instead pouted, visibly displeased. "Cousin, what happened last night? I thought you were merely changing clothes after getting your garments wet, but then I lost sight of you." So, she had come to investigate the failure of her plan. That worked in his favor, saving him an extra trip. Qi Jingyan thought to himself before responding, "I was set up at a—" Luo Yushu's expression stiffened, a hint of guilt flickering across her features. What audacious person would dare do that? As servants moved about the courtyard, Qi Jingyan gestured for her to join him in the study before continuing. "Aren't you curious how that person managed to ensnare me?" Uncomfortable, Luo Yushu shifted in her seat. How did they manage to do that?" The study was quiet as Qi Jingyan poured himself a cup of tea before meeting her gaze. "She had someone drug my wine, then deliberately soaked my clothes, luring me into a room where a disoriented girl lay. And then, finally hearing the part she was eager to know, Luo Yushu perked up. You were drugged and entered that room. So why didn't anything happen with her?" After taking a sip of tea, Qi Jingyan replied, "Upon entering, I sensed something was amiss and fled through the window." "What?" Luo Yushu was astonished that her plan had unraveled, rising in disbelief. "Why? Didn't you like her? Why not take advantage of the situation and consummate the relationship?" Qi Jingyan set down his teacup, his expression unchanged. But his tone grew noticeably frosty. "That I have yet to disclose who that girl is." "How do you know I like her?" Realizing she had let slip too much, Luo Yushu stammered. "How did you know?" "Because the one who orchestrated my predicament was you." Seeing her flustered and at a loss for words, Qi Jingyan provided the answer for her. "Why, you knew?" Luo Yushu's voice trembled slightly, her neck retracting. Yet, recalling that her actions were ultimately intended to facilitate her cousin's desires, her guilt dissipated. "Fine, I admit it. I did have someone drug your wine. But I did it to help you achieve your wish. Also, I intended to inform you beforehand, but your performance was so poor that I feared you would get overly excited and reveal something in front of the elders." As Luo Yushu grew more assertive in her defense, she remained perplexed and somewhat frustrated. She settled back down and asked, "So, cousin, why did you run away? If you hadn't Yi Cece would have already been yours. Haven't you always liked her? I created such a wonderful opportunity for you. All you needed to do was go with the flow and consummate the relationship, and she would have smoothly entered the manor. How splendid would that be? What kind of warped perspective was this?" Qi Jingyan regarded the seemingly innocent yet utterly misguided girl before him, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. His brows furrowed as he straightened, his previously cold tone shifting to one of sternness. "Forcing a woman is illegal, and no matter how much I may like someone, I would never resort to coercion. But you didn't say that before." Luo Yushu's expression turned puzzled as she recalled his earlier words. Raising a finger at him and adopting a mock-anger pose, "Yi Cece, you will eventually become this prince's woman. Regardless of your willingness or unwillingness, I shall claim you. You used to say that," she insisted, her performance almost comical. "That was the original protagonist's foolish proclamation, not mine. Besides, he was merely spouting off in a moment of frustration. Had he genuinely intended to force Yi Cece, given his status, she would have long since been delivered to the Jin Wangfu. Suppressing the urge to twitch his lips, Qi Jingyan maintained a serious demeanor. That was merely a momentary outburst. It should not be taken seriously. Moreover, your motivations for this act were primarily for your own sake. Were they not? Indeed, Luo Yushu admitted, her gaze dropping as she confessed, I couldn't stand her seducing brother Qizhao, that I wanted to ensure they could never be together. Qi Jingyan was at a loss for words. Even if they were not together, Qi Jingzhao is already betrothed. You have no chance at all that I know, but if I can't have her, then neither can Yi Cici. Luo Yushu declared without hesitation. However, when Qi Jingyan pressed her on why she harbored such animosity toward Yi Cici, she fell silent, seemingly at a loss for an answer that I don't know why. I just feel uncomfortable every time I see her. Her response caught Qi Jingyan off guard, yet it was not entirely unexpected. He paused for a moment, thoughtful, before shifting the topic. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a girl who had a childhood sweetheart. The young man was a scholar, but his family was impoverished. It was the girl who worked tirelessly over the years to save enough for him to travel to the capital to take the imperial examinations. Before his departure, he vowed to return and marry her once he had succeeded. However, as the girl waited, all she received in return was the news of his triumph and his subsequent marriage to a noblewoman. Luo Yushu, initially puzzled by her cousin's sudden storytelling, widened her eyes in disbelief at this revelation. What? That scoundrel betrayed the girl. What happened next? Did she go to the capital to confront that heartless man? No, Qi Jingyan observed her closely. The girl did go to the capital, but rather than blaming her former sweetheart, she directed all her resentment toward the noblewoman, who was oblivious to her existence. She even sought to harm the noblewoman, believing that without her, the young man would return to her side. What? Luo Yushu was first taken aback, then she slammed her hand on the table in anger. Had her mind been struck by a donkey? That despicable man, who professed to marry her after his exams, was simultaneously courting another woman. It was not that noble lady who was at fault. That noble lady knew nothing and was quite unfortunate herself. Moreover, a man so ungrateful would surely seek to attach himself to others in the absence of that lady. Was she to eliminate every woman in sight? Her values seemed intact, yet it appeared that she only lost her senses when faced with the protagonists. Qi Jingyan contemplated this, his expression softening considerably, that he then asked, Do you know how that girl harmed the noble lady? Luo Yushu replied, How? Qi Jingyan continued, She secretly drugged her, enlisting someone to tarnish her reputation. Luo Yushu exclaimed, Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Upon observing Qi Jingyan's expression, Luo Yushu froze for a moment, finally grasping the implication. What a story! Are you implying that you were speaking of me? Qi Jingyan did not deny it. He merely reminded her, the girl in the story faced her childhood sweetheart, a man to whom she was already devoted. You can articulate that the one who wronged her is the suitor, while the noble lady is innocent. Yet when it comes to your own situation, why do you attribute the pain of unrequited love solely to that Miss Yi? Initially, Luo Yushu felt a surge of anger. But those words left her momentarily stunned. Indeed, why? Let alone the fact that her relationship with Qi Jingshu was one-sided. Even if they had something genuine, upon discovering his affections for another, should she not blame him for being blind to her virtues? Why did she subconsciously harbor resentment towards Yi Cici, who might not even be aware of her feelings for Qi Jingshu? Luo Yushu found herself bewildered, but Qi Jingyan added, And about last night's plan. I recall you telling me before that you despised such underhanded tactics, especially since your father's favored concubine, Aunt Xiong, employed similar despicable means against your mother while she was alive. Indeed, she had loathed such matters. Yet why had she resorted to them? Luo Yushu suddenly sat up, her face turning pale with shock. I don't know, just thinking about them together incites such fury within me. Then, somehow, that thought just emerged. At that moment, while I was playing at the outskirts of the city, I saw a servant administering breeding drugs to a horse, and it instinctively came to mind, wait, what horse stable? What breeding drugs? Upon witnessing the sudden change in Qi Jingyan's expression, Luo Yushu snapped back to reality. I mean the drug I administered to you, which I acquired from a servant at my family's stable. But rest assured, I inquired whether it would pose any danger if someone ingested it by mistake, and he assured me that as long as the antidote was administered promptly, there would be no harm. That is why I dared to give it to you and Yi Cici. Qi Jingyan inhaled deeply, then took another breath to know this was intolerable. He must teach this reckless sister a lesson. Luo Yushu found herself compelled to run nearly 10 laps in the grandest garden of the Jin Wangfu. Feeling utterly exhausted, initially, she intended to be punished with a beating, but realizing that was inappropriate for a young lady, he opted for running instead, at first. Luo Yushu resisted the punishment, but after Qi Jingyan terrified her with the notion that the drug she had given him could have lethal consequences, she complied out of fear and guilt. However, after just 2 laps, she could no longer continue, collapsing on the ground and stubbornly refusing to get up. The Qi Jingyan, determined to instill a lasting lesson in her, would not let her off easily. When she stubbornly remained on the ground, he summoned a large goose intended for dinner from the kitchen. Thinking she could evade punishment, she was instead relentlessly pursued by the ferocious goose for a full half-hour. Drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled, and her meticulously applied makeup now a smeared mess, Luo Yushu exclaimed, "What is this, cousin? This is nothing short of demonic. Demonic! Enough, this matter ends here. To go wash up in the guest room and rest at home." Seeing her truly unable to rise, Qi Jingyan finally commanded that the goose be taken away. "And from now on, keep your distance from Qi Jingshu and that Yi. It would be best to avoid them altogether." Having been spoiled by the princess, Luo Yushu had never endured such hardship, and now she lay on the ground, gasping and cursing Qi Jingyan for his harshness. Upon hearing his words, she widened her tear-filled eyes, unwilling to accept. "Why? Yi, I can understand, but Qi Jingshu," knowing that a young girl lost in love would not heed serious advice, Qi Jingyan dismissed those present and, with a grave expression, told her, "Because I had a dream last night in which a celestial being revealed to me that Qi Jingshu and Yi are not human. They are reincarnated fox spirits, endowed with destinies beyond the comprehension of mortals. And they share a fated bond ordained by the heavens. Ordinary individuals like us, if we draw too close, may unwittingly be influenced, committing acts that betray our true selves and reason. Furthermore, anyone who seeks to disrupt their destined union will face divine retribution." "What?" Luo Yushu was so astonished that she momentarily forgot her grievances and tears. "How could this be possible? Cousin, are you jesting with me? How so? Were it not for the Celestial's guidance, how would I know that last night's events were orchestrated by you?" Qi Jingyan stood imposingly beside her, earnestly fabricating tales. "You indeed acted against your true nature, engaging in behavior you would never normally consider. Did you not? Moreover, you have admitted that every time you encounter Yi, you instinctively feel discomfort. But in reality, how many times have you even met her? Has she wronged you in any way? Even if she had, with your temperament, you would have released your anger on the spot and moved on. Why, then, does she elicit such peculiar feelings from you?" Luo Yushu pondered this and found it reasonable, yet something within her chaotic mind compelled her to retort, "That is because of Qi Jingshu. I am envious that she has captured his affection." "Do you truly love Qi Jingshu?" Qi Jingyan interrupted her calmly. "What is it that you love about him? Do you know him? His tenderness and vulnerability are mere facades. The truth is he is capricious, ruthless, and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He is a scoundrel who elevates himself by stepping on women, and he is also prone to domestic abuse. And he has many vile habits, such as neglecting to brush his teeth before bed, grinding his teeth, passing gas, and snoring while sleeping, and he doesn't wash his hands after using the toilet, often relieving himself indiscriminately when outside." Luo Yushu. Chapter 6. A Celestial Dream. Chapter 6. In her heart, the resplendent and flawless image of her ideal man was suddenly tarnished with the filth of excrement and domestic violence, shattering into mere muck upon the ground. Luo Yushu, feeling utterly defeated, was left in shock. Is what you say true? Her face, already a mess, turned pale as she trembled, appearing on the verge of fainting. Alas, her cousin's heart was as hard as iron. He not only nodded in affirmation but added, "My so-called affection for Yi is of the same nature. Thus from this day forth, I shall also strive to keep my distance from them." Luo Yushu knew well how much her cousin cherished Yi, and thus she was compelled to face the harsh reality. Reflecting on Qi Jingyan's earlier remarks about Qi Jingshu, she felt a wave of nausea, unable to suppress her revulsion. Noticing this, Qi Jingyan stifled a laugh, handing her a handkerchief while emphasizing, "Remember, the next time you encounter those two, keep as far away as possible, should you lose control again and engage in such foolishness as last night." I will send that goose to your home, and have it chase you 3 meals a day until you learn your lesson." With her legs sore and aching, nearly cramping, Luo Yushu exclaimed in dismay, "I got it." She snatched the handkerchief and wiped her face haphazardly. "I understand. I'll listen to you. But cousin, why have you become so verbose?" After setting aside her initial concerns, she finally began to notice something amiss. Luo Yushu sniffled and looked up suspiciously, appraising Qi Jingyan. "In your manner of speaking and acting just now, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the crown prince. Had it not been for your unchanged face, I would almost think I had come to the East Palace instead of the Jin Wangfu today." Qi Jingyan, being merely a naive young girl, easily fell for his casual fabrications and was soon distracted and dismissed. However, through this experience, he confirmed that the protagonists indeed possessed a significant halo of fortune, and its influence was formidable, that in such circumstances, mere avoidance would not suffice for them, the supporting characters, to elude their fated destinies. Proactive measures were necessary to seize the initiative and secure greater chances of success. However, the original character was merely a frivolous individual, utterly ignorant of serious matters, and the plot he had observed primarily revolved around the melodramatic entanglements of the protagonists, while other affairs were glossed over. Thus, he would need to seek a reliable ally for this endeavor, as for whom to choose. Returning to his desk, Qi Jingyan reviewed his earlier notes carefully before finally fixing his gaze on the crown prince, whom Luo Yushu had just mentioned. The crown prince Qi Jingsheng, the ultimate antagonist in the original tale, nearly annihilated the protagonists, serving as the ultimate boss. Simultaneously, he is also one of the few individuals in the original text who would express anger and sorrow over the original owner's demise. "In every aspect, you are the perfect fit, my friend." After making his decision, Qi Jingyan promptly left the residence and headed towards the East Palace. The Jin Wangfu is in close proximity to the Imperial Palace, and before long, he arrived at the East Palace. However, Qi Jingyan's timing was unfortunate, as the crown prince was currently occupied in the study, engaged in discussions with court officials, and was unable to meet him. Yet a small child with a disproportionately large head was playing in the courtyard. However, his play was not characterized by running about. Instead, he was sitting obediently in the pavilion, diligently studying the intricate puzzle of the 9 linked rings. "Little prince, you have been fixated on that object for several hours now. Why not set it aside for a while and play ball with me instead?" urged the maidservant. "No, I promised father I would solve it before lunch," replied the little one. That the child, merely 3 or 4 years old, was exquisitely adorable, with features delicately sculpted, yet his manner of speaking and acting exhibited a maturity far beyond his years. This moment, he was furrowing his chubby little face, gazing at the 9 linked rings that he had struggled with all morning, frustration and determination etched upon his countenance. The attending maid, concerned for his well-being, attempted to coax him into engaging in other activities, but he resolutely declined with a serious expression. This was the crown prince's legitimate eldest son, the heir apparent Qi Mingrui. Finding the situation amusing, Qi Jingyan approached and called out his nickname, Yuan Bao. "Greetings, His Highness Jin Wang." The others acknowledged him, bowing respectfully, and at last the small child's gaze was drawn away from the puzzle. Yuan Bao greets 6th uncle. He was a polite little boy, standing up straight and bowing to Qi Jingyan with decorum. His serious demeanor, feigning maturity, was utterly endearing. That it was no wonder that the original owner would often tease him, provoking delightful squeals from the child. Qi Jingyan felt a twinge of mischief and couldn't resist asking, "What are you playing with? May I join in?" Every time 6th uncle made such a request, his new toys suffered. Yuan Bao, unwilling in spirit yet unable to refuse due to his upbringing, quietly crossed his arms behind his back and replied sternly, "The 9 linked rings. I cannot solve it, it's not fun." Were it the original owner, he would have maliciously retorted, "Not fun, yet you've been at it all morning," before snatching the toy away and provoking a chase. However, Qi Jingyan could not stoop to such childish antics. Instead, he chuckled and sat down beside the wary little fellow. "I can solve it. May I give it a try?" Yuan Bao was skeptical, believing that the ill-fated 6th uncle was merely attempting to deprive him of his toy. But Qi Jingyan quickly added, "If I cannot solve it, I shall never lift you up and toss you again." The little one, who detested being hoisted high by his unfortunate 6th uncle, brightened up. All right. He certainly did not believe 6th uncle could unravel the 9 linked rings. After all, his father had said that sixth uncle had never liked to think and was quite clumsy with such games. Seeing the thoughts flicker across the child's face, Qi Jingyan stifled a laugh and took the puzzle from the little one's hands, deliberately solving it with remarkable speed. Yuan Bao's round, glossy eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain his laughter, Qi Jingyan ruffled the child's hair and patiently explained, "It's quite simple. You see here." In his previous life, Qi Jingyan had lived for 26 years, working as an interior designer, but online he held another title, a popular craftsman. His passion for craftsmanship stemmed from his childhood experiences. As an orphan raised in an orphanage, he often found himself at a disadvantage in competing for toys among many children. Thus, he learned to create his own amusements. Over time, this evolved into a hobby, and as a dedicated homebody, he devoted more energy to his studies after work. At to date, he had dabbled in paper cutting, embroidery, woodworking, and mechanics. Although not an expert in all, his foundational skills were solid, making the small puzzle of the 9 linked rings a trivial challenge for him. Yuan Bao, however, was taken aback. When had his sixth uncle become so proficient? Equally astonished was the crown prince, who had just concluded his affairs in the study and emerged that "I recall you never enjoyed such intellectually demanding games as a child. How is it that after a mere few days of absence, you appear to be an expert?" The young man, clad in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragons, possessed a rugged and defined visage, exuding an aura of authority. His sharp gaze and stern demeanor made him appear remarkably austere and forbidding, causing others to instinctively keep their distance. This was none other than the current crown prince, Qi Jingsheng. Qi Jingyan had already sensed his approach, yet he feigned ignorance until Qi Jingsheng drew near and spoke. Only then did he suppress his smile, raising his head with a serious expression. "If I were to say it was a celestial being who taught me, would third brother believe me?" Qi Jingsheng certainly did not believe him. He looked at his mischievous younger brother with an exasperated expression and replied, "Speak plainly, stop with the theatrics." Not unexpectedly, Qi Jingyan countered, "I speak the truth." He stood and offered a hasty bow. Then, emulating the original owner's sneaky demeanor, approached his older brother, lowering his voice. "Third brother, I am not deceiving you. Last night, I truly encountered a celestial being in my dreams. There was an old man with a white beard who took me to a misty place, revealed many future events, and taught me numerous things. Initially, I thought it was merely a dream, but upon seeing the 9 linked rings in Yuan Bao's hands, the solution unexpectedly sprang to mind. If this is not the influence of celestial magic, then how else can it be explained? You know, I have never engaged with such toys before." His personality diverged significantly from that of the original owner. He could not and would not pretend to be the original owner for a lifetime. Therefore, he needed a convincing rationale for his transformation and future intentions. While the notions of gods and spirits were somewhat fantastical, they were sufficient to deceive most individuals of the current era. Of course, Qi Jingsheng, as the original text's nearly lethal antagonist to the male lead, was not as easily swayed as Luo Yuzhu. Yet Qi Jingyan could not conceive of a better approach to safeguard himself while enlisting the crown prince's cooperation. And thus he resolved to make an earnest attempt. Qi Jingsheng, naturally, was skeptical. Intelligence did not simply materialize overnight, and the idea of a celestial being communicating through dreams was absurd. He could not simply accept it. Then the only explanation would be, "It seems you have made considerable preparations this time. Speak plainly. What calamity have you orchestrated that you cannot resolve, to the point of invoking ghostly tales?" As he recalled how his unfortunate brother had nearly induced a stroke in the grand tutor of the crown prince half a month prior, Qi Jingsheng's eyelids flickered, nodding at his son, who was bowing with innocent admiration. While bracing himself mentally, Qi Jingyan reassured him, "Third brother, you are overthinking it. Since I fell into the water that day, aside from attending a banquet last night, I have remained in the residence without stepping outside. What mischief could I possibly cause?" The original owner had tragically drowned 4 days prior, the moment Qi Jingyan had crossed over. As the original owner was a proficient swimmer and was swiftly rescued by servants, no one suspected that he, a typically healthy individual, would meet such an untimely end. Only Qi Jingyan knew the truth. The original owner had indeed perished. He had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol before the incident and had the misfortune of suffering from a leg cramp. That as for whether this unfortunate child had traversed to another timeline posthumously, he was uncertain, but he hoped so. not causing any trouble. Seeing the sincerity in Qi Jingyan's expression, Qi Jingsheng felt somewhat relieved, his demeanor softening. "Then what is it you wish to do?" "I merely wish for you to believe what I say is true," Qi Jingyan replied, displaying a troubled countenance. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he seized Qi Jingsheng's arm and spoke in a hushed, urgent tone. "I remember now. The old man with the white beard showed me a vision of third sister-in-law, his younger brother, rolling down a slope. It seemed to happen on that very day. Yes, during the double ninth festival. On that day, third sister-in-law's younger brother will fall from the slope and break his leg, with the double ninth festival merely days away. Then you will see, third brother, I truly am not deceiving you." Qi Jingsheng paused, his brows furrowing at last, his sharp gaze now scrutinizing Qi Jingyan. "Is this truly the case? More genuine than pearls?" "I also know that third sister-in-law's younger brother's fall was no accident. He was pushed by someone, though I could not discern who. Qi Jingyan refrained from steering the conversation towards the protagonists. Firstly, although the original text reveals that the crown prince shares a good relationship with the original protagonist, to him, this individual is merely a stranger encounter for the first time, that it would be utterly imprudent to divulge matters that pertain to his fate so openly. Secondly, while Qi Jingsheng possesses an imposing and formidable appearance that suggests he is not to be trifled with, the narrative indicates that, prior to his corruption, he is a paragon of integrity and fairness. Adept yet benevolent, embodying the qualities of a wise ruler and an exceptional elder brother. Among all his younger siblings, he dotes most on the original protagonist, Qi Jingshu, yet he treats the others well too. Especially considering that, in the eyes of the public, he is simply a pitiable young lad with a deceased mother and frail health. That Qi Jingshu's frailty stems from an incident in his childhood, when he endeavored to save his twin sister, Princess Chongning. That in such circumstances, it would be unwise to directly inform Qi Jingsheng that the fifth brother's health is perfectly fine and that the incident involving his sister was a fabricated performance, while also insinuating that he believes their mother was responsible for her demise and has harbored ill intentions towards him. Thus, it is imperative to first devise a means to earn his trust, and then proceed to strategize according to his responses. Regarding the rationale behind utilizing Qi Jingsheng to accomplish these tasks rather than opting to ascend the throne himself, the explanation is straightforward. Qi Jingshu is inherently lazy. In his previous life, he was perpetually embroiled in a flurry of activity. While in the orphanage, he was preoccupied with caring for himself and the younger children who incessantly followed him. After being adopted at the age of 8, he was consumed by studies and household chores in an effort to please his adoptive parents. By 13, when his adoptive parents had their own child and reduced his allowance, he was compelled to seek ways to earn money. Following the untimely demise of his adoptive parents, he left home at 16, living alone and ceaselessly striving for survival and education. Upon graduating from university, he embarked on a life characterized by a 9-to-6 routine, which often extended to grueling hours of 9 to 9, or even 0 to 0, ultimately succumbing to a fatal heart attack at his computer due to prolonged late-night work. Merely recalling these times is exhausting. Having been granted the rare opportunity to live again as a carefree prince, free from the worries of daily sustenance, and with a reliable ally to lean upon, he yearns to indulge in a leisurely existence. Akin to a sloth, relishing life that asks for notions of eliminating the original protagonist and the crown prince to seize the throne or altering the course of history through his own efforts to achieve greatness. Such thoughts do not cross his mind in the slightest. Simply clinging to life as a leisurely prince, engaging in crafts and sipping tea, constitutes his ideal lifestyle. That Qi Jingsheng, unaware of the musings of this rebellious younger brother, observed him speaking with conviction and, after a moment of contemplation, regarded him deeply and replied, "I understand, and I shall keep this matter in mind." Chapter 7. Pressured in a marriage. Chapter 7. Qi Jingsheng remained skeptical. Yet the younger brother mentioned by Qi Jingshu was, in fact, the only sibling of his crown princess, Xie Qingyi, who was merely 12 years old this year. Both siblings had lost their mother at a young age, and Xie Qingyi had raised her brother with the affection of both a sister and a mother. Should that child truly have been harmed and suffered a broken leg, Xie Qingyi would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Qi Jingsheng was deeply concerned for the feelings of his crown princess, so, despite his disbelief, he kept this matter in mind as a precaution. This was precisely what Qi Jingshu desired. while others might be oblivious to the crown prince's affections for the crown princess. He, being aware of the original narrative, understood well that despite his elder brother's stern demeanor and the appearance of being disinterested in women, having been wed to the crown princess through imperial decree rather than genuine affection, he had secretly harbored feelings for her for many years, and their union was orchestrated by his own design. However, his reserved nature and lack of expressive capability, combined with his consistently stern countenance, rendered his true emotions imperceptible to outsiders. In fact, a significant reason for Qi Jingqing's eventual descent into villainy was the original protagonist. Qi Jingshu, who employed despicable means to eliminate the crown princess, Xie Qingyi, in his quest for power. The specific details of this are not pertinent to discuss here. Returning to the present, having received Qi Jingqing's assurance, Qi Jingshu ceased to pursue the previous topic, knowing that Qi Jingsheng would uncover something pertinent on the day of the Double Ninth Festival. Although the original text primarily focused on the accidental intimacy between the male and female leads during the festival, briefly mentioning the incident of the crown princess's brother suffering a broken leg, it could be inferred from the context that this incident involved the internal machinations of the crown princess's family and was not merely an accident. As long as the crown prince remained vigilant, he would likely uncover clues and perhaps even avert the impending tragedy. Qi Jingsheng, recognizing this, refrained from further discussion, stating that he had official matters to attend to and needed to leave the palace. He casually reminded Qi Jingshu, "Since you are in the palace, why not pay a visit to Mother and the imperial concubine to offer your respects? Do not spend all your time outside." The Great Zhou dynasty stipulated that princes could be conferred titles and establish their own households upon reaching the age of 15 this year. Qi Jingshu was already 17 and had moved out of the palace to reside in his own Jin Wangfu 2 years prior. Thus, he was no longer required to visit the palace daily, which prompted the crown prince's reminder. Upon recalling the original protagonist's mother, concubine Jiang, Qi Jingshu maintained a composed demeanor, yet felt a sudden pang of unease. For regardless of the circumstances, he was inhabiting the body of another son. However, this matter could not be avoided. It would eventually need to be confronted. Though somewhat anxious, he paused briefly before responding without revealing any signs of his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, within Xiongfang Palace, concubine Jiang was enthusiastically showing Empress Xiao images of eligible young women from the capital. Empress Xiao, the emperor's primary consort and the mother of Crown Prince Qi Jingsheng, hailed from the illustrious Liu Yangxiao family. Known for their gentle and composed demeanor, as well as their fair and rigorous approach to matters, earning a reputation for virtue both in the former dynasty and the imperial harem. However, the emperor, who had a penchant for beauty and a penchant for the arts, found her less appealing due to her ordinary appearance and lack of frivolity, frequently advising him to devote himself to governance and not to indulge in idleness. In her youth, due to the machinations of a favored concubine, the emperor even contemplated deposing her. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the Xiao family sent an extraordinarily beautiful woman into the palace, capturing the emperor's heart at first sight, thereby securing Empress Xiao's position. That stunning beauty was none other than concubine Jiang, who had willingly entered the palace to aid Empress Xiao. At that time, she faced a significant dilemma, hailing from a modest merchant family. Her exceptional beauty had drawn the attention of a powerful and aged suitor who sought to coerce her into becoming his concubine. Raised in a sheltered environment, concubine Jiang was both terrified and unwilling. And it was at this moment that the Xiao family approached her with the proposition of entering the palace to seek a better future. After deliberation, she concluded that since she could not escape the fate of becoming a concubine, it may be wiser to enter the palace. Becoming a concubine to the emperor would at least grant her the title of lady, and if fortunate, she could elevate her family's status. With this thought, concubine Jiang entered the palace, embarking on her legendary journey of nearly 2 decades as the favored concubine, a status that remains unshaken to this day. Logically, given her immense favor, Empress Xiao should harbor resentment towards concubine Jiang. Yet in truth, she had long protected her. For many years, Empress Xiao felt guilt over the circumstances that led to concubine Jiang's entry into the palace. Although concubine Jiang consistently claimed it was of her own volition, Empress Xiao, a woman of high moral integrity, understood the challenges faced by women in the depths of the harem. Thus, whenever concubine Jiang encountered difficulties, she would extend her assistance. Concubine Jiang was a person of clear affections and simple thoughts. Deeply moved by this support, and over the years, She did her utmost to help Empress Xiao solidify her position. Their mutual support fostered a bond akin to sisterhood, and the ties between the Xiao and Jiang families grew inseparable. Which is why the relationship between the crown prince and the Jin Wang was so harmonious at this moment. Concubine Jiang was excitedly pointing to a scroll of paintings spread across the table, exclaiming to Empress Xiao, "I find this one quite lovely, with a well-proportioned forehead and large eyes. It exudes an aura of fortune. What do you think, elder sister?" Having captivated the emperor, who had seen countless beauties and adored her for nearly 2 decades. She was indeed stunning. Descriptions such as skin like fine jade and face like a peach blossom scarcely do justice to her beauty, that if one were to encapsulate her allure, it could only be described as ethereal grace and extraordinary beauty, akin to a celestial being. Moreover, at only 34 years of age, she was in the prime of her beauty, well maintained. Even when lazily reclining, without a trace of makeup, she radiated brilliance and charm. Meanwhile, Empress Xiao, sipping tea, regarded her with warmth and a smile, remarking, "I find her quite pleasing as well, but alas, a son grows independent of his mother. Yunu is quite headstrong. This matter of marriage will ultimately require his own consent." Empress Xiao was nearly a decade older than concubine Jiang, now in her 40s, her beauty not nearly as resplendent. However, having been raised in a noble family and occupying the position of empress for an extended period, she exuded an air of composed elegance, commanding respect even in her understated attire. The Yunu she referred to as the original protagonist's childhood name, and concubine Jiang affectionately called her son by this name as well. However, when discussing her troublesome son, her tone lacked the gentleness Empress Xiao displayed. "Every time I think of that wretched boy, I wonder how he is nearing 18 yet remains oblivious, although no longer in her youth." Concubine Jiang retained a certain naive exuberance, having been pampered by the emperor and protected by the empress, and had grown even more spoiled since entering the palace. She pouted her crimson lips in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "Every time I broach the subject of engagement with him, he scurries away, claiming that women are nothing but a source of trouble, that he would rather tend to crickets than marry a wife. It grates on my nerves," she added. "If he weren't so quick to flee, I would certainly give him a sound thrashing. I refuse to indulge his whims any longer. Otherwise, when shall I ever cradle a delightful chubby grandchild like Yuan Bao?" The Empress Xiao, stifling a laugh, was about to interject when a palace maid announced the arrival of Prince Jin. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Let him in at once." Concubine Jiang's eyes brightened, and she commanded, "As soon as he enters, lock the palace gates. Today, we shall settle this marriage matter. He shall not escape my Qiongfang palace." Upon entering, Qi Jingyan overheard her words. "It seems my timing is rather unfortunate. Is it too late to leave now?" It was evidently too late. Just as Qi Jingyan hesitated, concubine Jiang ordered the door to be shut tight, effectively cornering him. Not only did he fail to flee, but he also endured a lengthy tirade from concubine Jiang. "Had I known today would unfold thus, I would have stayed away. All the portraits of suitable young women in the capital are right here. Choose one at once. If you refuse, I shall select for you, but you must marry swiftly. I want a grandchild." After chastising her son, concubine Jiang began her newfound hobby of matchmaking, which she had cultivated over the past 6 months. Although Qi Jingyan was already 26 years old, he possessed the physique of an 18-year-old, and this predicament was quite vexing for him. Not only had he grown accustomed to being single, but he had never even contemplated the prospect of marriage and children. At this age, 18, he still regarded himself as a mere child. Yet this rationale was evidently insufficient. After all, many young people of this era married at 16 or 17, and it was not uncommon for some to become fathers at 14 or 15. Qi Jingyan lowered his head in resignation, rummaging through his mind for other convincing arguments to dissuade concubine Jiang, but before he could formulate a response, Empress Xiao, who had been watching the mother-son banter with amusement, spoke up. "Has Yinu already captured your heart?" This question caught Qi Jingyan off guard, and he instinctively raised his gaze, only to meet her gentle yet penetrating eyes, which seemed to see through him entirely. "I have heard that you have been making things difficult for a certain young lady." "A young lady? What young lady? How am I unaware of this?" Before Qi Jingyan could respond, concubine Zhang's eyes widened in shock. "Oh dear, I knew it. My position in your heart has diminished, and even my sister knows and did not inform me. You've changed. A mother who could raise such a troublesome son could hardly be faulted. And her complaints began anew. Having never met his biological mother and never truly bonding with his adoptive mother, Qi Jingyan found this situation far removed from his imagined notion of a gentle and reliable maternal figure. However, Empress Xiao, accustomed to such antics, chuckled and playfully admonished her. Enough of this mischief. Let us first hear what Yunu has to say. Concubine Jiang, with her spoiled disposition, dared to disregard even the emperor's authority when displeased. Yet she would obediently listen to Empress Xiao. Reluctantly, she huffed, "Sister, you are biased," but ultimately ceased her antics. Chapter 8. Cutting off the fuel. Though Qi Jingyan lacked extensive experience interacting with elder women, he had the original owner's memories to draw upon and did not appear overly intimidated that he understood that Empress Xiao, with her keen insight, had perceived the original's feelings for Yi Cixi and thus refrained from overexposing himself. Responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, there is such a person, but she is merely an annoying little girl. Mother, why have you suddenly brought her up? You don't think I have a fondness for her, do you?" His expression shifted as he feigned offense at the thought of being insulted. Empress Xiao regarded him with a smile. "I am merely curious. You are typically indifferent to girls. Even when someone has the audacity to offend you, you let it slide. Why then are you so relentless with this girl? What has she done to irk you so?" The original had known Yi Cixi for nearly a year, but at first he had not realized his feelings. He had instinctively gravitated towards her, seeking to draw her attention through mischief. It was only in the past 2 months that he had gradually recognized his affection for her. However, Yi Cixi had developed a strong aversion to him, retreating at the sight of him. The original, frustrated and annoyed, could only continue to seek ways to assert his presence before her, yet to others his actions appeared akin to bullying. Although the original had contemplated being forceful in his anger, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Furthermore, as Yi Cixi was merely a concubine's daughter, the daughter of a most lowly mistress, she was unworthy even of becoming his secondary wife. He feared that if the emperor were to discover this, he would issue an imperial decree summoning Yi Cixi to serve in the prince's residence, and he was equally wary of concubine Jiang, who might become incensed at Yi Cixi's treatment of him and create further obstacles. Hence, he had refrained from revealing his intentions, planning instead to request their support after winning Yi Cixi's heart, allowing her to marry him honorably as his princess. Currently, aside from his close servant, only Luo Yushu, who often played with him and inexplicably cared for Yi Cixi, was aware of this predicament. Even if others noticed his frequent disputes with a young girl, they did not attribute it to romantic inclinations, for in the public's eyes, Prince Jin remained an immature boy. Additionally, concubine Jiang, fearing that he might be exposed to women too early and jeopardize his health, imposed strict restrictions in this regard, resulting in him still having no experience with women, making it all the more difficult for people to associate him with matters of love. Only Empress Xiao, with her unusually keen perception, discerned the underlying truth. Realizing this, Qi Jingyan refrained from directly answering Empress Xiao's inquiry and instead addressed the issue at its core. "It's not a significant matter. I merely find that the girl resembles a certain woman of the Mei surname from long ago, and it vexes me." Both Empress Xiao and concubine Jiang were momentarily taken aback. The woman Qi Jingyan referred to was the once renowned Mei Fei, who had enjoyed a period of favor over a decade ago. Although the emperor favored concubine Jiang, he had not ceased to surround himself with new faces, and Mei Fei was among them. She was a talented singer and dancer, possessing a silver tongue, and she had captured the emperor's favor for quite some time. During her peak, she had not only succeeded in diminishing concubine Jiang's status for several months, but had also jeopardized her very life. Thankfully, Empress Xiao had intervened, exposing Mei Fei when she conspired to poison concubine Jiang, thus averting disaster. The original had been quite young at the time, and, having faced hardship for the first time since birth, had retained a vivid memory of the incident, resulting in his aversion to all women bearing the Mei surname. Both Empress Xiao and concubine Jiang were aware of this history, and thus, upon hearing Qi Jingyan's words, even the previously resolute Empress Xiao began to question her assumptions. Seizing the moment, Qi Jingyan added, "Nevertheless, I shall no longer engage with her. Upon reflection, troubling her serves no purpose, as she is not that woman." "Ah, I see." Recognizing his sincerity, Empress Xiao chose to trust his words and refrain from further discussion on the matter, instead shaking her head with a sigh. It has been so many years. I cannot believe you still remember. Concubine Jiang, hoping for good news, was left disappointed, uttering a few curses towards the now-deceased Mei Fei before resolutely steering the conversation back to the topic of marriage. Even Empress Xiao joined in, expressing her concerns. Although the original was a prince and the emperor's favored son, his reputation was poor. Decent families who genuinely cared for their daughters would not consider him, while those seeking to climb the social ladder turned up their noses at him. If he continued to act with such capriciousness, it would only become increasingly difficult to find a suitable wife to AS elders. They naturally hoped their children would find the best possible match, and Empress Xiao and concubine Jiang were no exceptions. Qi Jingyan, having listened for quite some time, realized he could not evade this inevitable fate for long. However, he found it utterly unthinkable to share a bed with a stranger, especially one likely constrained by feudal ideologies. Unaware of the vastness of the world, and only knowing the husband as the center of existence. This was not to say he looked down upon women of antiquity. Rather, the soul residing within him was that of a modern individual who did not wish to squander his limited energy on someone with whom he could hardly engage in meaningful conversation. Even in modern times, finding a compatible partner with shared values and mutual understanding was no simple task. How much more so in this era of blind marriages and silent unions. Moreover, he was a staunch advocate against marriage. Having never experienced romance in his past life at that time, he was preoccupied with the relentless hustle of life, devoid of thoughts on such matters. He had yet to encounter anyone who could ignite his heart. Additionally, he harbored a fear of entanglements, reluctant to shoulder the burdens of another's life, perhaps a consequence of growing up in an orphanage, accustomed to solitary existence. In truth, he found himself quite apprehensive about forging intimate relationships, as it left him feeling adrift. Thus, he resolved to continue his solitary and carefree life, finding solace in his own company. However, such sentiments were deemed unconventional in the present day, with few able to accept them. Hence, expressing them outright was out of the question. Consequently, he opted for a more subtle approach, seeking a resolution that would be both effective and enduring. As Qi Jingyan contemplated this, a twinge of regret surfaced within him. Yet he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, dismissing the palace attendants lingering nearby, and he addressed Consort Jiang and Empress Xiao, stating, "I have no intention of marrying. To be frank, I possess no interest in women whatsoever." The suddenness of his revelation left Empress Xiao and Consort Jiang utterly bewildered. "What did you just say?" "Regarding that aspect, I am utterly incapable of engaging with them." His words, though fabricated, flowed with ease, devoid of any psychological barrier. Yet, to convince Empress Xiao and Consort Jiang, he feigned embarrassment and discomfort, stammering, "I cannot explain this quirk of mine. On one occasion, a maid climbed into my bed at midnight, and upon seeing her unclothed form, I felt a wave of revulsion. That moment, I thought little of it, but later, during a visit to a brothel, the sight of those women elicited the same reaction." The incident with the maid was indeed true, having occurred 2 years prior when the original owner was merely 15, a carefree youth absorbed in pleasures, just days into his new life outside the palace. He had no inclination to cherish beauty, promptly kicking the maid off the bed for his forays into brothels with raucous companions without engaging with the women. That too was truthful, albeit stemming from his high standards and slight obsession with cleanliness. Of course, he felt emboldened to speak thus mainly because the original owner remained a virgin. Although royal protocol dictated that princes receive education on such matters at the age of 14. Both Consort Jiang and Empress Xiao were wary of the potential harm of early exposure to women, thus postponing such instruction. The original owner himself was captivated by myriad other interests, leaving little room for the allure of beauty. Moreover, having encountered Yi Cixi, who captured his attention, he found himself even less inclined to notice other young women. It was clear to Consort Jiang that her son had yet to form any attachments. But she initially presumed he simply needed time to awaken to such feelings. Empress Xiao shared a similar sentiment. Neither woman could fathom the depths of the situation, leaving them momentarily stunned. How could this be? Consort Jiang, unable to accept this shocking revelation, became flustered, her eyes reddening in distress. Empress Xiao, too, wore a somber expression, her smile fading. Summon the imperial physician. Even someone as perceptive and wise as she did not anticipate Qi Jingyan would deceive them regarding such a matter, particularly one so closely tied to the male dignity that ordinary men hold dear. Moreover, given her understanding of Qi Jingyan, she expected he would protest against an early marriage in a more typical manner, rather than resorting to such a circuitous approach that would tarnish his reputation. Her assumptions were not unfounded. However, she was unaware that the original owner had already undergone a significant transformation. For Qi Jingyan, freedom outweighed the importance of reputation. The physician arrived promptly, yet Qi Jingyan's ailment was a mere fabrication, rendering any examination futile. This left Consort Jiang in a state of agitation, while Empress Xiao furrowed her brow, summoning another trusted physician for a second opinion. After a thorough consultation, the two physicians concluded, His Highness the Jin Wang is in excellent health, with no discernible issues. His aversion to the sight of women likely stems from psychological factors. Qi Jingyan was not surprised by their assessment. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he attributed his discomfort to the late Mei Fei. Could it be due to that woman surnamed Mei? I once accidentally witnessed her with the Emperor, and the experience was utterly repulsive. This explanation resonated with Consort Jiang, who in a fit of anger and despair glared at the physicians with tearful eyes. Cursing the deceased Mei Fei as her rage escalated. She even included the Emperor in her tirade. The physicians, sweating profusely, exchanged worried glances, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Empress Xiao, too, found herself uncharacteristically irate. Yet she refrained from joining Consort Jiang's outburst, instead sternly instructing the physicians to keep today's events confidential while emphasizing the necessity of finding a remedy for Qi Jingyan. The two physicians felt a pang of distress, but dared not refuse her command. Qi Jingyan, not wishing to jeopardize their positions for his own sake, consoled Consort Jiang and Empress Xiao, saying, Do not worry, mother and consort. Even if a cure proves elusive, it matters little. I never intended to marry. This oddity does not hinder my ability to lead a normal life. Besides, I find great enjoyment in my solitary existence, far more than I could ever derive from those delicate, fragile young ladies. He wished to spare the original owner's family any distress, yet he also sought to avoid complicating the lives of innocent girls who might be unwittingly betrothed to him. Thus, he resolved to maintain this facade. Following this incident, he would ensure to honor and care for these two maternal figures for the remainder of their lives, safeguarding their well-being and happiness. Nonsense. The consort will certainly find a way to cure you, and you will surely recover. I long for robust grandchildren. As Consort Jiang passionately exclaimed this, she flung herself into her beloved son's embrace, weeping anew. Empress Xiao approached, placing a comforting hand on Qi Jingyan's shoulder. Her gaze filled with compassion as she reassured him, Do not fear, for we are here for you, Qi Jingyan. He felt no fear. However, he thought it best to acquiesce to their wishes as long as they ceased to press him for marriage. Chapter 9. A sinful folly having successfully navigated all necessary matters. Qi Jingyan maintained a composed exterior, while feeling quite content within. He shared a midday meal with his two maternal figures, deliberately sharing amusing anecdotes to lift their spirits before taking his leave from the palace. This child, one could not fathom where he had learned such jokes, yet they proved delightful and refreshingly novel. Observing her son, now tall and slender, with an air of unfamiliarity, Consort Jiang smiled outwardly, yet within her heart brewed an inexplicable sense of melancholy and sorrow. This strange sensation led her smile to falter, her eyes welling with tears, even causing her chest to tighten with pangs of grief. Bewildered, she could not comprehend the source of her turmoil, ultimately attributing it to her worry over her son's hidden affliction. Empress Xiao, too, felt a vague sense of wistfulness, pondering the changes before her. She gently patted Consort Jiang's hand, remarking, The child has grown. Naturally, he encounters more novel experiences, unaware of the unfolding emotions in his absence. Qi Jingyan left the palace with a buoyant spirit. Instead of returning directly to the Jin Wangfu, he decided to stroll along the bustling streets. The thoroughfare buzzed with life, showcasing vibrant scenes of prosperity. Yet, beneath the surface, the world was not as tranquil as it appeared. The Zhou dynasty, long established, was plagued by deep-seated maladies, unable to reclaim its former glory. Political factions within the court were rife with conflict. and the emperor, enamored with poetry and the pleasures of life, remained a passive observer amidst external threats lurking menacingly. Nonetheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite the emperor's shortcomings, he had not descended into utter folly. The Dezhou still possessed the legacy of its ancestors, ensuring its survival for at least another decade or so. Moreover, his stepbrother, the current crown prince Qi Jingsheng, was a capable and diligent youth, embodying the qualities of a wise ruler. Should he ascend the throne, he might very well steer the Dezhou back to its golden age. Thus, Qi Jingyan felt little concern, allowing himself to relish the authentic atmosphere of the ancient streets. Jewelry, a dazzling array of exquisite trinkets, all at reasonable prices. Sweet cakes for sale, freshly baked, fragrant and soft, delicious beyond compare. Come, take a whiff, and have a taste. Fresh river fish just pulled from the water, only 10 coins each. Meaty and tender with minimal bones. The wide streets bustled with shops and throngs of people, and as he gazed around, he was enveloped in the vibrant essence of everyday life. As Qi Jingyan joined the throng, he traversed a stone arch bridge, observing the gently gliding boats below, their occupants enthusiastically calling out to the crowd on the bank. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of grounding, as if his spirit had settled firmly in reality. No longer adrift in a fictional realm, that instant, he recognized clearly that he was a genuine being within a tangible world, and no longer merely a character in a book. Furthermore, he would henceforth be known as His Highness Qi Jingyan of the Dezhou, never to revert to being Qi Yan again. Did he feel a sense of reluctance? Certainly, it is difficult to part with that bygone world. There existed not only advanced technology, convenient transportation, and a swift pace of life, but also cherished friends who had grown up alongside him, eagerly awaiting his weekly visits to the children's welfare home. There were the compassionate director of the welfare institution and his high school teachers who had cared for him over the years, as well as the numerous furry companions he had lovingly nurtured for several years. Yet, one must always look forward if one were to remain perpetually ensnared in the past, wallowing in self-pity and stagnation. Life would lose its meaning. That he firmly believed that in his absence, his mentors and friends would care for themselves and the furry children he had raised. Thus, he would endeavor to thrive in this entirely new world, honoring their kindness and the fortune bestowed upon him by fate. Prince Jean, lost in thought, he was suddenly called from behind. Qi Jingyan instinctively turned to see Yi Yan, whom he had encountered just the previous evening. Today, she wore a similarly styled dark red gown adorned with silver embroidery. Her long hair elegantly pinned up with a silver crown sculpted into a flame shape that a soft black whip was tied around her waist, lending her an air of both agility and grace. In an era where opulence was all the rage, most women opted for extravagant and elaborate adornments, seeking to achieve a jingling elegance in their movements. Yi Yan's attire was a rare sight in the capital, and coupled with her striking beauty and tall stature, she stood out amidst the bustling crowd like a crane among chickens, captivating attention effortlessly. Qi Jingyan paused, somewhat taken aback, but quickly reined in his wandering thoughts, turning to her with a nod. General Yi. Indeed, Your Highness, I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Yi Yan stood about 3 or 4 steps away, holding a small jar of wine. She had chanced upon him, and since he was facing away, she was uncertain if she had recognized him correctly. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to call out to him, aware that their acquaintance had deepened since the previous night, and it would be impolite to ignore each other on the road. Moreover, she appreciated the 500 taels of silver received the night before, which had been generous and straightforward, leading her to regard Prince Jean as a commendable individual worthy of friendship. Of course, the money was not the crux. Rather, it was her admiration for the person himself. A fleeting thought of the shiny, plump silver ingots crossed her mind, and a smile graced Yi Yan's lips, her tone imbued with familiarity. Your Highness, why do you stand here all alone, without anyone accompanying you? Unaware that he had been mistaken for a deity of wealth, Qi Jingyan gestured toward the bridge's entrance, replying courteously, There is someone accompanying me. My carriage awaits over there. I see that Yi Yan found his voice to be warm and melodious, and she smiled as she said, By the way, I have received the silver. Thank you, Your Highness. It is I who should express my gratitude. Recalling the events of the previous night, Qi Jingyan's eyelids flickered, his expression remaining unchanged, yet his tone gained sincerity. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with General Yi and your timely assistance, I cannot fathom how I would have fared last night. Furthermore, your medicine was procured at a cost, and having utilized it, it is only right that I compensate you for the excess. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. I hope General Yi will not decline. Without any intention of refusing, Yi Yan replied, "Well, that is perfectly fine. Your Highness is truly too gracious." She beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth and her eyes crinkling with delight, exuding a vibrant energy that Qi Jingyan was infected by her cheerfulness and chuckled in response. With a breathtaking beauty like consort Jiang by his side, the original owner of this body undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary appearance. Yet, due to his often flamboyant demeanor and overt emotional expressions, people frequently overlooked this aspect. Upon inheriting this body, Qi Jingyan's newfound composure allowed the original owner's concealed beauty to shine forth. Elegant brows, thick lashes, charming peach blossom eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and lips of a healthy hue, all contributing to a visage that was nothing short of exquisite. As if meticulously chiseled, moreover, his tall, slender frame and the gentle, serene aura he emanated made him as comforting as a spring breeze that Yi Yan could not help but admire inwardly. This young man is truly handsome. What a pity I cannot bring him home to admire daily. She felt a twinge of regret, though it was but a fleeting sentiment, for they had only met twice, hardly enough to be considered familiar. Furthermore, in terms of social standing, she seemed to be destined to become his future sister-in-law. Clearing her throat, Yi Yan suddenly felt a pang of guilt upon realizing this, but reassured by the knowledge that her admiration stemmed from a normal appreciation of beauty. She quickly regained her composure, smiling at Qi Jingyan as she prepared to take her leave. "Then I shall take my leave. Your Highness, do as you wish." "Wait," that Qi Jingyan called out to her. Yi Yan was taken aback. "Does your Highness have further instructions?" Considering that he had intended to remind her about the romantic entanglement of the main characters from the original narrative. Qi Jingyan's long lashes fluttered as he hesitated, revealing uncertainty on his face. "I wish to inquire about something, General." Though unaware of his inquiry, Yi Yan readily nodded. "Your Highness, please proceed." The bridge, bustling with passers-by, was not an ideal locale for a private conversation. Qi Jingyan scanned the surroundings and led Yi Yan down the stone arch bridge, stopping by a large willow tree whose trunk partially dipped into the river, its leaves having turned a desolate yellow in the autumn wind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began, "It is regarding last night. I have had it investigated overnight that a schemer has misconstrued my affections for the fourth young lady of your esteemed household, employing underhanded means to win my favor by surreptitiously administering a drug into our drinks." "What?" Yi Yan was taken aback, her mind racing as she processed the revelation that Qi Jingyan had been drugged in connection with her family. "The fourth young lady? Are you referring to my niece, Qi Jie?" Qi Jingyan nodded. "Indeed, General Yi has recently returned to the capital and may be unaware of my connection with Miss Yi Shi." Yi Yan finally regained her composure. "Your Highness harbors feelings for Qi Jie?" No. Qi Jingyan hastily shook his head, "that I hold no such sentiments toward Miss Yi. Our relationship is merely a misunderstanding." Few were privy to the original owner's affections for Yi Shi, as he had only ever bullied her, leading others to believe he despised her. Yi Shi, however, was aware of the original owner's true feelings. Upon realizing his intentions, she had promptly confessed her love, though she dismissed it as another ploy to torment her. Thus, Qi Jingyan felt no fear of exposure in his assertions. Noticing Yi Yan's furrowed brow and fading smile, he quickly recounted the circumstances surrounding the original owners and Yi Shi's relationship. The situation was not overly complex. To summarize, they had met through a misunderstanding, during which Yi Shi had unknowingly embarrassed him in public. The original owner, having never suffered such humiliation, had sought to uncover her identity and retaliated against her. However, his methods of retribution were childish, scaring her with insects, snatching her handkerchief and tossing it into the water, and playfully disheveling her neatly styled hair, which had never truly harmed her. Initially, Yi Shi, unaware of his identity, would retaliate when bullied, leading the original owner to become increasingly frustrated. When she eventually learned of his status, she ceased her resistance and even apologized, but rather than feeling satisfied, he found himself more frustrated and thus began to pursue her, teasing and tormenting her in turn. This cycle continued, while his anger was somewhat alleviated. His heart remained lost that Qi Jingyan, however, only shared the earlier parts of this narrative with Yi Yan. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan found herself at a loss for how to react as someone who fiercely protected her own. Learning of her niece's mistreatment instantly ignited her anger. Had it been anyone else sharing this information, she might have lost her temper. Yet, the man before her, Prince Jean, presented an image so starkly contrasting with the words he spoke that her feelings shifted from anger to astonishment and skepticism. Could this bumbling, immature individual truly be the same person before her? Chapter 10. Intentional Reminders. Chapter 10. I once had a rather poor temperament and acted impulsively on numerous occasions that Qi Jingyan felt his cheeks flush under Yi Yan's incredulous gaze. However, the blame for the original owner's misdeeds fell squarely upon his shoulders. He had no choice but to endure the embarrassment, steadfastly assuring her, "I have changed, that I will never disturb Miss Yi again." And I asked that General Yi rest assured that Yi Yan observed him closely, her sense of dissonance intensifying. This made it impossible for her to harbor any ill feelings toward him, let alone maintain a cold demeanor. Raising her brows, she scrutinized Qi Jingyan. Unable to reconcile the man before her with the actions he had committed, it all felt exceedingly disjointed. However, it was improbable for him to slander himself, and he had no reason to deceive her. Thus, after her careful appraisal, Yi Yan spoke, her sentiments difficult to articulate. "I did not expect your highness to have such connections with my niece. However, if you wish to discuss this matter, it would be more appropriate to speak with Shi Jie rather than me." Although she and Yi Cixi share a familial bond as aunt and niece, their relationship is rather distant. His confessions to her serve no purpose other than to incite her protective instincts as a small aunt, wanting to reprimand him on behalf of her niece. She is neither in a position to forgive him on Yi Cixi's behalf, nor can she advocate for him to her. Moreover, the matters he speaks of, while somewhat distasteful, are not of grave consequence. As a princely figure, he could simply seek private atonement with Yi Cixi for his misdeeds. There is no necessity to burden her, an uninformed elder, with such disclosures. Unless, of course, he wishes to discuss not merely his past grievances with Yi Cixi, but the events of the previous night. Suddenly recalling Qi Jingyan's earlier statement that Yi Cixi had also been drugged last night. Along with her peculiar behavior upon returning home, Yi Yan's expression shifted dramatically as realization struck her. Could it be that something had indeed transpired with Sister Cixi? No, that cannot be. Qi Jingyan, startled by her fierce demeanor, quickly clarified. "Miss Yi was affected before me. When I was lured into a room prepared by the mastermind, she was already lying on the bed in a dazed state. However, I did not see her clearly through the screen, only sensed something was amiss and fled through the window. That it was only after that I encountered General Yi. Yet, my informants indicated that prior to my meeting with the general, there were witnesses who saw Miss Yi being taken away by my fifth brother. Thus she should be safe." Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. "You mean His Highness the Prince of Wei?" "Indeed, my fifth brother is your fiancé, General Yi, and also Miss Ye's future uncle by marriage. He would certainly not allow any harm to come to her." After finally reaching the crux of the matter, Qi Jingyan felt a sense of relief and deliberately inquired, "But I did not witness the scene firsthand, so I thought to ask General Yi if Miss Yi returned home earlier than you did last night. Was she in good condition upon her return?" He sought to subtly caution Yi Yan against the protagonists of the original narrative, knowing they were not well acquainted. He could not directly inform her of the affair between her fiancé and her niece, but aimed to guide her toward uncovering their relationship. In the original tale, it was mentioned that Yi Yan, concerned for Yi Cixi, had sent someone to find her, and upon Yi Cixi's return to the Duke of Zhen's residence, she was too apprehensive to face Yi Yan. Thus, upon hearing his words, Yi Yan would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Furthermore, although Yi Yan had minimal involvement in the original story and met her demise early on, the protagonist had once remarked in private conversation that Yi Yan was exceptionally intelligent and possessed the qualities of a military leader. Qi Jingyan believed that such an astute individual, upon learning of the connection between Yi Cixi and Qi Jingshu, would not allow herself to suffer the same fate as in the original narrative. Reflecting on how the male lead had concealed his relationship with the female lead from Yi Yan, leaving her oblivious until her tragic end, Qi Jingyan could not help but sigh on her behalf. This young woman was, indeed, upon even more so than the original character. Her existence served little purpose other than to induce the female lead's internal struggle between feeling guilty toward her aunt while being unable to sever ties with the male lead. resulting in their tumultuous relationship to Yi Yian. Unaware of Qi Jingyan's contemplations, was astonished to find that this matter was somehow related to her fiancé, Qi Jingshu, whom she had scarcely seen since their engagement. The more she thought about it, the more incredulous she became. Additionally, recalling that Yuning had searched the entire Princess Jingyan's residence without locating Yi Cixi, along with the latter's prolonged absence and her evasive behavior upon returning home, a disquieting premonition began to take root within her. His Highness of Wei, that he rescued Sister Cixi. Why did he not return her immediately to the Duke of Zhen's residence? Moreover, why did Sister Cixi not disclose her ordeal, seeking her family's support, but instead chose to conceal it, unwilling for anyone to find out? Was it due to a strained relationship with her family, leading to a lack of trust? Or, recalling Qi Jingyan's pained expression while under the influence of the drug, Yi Yian felt a sudden pang of dread, but she quickly suppressed her thoughts, refusing to speculate baselessly about Yi Cixi's innocence. However, she was determined to uncover the truth. General Yi, noticing her solemn demeanor and silence, Qi Jingyan understood he had achieved his objective. Yet, for the sake of maintaining appearances, he feigned curiosity and addressed her. "Why are you silent?" Yi Yian, regaining her composure, turned to him and, with an untroubled demeanor, replied, "It's nothing. I was just a bit preoccupied last night and did not pay attention to Sister Cici's condition. However, I did see her just before leaving the residence, and she appeared unremarkable. I believe it was merely a false alarm, and she is fine." "That is good to hear." "I am relieved," Qi Jingyan responded, exhaling as though a weight had lifted. "I inadvertently involved Missy in this matter last night. I will find another opportunity to personally apologize to her." That he refrained from mentioning Luo Yuzhu, as he was now her cousin and felt a protective instinct toward her. Nevertheless, Luo Yuzhu had indeed erred, and Yi Cixi was an innocent victim in this affair, that he felt it was his responsibility to apologize on Luo Yuzhu's behalf and offer some form of restitution. Additionally, he should extend an apology for the original character's previous relentless bullying and conclude the entanglement between her and the original character. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Jingyan did not linger in conversation with Yi Yian. Just as he prepared to take his leave, he noticed the sky had begun to drizzle. The autumn wind was chilly, and as the coachman approached with an oiled paper umbrella, he handed it to Yi Yian, saying, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Please take this umbrella, General Yi, and do not get wet." Yi Yian was slightly taken aback. "No need. It's just a light rain. I'll reach my destination shortly." "Autumn rain is brisk and cold. It is better you keep it," the seemingly gentle and accommodating young man insisted, placing the umbrella firmly in her hands. "That it concerns your health, and one must not be careless that if you catch a chill, it would be too late to regret it. Moreover, as a young lady, you must take care of yourself." "Ah, well then," although she did not perceive herself as fragile, Yi Yian found his earnest demeanor amusing, and she could not help but smile. Grasping the umbrella, her radiant face lit up with a hint of cheerfulness as she expressed, "Thank you very much, Your Highness." "There's no need for thanks," Qi Jingyan replied, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his tone before he quickly excused himself. After uttering his farewells, he hurriedly followed the coachman into the carriage. Yi Yian stood in place, holding a wine jar in one hand and the oiled paper umbrella in the other, watching as the carriage gradually disappeared into the increasingly hazy curtain of rain. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Qi Jingyan's earlier statements due to an inexplicable intuition. Yet upon further reflection, those doubts began to dissipate, that he had no reason to deceive her, and when she had encountered him last night, he had indeed appeared as a beleaguered and uninformed victim. Thus, Yi Yian's smile faded as she straightened her lips. It seemed she would need to return home first, why Yi Yian had intended to meet with friends to reminisce. But Qi Jingyan's words prompted her to turn back to the Duke of Zhen's residence mid-journey. Inside the Duke's residence, Yi Cixi sat despondently on a small couch by the window, lost in thought. Having endured heartbreak and torment, she had hardly slept the previous night, and now her darkened eyes held no luster, her entire being resembling a wilted eggplant, drooping with despair. Yet, as the original female lead, she possessed an exquisite beauty. Even in her current state of exhaustion, her allure remained intact, lending her a delicate charm that inspired sympathy. "My lady, you have not eaten all morning. It is nearly noon. Please have a few bites," her maid Linger urged with concern to Yi Cixi, staring vacantly at the rain that had begun to fall outside. "Move her parched lips, devoid of color, and replied hoarsely, "No need. I am not hungry." "What has happened?" Linger asked anxiously, unable to contain herself. Since returning from the Princess Jingan's residence, Yi Cece had been in low spirits. Had someone there mistreated her? No one. No one has bullied me. Yi Cece's heart trembled, and she straightened up in alarm. "That I am fine." This reaction only served to raise suspicion. However, Linger was a simple-minded girl. Though she found it hard to believe, she dared not press her mistress further. Simply watching her with worried eyes, "That I truly am well." Yi Cece reassured her that Linger was obedient and loyal, a good maid, but the complexities surrounding Yi Cece and Qi Jingshu were too intricate for her to address. So she forced a smile and said, "I merely did not sleep well last night and feel a bit unwell. Could you fetch me a pot of hot tea from the kitchen? It's raining, and I feel cold." That Linger, accustomed to obeying her mistress's requests, nodded and left to fulfill her task. Once she was gone, Yi Cece sank back down onto the couch, her body softening as the sound of raindrops pattering against the eaves filled the room. Along with the chill of autumn breeze seeping through the half-open window, penetrating her heart, the Yi Cece clutched her garment tightly, curling her body as her nose tingled and her eyes grew uncontrollably red. On one side was her relatively unfamiliar but blood-related aunt, and on the other was the person she deeply adored, with whom she had unwittingly forged a marital bond the previous night. What was she to do? Linger had not yet returned. Initially, Yi Cece was lost in her own thoughts and did not notice the passing time, but as the autumn wind grew colder and began to stiffen her limbs, she suddenly realized that Linger had been gone for quite a while. Yi Cece wiped the tears from her face and sat up, calling out in confusion, "Ling, are you outside?" No response came. The entire courtyard was eerily silent, save for the soft patter of rain. The other servants were likely shirking their duties again. But Linger was diligent and would never stoop to such behavior that a sense of unease crept into Yi Cece's heart, prompting her to instinctively rise and head towards the door. Just as she reached for the handle, the door swung open before her, revealing Linger with someone behind her. "That I'm back, miss," Linger announced, and the figure that followed her was clad in a dark red dress. Tall and striking, with features both charming and resolute. None other than her aunt, Yi Yan, whom she found herself both daunted and ashamed to face. The Yi Cece, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, turned pale and stumbled backward, falling onto the floor. Chapter 11. Confrontation between aunt and niece. "Are you all right?" Linger exclaimed, startled by her reaction, and hurried to assist her. It was only then that Yi Cece shook off her fright. I'm fine." She dared not meet Yi Yan's gaze, gripping her palms tightly to steady her nerves before finally managing to speak again. "But I didn't expect anyone to be outside. It startled me." "Aunt, why have you come? And Linger, where have you been for so long?" Linger replied earnestly, "I went to brew tea for you. When I finished and came out of the small kitchen, I ran into Miss Yi. She was quite worried about you, so we chatted for a bit." The Yi's unexpected interjection caused Yi Cece's heart to race. When she turned to see the lack of warmth in her aunt's expression, a chill ran down her spine. She was not well acquainted with Yi Yan. Why would her aunt be concerned for her and seek her out? What had they discussed? Had Linger divulged any information about that man? No, she must not panic. That Linger only knew she had a romantic interest but was unaware of his identity. Even if she accidentally revealed something, her aunt would likely not connect the dots. After all, it was only last night that she discovered the man was none other than the reigning Wei Wang, her future uncle by marriage. The thought sent a pang of anguish through Yi Cece. Yet she managed to quell her rising panic. She fought back the tears threatening to spill, forcing a smile as she addressed Linger. "So that's what happened. No wonder you didn't come when I called." Her voice was soft, devoid of reproach, clearly indicating a gentle disposition that would not hastily chastise her servants. The Yan scrutinized her for a moment before instructing Linger, "You may leave now. I have something to discuss with your young lady." Yi Cece felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, but could not refuse. She merely nodded at Linger as she exited and closed the door behind her. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she finally mustered the courage to meet Yi Yan's gaze. "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" At merely 16 years old, Yi Cece was still an inexperienced girl of the inner chambers. Despite her efforts, her facade was painfully transparent in the presence of Yi Yan, who had long been accustomed to the trials of war and the intricacies of life. Considering the snippets of information she had gleaned from Linger, Yi Yian had already formed her conclusions. Anger simmered within her, yet she masked it, fixing her penetrating gaze on Yi Cece, that I came to inquire whether there is something you wish to share with me. Yi Yian possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, deep and clear, resembling two luminous black gems. Yet within those exquisite eyes lay a sharpness forged from the crucible of battle, a fierceness that could instill fear. Yi Cece could barely hold her aunt's gaze for a moment. Her heart raced, and her complexion paled. The dreadful rumor she had heard about her aunt, how she possessed immense strength, capable of slaying 3 bulls with a single blow, and how she had mercilessly taken lives on the battlefield, even resorting to cannibalism in times of dire need, flooded her mind, intensifying her trepidation that if her aunt had come to confront her, was it possible she already knew about her relationship with the Wei Wang? What if she lied to her in a fit of anger? Would she be met with a wrathful retaliation? The very thought sent shivers down Yi Cece's spine. Yet, despite her trepidation, she found herself unable to voice her fears. After a lengthy silence, she finally managed to stammer, I don't understand what you mean. Aunt foolish. Yi Yian snapped, her patience wearing thin upon witnessing Yi Cece's reluctance to be forthright. She abruptly turned and closed the door. Pulling Yi Cece's wrist and guiding her into the inner chamber, lowering her voice, she released her grip and stated, This morning, the Wei Wang came to me to annul the engagement. What? Overwhelmed with shock, Yi Cece could not contain herself and abruptly lifted her head. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Yi Yian fixed her gaze upon her. You have known each other for quite some time. And last night, such an event transpired. Shouldn't he be seeking to annul the engagement with me? Not that he shouldn't, but he mentioned that the timing was not right, recalling how Qi Jingshu had helped her dispel the effects of the medicine the previous night, assuring her with sincere apologies that he would take responsibility for her, yet explaining that their engagement was a decree from the emperor and could not be easily dismissed. Yi Cece felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. The mere fact that Yi Yian could utter such words indicated that she was fully aware of the situation, and Yi Cece's face drained of color from shame and anguish. I'm sorry. Aunt, I am truly sorry. Amidst the tumult of emotions, Yi Cece finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her face. That I had no idea he was the Wei Wang. I truly didn't know. Had I known he was the Wei Wang, I would never have consented to such a thing. She had braced herself for her aunt's ire, even for a physical reprimand, as she had indeed crossed boundaries with her fiancé, regardless of intention. Yet, after a brief pause, Yi Yian merely bent down to assist her, guiding her to a nearby couch. The annulment is indeed a ruse. He did not come to me. However, I am aware of your involvement. Now, let us discuss when your affair began. This was, of course, a ruse to extract information from Yi Cece. Yi Yian knew nothing of the specifics. Her suspicions had been piqued by Qi Jingyan's warning. And having learned from Linger about Yi Cece's unusual behavior and her existing affections, she had surmised that Yi Cece's beloved was likely the Wei Wang. Yet, she remained oblivious to the intricate details of their relationship. Unaware that she was being played, Yi Cece was taken aback and disheartened by the revelation. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, and felt compelled to divulge the entirety of her relationship with Qi Jingshu without reservation. I met him during the Lantern Festival 2 years ago. That day, I went out with the ladies of the household to enjoy the lanterns. The tale of Yi Cece and Qi Jingshu was not overly complex. In summary, it unfolded as follows. 2 years prior, during the Lantern Festival, Yi Cece had been intentionally abandoned by Lin Xiuxiu, who harbored a grudge against her, leaving her vulnerable to a rogue's advances. In a moment of peril, Qi Jingshu descended like an angel to rescue her. Their acquaintance blossomed from that day forward. Yet at that time, Yi Cece believed Qi Jingshu to be merely an ordinary scholar traveling to take the imperial exams. Grateful for his intervention, she intended to formally express her gratitude after a brief respite, but he insisted that he was merely staying at an inn and had no fixed residence, urging her not to be overly courteous. With the impending examinations, many scholars flocked to the capital, and thus Yi Cece unconsciously assumed he was one of them. Qi Jingshu did not deny this. Instead, he introduced himself as Song Jimmy. Perhaps fate played its hand, as they fortuitously encountered one another numerous times thereafter, especially in moments of Yi Cece's distress, where Qi Jingshu would appear just in time to lend her aid. Faced with such a handsome, gentle, and considerate man who had repeatedly come to her rescue. How could Yi Cece not fall for him? As she reached the age of marriageability, yet her stepmother, the Duchess of the State, showed no inclination to arrange a match for her. Thoughts of marrying Song Jiming began to take root within her heart. In her eyes, Song Jiming was merely a struggling scholar from a humble background. The Duchess would surely not oppose her marrying him. After all, as her stepmother, she could not completely disregard her fate as a concubine. Lest she invite gossip and scandal in the present day, she has found herself a suitor, thus alleviating her own burdens. The wife of the Duke of Zhengguo merely needs to nod casually to send her on her way, and naturally, she would not object. Gathering her courage, she took the initiative to invite the evidently interested Song Jiming out. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired whether he would consider marrying her. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan, whose fists were already clenched in indignation, could no longer contain herself and interjected. "He said he is willing?" Her countenance darkened, eyes glimmering with fury, appearing quite fearsome. Yi Cece, frightened, lowered her head and timidly stammered. Yes, that at that moment, Song Jiming, initially taken aback by her words, left Yi Cece believing he was disinclined, causing her embarrassment to the point of wanting to flee. However, just as she turned to leave, he seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. "Such matters should have been initiated by me," he jested before leaning down to kiss her. Thus, they declared their affections for one another, pledging their lives together. Yet, Song Jiming did not immediately visit to propose, explaining that he had recently failed the imperial examination and felt unworthy to approach the gates of the Duke of Zhengguo. He wished to wait until he had achieved success in the next examination before formally requesting her hand, thus allowing her to save face. This reasoning was sound, and Yi Cece, upon hearing it, thought little more of it and happily acquiesced. Yi Yan, upon hearing this, could no longer restrain herself, took a deep breath, and with a resounding slap, shattered the table beside her. Wretch! Yi Cece was greatly intimidated by her fierce expression, mistakenly believing the insult was directed at her. Her face turned a mixture of pale and crimson as she bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stammered, "It is I who have wronged my aunt." Yi Yan, observing her trembling niece, resembling a frightened chick, felt her rage momentarily dissipate. "I am not scolding you. I am denouncing Qi Jing's feigned singlehood while already engaged, deceiving an innocent girl. Such selfishness and utter lack of morals deserve to be punished. Moreover, such a scoundrel was to be her soon-to-be fiancé." Yi Yan felt extremely vexed and managed to suppress her murderous intent, gesturing for Yi Cece to continue. Chapter 12. Seeking justice, Yi Cece dared not disobey, awkwardly wiping her tears as she continued. "Since then, we have been in a secret relationship for nearly half a year, with no issues arising and our feelings growing stronger. Until yesterday, at the birthday banquet of Princess Jing'an, I was drugged. Qi Jing'an rushed to my rescue. But as he secretly led me away from the princess's residence, one of his guards inadvertently revealed his identity, and I suddenly realized he had been concealing something from me." She wished to inquire further, but in her dazed state from the drug's effects, she was unable to think clearly. It was only after he helped her recover that she had the strength to address the matter. Perhaps due to their intimate relationship, or perhaps sensing the moment was right, Qi Jingshu no longer concealed the truth from her. Yi Cece learned that her beloved, with whom she had shared nearly 2 years of sweet romance, was not merely a poor scholar, but a man of high status, a prince. Most importantly, he was none other than the Prince Wei Qi Jingshu, who had been betrothed to her Aunt Yi Yan by imperial decree years prior. This revelation struck Yi Cece like a thunderclap. She was incredulous, heartbroken, yet Qi Jingshu would not allow her to escape. The two entangled in a passionate struggle on the bed. Ultimately, the frail Yi Cece yielded. Afterward, Qi Jingshu held her tightly, apologizing for not intending to deceive her, explaining that he was accustomed to a low profile and wished to avoid trouble, which led him to conceal his identity initially. In the past, he had encountered women who, upon learning of his status, desperately sought to enter the Prince Wei's household. As for his reluctance to reveal the truth later, it stemmed from his growing feelings for her. He feared that she would abandon him upon discovering his true identity. This, Yi Yan could only respond with a disdainful sneer. What utter nonsense! Reminded of those words, Yi Cece felt a mix of sorrow and sweetness. Deception is still deception. No amount of it was unintentional or it was necessary can excuse his behavior. that if he truly cared for you, he would never have allowed you to be placed in such a compromising position while still engaged to another. Did he not realize that his actions would force you into a disgraceful competition with your own aunt? And should this news spread, he would merely earn a reputation as a libertine. But what about you? Would you still have a way to live? Yi Yan did not hold back in her scathing remarks, chastising both Yi Cixi and Qi Jingxua before taking a deep breath to compose herself. Her expression resembling that of someone who had been forced to consume something foul, as she questioned the shaken Yi Cixi. What do you intend to do now that it has come to this? Yi Cixi, rendered utterly bewildered, replied, I do not know. Qi Jingxua claimed he would find a way to resolve his engagement with Yi Yan and formally marry her, but he warned her that this would not be easy, thus requiring her to be patient for a while longer. Yi Cixi was unwilling to wait, as she had no idea how long such a wait might be. She also did not wish to betray Yi Yan, who was not only her aunt, but also innocent in this matter. Yet, Qi Jingxua was the first man she had ever fallen for. She could not let go of him, and having already given herself to him, she found herself at a loss for what to do aside from waiting for him to fulfill his promise. Yi Yan discerned her thoughts and found them absurd. He has deceived you, taking advantage of your vulnerability while you were drugged, thus tarnishing your innocence. Such a selfish, immoral scoundrel. Surely you do not wish to remain with him. Yi Cixi could neither affirm nor deny, her mind in disarray. Utterly unsure of how to proceed, Yi Yan regarded her niece, who, despite her beauty, seemed somewhat dim-witted and spoke in a cold tone. Even if you are clouded by your affections and wish to pursue him, I will not permit it. That a scandal of aunt and niece in conflict will not occur within the Duke of Zhenguo's household, that I will confirm the veracity of your claims, and upon doing so, I will inform my brother and sister-in-law to handle this matter. You must consider your actions carefully. Concerning Yi Cixi's virtue and marriage, it was a matter that ought to be resolved by her father and stepmother. However, upon hearing this, the still-dazed Yi Cixi suddenly stood in alarm. No, do not tell father and mother. Otherwise they will surely use a white silk to make me pass away. Yi Yan was taken aback. How can this be? Leaving aside my sister-in-law, my brother is your biological father, that I in her view. If Yi Cixi spoke the truth, then as a victim of malicious deceit, she should be treated with compassion. Her brother, being her true father, ought to feel more sorrow than anger and hasten to find a kind family that would overlook her lost virtue, thus ensuring her future happiness. Yet Yi Cixi cried as she lifted her head, Aunt, you have been away from home for so long and are unaware of my circumstances. She recounted how she was treated as an outsider, unloved by her father and despised by her stepmother, and how even her siblings looked down upon and bullied her. Then, wiping her tears, she continued, if they knew I had engaged in such disgraceful behavior in pursuit of my future uncle, my mother would surely not tolerate me. And my father, for the sake of preserving the reputations of my other sisters and ensuring my aunt's engagement remains unaffected, would undoubtedly choose to cast me aside. The Duke of Zhenguo's son was born to the Duke's first wife, who had passed away early, while Yi Yan was born of the second wife. The age gap between the siblings was nearly 20 years, and given that Yi Yan had grown up with their father at the frontier, she did not know her older brother well. Yet Yi Cixi was acutely aware that her father had not inherited their grandfather's wisdom and might, that he was mediocre, ambitious, yet lacking in talent. Easily swayed and overly concerned with appearances that to him, the family's reputation was paramount, and he would never risk tarnishing the name of the Duke of Zhenguo or jeopardizing the prospects of the other girls in the household for someone as inconsequential as her. Moreover, the betrothal between her aunt and Prince Wei was a matter of imperial decree, a source of honor for the Duke of Zhenguo, and he would never dare, nor would he wish, to risk even a hint of defying the emperor's will for her sake. Listening to her words, Yi Yan furrowed her brow. Being the cherished daughter of the Duke, she had never considered that her brother, who always presented himself as a gentle and loving elder brother, would treat his own daughter in such a manner. Yet Yi Cixi's fear appeared genuine. She would not dismiss it based on her own experiences. I understand. For now, I will refrain from informing my brother and sister-in-law. Observing the trembling, pitiful figure of the girl before her, Yi Yan softened her tone. You should rest for now. I will handle this matter. Only then did Yi Cixi feel a sense of relief. She wished to inquire how Yi Yan intended to resolve the issue but hesitated, seeing her niece on the verge of tears. Looking as though she wished to speak yet held back, Yi Yan added, "If what you say is true, I will consult my mother and seek a family that will accept you, despite your lost virtue, and arrange for your marriage as soon as possible. Although such a family may not belong to the nobility, as long as they possess good character and a virtuous upbringing, you shall not fare poorly. As for my elder brother and sister-in-law, my mother, being a senior, has spoken. Even if they become aware of the intricacies of the matter, they shall not oppose it. Therefore, consider the past as though it never occurred, and strive to forget it swiftly, so that you may live a good life henceforth." That Yecc was taken aback. Initially, she felt a pang of sorrow and reluctance, but soon shame washed over her. What good would it do to cling to Qi Jingshu? Given the situation, could she shamelessly plead with her aunt to continue their association? Not only would her aunt likely refuse, but she herself could not bear the thought of such brazen conduct. Moreover, what her aunt had just said held a degree of validity. If Qi Jingshu truly cherished her as he professed, how could he selfishly place her in such an awkward and humiliating predicament? Contemplating this, Yecc's heart sank. She truly wished she had never encountered him. Her eyes dimmed, and she whispered softly, tears once again cascading from her swollen eyelids, to Yen, witnessing her niece's despondent state brought about by a scoundrel. Felt a pang of sympathy, yet refrained from offering counsel, recalling the saying that one should not advise others without experiencing their suffering. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and inquired, "Do you possess any token of affection between you two?" Yecc was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied in the affirmative. Yen extended her hand. "Hand it to me." Regaining her senses, Yecc hesitated, clutching a jade bracelet adorning her right wrist. The silver bracelet gleamed with a radiant luster, its quality remarkable, adorned with exquisite lotus patterns that bespoke its exceptional nature. Yen could only shake her head in disbelief. "This bracelet is clearly of considerable worth. Have you never questioned from where this impoverished scholar acquired it?" "This bracelet was given to me by him when he escorted me home last night." Yecc sniffled softly, explaining that she had initially been unwilling to accept it. But he insisted she wear it, even stating that if she ever found herself in trouble and unable to locate him, she could present this bracelet at the Zui Xianlu in the east of the city and seek help from someone named Xianjian. This revelation startled Yen. The Zui Xianlu in the east, the very establishment reputed to be the finest tavern in the capital, favored by nobles and dignitaries. Yecc timidly nodded. Yen squinted slightly, choosing not to comment further, simply stating, "Very well, I understand now. Give it to me. This item is of no benefit for you to keep." Despite her reluctance and heartache, confronted with Yen's unyielding expression, Yecc ultimately bit her lip and surrendered the jade bracelet. "I shall take my leave. If you require anything, seek me in my courtyard." Yen accepted the bracelet, placing it within her bosom, and turned to exit. Yecc remained frozen, staring at her retreating figure, and as she neared the door, she could no longer restrain herself from calling out, "Aunt." Gazing at Yen's back, she struggled to ask, "Do you not hold any resentment towards me?" Yen halted, turning to regard her. "Have you deceived me?" Yecc was taken aback and quickly replied, "No. Every word I spoke was the truth. Should you doubt me, I can. One who is unaware cannot be punished." Yen interrupted her succinctly. "Since you have not deceived me, why would I harbor resentment? Ever since discovering Qi Jingshua's true identity, Yecc had been beset by guilt towards Yen, leaving her momentarily speechless. But the king of Songwei is your betrothed. What then? And what of it? You are still my niece." Yen retorted with an air of certainty. "The daughters of the Duke of Jinghua are not so easily trifled with. Now, rest well. I shall seek justice on your behalf." With that, she departed, leaving Yecc in a daze, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. She had fallen for her betrothed of many years and had even privately pledged her life to him. Not only did she not blame her aunt, but her aunt intended to seek justice for her. Chapter 13. The decision to annul the engagement. Yecc was engulfed in profound confusion. Never had anyone treated her with such forgiveness. Even her mother, Su Shi, the only person in the world who could be said to love her, had always lamented her failure to be a boy and resorted to beating and scolding her during her lifetime. She believed that had she been a son, she would not have been cast aside so easily by the heir of the Duke of Jinghua, left to endure 8 years as a hidden mistress. Deprived of the wealth and splendor of the Duke's household, At the age of 8, after Su Shi succumbed to a sudden illness, leaving Yi Cixi homeless, she was finally taken back to the Duke's residence by her father, the heir. However, everyone in the household scorned her as an illegitimate daughter unworthy of their company, dismissing her entirely. She grew up amidst their bullying, mockery, neglect, and indifference, cautiously reaching the age of 16 when she finally encountered someone who would protect her, care for her, speak to her gently, patiently cheer her up, and even risk their own safety to rescue her. She thought she had finally experienced a stroke of luck, only to discover that it was all but an illusion. A mere mirage concealing an abyss of despair. Yi Cixi was in excruciating pain. Lying in bed the previous night, she even pondered whether she was destined to a life of loneliness, unworthy of happiness. When she had seen Yi Ian, she had truly been terrified. She feared her aunt, in a fit of rage, might resort to violence. Her aunt was the favored child of her grandfather, raised under his personal guidance and trained in martial arts. Having achieved remarkable military feats, she had even been granted the title of general by the emperor. Such a person could easily take her life in anger, and no one would utter a word against her. For Yi Cixi knew she had wronged her. Yet her aunt had not only refrained from harming her, but had shown little anger at all. She proclaimed that one who is unaware cannot be punished. She asserted that the daughters of the Duke of Zhengguo were not so easily trifled with. She also declared, "I shall seek justice for you." Suddenly, a sob escaped the room, quickly escalating into a loud wail. Linger, who had been tidying up in the small kitchen, was startled and rushed over, wiping her hands as she went, "Miss?" Upon entering, she found Yi Cixi weeping heartily on the floor, her face streaked with tears. Utterly lacking dignity, Linger, deeply concerned, disregarded her still damp hands and hurried to lift her. "What is the matter, miss? How could you be in such a state?" Yi Cixi said nothing, merely leaning against her, allowing herself to weep freely. After the tears flowed, the envy, jealousy, and guilt she had felt towards Yi Ian transformed into a profound sense of tranquility she had never experienced before. "Aunt, she is a good person, an exceptionally good person." Yi Ian was unaware of what transpired in Yi Cixi's room after her departure. Upon leaving her small courtyard, she returned to her residence, Anrenju, with the jade bracelet in hand. Inside Anrenju, Yuning, having little to occupy herself, was squatting beneath a dripping eave, playing with ants. Upon seeing Yi Ian, she was taken aback and quickly discarded the twig in her hand. Rising, "Miss, why have you returned so soon?" Yi Ian had visited a friend of special status that day. Hence she had not brought Yuning along. Hearing the question, she did not respond immediately, but handed her the oiled paper umbrella, motioning for her to set it aside before entering the house. Removing the shoes that had become wet from the rain on her way back, while instructing, "Find a few people to investigate Wei, Wangqi Jingshua thoroughly." Yuning fetched a clean pair of shoes for her, puzzled. "Hadn't we just sent someone to gather information about our future uncle before we return to the capital? Why do we need to inquire again? At that time, we sought to learn more about him to avoid any awkwardness after our marriage." However, Yi Ian scoffed, slamming the jade bracelet onto the table. "This is to shatter his skull." "Yuning, what has happened?" Yi Ian did not conceal the truth from her. After hearing the entire story, Yun Ying's anger surged, and she leapt up in fury, seizing 2 curved daggers from the weapon rack and rushing outside, only to be caught by Yi Ian. "Where do you think you're going? That scoundrel has gone too far." Yun Ying's eyes blazed with fury. "I shall go and castrate him. He is the emperor's son." "You cannot do that," Yi Ian, having already expended her anger, now found the situation rather amusing and released her. "Very well, put down the blades for now." "But," Yuning stamped her foot in frustration, "are we to let him off so easily?" "Of course not. Do you think I am one to be trifled with?" Yi Ian approached the window, pushing it open to gaze at the increasingly heavy rain outside. "But this matter concerns the reputation of the entire Duke's household and the honor of all the young ladies therein. We must not act rashly." Yuning understood the reasoning but felt constrained. "Then what of the engagement?" "Naturally, we must devise a way to annul it." Yi Ian grimaced in distaste, "lest I inadvertently turn a joyous occasion into a tragic one." Yuning nodded vigorously. "Such a shameless and despicable person does not deserve you." Yet this engagement was bestowed by the emperor. Without a compelling reason, it would be difficult to annul. Thus, We must first uncover Qi Jingshua's true background, that why Ian turned to her, acknowledging that to know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Yuning paused, suddenly enlightened. Miss intends to say that as a subordinate, I cannot initiate the annulment, thereby disappointing the Emperor's goodwill. But if my betrothed, who is a prince, insists on breaking the engagement, Ian raised an eyebrow and snorted. Then it would be no fault of mine. Yi Yan's words suddenly sparked a light in Yun Ying's eyes. I understand now. I will arrange it immediately. Yi Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Have someone dig deeper, without any reservations. Furthermore, he seems to have connections with the Zui Xianlu in the eastern part of the city. This jade bracelet serves as a token. Ensure that the investigation is conducted discreetly to avoid alarming him. Everyone possesses secrets they prefer to keep hidden from others. Out of respect, she had previously only inquired about Qi Jingshua's fundamental character and daily preferences, without delving further. However, now she would show no mercy. Understood. Yuning responded, preparing to take her leave when Yi Yan suddenly recalled something. Wait, first discreetly visit the apothecary and procure some contraceptives. Her niece appears quite naive, and without an experienced elder to guide her, she might overlook this matter. Yuning, equally oblivious, scratched her head in agreement. Also, do not inform my father of this matter yet. The Duke of Zhenghua had sustained severe injuries on the battlefield and was still recuperating in seclusion. Yuning understood Yi Yan's concern for her father's health and nodded as she exited. Only then did Yi Yan close the window and pour herself a cup of tea in the past. She had been indifferent about this marriage. She was acutely aware that as the daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, the decision regarding her marriage was not hers to make. The Duke's household had been a noble family since the founding of the nation, maintaining its stature for generations, and their reputation had long surpassed that of others. Furthermore, with the continuous conflicts in the north over the years, the emperor had to continue relying on her father to stabilize the borders, granting him command over an army of 100,000, thus elevating the duke's standing in the Great Zhou. However, sometimes standing too high is not advantageous, as it can easily attract envy and lead to a fall. In fact, the royal family had harbored trepidation towards the duke's household for 3 generations, particularly under the late emperor, who regarded the valiant and esteemed duke as a significant threat. He had repeatedly sought to eliminate him. Were it not for the duke's foresight and the late emperor's frail constitution, the duke's household might have already been toppled in the power struggles of the court. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he refrained from attacking the duke's household, yet it was evident that he remained wary. Thus, when Yi Yan was 13, he betrothed her to Qi Jingshua, who had just turned 15 and was conferred the title of Prince Wei. While this appeared to be an act of favor towards Yi Yan and the duke's household, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that the emperor aimed to consolidate military power back to the royal family through this union. Although the duke had 3 sons, they were all mediocre, and only his youngest daughter, Yi Yan, inherited his military talent and received his personal guidance, already making a name for herself in the army at such a young age. Marrying his son to Yi Yan was the most effective and peaceful means of regaining military authority. This arrangement also benefited the duke's household, so when the decree for marriage was issued, Yi Yan showed no signs of resistance and readily accepted. However, the duke, who doted on his daughter, felt deeply guilty towards her and was troubled for several days. That it was Yi Yan who comforted him, patting his shoulder. Since I must marry, what does it matter whom I marry? As a woman, I have been able to grow up freely like a man, and I have accomplished much in the military. I am already very content. Only then did the duke feel somewhat relieved that as a father, he naturally wished for his beloved daughter to soar freely through life without constraints, not merely enjoying these carefree years. Yet, as the Duke of Zhenghua and the commander of thousands of soldiers, he had no other choice. Thus, Yi Yan became the future Princess Wei, aware that after her marriage, she could no longer live as she once had. Exposing herself to the world and fighting on the battlefield, she had lived quite freely in recent years. The reason she dared to publicly refuse the emperor's offer of a promotion that day and instead requested an official position was that she understood the emperor would prefer to grant her the title of general over that of a princess with lands and fiefs. As a woman soon to marry into the royal family, even if she obtained the title of general, what storm could she raise? Yet unexpectedly, this marriage ultimately encountered unforeseen changes, recalling the actions Qi Jingshua had taken against Yi Cixi. Yi Yan felt a wave of nausea. She had never anticipated that the well-regarded Qi Jingxua in rumors was in reality such a scoundrel. Had she remained unaware, it would have been one thing, but now that she had seen his true nature, there was no way she could marry him. The emperor merely wished for her to obediently marry into the royal family. As for whether she would Qi Jingxua or one of his other sons, he likely would not care much. Contemplating this, Yi Yan's gaze shifted to the oil paper umbrella by the door. Jin Wang Qi Jingyan. She pondered. It seemed he had not yet been betrothed. Chapter 14. The Thermos Cup. Chapter 14. Qi Jingyan remained unaware that he was being watched. He had not slept well last night, and, upon returning to the Jin Wang Fu, had gone straight to his room to catch up on sleep. When he awoke, the rain had ceased, but the sky remained overcast. And the temperature had dropped significantly since the morning that Qi Jingyan rose, donned his outer robe, and feeling somewhat parched, he made his way to the table where the teapot and tea set were placed. Pouring himself a cup of tea, to his dismay, the tea was cold. Drinking cold tea in such weather was uncomfortable and detrimental to one's health, having developed a habit of steeping goji berries in a thermos due to his previous job's demands, which often kept him working late into the night. Qi Jingyan found it even harder to swallow the cold tea. He furrowed his brow and hesitated momentarily before ultimately spitting the tea out. He then called out towards the door. Fu Lai, yes. A youthful boy, around 13 or 14 years old and possessing delicate features that gave him a somewhat feminine appearance, hurried in. Your Highness, you are awake. This boy was Fu Lai, a young eunuch who had been serving the original owner for less than half a year. The original owner had previously had other eunuchs attend him, but due to his mischievous nature, often causing trouble, those who served him had to bear the brunt of his actions, leading to frequent changes in attendance. To Qi Jingyan, accustomed to independence as a working-class individual, initially found it challenging to have someone attending to him. However, since he had already crossed into this world, he would not foolishly challenge the existing social norms. His high school history teacher had once remarked that all developments in history have their inevitability and cannot be altered by human effort. Thus, he would not act foolishly by dismissing the servants or espousing egalitarian ideals. Instead, he could only change himself and adapt quietly. However, he still disliked others intruding into his personal space, so he instructed Fu Lai to wait outside. Handling more private matters like sleeping, washing, and dressing on his own, Fu Lai initially thought he had done something wrong to displease his master, causing him to feel anxious for several days. Eventually, Qi Jingyan noticed his unease and offered some comforting words, allowing Fu Lai to relax. Yet, to avoid being abandoned by his master, Fu Lai displayed great enthusiasm for his duties. Upon entering, he promptly approached Qi Jingyan, presenting the original owner's favorite snacks. Your Highness, are you hungry? Would you like to have something to eat? He also added, this tea is freshly brewed. Would you like to drink some? The cold tea Qi Jingyan had just sipped had actually been prepared by Fu Lai for the original owner, who, despite the winter chill, preferred cold tea. I'm not hungry yet. You can set it aside for now. As for the tea, I felt a bit unwell this morning, so I consulted the court physician, who said it was due to drinking cold tea and liquor. Therefore, please fetch me a pot of hot water. There's no need to brew tea. Just add a few red dates and goji berries. The Qi Jingyan regarded the young boy, feeling a sense of guilt akin to exploiting child labor. Moreover, reflecting on Fu Lai's experience of being sent to the palace at such a tender age, he felt a pang of sympathy, which led him to unconsciously adopt a gentler and more patient demeanor towards him. Fu Lai was initially taken aback, for although the original owner was not one to lash out at servants or be stingy with those around him, his background and upbringing had dictated that he could not view a servant as an equal. Thus, Fu Lai had always served him with trepidation, fearing he might err. However, since that day he had awakened after falling into the water, he found himself less intimidated by Qi Jingyan. As for the reason, Fu Lai could not articulate it. He merely felt that although the prince remained the same, something about him had changed. Hearing Qi Jingyan's words now, Fu Lai was no longer as tense as he had been in previous days. Instead, he cheerfully responded, yes, I will go right away. Qi Jingyan added, do this from now on as well. Fu Lai took his leave and soon returned with a pot of red date and goji berry water. However, the water was freshly boiled and too hot to drink directly. Qi Jingyan sighed. Longing for his thermos, he silently reminisced about the conveniences of modern life, then decided to craft his own thermos. Although this era lacked thermoses, There were similar items known as jian guan, which consisted of two nested containers. The container outside is referred to as a jian, while the one inside is called a can. People place food items within the can, and then fill the space between the two containers with charcoal or ice to maintain the temperature of the food. This serves as an ancient version of a thermos and refrigerator. However, such items are only affordable for the affluent, and due to their materials, size, and craftsmanship, they are not easily portable. In addition to the jian and can, there exists a contemporary piece of insulated dining-ware known as a wanpan. This wanpan typically consists of two layers of porcelain. The upper layer is relatively thin, while the lower layer is thicker, with a hollow space between them. Several round holes are created at the tops of both sides of the plate, allowing hot water to be poured into the empty layer for brief warmth retention of the food. Nonetheless, both the wanpan and the jian are suitable solely for dining purposes and cannot be carried like a thermos. Thus, one must rely on their own efforts. Contemplating this, Qi Jingyan swiftly drank the warm red date and goji berry water from his white jade cup, then rose to ponder the matter in his study. In his previous life, he was preoccupied with work, squeezing out time after hours for crafting and research. Now, as a prince not burdened by the need to toil for sustenance, he need not worry about the passage of time. Qi Jingyan found joy in his own little world. 2 days later, he successfully crafted the thermos he envisioned. The principle behind its creation was rather simple, demanding specific materials. Qi Jingyan sketched a dimension diagram and outlined the production steps. Then instructed Fu Lai to procure some materials, diligently embarking on the task. The final product resembled modern thermoses in size and shape, complete with a sealing lid that could double as a teacup. The inner chamber was made of porcelain, encased in an iron shell, with a layer of silver for insulation and a vacuum treatment, rendering it lightweight and convenient for transport. However, in terms of thermal retention, this cup fell short compared to products of modern high-tech industries. Yet it sufficed for daily use. Qi Jingyan adorned it with an embroidered cup sleeve, fashioned from plain blue silk, featuring patterns of auspicious clouds and bamboo, complemented by a detachable strap for ease of travel. Ultimately, he brewed a cup of red date and goji berry tea in it, and found himself quite satisfied with the outcome. In fact, crafting the inner chamber from glass would have been preferable. But alas, glass was not yet available in this era. Qi Jingyan resolved to experiment with creating glass when he found the opportunity. "Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived." After dinner one day, as Qi Jingyan strolled through the courtyard with his thermos to digest his meal, his younger brother Qi Jingsheng, who was also his future support, suddenly appeared. Surprised, Qi Jingyan hurried to greet him. "What brings you here, brother?" "Just passing by. Thought I'd come see you," Qi Jingsheng replied, though his demeanor was notably serious as he gestured for Qi Jingyan to enter the house. "What has happened?" An ominous premonition struck Qi Jingyan. And indeed, once they entered, Qi Jingsheng hesitated, his gaze fixated on his lower half. After a moment, he stepped closer and lowered his voice. "I heard from mother and the concubine that you have encountered some issues in that regard." Qi Jingyan nearly choked on his tea. "What are you two talking about? Can such matters be casually discussed?" However, given that Qi Jingsheng was not exactly a stranger, Qi Jingyan resigned himself to the conversation. He cleared his throat, adopting the mindset that as long as he was not embarrassed, the awkwardness would be on others. Seeing his brother's expression, Qi Jingsheng felt a pang of sympathy, but he softened his typically stern demeanor and urged Qi Jingyan to sit in a chair within the room. "I have already consulted with Dr. Yuan and learned how this issue arose. However, since mother and the concubine were present, there were certain questions Dr. Yuan was perhaps hesitant to ask. Allow me to pose a few inquiries, and you shall answer truthfully. That may not be necessary." Qi Jingyan attempted to decline, but his earnest brother placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Fear not. I will find a way to help you resolve this matter. Although I appreciate your concern, brother, it truly isn't necessary." Yet the crown prince had already commenced his questioning. "When you awaken each morning, do you experience any response in that area? Have you ever sought relief on your own? Do you have vivid dreams at night? Is it only when you encounter unclothed women that you feel nauseous? Or do you feel discomfort regardless of their attire? What is this self-inflicted suffering?" This is indeed self-inflicted, Qi Jingyan thought. However, he recognized that while face and dignity are precious, shame holds even greater value. For the sake of freedom, both could be cast aside. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against the overwhelming embarrassment and began fabricating responses. "I do experience a response in the first instance. I have sought relief in the second, occasionally in the third, and in the fourth, I feel uncomfortable whenever any woman approaches me. Thus, he concluded that his health was sound, and his reluctance to marry stemmed purely from psychological reasons, issues that could not be resolved by anyone else. As Qi Jingxing listened, his brow furrowed deeper, his expression increasingly grave. After a prolonged silence, he finally lowered his voice and asked, "What if a man were to approach you in such a manner? Would that feel somewhat better?" Qi Jingyan was stunned, quickly denying, "No, that is not the case. For me, there is no difference between men and women." "Really?" Qi Jingxing seemed skeptical, regarding his brother with a mixture of disbelief and a willingness to accommodate. "Though the affection between men is not widely accepted, you are my brother. If you truly have such inclinations, it is nothing to be ashamed of that as long as you are happy. I shall explain it to mother and the concubine. Regarding the matter of heirs, while it may be complicated, it is not insurmountable. There are many children within the royal family. You could select a suitable one to adopt." That Qi Jingyan was taken aback by his brother's unexpected open-mindedness. Feeling both amused and touched, reflecting on the original owner's fortune, he earnestly interrupted, "Thank you, brother, but I genuinely do not have such inclinations." He did not harbor any disdain for homosexuality, yet he himself was not inclined that way. He was merely a craftsman with little interest in romance or marriage, focused solely on his research. Qi Jingxing scrutinized his brother closely, observing that he seemed sincere in his denial before relaxing his expression. "Oh, it is fortunate you do not possess such inclinations. Otherwise, I would have had to send you to the southern frontier, that I hear there are miraculous remedies there that can resolve such issues." "What?" Qi Jingyan was utterly dumbfounded, realizing he had fallen into his brother's trap, that hadn't he just been promised an open-minded and accepting elder brother? Qi Jingxing could hardly suppress a smirk at Qi Jingyan's bewildered expression, then spoke earnestly, "The concubine has high hopes for you, her only son. You must not disappoint her. I have already dispatched someone to inquire among the common folk for any skilled practitioners in this area. You should also take this matter seriously. If you need to see a doctor, then do so, and if you need to take medicine, then take it." That Qi Jingyan stared blankly at his brother, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wait, what medicine? Mother and the concubine are quite worried about you. They have pressed Dr. Ruan to develop several nourishing remedies over the past few days. You should try each one to see which is most effective. If none prove fruitful, I will send more people to seek out a healer." The Qi Jingxing raised an eyebrow, then called for a servant. Soon, a palace guard entered, carrying a large redwood box. Inside were numerous packages of medicinal herbs, which Qi Jingxing instructed to be prepared according to the dates labeled on each package. Concerned that Qi Jingyan might neglect his health, he even retained the guard to supervise his brother's medicine consumption. "This is not a caring elder brother. This is more akin to a devil," Qi Jingyan lamented. "Fear not. I have confirmed with Dr. Ruan that these medicines are safe for your body. You may take them as daily supplements." Noting his brother's despondent demeanor, Qi Jingxing softened his tone in an attempt to comfort him. After a lengthy silence, Qi Jingyan finally looked up at him. "Then am I allowed to refuse?" "Not at all," Qi Jingxing replied firmly, patting his shoulder. "Obey, or I shall have the Ministry of Internal Affairs cut off your allowance in an instant." Qi Jingyan felt utterly defeated. Is this the price of lying? Qi Jingxing, a diligent and busy man of affairs, had set aside time to check on his brother's hidden ailment. After addressing the necessary topics, he did not linger and soon took his leave. However, just before departing, he noticed Qi Jingyan holding a peculiar cylindrical object and casually inquired, "What is this?" Startled by the sight of a box overflowing with medicine, Qi Jingyan instinctively replied, "This is a thermos cup I made." "A thermos cup?" As the name suggests, it is a cup that can retain heat? Qi Jingxing, intrigued, halted his steps and approached. He reached out to take the thermos cup from Qi Jingyan's hands, unscrewing the lid to reveal the steaming tea within. "Did you just pour this, or has it been sitting for a while?" Only then did Qi Jingyan regain his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed, "It's been over an hour." "Over an hour, and it's still this warm?" Qi Jingxing expressed surprise, examining both the interior and exterior of the thermos cup closely. Finally, he looked at Qi Jingyan with a hint of skepticism. "You just said this was your creation." "Yes." Qi Jingyan met his gaze and, adjusting his demeanor, added, "This was also taught to me by the old immortal in my dreams." That he intended to delve deeply into crafting and research. This was something he could not conceal from his dear brother. So it was better to be forthright. After all, he had already established a backstory for all he had learned at AS for whether his brother believed him or not. Time would tell, with this thought. Qi Jingyan felt increasingly at ease. However, just then, Qi Jingsheng, who had been scrutinizing the thermos cup, casually inquired, "I recall you never drank hot tea before. Even at 12, after consuming 3 bowls of icy almond cheese, which harmed your stomach, you refused to heed the physician's advice and mend your penchant for coldness. Why then, are you not only drinking hot tea today, but also creating such an item to keep it warm?" Being young, I enjoyed defying adults. Recently, after experiencing some stomach discomfort, I unexpectedly took a sip of hot tea and discovered it was far more enjoyable than cold tea. Qi Jingyan initially overlooked the implications of this conversation until he suddenly recalled an important detail. The original owner of this body absolutely detested almonds. He found their taste oddly bitter, and thus, he had never touched anything associated with them. Given Qi Jingqing's close relationship with the original owner, it was impossible for him to be unaware of this fact. Consequently, he was clearly harboring suspicions about his identity and was probing him. Realizing this, Qi Jingyan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Nevertheless, he quickly concealed his surprise and added nonchalantly, "However, third brother, you are mistaken. It was not almond cheese that upset my stomach, but cherry cheese. Have you forgotten that I loathe almonds? They taste peculiar and scratch my throat. They are simply unpalatable." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingqing paused slightly. The cold sharpness and doubt in his eyes dissipating, that it seemed he had indeed overthought the matter. The lad merely had a capricious disposition and was not embroiled in any bizarre impersonation. As for the old immortal he mentioned and his recent peculiarities, they could be addressed later. The truth would eventually come to light. With this in mind, Qi Jingsheng regarded Qi Jingyan with an impassive expression and remarked, "Indeed, it seems I was mistaken. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Remember to take your medicine on time each day." Understood. Qi Jingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Safe travels, third brother." Qi Jingqing nodded, then suddenly recalled something and shook the thermos cup in his hand. "That be by the way, this thermos cup is quite excellent, that I shall take it for now, and you can make another for yourself later. It is getting colder, and tea cools quickly. That I often find that by the time I look up from my work, the tea is already turned cold, although there are people around to refill my cup. It is certainly more convenient to use this contraption." Qi Jingyan, remember to make one for your sister-in-law as well. She has always been averse to the cold and enjoys hot tea, so she will surely appreciate this. Were it not for the fact that this cup had been used by his younger brother, the crown prince would have taken it back to gift to his wife directly. Qi Jingyan watched his brother, who was both taking the cup and placing in order, and after a moment of silence, he smiled and extended his hand. 50 taels for a cup. "Thank you for your patronage." Qi Jingsheng. After being extorted out of 100 taels of silver by his brother, the crown prince departed with the thermos cup in hand. Once Qi Jingyan saw him off, he returned to the study, clutching the 100 taels. In the following days, he busied himself in the study. Once a desolate room with scarcely a few books, it gradually transformed into a workshop overflowing with various materials and tools. The resources and tools of ancient times, of course, paled in comparison to those of the modern era, and the limited conditions posed numerous challenges for Qi Jingyan's endeavors. However, the ancients possessed their own wisdom, and many skilled artisans thrived in this era. He could certainly learn from them and attempt to integrate modern knowledge into ancient techniques. Qi Jingyan relished this process. It provided him with a sense of accomplishment, and his spirits lifted day by day. The daily supervision by his brother's guards while consuming the bitter tonics became less of a burden. Tonics, after all, posed no real harm to the body. Drinking 2 bowls each day could simply be regarded as a form of health maintenance. As several days passed, he had already crafted 4 thermos cups, 3 pairs of soft and comfortable men's undergarments, a work uniform, and an advanced version of the 9 linked rings toy. The thermos cups were naturally intended for personal use, as well as gifts for the crown princess, concubine Jiang, and Empress Xiao. Perfectly totaling 4 as for the men's undergarments. Well, there was no need for elaboration. These were made for himself. In this era, men wore loose-fitting trousers akin to sleepwear, and the concept of undergarments was foreign to him. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands and craft a few pairs. The work uniform was also for his own use, as he often dirtied his clothes while working and being slightly fastidious. He had asked Fu Lai to find an old robe to modify for him, for the advanced version of the 9 linked rings. It was created to entertain his young nephew. Yuan Bao.in fact. He had also made a wooden mechanical bird with movable wings and a closing beak for the little fellow, though it was still incomplete, that I haven't seen Sixth Brother for several days. Tell me honestly, what has happened to him? One day, while Qi Jingyan was attaching wings to the mechanical bird, a voice filled with concern rang out from outside. Fu Lai, who had been waiting outside and passing the time by examining the small illustrated book Qi Jingyan had given him, quickly stood up and rushed to the door, knocking and reporting, "Your Highness, Prince Zhao has arrived." Chapter 16. The Betrayer. Chapter 16. Prince Zhao. A face surfaced in Qi Jingyan's mind, honest and simple, gentle and timid, always displaying a sense of dependency and admiration. When facing him, that Qi Jingyan stretched his stiff shoulders and neck, pulling his focus away from the mechanical bird. Understood. I'll be out shortly. After finishing the wings of the nearly completed bird, he removed his work uniform, tidied himself up, and stepped out, locking the door behind him to prevent others from entering. Rest assured, I know. Fu Lai nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with admiration. He was Qi Jingyan's personal attendant, and nothing Qi Jingyan did in the study escaped his notice. Moreover, Qi Jingyan needed a helper to procure tools and materials or lend a hand, so he had initially confided in Fu Lai about his divine inspiration in dreams and his intent to focus on research. The earnest boy, Fu Lai, was easily swayed, especially after witnessing Qi Jingyan craft one extraordinary item after another with hands seemingly touched by the heavens. He became utterly convinced by Qi Jingyan's words. My lord is truly remarkable. Admiration, pride. Furthermore, knowing that he was the only other person allowed in the princess' study, Fu Lai felt a swell of pride and motivation as Qi Jingyan stepped out. He encountered a boy of about 15 or 16. Unremarkable in appearance but neatly dressed and impeccably groomed. Qi Jingyan paused, adopting the original owner's lazy demeanor, and greeted him. Little Seven, what brings you here? I haven't seen Sixth Brother for several days, and I was worried, so I came to check on him. This boy was Qi Jingyan's half-brother, Prince Zhao Qi Jinka, that he ranked 7th among the princes. And his mother was Consort Rome. Consort Rome was merely a secondary daughter from a humble official family, scarcely favored in the palace. To improve her own standing, she had spent years ingratiating herself with concubine Jiang, who, pleased by her flattery, would occasionally extend her favor. Thus, Qi Jinka, who had recently been named Prince Zhao at the beginning of the year and was 2 years younger than the original owner, had always been the original owner's little follower. He was inevitably tasked with errands and bearing the brunt of blame. That in his youth, the original owner had been mischievous and had teased this timid and clumsy younger brother, who lacked the charm of their mother. However, overall, he had always treated this brother well, as Qi Jinka was family in the original owner's eyes. The original owner, known for his strong sense of justice and protectiveness, held a domineering attitude towards those he considered his own, believing that while he could bully them, no one else could. Although his character precluded him from being as dignified and reliable as the crown prince Qi Jingsheng, he had nonetheless shielded Qi Jinka throughout the years. Once, Qi Jinka inadvertently committed a taboo in front of the emperor, which nearly resulted in his mother, Consort Rome, facing disgrace. That it was only through the original protagonist stepping forward to take the blame and endure the punishment that the mother and son were spared from calamity. Grateful, Consort Rome bowed several times to imperial concubine Jiang, and afterward, Qi Jinka tearfully vowed to the original protagonist that from that day forth, his life would belong to his 6th royal brother. He would comply with whatever his brother commanded without hesitation. The original protagonist did not take this matter to heart, viewing it merely as a duty owed to his kin. Yet he found a certain enjoyment in the gratitude and admiration tinged with dependency in Qi Jinka's eyes, which granted him a sense of accomplishment in his role as an elder brother. Observing that this younger sibling, though not particularly clever, was obedient and never caused trouble, he became all the more inclined to include him in his activities. Often thinking of him in times of fortune, that in his heart, Qi Jinka was his closest brother apart from the crown prince, and thus he never suspected that one day this brother would betray him. Indeed, Qi Jinka was not the obedient younger brother the original protagonist imagined. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards him. This animosity stemmed from the original protagonist's childhood teasing and disdain, from the humiliation Qi Jinka felt as a fellow prince forced to bow low before the original protagonist, and from his envy and jealousy of the affection that surrounded the original protagonist like a halo. While he himself had to tread carefully that in the original narrative, Qi Jinke often plotted against the original protagonist. And ultimately, the latter's tragic demise was closely linked to him. In reality, Qi Jinke had begun to sow discord between the original protagonist and the crown prince quite some time ago, driven by his intense hatred for the original protagonist and his alliance with the male lead, Qi Jingzhua. He aimed to undermine the original protagonist's standing. Qi Jingzhua had always sought to utilize the original protagonist to strike against the crown prince's maternal family, the Jiang family of Chongqing, which had risen from wealthy merchants to a noble house with substantial assets. Following consort Jiang's elevation to countess, the Jiang family had grown even wealthier, to the point that it could be said they were as affluent as a nation. Although the Jiang family members were primarily merchants and lacked political acumen, their sheer numbers translated into considerable influence. There were at least 20 or 30 peers of the original protagonist generation within the family. These individuals were all of marrying age, and their unions would undoubtedly forge numerous alliances. Ultimately, these alliances would bolster the crown prince's position, particularly since consort Jiang and Empress Xiao shared a sisterly bond. Due to the original protagonist's lack of ambition, the Jiang family consistently aligned with the crown prince. However, if Qi Jinke could incite a rift between the original protagonist and the crown prince, the Jiang family would no longer support him, and the crown prince would lose a crucial ally, allowing Qi Jingzhua to destabilize a secure position in the Eastern Palace. Thus, Qi Jingzhua covertly instructed Qi Jinke, who had gained the original protagonist's trust, to carry out this scheme. Qi Jingzhua's biological mother was merely a foreign dancing girl, far inferior in status to consort Rome, which made his childhood even more arduous compared to Qi Jinke's. Feeling a sense of shared suffering with his fifth brother, coupled with Qi Jingzhua's past assistance during his times of peril and his charismatic intellect, Qi Jinke naturally became an ardent admirer and supporter of him, embarking on a life of clandestine machinations against the original protagonist. However, the original protagonist, with his thick skin and unwavering admiration for the crown prince, who was both scholarly and capable, failed to perceive Qi Jinke's insidious provocations. Reflecting on this, Qi Jingyan could not determine whether to commend or reproach him. He shook his head silently, unable to suppress a sigh at the inscrutable nature of human hearts. Yet he displayed no outward signs of his thoughts, casually responding as he walked towards his quarters. "I am well. It is merely that the weather has turned a bit chilly, and I have been reluctant to venture outside. That is a relief. I was concerned that sixth royal brother might be unwell or had inadvertently offended someone, incurring the wrath of third royal brother," Qi Jinke replied, his tone both intimate and tinged with apprehension. "Just thinking about the last time third royal brother made you transcribe Mencius 20 times makes my hands ache for you," Qi Jingyan retorted, somewhat exasperated. "See, here it comes." That he frowned, choosing not to feign agreement as he usually did, but rather addressed Qi Jinke directly. "It was our father who punished me. What does third brother have to do with this?" The original protagonist was a frivolous young man, unafraid of anything but the written word. Hence, whenever he erred, the crown prince, Qi Jingsheng, would implore the emperor, who was reluctant to impose a harsh penalty, to have him transcribe texts instead. After the original protagonist had inadvertently incited the crown prince's tutor to a stroke, Qi Jingsheng had proactively requested that the emperor confine him for half a month and impose the penalty of transcribing Mencius 20 times. The original protagonist had suffered hand cramps from the task, frequently lamenting to Qi Jinke during his struggles. However, he was simple-minded and open-hearted. Once he had vented his frustrations, he would move on without holding grudges. Moreover, despite his simplicity, he could discern right from wrong. For instance, while he was somewhat reluctant about Qi Jingsheng's punishment, he understood it was for his own good. The crown prince's tutor was well respected in the court and among scholars, and had Qi Jingsheng not swiftly intervened to mitigate the impending backlash, the punishment would have been far more severe. Thus, he had never genuinely blamed his third brother, merely grumbling about the tedious task as a form of complaint to Qi Jinke, evidently underestimating the original protagonist's character and intellect. Seized every opportunity to undermine his standing with the crown prince. This, Qi Jingyan could only think, "I have no desire to indulge you any longer. Farewell." "Who are you?" Qi Jingyan interrupted, his expression displeased. "You cannot stand to see my harmonious relationship with third brother, can you? Is that why you constantly seek to sow discord between us?" Qi Jinke was taken aback, his previously honest demeanor faltering momentarily. How could that be? Sixth royal brother would never think such a thing. I, I am merely concerned for you, with no ulterior motives that I ask that so. Qi Jingyan feigned skepticism, then refrained from speaking ill of third brother in my presence. Lest others overhear and misinterpret your intentions, that Qi Jinka had intended to further explain. But noticing that Qi Jingyan's tone was casual rather than accusatory, he held back. His mind raced as he pondered. Responding awkwardly, "Yes, I understand. I truly did not mean it that way. Did you come to see me for any particular reason today? If not, I shall retire for an afternoon nap," Qi Jingyan inquired, nodding as he shifted the conversation away. Denying Qi Jinka the opportunity to probe further. He was unwilling to squander precious time on someone with dubious motives, preferring to let them stew in their own thoughts without bothering him. Just as Qi Jinka was about to continue his indirect inquiries regarding his foolish sixth brother's sudden change in attitude, he felt a pang of discomfort and trepidation that in the past he had often lamented to Qi Jingyan about the crown prince's strictness and discipline. And Qi Jingyan had always joined in his complaints. Yet today, the atmosphere felt different. Had someone spoken to him, or had he unwittingly revealed something that aroused suspicion? Qi Jinka's mind raced with anxiety. But he could not press further, instead casting cautious glances at Qi Jingyan's expression while maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he replied, "I was merely worried about you, sixth royal brother, and wanted to check in. However, there is indeed something else. Tomorrow is the double ninth festival, and every year at this time, second royal sister hosts an outing at the hot springs on Jiang Mountain that I wanted to ask if sixth royal brother would be attending this year." The second royal sister he referred to as Princess Chongning, the younger sister of Crown Prince Qi Jingcheng. The emperor had 8 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest daughter had been married off years ago, while the youngest was still a child. Only the second princess, Chongning, was of marriageable age, 1819. She was 2 years older than the original protagonist and was betrothed but not yet married. The wedding had been postponed due to unforeseen circumstances surrounding her fiancé's family. She was a lively spirit, her demeanor contrasting sharply with that of her composed mother, Empress Xiao, and her stern brother, Qi Jingcheng, bearing more resemblance to the vivacious and spirited imperial concubine Jiang. However, unlike the naive and spoiled nature of imperial concubine Jiang, her exuberance was tempered by a carefree attitude, making her very approachable and well-liked among the nobility, who considered it an honor to attend her gatherings. The original protagonist, however, did not share as close a relationship with Princess Chongning as he did with the crown prince. Beneath her seemingly affable exterior, Princess Chongning possessed a rebellious streak even more pronounced than his own, capable of inflicting a good deal of trouble when provoked. The original protagonist had often found himself at the receiving end of her ire during their childhood escapades, leaving him feeling like a mouse in the presence of a cat. However, despite his trepidation, he did not harbor animosity toward her, as they had grown up together and shared a bond over the years. He merely felt more compliant around her than he did in front of the crown prince. How could I dare to skip my second royal sister's banquet? If I did, she would surely accuse me of showing her disrespect and seize the opportunity to scold me. Qi Jingyan remarked that while he claimed he would go, deep down, as a homebody, he was quite reluctant to venture out into the biting cold to hike. After all, there was nothing more comfortable than lounging in bed and indulging in a leisurely slumber. Yet he could not avoid attending. It was not due to Princess Chongning, but rather because of his cousin, Luo Yushu, who was of lesser status. In the original narrative, Luo Yushu was also to participate in Princess Chongning's climbing banquet. But en route to Jiang Mountain, she would fall victim to retribution from the male protagonist, Qi Jingshu, resulting in her and her carriage tumbling down a slope. Qi Jingshu's actions were motivated by the fact that he had discovered she was the one who had drugged Yi Cixi at Princess Jingyan's birthday banquet. Although his feelings for Yi Cixi had not yet reached the point of desperation, she was the first person to spark genuine interest in him throughout his life. He had already regarded her as his prized possession and could not tolerate anyone who would dare to mistreat or scheme against her. However, given Luo Yushu's noble status, he could not confront her openly, so upon learning that she too would be attending the banquet, he discreetly tampered with her carriage. Consequently, Luo Yushu suffered 2 broken ribs and was bedridden for several months. Her face bore significant injuries, ultimately leaving her with scars that marred her beauty. This left the proud and beauty-conscious Luo Yushu deeply affected, transforming her once vivacious personality into one marked by sensitivity, suspicion, and unpredictable moods, leading to an even more obsessive desire for what she yearned for. Thus, when she later discovered that her fall had been orchestrated by Qi Jingshu, the man she had long admired, and that her precious scar-removing ointment had failed due to his interference, she became utterly distraught, spiraling into a profound hatred that drove her to seek the demise of the female lead in hopes of making the male lead regret his choices. The upcoming Double Ninth Festival would mark the most significant turning point in Luo Yushu's life, which left Qi Jingyan no choice but to abandon his desire for leisure. After all, she was the biological cousin of the original character, and he could not simply stand by, fully aware of what was to unfold. Of course, Qi Jinka was unaware of these events. Upon hearing Qi Jingyan express his intention to attend, he quickly shifted his thoughts and responded, "Then I shall find Lu Huanga tomorrow. Let us go together." Zhuyang Mountain lay in the southern outskirts of the capital, requiring over half an hour's carriage ride, that we can converse on the way and stave off boredom. Aware that Qi Jinka was astonished by his transformation and sought to probe further, Qi Jingyan glanced at him and did not decline. Very well. Regardless, even if they traveled together, he would not grant him that opportunity. Chapter 17. The parrot Xiao Lu, completely oblivious to Qi Jingyan's prearrangements for the outing the next day. Qi Jinka felt somewhat reassured as he departed. Qi Jingyan watched his retreating figure, thinking that this impetuous younger brother was rather suitable for his forthcoming plans. However, at that moment, he was disinclined to engage in any mental exertion, so he temporarily cast aside his thoughts and made his way to the backyard to inspect the zoo established by the original character. Indeed, the original character, a seasoned spendthrift, had created a zoo within his own estate. The zoo boasted numerous crickets, all named General Chongsheng, several fighting cocks dubbed Marshal Bingma, a large assortment of birds categorized by feather color, a litter of foxes caught during hunts, a bunch of rabbits, a group of young deer, and a pair of blue peacocks gifted from foreign lands, alongside a pair of foxhounds, a large leopard, a golden python, and even a towering white tiger that stood as tall as two men. Beside the enormous cage housing the tiger, there was a sizable fish pond teeming with various fish. Quite absurd, isn't it? Yet, as the inheritor of all this, Qi Jingyan felt a mix of shock and delight. Fortunately, there were dedicated servants in the manor to care for the animals, sparing him from the need to tend to them personally. He could relish a day at the zoo without stepping outside. However, while such a life was idyllic, it was also excessively luxurious and prone to corrupting one's character. After wandering around the premises, Qi Jingyan decided to release those animals that needed to be set free and send away those that ought to be relocated. The external justification was simple. He had grown weary of the animals he had previously kept and wished to raise something different. The original character was a person who acted according to his whims, so while the servants were surprised, they found nothing peculiar about it and promptly carried out their orders. Seeing this, Qi Jingyan didn't intervene further and returned to his quarters with a parrot named Xiao Lu. He decided to keep this parrot because it was a wild and unruly creature, devoid of manners, only capable of uttering vulgar phrases like "go to hell" and "screw your mother," which he feared would lead to conflicts if sent away. Aside from Xiao Lu, he also had a large white goose, the very one that had previously chased and harried Luo Yushu with remarkable ferocity. Originally destined for the kitchen, this goose had unexpectedly earned its freedom after proving useful. And now it strutted about in the courtyard, surveying its territory with an air of authority. Qi Jingyan had never raised a goose in his previous life, but had cared for several other animals, possessing far more patience for them than for people. Noticing that this little creature frequently ventured to his quarters, he declined the servant's suggestion to chase it away to avoid dirtying his abode. "This is Xiao Lu, and this is Fei Fei. From now on, you two shall be good friends. Understand?" Upon returning to his quarters, Qi Jingyan hung the birdcage containing the parrot beneath the corridor, the cozy nest of the white goose. Fei Fei was nearby. True to its name, Fei Fei, who was out for a stroll, became quite incensed, flapping its wings and craning its neck as it circled the parrot's cage, seemingly exclaiming, "Who is this little imp? Get out of my territory at once." Provoked, Xiao Lu also grew irate, flapping its wings and leaping about in its cage, hurling insults. "Old bastard! Shameless! Screw your mother! Screw your mother!" Qi Jingyan thought to himself. Who on earth taught it such foul language? He instinctively sought to correct its behavior, but recalling that the original character had acquired the parrot precisely because of its knack for cursing and its untrainable nature, he relinquished the idea. Never mind, I'll just make do for now, and perhaps later see if I can transform it into a civilized bird. After settling Xiao Lu, Qi Jingyan proceeded to his study to prepare the items he would need for the journey the following day. Meanwhile, in the Duke of Zhen's residence, Yi Yian was also explaining to Yi Cixi about the upcoming trip to Zhiyang Mountain for the climbing banquet. Though she had been away from the capital for an extended period and was not particularly acquainted with Princess Changning, her status as the daughter of the Duke of Zhen was illustrious. Recently, she had garnered considerable acclaim in the capital, piquing Princess Changning's curiosity, who had taken the initiative to send an invitation. Other esteemed women of the Duke of Zhen's household were also invited, including Yi Cixi, though in previous years, she had often been overlooked. This year, with Yi Yian present, such disregard would not be permitted. However, Yi Yian's visit was not merely to discuss attire for the next day. She had more pressing matters at hand. This person is named Chu Pingxuan, a young man I have personally vetted over the past few days. He is quite promising. After closing the door upon entering the room, Yi Yian handed the scroll to Yi Cixi, urging her to take a look. Initially, Yi Yian had intended to entrust the task of selecting a husband for Yi Cixi to her mother, the Duchess of Zhen. However, after the Duchess had injured herself some time ago, she had yet to recover, and given the distance and lack of closeness between mother and daughter, Yi Yian ultimately decided against disturbing her, resolving instead to wait until she found a suitable candidate before asking her to take charge. Unaware of these details, Yi Cixi appeared quite haggard, having fallen ill after consuming the contraceptive soup that Yi Yian had secretly sent via Yuning. It was only yesterday that she had begun to feel somewhat better. Though her illness had subsided, her spirits remained low, and she lacked vitality. Upon hearing Yi Yian's words, she momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and uncertainty. Given my current state, how could I possibly have the qualifications to choose someone? She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. You can decide, Annie. I will listen to you. Yi Yian had long recognized her timid nature and lack of decisiveness. But she had not anticipated that she would be reduced to such a state of weakness. Taken aback, she furrowed her brow. Foolish. Yi Cixi flinched at the unexpected reprimand, and Yi Yian, observing her startled and pitiable demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. Yi Yian raised a hand to rub her temples, consciously softening her tone. Let me ask you this. Did you willingly engage in illicit relations before marriage, thus losing your purity? Yi Cixi's complexion turned pale, instinctively clutching her skirt. Of course not. Then why do you not dare to stand tall? Yi Yian's voice was firm. If anyone should be ashamed and hide their face, it should be those who plotted against you. In this world, there is no justification for the wicked to revel in their misdeeds, while innocent victims are left feeling inferior and ashamed. Her words, though not loud, resonated like thunder, striking with undeniable force. Yi Cixi felt a tremor run through her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yi Yian fixed her gaze upon her. While a woman's physical purity is undoubtedly important, what matters even more is your heart, as long as you act justly and uprightly, living without guilt before heaven. Even if you lose your physical purity, you remain untainted, at least in my eyes. You are far cleaner and more virtuous than those who conspire to harm you, as well as that hypocritical Qi Jingshu who took advantage of your vulnerability. Yi Cixi stared blankly at her, remaining silent for a long time, and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Throughout her life, she had been taught that a woman's purity surpassed her very existence, that she should embody the virtues of obedience and propriety. Thus, she found it impossible to come to terms with the fact that she had already lost her innocence to Qi Jingshi yet could not be with him. She felt unclean and unworthy of any further happiness. However, her aunt insisted that she had done nothing wrong, that she was still pure, and could face the world with her head held high, just as before. Was it truly so? Yi Yian, not one for lecturing, noticed that Yi Cixi seemed to be absorbing her words, so she softened her tone and refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she moved to a nearby long table, unfurling a scroll to lay it flat upon the surface, and turned to introduce it to her. Not all men in this world are so base and superficial. Take this Chu Pingxuan, for instance. He is a friend I met during my time in the military. Though he is currently just an 8th-rank lieutenant and his family is not particularly affluent, he is brave and upright. A reliable man who is sure to achieve great things in the future. I have inquired about his family situation over the past few days. While they may have a lineage of craftsmen, Their family values are commendable, and their household is simple, that if you are willing to marry him and live a good life, your future will surely not be bleak. That it was only then that Yi, somewhat dazed, turned her gaze towards the young man depicted in the painting. He was not conventionally handsome, yet he possessed a commanding stature, a radiant smile, and an air of sincerity that evoked a sense of safety. As she looked at him, her heart, which had long been desolate, began to pulse with a flicker of life once more. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and though she felt a mix of hesitation and uncertainty, she mustered the courage to speak, recalling her aunt's earlier words. "Does this Mr. Chu know about my situation?" "Indeed," Yi Yian replied decisively. "Just yesterday, I sought him out personally and delicately probed his thoughts. He expressed that he does not mind whether his future wife is flawless. All he desires is a kind heart and good character." I shared a general overview of your circumstances with him. After listening, he echoed the very sentiments I just conveyed to you, which is why I brought his portrait for you to see. Yi Yian continued with resolve. "If you deem it acceptable, I shall send word to him, instructing him to await you in a secluded spot on Jiang Mountain tomorrow morning, that I will provide cover for your meeting. As for the outcome, we shall see after your encounter. In an era where most marriages were arranged through parental decree and matchmaking, Yi Yian's thoughtful arrangement was indeed considerate of her." Yi Cixi felt a pang of anxiety, yet more so, a wave of emotion and gratitude washed over her. Overwhelmed by her feelings and unsure how to express her gratitude, she resolved to summon her courage one last time. Thus, with determination, she nodded vigorously. I am willing to meet him." She trusted her aunt, who had shown her such compassion, would not lead her astray. Yi Yian was taken aback by the tears glistening in her eyes. Momentarily caught off guard before a smile broke through her surprise. "It is merely a meeting, not an immediate engagement. Relax, do not be so tensed. If this does not work out, I will find you another option. As for your past with Qi Jingshuo, I have not elaborated to old Chu, merely hinted at it. He is discreet, so even if things do not progress, you need not worry about him gossiping." Yi Cixi was astonished that she had considered even this aspect. Her heart, once heavy with gloom, was now flooded with warmth. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer restrain her tears, rushing forward to embrace Yi Yian tightly at the waist. "No one has ever cared for me like this." Her voice trembled as she continued, unable to hold back the flood of tears. "Aunt, thank you, truly thank you. And I am so sorry to Yi Yian, who typically disliked being touched due to her sensitive skin, stiffened momentarily before hastily lifting her by the collar to distance herself. All right, we are family. No need for such formalities. Now, gather your things and prepare for our early departure tomorrow," with tears brimming in her eyes. Yi Cixi nodded, her pitiful demeanor reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a profound sense of compassion. It was no wonder that Qi Jingshu, accustomed to the beauty of the palace, would find himself drawn to her. Yi Yian reflected for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively and departed. This girl truly cried too easily. She had little patience for comforting her. As Yi Cixi watched her aunt hastily retreat, she unexpectedly broke into a smile, the first in many days. Her aunt was, surprisingly, ticklish, an amusing revelation indeed. Thus, the day passed. The following day marked the 9th day of the 9th month, the double 9th festival. Early in the morning, Zhao Qi Jinka appeared at the Jin Wangfu, only to be met with a barrage of insults from the irascible little green parrot. The plump white goose, Fatty, was equally unyielding, chasing him around the courtyard in a furious manner. That moment, Qi Jingyan had just awakened, groggily rising to dress, when the commotion outside jolted him fully awake. "Quick, someone take this goose away! Sixth brother, help! Foolish creature, you brought this upon yourself. You asked for it, ga. Though Qi Jingyan had initially intended to suppress his laughter, he could not hold it in and burst into hearty laughter after leaning back on the bed. After enjoying the moment, he rubbed his still smiling face and leisurely dressed, brushing his teeth and washing up before finally opening the door. Fatty had already been corralled back into its cage by the butler. Old Lu, who had arrived upon hearing the ruckus at Qi Jinka, having meticulously prepared for his outing, now found himself in disarray, panting heavily behind a pillar in the corridor, his hair disheveled. The lively parrot, Little Green, continued to berate him with fervor, showing no signs of stopping. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle again. Unable to contain himself, he laughed heartily at Chi Jinka's expense for a while before casually inquiring, "Are you all right, seventh brother?" Already seething with frustration due to the antics of those two little creatures, Chi Jinka felt even more provoked by Chi Jingyan's laughter. "I am not all right. It is a massive problem." Chi Jinka longed to unleash a torrent of curses at his foolish sixth brother, yet he could not. Not only could he not, but he also had to grit his teeth and force himself to appear calm and collected. Shaking his head innocently while adjusting his attire, "I am fine. I merely was startled by that oversized goose." "But sixth brother, why on earth do you keep a goose in your courtyard?" "Just felt like it, and I don't have to clean up after it," Chi Jingyan replied with a smile. "Besides, these little fellows are quite lively, that my courtyard was always so quiet. Don't you think it feels much more vibrant with them around?" Chi Jinka retorted, "Vibrant, you say? What respectable prince would keep geese in his courtyard? And that foul-mouthed parrot, who in their right mind would want such a pet?" "Chi Jingyan, you are a fool," Little Green chimed in, hurling insults. Observing his younger brother's futile attempts to maintain composure while seething with anger only served to invigorate Chi Jingyan further. He took a moment to appreciate the expression on Chi Jinka's face. Then, adopting the demeanor of the original owner, walked over to pat his shoulder, cheerfully saying, "All right, just avoid them next time that I'll have someone discipline them," so they learned the entire carriage was impressively spacious. Measuring 6 or 7 times larger than an ordinary one. Within, there were tables and chairs, soft couches, cabinets, incense burners and screens, as well as a small kitchen designated for brewing tea and making pastries, alongside a small restroom for convenience. All resembling the comforts of home. The pulling horses were not ordinary steeds, but rather 4 immaculate white horses, devoid of any blemish, instantly recognizable as extraordinary creatures. "Come aboard. There are combs, mirrors, and everything you might need. Even if you wish to change your entire outfit, it poses no issue," Chi Jingyan casually invited. While Chi Jinka maintained a composed exterior, his heart seethed with jealousy. Why, despite being a prince himself, did this foolish sixth brother enjoy such fortune? He not only had a stunningly beautiful and favored concubine mother, but also a wealthy maternal family. Although the Zhang family hailed from merchant origins and was often looked down upon by aristocratic families with deep-rooted histories, they possessed both imperial favor and wealth, thus enjoying a status that rendered any concerns about reputation trivial. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he found himself in bitter contrast. His mother, lacking favor, came from a humble family, and despite sharing royal blood, he was forced to endure a life alongside a worthless individual who, in every aspect other than appearance, was inferior to him. The unfairness of fate was staggering. With a forced smile, Chi Jinka boarded Chi Jingyan's opulent carriage, grappling with feelings of resentment and despair. Yet, his years as the original's loyal follower had endowed him with remarkable self-regulation skills. Thus, he swiftly suppressed these negative emotions, transforming his anger into motivation for subtly undermining the original. After all, this fool was merely a better reincarnated version of himself, as long as he could follow the guidance of his fifth brother to successfully sow discord between this fool and the crown prince. Using himself and the Zhang family as leverage to gradually bring down the crown prince, this fool would no longer pose a threat. With this thought, Chi Jinka couldn't help but smirk inwardly. As he composed himself and prepared to test this foolish sixth brother further during their secluded journey, hoping to uncover the reason for his recent oddities and simultaneously strengthen his trust, he was interrupted when Chi Jingyan, reclining on a soft couch draped with luxurious fox fur and leisurely sipping tea from a peculiar bamboo tube or cup, suddenly inquired, "We must be nearing the city gate." "Right. Have my cousins arrived?" As a prince, the original had a retinue, including the butler, Old Liu, and the personal eunuch Fu Lai, who managed the affairs of the royal residence and attended to his daily needs, alongside a cadre of skilled guards. Today, accompanying Chi Jingyan and driving the carriage was the original's personal guard, Gao Shiv, a formidable figure from the palace's secret service, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess and lightness of foot. From the original's memories, it was evident that he had been assigned to protect the original from a young age, remaining steadfastly loyal throughout the years, which fostered a deep trust. Recently, Gao Shiv had been granted a half-month leave to care for his ailing mother, returning just 2 days prior, which meant Chi Jingyan had not interacted with him until now. Initially, Chi Jinka harbored concerns that this longtime protector might discern something amiss, but after 2 days of interaction. He realized that although Gao Shiv was an impressive martial artist, he possessed a thick skin and a rather simple-minded disposition, far more so than the original. This was rather fortunate, as it alleviated his worries about being exposed and allowed him to feel secure in bringing him along. Lost in thought, Qi Jingyan was unaware that Gao Shiv had stretched his neck to peer at the bustling city gate ahead. After a moment, he boomed, "We have arrived, Your Highness. Young Master Jiang is waving at us." Young Masters Jiang Ba and Jiang Shi, along with 2 young ladies from the Jiang family, are also by his side. As previously mentioned, the Jiang family was notably prolific, particularly in male offspring. For instance, Jiang Guifei's generation boasted over a dozen children, yet only 2 daughters, Jiang Guifei and her cousin, Luo Yushu. Among the brothers born of the same mother, 5 were present. The next generation was even more numerous. Presently, counting only the closest cousins, the original had 13, but the number of female cousins was fewer, yet still amounted to 4 when including the illegitimate sons of Jiang Guifei and the children of her cousins. The total likely reached around 30 that the 3 young masters and 2 young ladies mentioned by Gao Shiv were, in fact, the original's 5 maternal cousins, having maintained a close relationship with them since childhood and frequently playing together. Qi Jingyan had arranged for them to wait at the city gate to join him in the carriage for the banquet, a decision that would not raise any eyebrows. The rationale for not having them go directly to the Jin Wangfu was twofold. 1. The Jiang family resided in the eastern part of the city, while the Jin Wangfu was in the west, making a direct meeting at the city gate more convenient. And 2, he relished the opportunity to toy with his scheming, treacherous younger brother. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinka, the treacherous younger brother, was indeed caught off guard that Qi Jingyan discreetly appreciated the shifting hues of Qi Jinka's face, then responded to Gao Shiv before retrieving 2 sets of ancient-style mahjong from a nearby drawer, cheerfully announcing to Qi Jinka, "With so many of us, it's the perfect occasion to play something new. I recently acquired a delightful game. Let's enjoy it on the way, so the journey won't be dull." Though Qi Jinka felt an urge to explode in frustration, he managed to force a smile and replied, very well, that he yearned only to leap up and smash this foolish 6th brother's head into oblivion. Once the 5 siblings from the Jiang family boarded the carriage, the once spacious interior became considerably crowded. However, relative to an ordinary carriage, even with 10 more people, they would still be comfortable, being relatives and close. They disregarded any concern regarding gender separation, settling together at Qi Jingyan's invitation that Qi Jingyan had previously arranged for 2 sets of tables and chairs, and now, having seated the 7 of them, he began to instruct them on how to play mahjong. This game is called mahjong. It bears some resemblance to the leaf game you played before, yet it also possesses its unique elements. "Come, I shall teach you the rules." The Jiang siblings were intrigued, while Qi Jinka struggled to maintain a facade of cheerfulness despite his rising exasperation. Nevertheless, Qi Jingyan's mahjong proved to be quite enjoyable, and Qi Jinka, compelled to learn, found himself unexpectedly intrigued after a while. The luxurious carriage gradually made its way toward the outskirts of the capital. Along the route, they encountered numerous other carriages heading to Jiang Mountain for the banquet. Some familiar and others not. Qi Jingyan casually taught his companions the game while attentively observing the activity outside. Finally, midway through their journey, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Cousin! Cousin, wait for me!" It was Luo Yushu. The Luo family had set off later than they had, prompting Qi Jingyan to intentionally instruct Gao Shiv to slow the carriage, ultimately allowing the Luo carriage to catch up. Internally relieved, Qi Jingyan maintained a composed demeanor as he casually lifted the carriage curtain to glance back at the source of the voice. Then remarked to his companions, "It seems to be that girl Yushu. Perfect timing. We are short 1 person at this table. Shall we invite her to join us?" Mahjong requires 4 players, and with 7 individuals in the carriage. They had formed 2 tables, one with 4 players and the other with 3, that initially, when the rules were not yet learned, no one found it problematic, but now that they had grasped the basics, they were reluctant to wait for their turn. Thus, when Qi Jingyan proposed this idea, the 5 Jiang siblings' eyes brightened, eagerly exclaiming, "Excellent idea! Quick, let us stop and invite cousin sister Yushu over." Even Qi Jinka, who had been reminding himself that he was merely playing along to better deal with this foolish 6th brother, couldn't he help but nod in agreement. Luo Yushu's mother was also a member of the Jiang family, making her a cousin to the Jiang brothers present at AS for Qi Jinka, although he and Qi Jingyan were not of the same mother. Through Princess Jing'an, he was also related to Luo Yushu, allowing them to share a carriage without concern for propriety. Consequently, Qi Jingyan naturally instructed Gao Shiv to halt the carriage, summoning Luo Yushu away from her family's vehicle. Since Luo Yushu was the only young lady of her generation, she was traveling alone with her maid. Upon learning that the 5 Jiang siblings were aboard Qi Jingyan's opulent carriage, which they had arranged to travel together that morning, her initially joyful expression transformed into one of surprise. Without waiting for her maid to assist her, she jumped down from her carriage, grumbling as she approached. "I wondered why today's outing was so grand. It turns out you had arranged to travel together all along. But you only invited Cousin Jean and Cousin Fei, leaving me out. How unfair." Qi Jingyan had deliberately excluded Luo Yushu from the invitation. Given that the male protagonist of the original story, Qi Jingshu, was known for holding grudges, he had no intention of letting Luo Yushu off lightly now that he had resolved to take action against her. If he had summoned Luo Yushu to his carriage directly before departure, or simply obstructed her from traveling today, it would likely have compelled Qi Jingshua to alter his original plans, resorting to other means unknown to him to target Luo Yushu at a different time. This would pose an even greater danger to her. Therefore, he could only call her onto his carriage in a seemingly fortuitous manner midway, allowing her to evade the imminent peril. Consequently, the thwarted Qi Jingshu would refrain from attempting to act against Luo Yushu again in the near future. As the sudden malfunction of the Luo family carriage, which nearly led to her demise, would undoubtedly incite the ire and vigilance of both her family and the Princess of Jing'an. With this thought in mind, Qi Jingyan disregarded Luo Yushu's complaints and merely leaned out, offering her a slight smile as he said, "Move quickly, or I shan't call for you next time." Luo Yushu felt a surge of anger. Yet upon seeing Qi Jingyan's face, she recalled the good deed she had performed for him days prior, as well as the terrifying punishment he had imposed upon her. This thought dissipated her anger in an instant. Fine, I shall be magnanimous this time and not hold it against you." After forcing herself to find a way out, Luo Yushu hurriedly stepped onto the luxurious carriage of Qi Jingyan, using the stool left by Gao Shiwu. Her maid, Zai, hesitated upon witnessing this. Evidently uncertain whether she should accompany her, Qi Jingyan knew that the Luo family carriage would soon encounter trouble near a slope not far away and intended to use the lack of attendance as a pretext to summon this maid and the coachman to his own carriage. However, just as he prepared to speak, the horse pulling the Luo family carriage suddenly reacted as if startled, rearing up and neighing loudly as it charged toward their direction. The coachman displayed an expression of terror, and the maid's eye, still inside the carriage, was caught off guard and collided against the carriage wall. "Your Highness, be careful, miss." The two carriages were not far apart, and the startled horse nearly reached Qi Jingyan's luxurious carriage in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Luo Yushu stood on the stool, unable to enter the carriage, while the horse charged directly toward her. "Heavens, cousin, be careful." Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, and Qi Jingyan's face changed dramatically as he lunged toward the carriage door, intent on pulling Luo Yushu inside. Yet, it was already too late. The occurrence was too abrupt, and even with his quick reflexes, he could not keep pace with his thoughts. Fortunately, he had brought along the well-trained and highly skilled Gao Shiwu that day. And it was fortunate that Gao Shiwu was right beside Luo Yushu when the incident unfolded, that in a split second. He swiftly seized Luo Yushu and hurled her away, all the while tightening the reins to control the 4 startled white horses before him. Before leaping into action and delivering a powerful kick to the mad horse's head. The horse, in pain, whinnied and reared back, but did not cease its charge. Instead, it veered slightly off course, narrowly grazing Gao Shiwu's body as it careened toward the dense forest beside the official road. "Ah, miss, save me!" Zai screamed in terror, while the coachman, realizing the dire situation, quickly relinquished the reins, covering his head as he jumped from the carriage and rolled on the ground to a stop to Qi Jingyan. Witnessing this, felt his eyelids twitch and urgently commanded Gao Shiwu and the other guards trailing his carriage. "Quickly, save them!" "Yes, your highness." Gao Shiwu and the others immediately prepared to pursue, but a figure clad in deep purple moved faster than they could. "Reach out. I'll pull you out." It was Yi Yan. She rode a chestnut steed, cutting through the crowd like lightning, and within moments it caught up to the out-of-control carriage, maintaining her speed by gripping the horse's belly with her legs. She released the reins to grasp the carriage window, calling to Zai inside, "Hurry! Reach out!" Though terrified, Zai's instinct for survival compelled her to muster the courage to lunge toward her. Yi Yan grasped her wrist and, with a powerful tug, pulled her from the window. The sensation of her body soaring through the air caused Zai to scream in fright. But in the next moment, she found herself gripped by Yi Yan's hold. Seated securely on the horse's back to AT that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the out-of-control horse collided forcefully with a centuries-old tree, letting out a chilling whinny before collapsing. The carriage behind it, having crashed into several trees, ultimately shattered and overturned on the ground. The scene was harrowing, yet fortunately, no one was injured. Qi Jingyan exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the soft carpet that covered the entire carriage. Overwhelmed by the fright, his heart raced, and his limbs felt numb until Yi Yan returned with the unharmed Zai before the group, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. It was not that he was faint-hearted. Rather, the life of a living being weighed heavily on him, coming from the 21st century. Moreover, in the original narrative, this maid named Zai, like Luo Yushu, had sustained injuries but was not in mortal peril. Thus, he had not anticipated that his actions to protect Luo Yushu would place her in such danger. Contemplating how close she had come to losing her life, Qi Jingyan felt a pang of guilt. Intertwined with a chilling anger, Qi Jingyan's desire for revenge against Luo Yushu was understandable. After all, it was Luo Yushu who had schemed to harm Yi Cixi during the Princess of Jingyan's birthday banquet. However, did he consider the maid Zai, who was traveling with Luo Yushu, when he committed this act? Clearly not, for Zai was but a trivial maid in his eyes. Furthermore, in Qi Jingyan's perspective, Zai, as Luo Yushu's personal attendant, was likely seen as her accomplice. Yet, the truth was that the original text had explicitly stated that Zai was unaware of Luo Yushu's scheme against Yi Cixi, and upon discovering it later, had even advised Luo Yushu against further folly for Qi Jingshua's sake. She was a completely innocent individual. However, no one cared whether she was innocent, nor did they consider whether she might meet a tragic end because of it. Reflecting on this, Qi Jingyan's expression grew somber. It was the first time he had witnessed the cruelty and ruthlessness of feudal society, leaving him with a profound discomfort and an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Miss, are you all right? Zai, I thought I would never see you again." At that moment, Luo Yushu, having been unceremoniously tossed aside by Gao Shiwu in a moment of panic, belatedly reacted and began to cry. Zai, having been set down from the horse by Yi Yan, also rushed toward her mistress, still in shock, and wept as she embraced her. Qi Jingyan, regaining his senses, looked at the two of them weeping together. First exhaling forcefully, then rising to leave the carriage, hastening to check on their condition. Chapter 20. A close call. Both women were disheveled. Yet fortunately, they had sustained no serious injuries. Zai had tumbled about in the carriage, sustaining a large bump on her head, while Luo Yushu, although covered in dirt and bloodied, had merely scraped her skin without any signs of fractures. The Qi Jingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Cousin, how are you?" The 5 siblings from the Jiang family and Qi Jinka quickly disembarked from the carriage. Others who passed by and recognized Luo Yushu also halted to observe that Qi Jingyan, sensing the attention, immediately lowered his body to shield them from view, urgently instructing, "It appears she is gravely injured. Someone, go fetch a carriage at once to take my cousin home for treatment." By doing so, he aimed to portray Luo Yushu's condition as severe, hoping to conclude the matter and prevent Qi Jingshua from learning that she had only sustained minor injuries, thus harboring resentment and striking again. But Luo Yushu, being proud and sensitive about her image, could not endure being seen in such a pitiful state by acquaintances. Moreover, as she began to regain her composure, she cried out while swiftly rising from the ground, "I'm fine. I won't leave. I still want to attend Cousin Chongning's banquet." Gao Shiwu, witnessing this, quickly offered his apologies. "I acted out of desperation earlier and may have offended Miss Luo. I implore your highness to punish me. However, my actions were measured, and Miss Luo's injuries should not be severe." "Your highness need not worry." Qi Jingyan, unable to contain his irritation, suppressed the words that had nearly escaped his lips, feigning nonchalance as he replied to Gao Shiwu. "That is good to hear. That I appreciate your timely assistance." "You need not apologize then." He stepped forward, speaking in a rapid whisper only Luo Yushu could hear. "You cannot go to the banquet anymore. What just happened was not an accident. It was Qi Jingxia seeking revenge for your plot against Yi Cixi. Even if it is just a minor injury, you must return home at once. Once there, Remember to feign being scared and unwell, and do not go out for a while. Otherwise, I fear he may strike at you again." "What? This is impossible." Luo Yushu's expression changed drastically, instinctively wanting to shout that it was inconceivable. However, halfway through her protest, she was silenced by Qi Jingyan's mention of the goose in his estate, which left her frozen in place. "Enough, let us return. Reflect on what I have told you in the past few days," Qi Jingyan concluded, not allowing her a moment to respond, before instructing Gao Shiwu, "Find a carriage and send them both back to the Luo residence." "Yes." Gao Shiwu promptly received his orders and departed. Luo Yushu stood there, her complexion a mix of pale and ashen, her heart filled with disbelief, yet simultaneously an indescribable intuition whispered to her that her cousin spoke the truth. Qi Jingshaw, for a mere Yisisi, was he truly intent on taking her life? Luo Yushu felt both sorrow and anger, her desire to continue attending the banquet utterly extinguished, observing her sudden silence. Qi Jingyan refrained from further comments, turning instead towards Yi Yian, who was not far off, skillfully returning her horse to their carriage. But he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, General Yi, for your assistance earlier. That it was but a trifling matter." "Your Highness, no need for such formality," Yi Yian replied, her courteous smile barely masking her surprise. Seizing the opportunity to bow, she lowered her head and added in a voice only Qi Jingyan could hear, "That horse went wild due to someone tampering with it." Having spent considerable time in the military with her own warhorse, she was well acquainted with horses and easily discerned that the earlier incident was no mere accident. Qi Jingyan felt a flicker of surprise. Yet given her status, he found it unsurprising that he nodded discreetly to her before returning to his carriage, gesturing to the coachman from the Luo family, who stood nearby. "Seize him." Yi Yian paused, a glimmer of astonished amusement crossing her features, that he too had noticed something amiss with the Luo family's coachman. She had intended to warn him further. The others, however, were perplexed, and the coachman, taken aback, exclaimed, "Your Highness, why must you apprehend me? I clearly saw that the horse was about to charge forward. It was you who deliberately pulled the reins, directing it towards my cousin." Though Qi Jingyan had not witnessed the incident, he was aware that the coachman was suspicious. The original text had explicitly described the location of the incident, yet they had not yet arrived there. The horse's sudden frenzy could only imply one thing. Someone had expedited their nefarious plan. Taking advantage of Luo Yushu's unexpected descent from the carriage, the only one capable of orchestrating such a scheme was this seemingly honest coachman. The horse's reckless charge towards Luo Yushu further confirmed his suspicions. "What? This was no accident. You intended to harm me." Luo Yushu and her maid had already boarded a carriage borrowed from Gao Shu. At this revelation, her countenance changed dramatically as she glared furiously at the coachman, demanding, "Why would you do such a thing?" The other attendees, after their initial shock, began to murmur amongst themselves that Qi Jingyan deliberately amplified the situation to instill caution in the unseen puppet master Qi Jingshu. Having achieved his objective, he chose not to elaborate further, stating, "There is always a reason behind such incidents. Take him back for a thorough inquiry, and the truth will undoubtedly surface. Now, let us return." "No, I am innocent. I am wronged," the coachman protested, attempting to flee, but was swiftly apprehended by Gao Shiwu, who deftly restrained him and bound him tightly. Subsequently, this man, along with Luo Yushu and her maid, was dispatched back to the Luo family by the guard sent by Qi Jingyan. For the others, this incident was merely a momentary scare, and after watching Luo Yushu and her companions depart, they returned to their carriages to continue their journey to Jiang Mountain. 2 guards remained to secure the scene for the Luo family's inspection, while Qi Jingyan returned to his luxurious carriage accompanied by the 5 siblings of the Jiang family and Qi Jinka. That was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Sir Gao pulled my cousin away in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. One remarked, "Indeed, that horse was large and powerful. Had it struck my cousin directly, the outcome could have been dire." Another added, "And what about the maid beside her? Had it not been for Miss Ye's intervention, she too would have faced grave danger. It is fortunate that my cousin encountered us and was called down from the carriage. Otherwise, she might have fallen into a perilous predicament like her maid. Perhaps there is some grudge between her family and the Luo family." Another speculated, "By the way, did you just mention Yi San? That lady was the renowned Yi San, Yi Yian. Wasn't she? No wonder she was so formidable. She is indeed the first female general conferred by His Majesty himself. Thus her prowess is to be expected. Due to the commotion, everyone lost interest in playing mahjong, and upon boarding their carriages, they began to discuss the recent events. Qi Jingyan sat quietly, occasionally chiming in to show solidarity, while his thoughts wandered far and wide, that he found himself in a rather dismal mood, contemplating the stark societal hierarchies and the ruthless era devoid of any semblance of human rights. Additionally, he was troubled by the original narrative which, though changeable, could yield even worse outcomes. Sixth brother? What are you pondering? Qi Jika called out, oblivious to the fact that Qi Jingxuo was behind the turmoil surrounding Luo Yushu. Qi Jingyan's irritation flared, and he pressed his lips together, citing fatigue from waking early as an excuse to lean back against the soft couch that a window beside him fluttered with the wind, revealing glimpses of the scenery outside. As he lazily gazed through half-closed eyelids, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of bright, star-like orbs. The owner of these captivating eyes was a girl, also seated in a carriage, who leaned against the window, looking somewhat bored while munching on something. Upon meeting his gaze, she momentarily paused in surprise before breaking into a lively smile, nodding at him. It was Yi. Chapter 21. I offer you candy. Qi Jingyan regained his composure and returned her nod with a polite smile. The official road outside the capital was well paved, with their carriages positioned not too far apart. Yin, glancing at the resplendent carriage ahead, was struck by the elegance of the noble youth's face. Akin to a portrait, in a moment of impulsivity, she tossed the leftover pine nut candy she held in her palm towards him. Qi Jingyan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively reached out to catch it. Yin then realized what she had done, blinking in surprise, feeling a rare wave of embarrassment wash over her. This action felt akin to those who, upon encountering beauty, cannot help but rush forward with flowers. A tad frivolous, indeed. Fortunately, it was merely a piece of candy and nothing more extravagant. Feeling slightly sheepish, Yin feigned composure, silently mouthing to Qi Jingyan, I invite your highness to enjoy some candy. It last. Qi Jingyan snapped back to reality. He regarded the spirited girl, her cheeks adorably puffed as she chewed, radiating vitality, and recalled her earlier heroic act of galloping forth to save Zai. His mood brightened considerably. Though the world bore its share of darkness, not all individuals were unkind. Furthermore, he had successfully altered Luo Yushu's destined trajectory, and Zai had emerged unscathed. Therefore, if circumstances could be influenced, he too could certainly navigate his own fate and that of others. With this resolve, the shadows clouding Qi Jingyan's heart dissipated entirely. He cast a glance at the small, unassuming candy wrapped in oil paper, exuding a delightful aroma of pine nuts, and as his features relaxed, a smile broke forth. Observing that he neither found her action strange nor displeasing, but rather smiled warmly while unwrapping the candy and savoring it. Yin momentarily froze, silently chiding herself for her lack of self-restraint. Delicious, the delicate sweetness melted in his mouth. Qi Jingyan looked up at Yin, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with warmth as he mouthed a grateful thank you. Yin was nearly overwhelmed by his smile, nearly giving in to the impulse to fetch more candy from the table to throw at him. She cleared her throat, returning to herself, while a thought that had lingered in her mind solidified further. Yes, she ought to seize the opportunity to inquire about something soon. With this in mind, she returned Qi Jingyan's gaze with an open, generous smile. Their shared moment went unnoticed by those around them, as everyone remained preoccupied with the Luo family's affairs. Only Yi Cece, seated beside Yin and unaware of the significance of the interaction, instinctively glanced over when Yin tossed the candy. However, positioned farther from the window, she could not discern the specifics of Yin's actions, only catching a glimpse of the strikingly luxurious carriage of the Jin Wangfu and Yin seemingly greeting someone inside. This sight astonished her, and she furrowed her brows in contemplation. Aunt, do you know the Jin Wang? Yin, who had been contemplating a change in her own engagement, was momentarily startled by the question. Oh, I've met him a few times. I suppose we can say we know each other. Why do you ask? She replied, somewhat distracted, as she enjoyed her candy. The Duke of Jingguo's estate had dispatched 3 carriages today, with the others seated in the remaining 2 that initially, Yi Cece was supposed to accompany Yi Xiuxiu and her companions. But just before their departure, Lin Xiuxiu deliberately took her personal maid with her. Consequently, when Yi Cece arrived a little late to leave, she found herself without a seat. Yi, who had intended to travel on horseback, stepped outside to see Cece biting her lip, her face pale and filled with embarrassment. Standing helplessly beside the carriage, anger welled up within her, prompting her to reprimand Yi Xiuxiu and the others before instructing someone to fetch another carriage for Yi Cece, ensuring she could take a seat. Thus, in the carriage at present, it was just the two of them. Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Yi Cece hesitated. She was not one to engage in gossip about others. However, recalling the arrogant and unreasonable demeanor of the esteemed Prince Jean, along with her aunt's kindness towards her, she couldn't help but voice her concern after a moment's contemplation that esteemed Prince Jean is not a good man. Aunt, please do not get too close to him. Qi Jingyan had informed her of the grievances between the original character and Yi Cece, so Yi Yan was not surprised by her words. Her gaze shifted slightly as she turned to Yi Cece, signaling her to elaborate. What makes you say he is not a good man? Please, tell me more. Why Yi Cece assumed that since Yi Yan had only recently returned to the capital, she might not have heard of Prince Jin's notorious reputation. Thus, she hurried to recount all the misdeeds she knew about him, including their past conflicts and how she had already apologized, yet he continued to harass her. She omitted only the part where he confessed his affections for her, as she found it utterly unbelievable that Yi Yan listened impassively, realizing that what Yi Cece recounted aligned closely with what Qi Jingyan had told her and the information she had gathered from outside. Yet, the Prince Jean she had encountered was entirely different from the one they described, almost as if they were two distinct individuals. Initially, she thought it was merely the result of malicious gossip, but he himself had admitted to having behaved recklessly in the past. Chewing on her pine nut candy, Yi Yan found the situation rather amusing. However, she refrained from sharing her thoughts with Yi Cece. After digesting her words, she swallowed her candy and advised, from what you've said, it appears that this esteemed Prince Jean indeed has many flaws. Nevertheless, no one is perfect. Given his noble status, his boisterous and unruly nature is not a grave fault. After all, his brashness and arrogance seem to be little more than playful antics, teasing cats and walking dogs, bullying people without committing any truly heinous acts that as for you, while his treatment of you may be petty and cruel. Have you considered that, given his stature, if he truly wished to retaliate against you, he could easily make your life unbearable with just a few words? There would be no need for him to resort to actions that, while irritating, have never genuinely harmed you. The mere thought of Prince Jean made Yi Cece frown in distaste, but now she paused in surprise that me, this esteemed Prince Jean you speak of seems nothing more than a mischievous child who delights in petty tricks. While he is indeed bothersome, he is not truly detestable. This. Yi Yan poured herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat, which had grown weary from the candy, and then turned back to her. Based on what you've shared, he may be a bit spoiled and unruly, but his nature isn't inherently bad. Therefore, you need not fear him. Should he bully you again in the future, simply retaliate in kind. Confronting such a troublesome child, or anyone who dares to humiliate you, requires a strong response. Evasion is futile. The correct approach is to stand firm, because it is human nature to fear strength. As for Prince Jean, you need not worry about his noble status. Should you inadvertently injure him, the palace would not dare to place blame. They say the one who provokes first is the lesser party. You are the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. If your actions are merely for self-defense, your family will certainly protect you. Moreover, if a grown man were to lose a fight against a young girl, he would be too embarrassed to admit it. Yi Cece was taken aback, astonished that her aunt would encourage her to confront Prince Jean. Yet, despite her shock, her aunt's words held a certain wisdom. The petite girl, with her delicate appearance, reflected on whether she could indeed contend with Prince Jean if it ever came to that. Yi Yan chuckled at the sight of her furrowed brows and innocent expression. Of course, retaliating is contingent upon your ability to do so. If you lack the strength, then it's unwise to confront him directly. Instead, seek out his weaknesses and strike back with cunning when faced with danger. Don't hesitate. Employ whatever tactics are necessary, whether it be targeting the eyes, striking vulnerable points, or using sneaky maneuvers like biting ears or pulling hair. In short, all's fair in love and war, and as long as you emerge victorious. It matters not how you achieve it as long as he learns not to disturb you again. For someone like Yi Cece, who was accustomed to yielding and bowing under pressure, the idea of standing her ground opened a whole new world for her. Yi Yan considered her niece's plight. Her father's indifference, her mother's early demise, and the constant struggles imposed by her stepmother and elder sister. Coupled with Cece's enchanting beauty, she added, if you're interested, I can teach you some self-defense techniques later. Really? Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could I really become as formidable as you, Aunt? Yian paused. What are you imagining? To possess skills like mine, you would need at least a decade of training. Oh, Cece blushed, embarrassed by her naivety, that I was thinking too simply. Amused, Yian took another sip of tea before continuing. However, that esteemed Prince Jean likely will not bother you again. Cece was momentarily puzzled. How does Aunt know he won't come after me again? He told me himself. Recalling their chance encounter on the stone bridge, where Qi Jingyan appeared flustered yet earnest in his explanation, Yian set down her teacup, a smile glimmering in her eyes that he mentioned that he was once thoughtless and had treated you poorly, but he has since changed his ways. He assured me he would no longer disturb you, and even expressed a desire to apologize personally. Cece's eyes widened in disbelief. That seems hard to believe. Yet, recognizing that Yian had no reason to deceive her, she reluctantly nodded, furrowing her brow in hesitation. That I hope what he said is true. While it was true that Prince Jean had not done anything to genuinely harm her, Cece still found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. After all, who could like someone who constantly bullied them? Thus, she merely wished for him to keep his distance in the future, allowing for a peaceful coexistence and letting bygones be bygones. As for apologies, she dared not take the words of a prince seriously. Yian noticed her niece's sentiments but chose not to press further, reiterating, regardless of whether his words hold sincerity, you need not shy away from him in the future. As I mentioned, should he bully you again, retaliate. That if you are unable to defend yourself, simply call for me. As your aunt, I will certainly stand up for you. Her analysis of Prince Jin's character was not meant to absolve him of past transgressions or to prompt Cece to forgive or feel differently about him. How she perceived Prince Jean was entirely her own affair. Even if Yian believed that the prince she knew differed from the one described in rumors, she would never advocate on his behalf. Her counsel was purely aimed at empowering her timid niece to think critically and muster courage in similar situations moving forward. For often, relentless submission and an eagerness to appease do not lead to the cessation of one's torment, but rather invite greater harm. She wished for Cece to no longer be a pliable figure, easily manipulated by others. One must learn to stand on their own, if you do not strive to protect and cherish yourself. How can you expect others to do so? I understand, Cece replied, touched and moved by Yian's words. She nodded earnestly. Thank you, Aunt. Being the original protagonist, she was undoubtedly a clever girl, having mastered the art of medicine through innate talent and hard work at such a young age. However, her difficult upbringing left her without support, and no one had ever taught her these lessons. Consequently, she had instinctively adopted a demeanor of submission to avoid drawing attention and to shield herself from harm. Over time, her spirit had been diminished, leading her to become increasingly compliant and timid. Yet in the face of injustice, she felt a simmering anger and resentment, unwilling to accept her fate. Thus, initially, when unaware of Prince Jin's true identity, she chose to fight back silently. However, upon learning of his status as a prince, her lack of backing and confidence left her flustered, robbing her of the courage to retaliate, and she fell back into a cycle of retreat. Yet, her heart still rebelled against her circumstances. She simply lacked the knowledge of how to resist while ensuring her own safety. In this present moment, someone has illuminated a path for her. Cece experiences a flicker of understanding. She swiftly plunges into deeper contemplation, observing the potential in her. Yian feels a sense of solace. Turning, she retrieves a book she brought to pass the time and begins to read intently. Thus, after a brief span of time, they finally arrive at Jiang Mountain. Jiang Mountain is not particularly high in elevation, nor is it steep. It presents a relatively gentle ascent adorned with picturesque scenery both above and below, making it a favored destination for the nobility of the capital who seek to enjoy the panoramic views. The Princess of Chongning's private estate, Yunquan Villa, is perched atop Jiang Mountain. Although Yunquan Villa is not expansive, it is built on a precipice, allowing one to gaze down upon a significant portion of the capital, offering a breathtaking vista. Moreover, the villa boasts a notably large natural hot spring, much to the princess's delight. Thus, the princess frequently retreats here for respite, And every year during the double ninth festival in September, she hosts a gathering for her guests to ascend, savor tea, and revel in the beauty of the mountains and waters. While many from the Duke of the State's household have visited several times, it is the first experience for both Yi Ian, who has just returned to the capital, and Yi Cece, who has often been deliberately overlooked in the past. Therefore, when Yi Ian suggests that she and Sister Cece should take their time to appreciate the scenery, allowing the others to proceed ahead, no one gives it much thought. Only Yi Cece, aware of Yi Ian's intention to shield her from prying eyes, feels a sudden jolt of anxiety, causing her to grow tense. She timidly lowers her gaze, her previously calmed heart now in disarray once more. It is only when Yi Ian lightly pats her shoulder and raises an eyebrow, urging her to move forward, that she presses her lips together, feeling somewhat reassured. Ever since that evening, when Yi Ian discovered her secret affair with Qi Jingxi, yet chose to defend her rather than condemn her, Yi Cece has developed a sentiment akin to a fledgling's attachment towards her aunt, and no one has ever treated her with such genuine kindness and protection as her aunt has. Now, with her aunt by her side, she instinctively feels emboldened, for she believes her aunt would never harm her. With this thought in mind, Yi Cece silently encourages herself while summoning the courage to follow in Yi Ian's footsteps. What is it but a mere exchange of glances with a stranger? It is nothing to fear. Her aunt has assured her that the other party is amiable and would not look down upon her. Yes, you can do this, Yi Cece. The aunt and niece ascend the long stone steps at a leisurely pace. Initially, they are accompanied by many others, but as they continue to pause and admire the surroundings, their pace proves too slow, causing the crowd to gradually surpass them. Eventually, they find themselves in solitude, with their destination, a small hill nestled behind a lush bamboo grove, now within sight. This secluded hill is the predetermined meeting place between Yi Ian and Chu Pingchuan. Chu Pingchuan has already arrived and is waiting within the bamboo thicket. Yi Ian first glances at the signal he left outside the grove, confirming its accuracy before turning to Yi Cece and saying, "Go ahead." Yi Cece's heart tightens, her cheeks flushing with a mix of apprehension and embarrassment. However, fortified by her earlier mental preparation, she ultimately does not retreat, taking a deep breath, nodding, and donning the veil she had prepared. With newfound resolve, she steps into the bamboo grove. Within the grove, a young man clad in a dark blue robe, tall and well-built, is crouched with his back to her, seemingly engaged in some task. Yi Cece momentarily freezes, unsure whether to advance. Yet the young man has already heard her approach. He quickly stands, turning to her with a blend of shyness and warmth, performing a courteous greeting. "I am Chu Pingchuan. Honored to meet the fourth young lady." He appears to be around 20 years of age, not strikingly handsome, yet possessing prominent brows and eyes, a straight posture, and a robust physique, exuding vitality. Noticing something in his hands, Yi Cece instinctively looks closer and discovers he is cradling a bird with a bloodied wing. This little creature has injured its wing and fortuitously fell nearby, that I found it chirping pitifully. So I applied some medicine I had on hand, Chu Pingchuan explains, noting her gaze that Yi Cece observes the bird's injury, which indeed bears evidence of the powder he had applied, and her tension dissipates significantly. A person who shows kindness towards an injured creature cannot be of ill intent. She steadies her nerves, bows her head slightly, and replies, "I am honored to meet you, Master Chu. Your compassion is fortunate for this little bird. However, I see that its wound appears to still be bleeding, that if you do not mind, may I use a cloth to tend to it further?" Chu Pingchuan is taken aback by her words, hesitating as he replies, "Your kindness is admirable, but I fear it may soil your hands. That it does not concern me. I am unbothered by a little mess. Yi Cece, having learned medicine from a young age, often tended to both humans and injured animals, thus possessing considerable experience." Engaging in this discussion with Chu Pingchuan alleviates her apprehension, and she continues, "Injured birds in the forest may harbor other unnoticed wounds. I wish to conduct a thorough examination." Her voice is sweet and soft, gentle in tone, evoking a delightful tenderness. Although her lower face is obscured by a veil, her expressive almond-shaped eyes seem to speak volumes, causing Chu Pingchuan's heart to race. "Very well, then I shall assist you," he responds, his cheeks flushing as he steps forward to hand her the bird. Yi Cece, captivated by the injured bird, feels her nervousness wane. She carefully examines the creature, discovering an additional wound on its abdomen. likely caused by a branch, which, while no longer bleeding, has yet to heal. She applies medicine to this injury as well, requesting Chu Pingchuan to tear a piece of cloth into small strips to bandage the bird. Finally sighing in relief and smiling at him. It is done. In that moment, their eyes meet, and she finds herself momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion, quickly suppressing her smile and lowering her gaze. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Pingchuan hastily diverts his attention, seeking a topic of conversation. Have you studied medicine, miss? Yi Cece, her eyes cast down, shyly replies, yes, due to certain circumstances, I have learned a bit. That is quite impressive. It is rare for a woman to possess medical skills in this day and age. The two, having finally broached a meaningful topic, engage in a somewhat awkward dialogue. However, as two strangers with little in common, their conversation seems to stall. With her aunt waiting outside, Yi Cece feels the need to keep her visit brief, so she gathers her courage and asks, my aunt mentioned that you were willing to marry me and lead a good life together. I wish to inquire, do you truly not mind that I have lost my innocence and once held affection for another? Chu Pingchuan, having already exhausted other topics, pauses at her question, then exhales in relief, stating earnestly, I genuinely do not mind, for the past is behind us, and I am a man who values the present and the future, as long as the fourth young lady sincerely wishes to move beyond the past and embark on a new chapter. I, Chu, would be more than willing to assist you in this endeavor. Although already anticipating his answer, Yi Cece is still taken aback and puzzled. She hesitates, gazing at him. But why? We have never met before. How can you? He could easily choose a more suitable bride. Because the fourth young lady is the daughter of the Duke of the State, and General Yi is my savior, Chu Pingchuan reveals candidly after a brief pause. The Duke's household is noble and distinguished, and ordinarily, a man of my background would not even have the chance to propose to someone of your standing. Your willingness to offer me this opportunity is akin to granting me a pathway to the heavens, and I am overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. How could I possibly harbor any reservations? Yi Cece was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to express that she was not favored in the residence. And even if she were to marry him, she could offer him no assistance. However, recalling Yi Yan's words that the daughters of the Duke of Jingguo were not so easily bullied, she suddenly fell silent. Perhaps it was due to being raised away from home and having secluded herself in her small courtyard since returning, often overlooked and oppressed, that until today, Yi Cece had never felt that her identity as the fourth daughter of the Duke of Jingguo held any significance. Despite its illustrious reputation, she felt no genuine sense of belonging to the Duke's household. In her heart, the Duke's residence did not feel like her home, but rather like a temporary abode that she was obliged to inhabit. Yet at that moment, Yi Cece suddenly, for the first time, realized that regardless of her lack of favor in the household, to outsiders, she was still a daughter of the Duke of Jingguo. Her fate was intertwined with that of the Duke's family. They shared a blood connection, a familial bond. Indeed, she was the beloved niece of her formidable aunt. For someone like Chu Pingchuan, who could establish a connection with such a powerful figure and even marry her niece, it was only natural for him to feel joy and excitement. An unprecedented sense of pride surged within her, shattering the long-standing feelings of inferiority and self-doubt that had lingered in Yi Cece's heart. The realization that she shared the same blood as her aunt filled her with a sense of exhilaration and honor. Casting aside her previous apprehensions and uncertainties, Yi Cece lifted her gaze brightly, her posture subtly straightening. Unaware of her thoughts, Chu Pingchuan continued speaking. However, even if the fourth daughter is not a young lady of the Duke's residence, I would still come today, for on the battlefield, General Yi, the lady's aunt, once risked her life to save me. Now that I have the opportunity to alleviate her burdens, it is my duty. Yet my actions are not solely out of gratitude. I also believe that the lady introduced to me by the general must possess commendable character. Thus, if I can gain a good wife and a promising future, would the lady refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? Having become a fervent admirer of her aunt, Yi Cece felt a lightness in her heart at the respect evident in his words about her aunt. She understood his intentions and refrained from further inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully bowed to him. Thank you, sir, for your candidness, that I understand your meaning, that I shall return to discuss this with my aunt. Realizing she had come to a conclusion and wished to consult Yi Yan, Chu Pingchuan felt a pang of nervousness. He wanted to inquire about her thoughts but hesitated, fearing that his eagerness might come off as presumptuous. After a brief pause, he restrained himself. "Well, lady, take care. However, since this little bird will be attending a banquet, it might not be convenient for you to carry it. Why not allow me to take it home and nurse it back to health before releasing it?" Yi Cece gazed at this cheerful, kind-hearted youth, who was both attentive and considerate, and genuine fondness blossomed within her. "Very well." She smiled gently, carefully placing the bird she had cradled in her hands into his broad palm. Chu Pingchuan, captivated by the brightness in her almond-shaped eyes, felt his cheeks heat up and his heart race like thunder. He tried to suppress his feelings, but as she turned to leave, he could not help but follow. "Allow me to escort you out of the forest." The bamboo grove was quite expansive, and after a moment of hesitation, Yi Cece did not object. Yet, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, and just as she contemplated quickening her pace, Chu Pingchuan took the initiative to introduce his family. "By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, my parents are both alive, and I have a pair of younger siblings. They're all easy to get along with, especially my sister, who is 7 years old and a plump, delightful little girl that YECC found her attention diverted, easing the awkwardness between them." Meanwhile, as the two conversed and made progress, Yi Yan was also engaged in conversation that YECC had entered the forest to observe. She did not follow, but instead found a nearby tree, leaping onto a branch to keep an eye on the two. That the weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly, and the crisp autumn air invigorated her. Sitting on the branch, she gazed down the mountain, feeling a sense of vastness and tranquility. Suddenly, she spotted someone, an acquaintance she had seen not long ago. The individual was climbing up at a pace even slower than before, pausing to rest after every few steps, exuding a sense of lethargy and despondency. Yi Yan noticed him sighing weakly at the guard trailing behind. "Why haven't we arrived yet? After climbing for so long. Could you go inform my second sister that I suddenly feel unwell and will return to the residence to rest?" The guard, looking resigned, replied, "If necessary, I can carry the prince up to." "No," the individual replied, glancing at the guard and then at himself, sighing, "I have my pride." Yi Yan could not help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 24. Proposing to him, having stayed up late the previous night crafting that mahjong set and forgetting breakfast in the morning. Qi Jingyan, who was now cold, hungry, and drowsy from the mountain breeze, was startled by her laughter. He instinctively looked up and saw a girl in a deep purple dress, perched like a delicate bird, casually leaning against a nearby tree and smiling brightly at him. Feeling mortified, Qi Jingyan thought that compared to her ease and grace, his demeanor seemed rather feeble. Although he had initially preferred to avoid crowded gatherings and did not wish to linger at the banquet, he found himself weak-kneed and reluctant to continue climbing. Yet this girl was no ordinary person. It was not surprising for a pampered prince like him to lack her stamina, right? After all, as long as I am not embarrassed. It is others who should feel awkward. Suppressing his discomfort, Qi Jingyan mustered the courage to greet Yi Yan casually. "General Yi, why are you sitting in a tree?" "I grew tired from climbing the mountain and stopped to rest." Yi Yan replied with a teasing tone before smiling and patting the tree trunk. "The view up here is splendid. Would His Highness like to come up and take a look?" "Thank you for the invitation, but there is no need." Seeing him smile slightly while subtly quickening his pace, Yi Yan could not help but laugh again. After her laughter subsided, she leaped down from the tree and said, "Since our encounter is quite fortuitous, and as His Highness is not in a hurry to ascend for the banquet, may I have a moment of your time? I have an important matter to discuss." Surprised, Qi Jingyan halted, signaling his guard, Gao Shiv, to step back a few paces before nodding at Yi Yan. "Please, General." Yi Yan approached him, bowing respectfully. "Before discussing the matter at hand, I would like to ask His Highness a personal question." Qi Jingyan graciously replied, "Please ask." With a curious smile, Yi Yan inquired, "As I understand it, Your Highness is of the same age as I, and yet I have heard that you are still unbetrothed. May I ask if you have yet to find a suitable partner, or if you have someone in mind but have not yet made it public?" The question was sudden and unexpected, causing Qi Jingyan to pause, hesitating before responding. "I have no one in mind, nor do I plan to marry anytime soon. May I ask why General Yi is curious about this? Is she perhaps planning to play matchmaker?" As he pondered, Yi Yan smiled brightly. "Oh, I see that I intend to break off my engagement with the Prince of Wei. However, given my status, even after the annulment, my future husband will likely be from the royal family. Therefore, I wish to ask Your Highness, Since you are unbetrothed and have no favored person, would you mind if your future princess bore my likeness? Qi Jingyan was taken aback. What do you mean? His astonishment rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening involuntarily. Dawei Yan chuckled at his reaction, then patiently reiterated, I mean to propose to your highness, to forge a lifelong bond with you. What are your thoughts on this? Would you be willing? Her demeanor, devoid of any typical shyness expected of a young lady, more resembled that of a strategist contemplating the conquest of an enemy's stronghold. Qi Jingyan finally regained his composure from his shock. I apologize. But I currently have no plans to marry, Wei Yan responded cheerfully. That is not an issue. We can engage ourselves first. That is not the issue, Qi Jingyan pondered, perplexed. Marriage is not a trivial matter. We have only known each other for a few days and are not even acquainted well. How could you consider marrying me? Because after breaking off my engagement with the Prince of Wei, there is a high probability that the Emperor will assign me another prince or a member of the royal family. I am concerned about encountering another troublesome match like the Prince of Wei. So I wish to secure a suitable partner myself, thus avoiding a passive situation. As for why I chose your highness, Yi Yan candidly explained, it is because I have just returned to the capital and am unfamiliar with other princes and noble youths. Your highness is the only one I can consider as a suitable candidate at present. Only then did Qi Jingyan grasp the essence of her words that he first let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a mix of laughter and tears, remarked, but we can only be considered acquaintances. You hardly know me at all. How can you be certain that I won't become the next Wei Wang? I have never erred in judging people. Wei Yan raised an eyebrow confidently, asserting, although your highness has a poor reputation outside, I trust my own judgment. You and Wei Wang are certainly not the same. Otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths to remind me of Wei Wang's entanglement with my sister. Would you? Qi Jingyan was taken aback by her keen perception, realizing she had discerned the ulterior motive behind his earlier warning. He instinctively considered feigning ignorance, but Yan did not afford him the opportunity. Your highness need not deny that if you truly knew nothing, you would have first inquired why I chose to break off the engagement with Wei Wang. Qi Jingyan thought to himself, no wonder she is a seasoned military leader. Her wit is truly sharp. He swallowed his words and smiled helplessly. All right, I did know about Wei Wang's affair with your fourth sister long ago. I also guessed that upon learning the truth, the general would likely choose to withdraw from the engagement. However, I never expected that after deciding to do so, the general would come to ask for my hand. It took me completely by surprise that it was indeed abrupt of me. But my decision was made after careful consideration and was by no means a whimsical desire to toy with your highness. I ask that you reflect on it earnestly. After stating this seriously, Yan began to promote herself with a smile. After all, your highness intends to marry, and since there is no favored choice, why not select me? Although I grew up at the borders and may not possess the gentle and virtuous demeanor of other noble ladies from the capital, and I may not excel in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, if your highness were to marry me, I would offer you advantages that other noble ladies cannot provide. For instance, I am quite capable and could protect you in times of danger. Furthermore, I have a broad range of skills, whether it be horseback riding, archery, or even games of chance. I can accompany you in all pursuits. Moreover, all I seek is mutual respect and courtesy, that as long as my normal life is not disrupted. Your highness may take as many concubines as you wish, that if you trust me, I could even assist you in selecting beautiful women, of course. If your highness has any other request that I am able to fulfill, I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Qi Jingyan found her both amusing and exasperating. This was not a proposal for a husband. It was akin to submitting a resume for a job. Treating a husband like a boss would render life exceedingly dull. Reflecting on his past life as a beleaguered worker, he couldn't help but lament her naivety, listening to her seemingly mature yet fundamentally naive thoughts on love. It gradually transformed his initial amusement into a resigned smile. Indeed, despite her formidable demeanor, she was still a girl of less than 18, akin to a high school student in modern times. This prompted him to shake his head and chuckle lightly, his tone softening. I understand the general's intentions, but I regret to inform you that I cannot agree, as marriage and children are not part of my life plan. What? Yan paused, clearly incredulous. You mean you will never marry or have children? That seems rather improbable. That one's fate is determined by one's actions. How can one know the impossible without attempting? Qi Jingyan, feeling his legs grow weary. Spotted a relatively flat stone by the roadside and walked over to sit down, continuing, I do not wish to start a family because I am inherently indifferent and averse to complications. I do not want to bear the weight of others' lives. That would be too burdensome for me. Moreover, life is fleeting, and I wish to spend my limited time on pursuits that truly bring me joy. Yi Ian was taken aback by his response. She scrutinized Qi Jingyan's expression closely before walking over and sitting down beside him on the stone. Your assertion that fate is determined by one's actions holds merit. Yet some matters cannot be altered by individual will alone. For instance, if given the choice, I too would prefer to remain unmarried for life, to gallivant freely on the battlefield, defending my homeland and achieving great deeds. However, the world is such that I have no choice to ask the daughter of a duke with military authority. I am destined to marry into the royal family. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both my country and my family. Naturally, even without the title of a duke's daughter, as a woman, I have no choice. For a girl, if she reaches a marriageable age and remains at home, it not only brings shame upon her parents and brothers, but also disrupts the peace of all the other young women in the household. With the honor and disgrace of my family at stake, how could I act selfishly? Qi Jingyan was well aware of the harsh realities faced by women in a feudal society, and he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. His earlier statement about fate being determined by actions was indeed too subjective from a man's perspective. However, he primarily spoke of his own mindset, without intending to encourage her to rise against the oppressive societal norms. He did possess the wisdom and decorum not to instruct her on how to make life choices, for he had yet to figure out his own life. Thus, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, apologetically yet firmly declining. What the general says is true, and I completely understand your actions, that if I were in your position, I would likely do the same. However, I must apologize. Each person has their own choices. And as for marriage, I suggest you seek someone else at your earliest convenience. While none of my brothers may be more suitable for you, there are plenty of eligible young men within the royal family. You may have someone investigate on your behalf that if there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask that we are friends now, and I will do my best to help you. Yi Ian regarded him in silence, and after a moment, she suddenly tilted her head and leaned closer, laughing. But the more you say this, the less I want to seek anyone else. What shall I do? Qi Jingyan's smile faltered slightly as he retreated a step. Why waste time and energy? Your Highness just stated that fate is determined by actions. How can one know without trying? Yi Ian stretched with glee, her eyes sparkling with mischief and delight, that if only your Highness would say a few words that I find unappealing, I would naturally abandon the idea. But every word you utter resonates with me. Therefore, I shall not give up easily. Your Highness may be unwilling now, but as fate would have it, perhaps in a few days, you will change your mind. Qi Jingyan exclaimed, what I meant by fate being determined by actions is not in this context. He could no longer contain himself, quickly rising and clearing his throat. I will not change my mind if one day I truly decide to marry. It will only be because I have encountered a woman whom I deeply admire. One for whom I would be willing to relinquish a part of myself. But such a person has eluded me my entire life. So really, it would be best to let go. Yi Ian interjected, a sudden realization lighting up her eyes. Just now, I was unsure of what to do, but now I understand. Qi Jingyan exclaimed, understand what? I will pursue your Highness earnestly, striving to make you like me soon. Yi Ian clapped her hands and leapt up, gazing eagerly at the young man towering over her. Shall I carry you up the mountain now? I am strong and steady on my feet. I promise you will feel no discomfort. Almost choked by her words, Qi Jingyan protested, no need for that. It is truly unnecessary, fearing that Yi Ian might genuinely offer him a spirited piggyback ride. Qi Jingyan could no longer endure and hastily called upon Gao Shishir to make a hasty retreat. The Yi Ian watched as he transformed from his previous languid demeanor to a whirlwind of speed, inadvertently stumbling on the steps along the way, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. For the first time, she found that this Prince of Jin could indeed be described as adorable without appearing effeminate. How delightful, little aunt. What are you laughing at? At that moment, Yi Cece emerged from the woods, noticing Yi Ian standing on a large rock by the mountain path, laughing heartily and looking quite pleased. Which piqued her curiosity. Ditto. Nothing, that I just encountered a very interesting and adorable, Links to Ian smiled as she jumped down from the stone and glanced toward the nearby bamboo grove, asking, "How about you? Did you encounter anyone? What was your impression?" "I'm all right, I suppose." That Yecc lowered her head, speaking softly. "Young Master Chu is a good person, that I know that. If he weren't, I wouldn't have invited him to meet you." To Ian shifted her focus back from Qi Jingyan to her unfortunate niece. Continuing up the mountain, "What I want to know is whether you are willing to marry him and dedicate yourself to a life with him." Chapter 25. The banquet disturbance. Yecc was taken aback, struggling to find her voice. Did she truly wish to? Deep down, she did not, for her heart still belonged to Qi Jinghua. Although Qi Jinghua had deceived her and taken advantage of her vulnerability, leading her into an unjust situation, he was nonetheless the first person she had ever liked, and they had shared many unforgettable moments together. She was not a mere plant. How could she expect to retract her heart and forget him entirely within just a few days? Blame him, resent him, yet she still harbors affection for him, unable to part with him. However, she is acutely aware that regardless of whether Qi Jingshu possesses genuine feelings for her or what her own sentiments towards him may be, the possibility between them has irrevocably vanished. She cannot disregard the feelings of her aunt, nor can she shamelessly continue to be with him, while Yian has also clearly warned her that the Duke of Zhen's household would not tolerate the scandal of a niece vying for the affections of her aunt's suitor. So, should she marry? Why not? Chu Pingchuan is a good man. Perhaps by compelling herself to wed him, she might embark on a new chapter in her life and swiftly move on from the past. With this thought in mind, Yecc ultimately bit her lip, steeling herself to nod at Yian. "Aunt, I will marry." Although this decision may not be fair to young Master Chu if he claims to be indifferent, then she shall proceed with the marriage. Yian discerned the reluctance in her tone, that on one hand, she felt gratified that her niece, despite her naivete, still possessed clarity of thought. On the other, she was somewhat softened by the sight of her niece's sorrow, which she dared not openly display. After a moment's contemplation, she reached out to ruffle her hair. "I understand, but this is your lifelong commitment. There is no need to rush into a decision. I will grant you 3 days to ponder this, that if after 3 days you remain resolute, I shall send old Chu to propose. That if you find that old Chu is not the right match for you, we can explore other suitable candidates." Although Yian had to arrange for Yecc's swift marriage due to the clandestine affair between her and Qi Jingshu, fearing that the scandal would implicate other young ladies in the family, she had no intention of disregarding Yecc's feelings. Otherwise, she would not expend such effort for her sake. That Yecc understood her heart, and upon hearing Yian's words, she felt a surge of gratitude, alleviating her heartache from the recent heartbreak. "It's all right, Aunt. Let it be young Master Chu. I can see that he is a sincere and reliable person, and I will endeavor to build a good life with him." Seeing that her resolve was genuine, Yian patted her shoulder and said no more. "Very well. As long as you have made up your mind." The aunt and niece hastened their steps towards the mountaintop, and by the time they arrived at the Yunquan villa, the banquet was already in full swing. After taking her seat, Yian scanned the surroundings and noticed that Qi Jingyan was no longer present. She smiled, feeling no disappointment, instead silently contemplating how to pursue him and gain his consent for marriage. That, of course, before that, she needed to devise a plan to resolve her broken engagement with Prince Wei. As she recalled the information Yunying had uncovered in recent days, Yian fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, what was Qi Jingyan up to? The unfortunate Prince Jean was languishing in a guest room in the back courtyard, resting due to a cramp in his leg from walking too swiftly. Alas, Qi Jingyan sighed, reclining on the bed. Fortunately, at that moment, he was accompanied only by Gao Shiwu, and no one else witnessed his grimaces from the cramp. Otherwise, he would have had to dig a hole to bury himself rather than continue attending the banquet. "Honestly, you should engage in some proper exercise. How can a strapping young man like you be so feeble?" Even the women ahead did not complain of cramps while climbing the mountain, remarked a young woman, approximately 20 years of age, with a round face, arched brows, and delicate features. While not extraordinarily beautiful, her demeanor was dignified and graceful. Dressed in an exquisite water-red gown embroidered with butterflies and flowers, her hair was elegantly arranged, exuding an air of nobility akin to a blooming peony. This was Princess Chongning, the younger sister of Crown Prince Qi Jingqing. Today, she was the host of the banquet and had intended to engage with guests, but upon hearing that her unfortunate brother was not only late but was also being carried in by his guards, she had come to check on him, fearing he had encountered some mishap. The sight that greeted her, however, nearly made her disdain him completely. That Qi Jingyan, under her ridicule, silently withdrew into himself, too disheartened to retort. Primarily, he recognized that his current condition was rather frail, likely due to spending countless hours in the study, neglecting physical exercise. That it seemed essential to set aside 1 or 2 hours each day for activity. Well then, since there is nothing amiss, let us proceed to the banquet. There are many guests waiting outside, and it would be impolite to keep them, observing the gentle yet authoritative demeanor of his sister. Qi Jingyan complied, albeit reluctantly. Although he longed to remain lounging in the guest room, the memories of the original owner of this body reminded him that this seemingly harmless sister was, in fact, a formidable force, 100 times more difficult to manage than the crown prince himself. Thus, it was prudent to behave well in her presence to avoid potential repercussions. Princess Chongning was pleased with her brother's compliance, and the two siblings made their way towards the banquet hall. By the way, when I visited the palace yesterday to pay my respects to the empress and the imperial concubine, I overheard the imperial concubine mention your ailment. Coincidentally, I recently met a renowned physician skilled in men's health. I shall have him visit your residence tomorrow to examine you. Qi Jingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why does she share everything with others? He thought, realizing the implications of such information spreading throughout the city. While this might benefit his reluctance to marry and bear children, he still valued his dignity and did not wish to be the subject of scrutiny. Princess Chongning chuckled at her brother's mortification. The imperial concubine merely misspoke. It was not her intention to spread such news. However, I cannot guarantee the same for myself. The Qi Jingyan sighed, and with a hint of resignation, he replied, a few days ago, I acquired a fine item known as a thermos. I shall have someone deliver one to you, sister. Princess Chongning covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Now that is more like it. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless and flustered. Your Highness, trouble has arisen ahead. The siblings paused their banter, and Princess Chongning's smile faded. What a commotion! Speak slowly. What has happened? Just now, young Master Xie almost fell off a cliff. The Xie family, the maternal family of the crown princess, was embroiled in this incident. Young Master Xie was none other than Xie Qingyi's dearly beloved younger brother, Xie Zikong. Upon hearing this, Princess Chongning's expression darkened, and she hastened her pace. Explain what happened in detail. To Qi Jingyan, who had anticipated such an event, followed closely behind, thinking that since the servant mentioned almost falling, it likely meant no real harm had befallen him. Indeed, Qi Jingyan's assumption proved correct. Although young Master Xie had been pushed while admiring the view and nearly tumbled down the precipice, the hidden guard stationed by Crown Prince Qi Jingcheng had intervened just in time to save him. Thus, Xie Zikong only experienced a fright and did not suffer the grievous fate of falling down the cliff and becoming crippled, as had been portrayed in the original narrative. The assailant, a lesser-known, illegitimate son of the Xie family, was apprehended by the guards. Upon realizing that he had been discovered, he broke down in tears, claiming he was merely following orders and had no intention of harming anyone. Upon hearing this, everyone began to speculate about the Xie family's circumstances. The family held a marquis, and the current head, the father of the crown princess, was known for his incompetence, favoring his later wife and younger son while neglecting the original wife as children, namely the crown princess Xie Qingyi and her brother Xie Zikong. Due to the machinations of the second wife, he had consistently refused to grant Xie Zikong the title of heir, desiring instead to bequeath the title to his favored younger son. This situation had strained the relationship between the crown princess and her family. Today's incident was not lost on those with a modicum of insight, and the crown princess, as a party involved, was understandably furious. She was a vision of ethereal beauty, with a demeanor as serene and elegant as a celestial being, typically composed and reserved, rarely revealing her emotions in public. Yet this time, she resembled a provoked lioness, displaying her wrath publicly and decisively, taking the errant, illegitimate son back to the Xie family to demand accountability. The crown prince, who had secretly harbored feelings for his celestial wife for many years, was equally distraught. With no time to consider the banquet any longer, he followed the crown princess with a grim expression. The banquet, which had yet to commence, was disrupted, inciting Princess Chongning to mentally note the Xie family for their transgressions. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a false alarm. Nothing truly amiss had occurred. Once she regained her composure, she resumed her duties in hosting the guests at the banquet. The spectators, unfazed, treated the incident as a mere interlude, discussing it briefly before moving on. Only the reclusive and socially averse Prince Jean, seizing the opportunity while the attention of the crowd was diverted, discreetly slipped away in the footsteps of his siblings. Well, he had already made his appearance, after all. After hastily exiting the estate, Qi Jingyan felt a lightness envelop him. However, just as he was about to descend the mountain and return home, he encountered an individual approaching him. Clad in a moon-white robe adorned with bamboo embroidery, the figure was tall and graceful, possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. Perhaps due to his mother being an exotic dancer, his facial features were strikingly defined, complemented by long eyelashes framing deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, rendering him almost ethereal in appearance. Such a visage was reminiscent of classic romantic tales, explaining why he could assume the role of the male protagonist in the original narrative. Qi Jingyan halted his steps, silently marveling at the sight, yet maintaining a composed demeanor as he smiled and greeted the elder brother. Indeed, this individual was none other than Qi Jingshe, the original male lead. Although Qi Jingyan was already familiar with his appearance, this was the first time he had encountered him in person after several days of traversing this realm that Qi Jingshe had not been present at the estate earlier. As described in the story, he had gone to a secluded grove west of Yunquan Mountain Villa to await Yi Cixi. However, contrary to the original plot's progression, Yi Cixi, upon receiving his discreet message, did not sneak away to meet him as he had hoped. After waiting fruitlessly for a considerable duration, he had not even caught a glimpse of her shadow, which greatly soured his mood, especially upon seeing his dim-witted younger brother approaching. Unlike his usual warm demeanor, he merely acknowledged Qi Jingyan with a dispassionate nod. "Sixth brother, elder brother, where have you just come from? The banquet has already commenced. And second sister inquired about you not long ago." Qi Jingyan, reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with him, preferred to maintain a respectful distance from the illustrious male lead, wishing for a lifetime devoid of any entanglements with him. Yet, such a desire was evidently impractical, so he resolved to address the situation as it came. Recalling the narrative concerning today's events, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to jest, with that radiant countenance. "You wouldn't have been secretly meeting a fair maiden, would you?" Qi Jingshe initially appeared taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of irritation that he longed to retort. "Which of your eyes beheld my radiant visage?" However, he could only manage a placid smile, feigning calm as he responded, "Sixth brother, you jest surely. I am not one to indulge in such frivolous pursuits." Truly, the original male lead possessed a thick skin and a notable lack of self-awareness. Qi Jingyan mused silently while maintaining his smile that I was merely jesting, elder brother. Your integrity and upright character surely preclude you from engaging in secretive, unsavory affairs. Feeling somewhat wounded yet unable to deny the truth, Qi Jingyan replied with a simple despite bearing the halo of a protagonist. Qi Jingyan chose to temper his reaction, succinctly suggesting, "Then, elder brother, you should take your seat. I have some matters to attend to. So, I shall take my leave." At that moment, Qi Jingshua's heart was entirely consumed by thoughts of Yi Cixi, leaving him disinterested in the trivialities concerning his foolish younger brother. He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the grand hall hosting the banquet. Inside, the guests were seated according to gender, separated by silk screens embroidered with floral and avian motifs, preventing him from locating Yi Cixi that he could only send a trusted aide to convey his message. Urging her to find an opportunity to meet him, it had been several days since he last saw her, and he missed her dearly. Given their recent intimate encounter, he feared she might be feeling anxious and wished to reassure her. Preventing any lingering sorrow, his aide dutifully complied, but soon returned with a troubled expression, reporting, "Missy has been closely following the future princess consort, and, having taken her seat, remains beside her without any intention of getting up. I am currently unable to find an opportunity to approach her." Chapter 26. A nocturnal visit to the Duke's residence, the future princess consort. "Yi Yan?" Qi Jingyan paused, momentarily taken aback, before expressing his confusion. "As far as I know, although Yi Cixi and Yi Yan are closely related, they were not particularly close before this point. They hardly knew each other. Yet in just a few days, how has Yi Cixi grown so familiar with Yi Yan? Could it be that she had reconciled with the reality of sharing her future husband with Yi Yan, thus choosing to ingratiate herself with her, ensuring a smoother relationship in the future?" Reflecting on Yi Cixi's timid and delicate nature, Qi Jingshuo couldn't help but smirk, feeling a sense of relief from his previous irritation. This was indeed the kind of thing that silly girl might do. However, what she did not realize was that while he had no intention of relinquishing his engagement with Yi Yian, he also would not allow her to degrade herself before Yi Yian. She was the one who had captured his heart, the one he wished to cherish. How could he bear to let her seek the approval of others? Yi Yian was merely a pawn in his strategy to win over the Duke of Jinghua and seize control of his military power. Even if they were to wed, he would not tarnish her purity nor bring her into the schemes of the Wei royal household, but he had already scouted out a quaint and elegant courtyard. And once he and Yi Yian were wed, he would make arrangements to bring Yi Cixi there, transforming it into their shared abode. With this thought, Qi Jingshua's expression softened as he instructed his aide quietly. Have a maid spill some wine on her. She will naturally come out. The aide had considered this tactic, but, lacking Qi Jingshua's explicit command, had refrained from acting on it. Now, having received the instruction, he promptly departed. That a quarter of an hour later, he returned. Your Highness, Miss Yi has exited her seat. Excellent. That Qi Jing arose, eager to find Yi Cixi. However, his aide quickly intercepted him, a look of resignation on his face. Miss Yi expressed her fear and requested that the future princess consort accompany her to change her garments. Qi Jing furrowed his brow in annoyance, exclaiming, Can't you devise another way to draw Yi Yian away? His aide, increasingly exasperated, replied, I did think of a plan and managed to execute it, but the moment Miss Yi lost sight of the future princess consort, she began searching for her, incessantly calling out for her auntie. I observed that the future princess consort also appeared quite troubled, even pinching her cheek and remarking that she was quite clingy. That it was unexpected that the issue would arise from Yi Cixi herself. Qi Jingshua's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the jade wine cup beside him, finally realizing that it was not that she could not come out, but rather that she was deliberately avoiding him, choosing to hide. That silly girl, it seemed, had developed quite the temperament in the days they had been apart. However, considering the matter at hand, her purity and future happiness, whether she felt angry or confused was entirely understandable. Very well. If she did not wish to see him, he would make a personal visit to the Duke's residence later. With that thought, Qi Jingzhou signaled to his aide to depart. That it was only after the banquet concluded and the guests returned to their respective homes that he stealthily navigated the shadowy night and the veiled moonlight, slipping into the Duke of Zhengguo's high-walled estate. However, just as he landed, barely steadying himself, a sudden flash of firelight illuminated his surroundings, and dozens of robust men brandishing weapons surged towards him, exclaiming, Who dares to trespass upon the Duke's estate? Surrender at once or face your demise. Caught off guard, Qi Jingshuo was struck heavily by a club, causing him to tumble and roll on the ground in pain. What the? I had scouted the area and confirmed there were no issues. His aide, equally bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, had indeed done his due diligence, having surveyed the Duke's daily security protocols before daring to bring his master to meet the fair maiden under the cover of night. But the current predicament was utterly unforeseen. His aide, feeling both shocked and wronged, quickly shielded Qi Jingshuo as they attempted to flee. To Qi Jingshuo, now forced to abandon his facade, unleashed all the skills at his disposal, ultimately managing to escape the encirclement thanks to his aide's protection. Disheveled and with the pallor of fury, he scaled the high walls of the Duke's estate, clutching his swollen shoulder and limping with a nearly broken leg, all the while grinding his teeth and bellowing at his aide. You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. You're useless. Return and face your punishment, since orchestrating the rescue of Princess Chongning years ago, gaining the favor of the Empress and the Crown Prince, and improving his standing within the palace. He had not endured such humiliation. Yet today, the Duke's estate had inflicted upon him a significant loss. Though the heart of the trusted aide was filled with grievances, he dared not defy orders and could only resign himself to his misfortune. Qi Jingshuo felt a surge of anger within him. Yet reflecting on the fact that he had successfully escaped without revealing his true identity, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With his imminent marriage to Yi Yian, should anyone discover his nocturnal intrusion into the Duke of Zhen's residence, no matter how he explained, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications. As for Yi Cixi, he would seek another opportunity. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a piercing sound cut through the air behind him. Brimming with murderous intent, Qi Jingshuo's hair stood on end, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and rolled onto the ground. However, the arrow shot by the assailant was remarkably accurate and forceful. Despite his swift reaction, the lightning-fast projectile struck deep into his already swollen right shoulder. "Your Highness!" The aide, alarmed by his stifled grunt of pain, rushed over to support him. "That it's nothing. Hurry and leave." Chijima's expression darkened as he cast a furious glance back at the Duke's residence. There, atop the high wall, stood a slender figure, bow in hand, though he could not discern her face. Her clear and commanding voice rang out. "Hey, you there! Listen up. If you dare to trespass in the Duke of Zhen's residence again, there will be no mercy." Qi Jingxu thought, Yi Yan. What on earth had this woman consumed to possess such strength and marksmanship? Anger surged within him, yet he could not afford to retaliate. Thus he silently noted this woman, who would soon become his wife, that Yi Yan stood atop the wall, watching her insufferable fiancé and his aide depart. Once they were entirely out of sight, she retracted her relaxed demeanor, disdainfully curling her lips in a cold huff. "Miss, who were those two just now? How did you know they would come tonight?" Old Yang, the burly leader of the guards, inquired curiously after leaping down from the wall. "Just two reckless little thieves, nothing to worry about." "They want tea return," Yi Yan replied succinctly, tossing the bow she held to Yuning beside her. "All right, Uncle Yang, you and the others can rest now. I'll return to my quarters." "Understood. If anything arises, just call for us." The brothers Haven Tea had a good workout in ages. They're quite excited for the chance, Old Yang said before leading his men away. Once they had dispersed, Yuning furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she addressed Yi Yan. "Everyone says the Prince of Wei is frail and sickly, incapable of even holding a chicken. Yet that man just now was clearly skilled and formidable. If he truly is the Prince of Wei, he must be exceedingly adept at concealing his capabilities." Yi Yan had not anticipated that her insufferable fiancé would be so deeply concealed. The reason she had stationed guards here tonight was merely due to Qi Jing's persistent messages sent to Yi Cixi during the day. Considering that if he were not dissuaded, he might attempt to send more messages in the dead of night, allowing her to detain the messenger as evidence. Little did she know he would audaciously come in person. Though she and Qi Jingshuo were not well acquainted, she had seen him before and could recognize his figure. Most importantly, Yuning possessed an extraordinary ability to identify people, and upon their brief encounter, she had been taken aback to recognize Qi Jing's identity, prompting Yi Yan to take action by shooting the arrow. That scoundrel had overstepped his bounds, although the timing was not yet right for her to confront him openly. Since he had delivered himself right to her doorstep, she would not hesitate to collect some interest. With that thought, Yi Yan nodded thoughtfully. People take pride in their strength. A person who clearly possesses formidable abilities, yet chooses to painstakingly conceal them and feign weakness must harbor hidden motives. Could he be harboring ambitions for the throne? Yuning boldly speculated, but quickly retracted. "No, even I know that the current crown prince's position is very secure. The Prince of Wei is merely of lowly birth, lacking reliable support, and is not favored by the emperor. Even the second prince, whose mother is a close relative of the emperor and has made significant contributions on the battlefield, cannot shake the crown princess position. This pathetic Prince of Wei would have to be mad to entertain such foolish thoughts. What exactly is he plotting?" Yi Yan also believed Qi Jingshuo was not so foolish. She contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. "Regardless of his intentions, it has nothing to do with us. Hurry and send more men to investigate his connection with the Drunken Immortal Tavern in the eastern part of the city. We must uncover any compromising evidence against him, that I do not wish to bear the title of the future Princess of Wei for even a day longer. And as for Cixi, he is a dignified prince. Yet he personally scaled a wall at midnight for her, which is rather different from my previous assumptions. Initially, Yi Yan had thought Qi Jing's interest in Yi Cixi was merely a passing fancy, lacking genuine affection. That in her view, if he truly cared for Yi Cixi, he would not have concealed his true identity nor placed her in the uncomfortable position of competing with her own aunt for a man. Thus, her focus had been primarily on Yi Cixi, not considering Qi Jingshuo's reaction. She believed that once Yi Cixi married someone, displaying a reluctance to continue any association with Qi Jingshuo, the latter, a man who had merely had a fleeting interest and had already succeeded in winning Yi Cixi, would not pursue her further. However, tonight's events made her realize that Qi Jingshuo's feelings for Yi Cixi may not be so trivial after all. He might genuinely care for her. Yet such feelings would not bode well for Yi Cixi. For if he were unwilling to let go, even after her marriage, she would likely find no peace. This thought filled Yi Yan with annoyance and revulsion. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated her next steps before turning towards ECC's courtyard, to prevent him from continuing to pester Cici. I will visit her now and have her write a letter of severance. Once it's finished, you must immediately send it to the Prince of Wei's residence in her name, letting that scoundrel know that Cici is about to be married, and he should keep his distance. Yuning snapped back to attention, patting her chest. Understood. I know what to do. Yi Yan then made her way to Yi Cc's courtyard. At that moment, Yi Cc had just settled in a bed. Upon hearing Yi Yan's purpose for visiting, she was momentarily taken aback, but after a long silence, she compelled herself to rise from her bed and penned a stern and resolute letter, clearly stating that if he dared to disturb her again, she would take her own life with a white silk ribbon to preserve her honor and reputation. Yi Yan accepted the letter of severance, reading it over without saying much, merely patting Yi Cc on the shoulder before turning to leave. At Yi Cc watched her retreating figure. The tears she had held back for so long finally fell, accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain. Yet at the same time, she felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Finally, she could put an end to this tormenting entanglement. However, she still underestimated Qi Jingshu. Upon receiving the letter she had personally penned, he did not abandon his thoughts of her. On the contrary, he was filled with rage, entering a mode of aggressive pursuit even before the original story's timeline. At that moment, having returned to the Prince of Wei's residence, his body marred with injuries, he was being attended to by maidservants applying medicine when he was handed the letter, causing him to erupt in fury. Toppling a nearby basin of water, the beautiful and delicate maidservant, who had been shyly reaching for his chest, was instantly terrified, her face paling as she fell to her knees. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Marry her. She actually thinks of marrying someone else. The strikingly handsome yet sinister young man's face darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly uttered, Yi Cc, you are dreaming, and no one can provoke me and escape unscathed. In this life, the next, and the one after, you shall only ever be my woman. Is Mu Wushang back yet? He asked his subordinate with a grim expression, just as the subordinate was about to respond. A tall, shadowy figure slipped in through the window like a wraith. Your Highness, upon seeing the newcomer, Qi Jin's anger subsided somewhat. You've finally returned. How did the mission go? Mission accomplished. The man in his 30s possessed an exceptionally refined appearance, yet his voice was rough and hoarse, as if it had been scorched by smoke, causing discomfort to the ears, clad in garments that blended seamlessly with the night. His pale skin and light-colored pupils gave him an ethereal presence, akin to a wisp of smoke drifting in the dark. This man was Mu Wushang, a former assassin who, through fortuitous circumstances, had been saved by Qi Jingshu and became the leader of his shadow guards. A natural martial arts prodigy, his elusive skills were unparalleled, and he excelled in training and cultivating shadow guards. Most importantly, despite his cold demeanor and taciturn nature, he was fiercely loyal to Qi Jingshu. Serving as a sharp blade in his hand, wielded without hesitation, as a solitary prince, Qi Jingshu had risen to his current position largely due to Mu Wushang's contributions that, of course, as the protagonist basking in the glow of destiny. Qi Jingshu had more than just Mu Wushang as his extraordinary subordinate, but that is a tale for another time. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, I have a new task for you. Chapter 27. The extraordinary assistants. Mu Wushang nodded respectfully. Your Highness, please give your orders. Qi Jingshu glanced at the severed love letter in his hand, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he tore it into shreds. Come here, he commanded, whispering a few instructions to Mu Wushang. With an expressionless nod, Mu Wushang accepted the orders and departed. Only then did Qi Jingshu recline back onto the bed that moment, the maiden kneeling on the floor. Having endured the discomfort for too long, subtly shifted her position, Qi Jingshu caught a glimpse of her profile, reminiscent of Yi Cc, and involuntarily narrowed his eyes. You lift your head. The maid, trembling with trepidation, complied, and Qi Jingshu scrutinized her for a moment. The longing for Yi Cc and the anger from her betrayal gradually coalesced into a pent-up desire for release. Remove your garments and approach. The maid's heart raced, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she nervously complied. However, just as their bodies were about to connect, the man, suddenly groaning in pain, clutched his shoulder, where he had recently removed an arrow and bandaged the wound. The maid was taken aback. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qi Jingxue had forgotten his injury, and now the oversight had caused his wound to reopen. His face contorted in agony, teeth gritted, and all enthusiasm vanished. The maid thought to herself, I had expected him to be formidable, able to fight even when injured, but it seems he was merely putting on a brave front, leaving me with a sense of disappointment. How disheartening. Naturally, Qi Jingxue was oblivious to the maid's inner thoughts. His interest thoroughly diminished by the wound, he irritably dismissed her. Meanwhile, at the Jinwang mansion, Qi Jingyan was in high spirits. His younger brother, the Crown Prince Qi Jingsheng, had taken the initiative to seek him out, not to deliver medicine for his hidden ailment this time. I have uncovered the events of today, and the individuals who needed addressing have been dealt with. Your third sister-in-law is aware that it was you who alerted me early, allowing me to prepare personnel to protect Zikong. She insisted on accompanying me to express her gratitude. Qi Jingxing arrived with his wife, Princess Xie Qingyi. Upon entering, Xie Qingyi took a couple of steps forward and performed a respectful bow to Qi Jingyan. Zikong was raised by me as both a father and mother. If it weren't for my sixth brother, he would have faced dire consequences today. That I sincerely thank you on his behalf, as well as for myself. Having just finished dinner, Qi Jingyan was pacing in the room to aid digestion when he heard this, quickly averting his gaze. Sister-in-law, what is this? We are family. There is no need for such formality. Besides, I merely mentioned a dream, whose authenticity I cannot ascertain. So it hardly counts as any merit, he added. It is my third brother's care for you that led him to take your matters to heart. Hence his preparations that if thanks are to be given, it is he who deserves it. Xie Qingyi paused, glancing at her husband, who had quietly executed numerous deeds without ever seeking recognition. Touched, she bowed to him solemnly. You speak truly, sixth brother. I have yet to express my gratitude to His Highness. Thank you for your concern for Zikong. The stoic and serious crown prince found his ears warming under the rare, focused gaze of his ethereal wife. His heart fluttering that he subtly conveyed a look of praise to his younger brother, filled with unspoken meanings of approval, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he assisted his celestial wife, stating succinctly, We are one as husband and wife. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. And thus, the moment ended with no further developments. The onlookers, Qi Jingyan mused, Is this it? No wonder. Despite being married for several years and having children, the girl still treats you like a superior. Cautiously discussing matters of work, unable to restrain himself, he shot a disdainful glance at his younger brother, who returned a look of confusion that Qi Jingyan considered the necessity of continuing to curry favor with this troublesome brother. Suppressing his disdain and playfully suggested, if sister-in-law truly wishes to thank third brother, why not handcraft a pouch for him? The one he carries appears rather worn. Qi Jingxing's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes momentarily sparkled with interest. You truly have not suffered in vain, dear brother. With an ethereal appearance and an otherworldly demeanor, Xie Qingyi, who diligently sought to fulfill her role as crown princess, contemplated, This is an excellent idea, though I am not skilled in needlework. Feeling a bit shy, she did not retreat, but instead earnestly addressed Qi Jingsheng. However, if your highness does not mind, I can learn, perhaps due to the early loss of her mother and the unkindness of her stepmother. Xie Qingyi had matured early, understanding what she ought to learn and do. Thus, she excelled in managing household affairs and accounting, yet had only a superficial understanding of arts like embroidery. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. As long as her husband required it, she was willing to learn at any time. Qi Jingsheng desired a pouch crafted by his celestial wife, yet he could not bear for her to toil. So upon hearing her words, he immediately and solemnly refused. No need for that. Such matters can be handled by the servants. The do not listen to Yuna's nonsense. My pouch is still quite new and will not require replacement anytime soon. Xie Qingyi, interpreting his stern tone as displeasure, hesitated before obediently nodding, understood that Qi Jingyan, suddenly at a loss for how to continue his assistance, thought, forget it. I can't manage this. Brother, you're on your own, silently complaining. He then inquired about the circumstances surrounding Xie Zikong's predicament. This was somewhat of a family secret for the Xie family, yet feeling grateful towards Qi Jingyan, Xie Qingyi did not conceal the truth. Succinctly summarizing the incident, that it aligned closely with Qi Jingyan's previous speculations. The one behind the attack on Xie Zikong was none other than his stepmother, Go. That foolish and greedy woman had indeed concocted a malicious scheme to eliminate Xie Zikong, so that her own son could inherit the title. Such thoughts had long been brewing in her mind. However, due to the youth of both Xie Zikong and her biological son, she had not acted hastily until now. The urgency arose when Xie Qingyi's father, the Duke of Huaiyang, recently fell ill, prompting her to take desperate measures. Now that the plot had been uncovered, Gu chose to take her own life to protect her biological children from being implicated. Thus bringing the matter to a close, Qi Jingyan held little interest in the affairs of the Duke of Huaiyang's household, listening only briefly. After discussing this matter, Qi Jingqing finally returned to the subject he had been waiting for, inquiring about the dream of the celestial being. You previously mentioned that the old immortal with the white beard showed you many future events. Aside from the incident with Zikong, what else did you see? Today's events indeed validated Qi Jingyan's earlier predictions. Yet the notion of a celestial dream seemed too far-fetched to Qi Jingqing. He preferred to believe that Qi Jingyan had obtained relevant information through undisclosed means, creating a facade of mystery. However, he could not comprehend why Qi Jingyan would do such a thing or what his true intentions were, prompting him to visit in person to gauge what his younger brother would say next. Although Qi Jingyan was unaware of Qi Jingqing's thoughts, he surmised that his elder brother was steadfast and not easily swayed. Thus, he refrained from immediately steering the conversation toward Qi Jingshou, adhering to his initial plan of discussing several trivial yet credibility-enhancing events from the original plot. For instance, a heavy rain was expected in the capital in a few days, or a restaurant in the south of the city named Huji Lam Soup would be vandalized by a group of drunken ruffians tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, the youngest son of the Minister of Justice was entangled with his new concubine, and soon their secret affair would be accidentally exposed, nearly resulting in a severe beating. Furthermore, their emperor father was set to welcome another daughter soon, though the child was premature and in poor health, requiring careful nurturing according to the physician's advice. That Qi Jingqing observed his brother's relaxed demeanor, noting that he did not seem to be withholding anything merely because Xie Qingyi was present. The casualness of his remarks gave no indication of ulterior motives, causing Qi Jingqing's expression to grow solemn. Xie Qingyi was also taken aback. She had known that Qi Jingqing had received Qi Jingyan's warning in time to save Xie Zikong, but she was unaware of how Qi Jingyan had foreseen the incident or how he had alerted Qi Jingqing. Hearing such a fantastical tale of a celestial dream, even her composed nature faltered. Upon witnessing Qi Jingyan so unabashedly share this bizarre account before her, she felt a peculiar sensation that perhaps her younger brother-in-law was indeed favored by fate, blessed by the heavens, since His Highness and sixth brother have important matters to discuss. I shall take my leave for the East Palace, she said, regaining her composure and recognizing the moment to exit. However, Qi Jingyan casually remarked, sister-in-law is family. There is no need to be overly formal. Furthermore, the matters I mentioned are still under verification. They may not necessarily come to pass. Qi Jingqing regained his composure and grasped her hand, saying, let us return together shortly, since the master had spoken. Xie Qingyi naturally ceased to insist. She glanced at Qi Jingyan, hesitating for a moment before saying, even if it may not necessarily happen, sixth brother should not casually divulge this matter to anyone other than His Highness. Scholars across the realm are generally skeptical of ghosts and deities. Should this news leak, it would tarnish your reputation. While the world believes in spirits, they also fear the supernatural. If this were to spread, it would surely worsen the already dubious reputation of Prince Jean. Why should I care what they think? I am not competing in the imperial examinations, Qi Jingyan replied with a smile, taking a sip from his thermos of goji berry water. He then returned to the previous topic, continuing to discuss their brother Qi Jinka, who, due to wearing insufficient clothing in the harsh winter, would fall ill in a fortnight. After finishing, he frowned, setting his thermos down heavily on the tea table beside him, adding, but I will not warn him. That fellow is not a good person. The old man with the white beard advised me to keep my distance from him. Qi Jingqing was taken aback. His gaze fixated on him. Oh, what makes you say that? I recall your relationship with Shao Qi has always been quite good, that I have always regarded him as a good younger brother, which is why I never suspected him. However, the old man with the white beard told me that he has long harbored jealousy towards my good looks and the affection mother shows me, plotting to harm me in secret. Qi Jingyan expressed indignation, saying, for instance, every time third brother, you ask father to punish me, he feigns to defend me, but in reality, he aims to sow discord between us. Moreover, he always trails behind me, appearing to heed my words. Yet his true intent is not to play with me, but to spy on you, third brother, at the behest of his backer, Qi Jingqing was genuinely astonished, for Qi Jinka was not as simple as he appeared. He had long been aware of Qi Jingyan's malice and had even intervened discreetly in the past. However, his younger brother had always been soft-hearted and protective of his kin, fearing that forcibly exposing Qi Jinka's true nature would cause him distress. Moreover, Qi Jinka's antics had been ineffective thus far due to his younger brother's naive disposition. So he had allowed matters to unfold while discreetly keeping watch. Who would have thought that despite his previous interventions, he had never suspected Qi Jinka's true intentions, and now his brother had come to this realization himself. Qi Jingqing finally began to entertain doubts. Could it be that he had received divine insight in a dream? Leading to this awakening, reflecting on his younger brother's past simplicity, his tendency to help those who betrayed him, Qi Jingqing furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before tentatively asking, "Do you know who it is that commands Shao Qi to gather information about me?" Chapter 28. Gradual progress at last. The most critical question had been posed. To Qi Jingyan's eyes flickered, yet he feigned hesitation. The old man with the white beard showed me a glimpse, and I noticed a figure secretly meeting with Lao Qi that bore a resemblance to fifth brother. Fifth brother? Qi Jingqing was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, and without a second thought, he shook his head. It cannot possibly be him. Unsurprisingly, Qi Jingyan responded, "That is what I thought as well. Fifth brother has always been close to us. What reason would he have to act thus? Perhaps I mistook the figure." That night, the old man with the white beard showed me too many scenes, and my eyes could hardly keep up. After saying this, he casually added, "However, even if it were truly fifth brother, I would not be surprised that I once thought of Lao Qi as honest and straightforward, regarding him as a good younger brother. Yet it turns out he harbors ill intentions. Fifth brother seems gentle and harmless, but who knows if he too is a two-faced person? At this point, aside from you, third brother, I dare not trust any of my brothers." Qi Jingqing was taken aback, seeing his brother's childlike frustration, and found it somewhat amusing. He shook his head, saying, "One must seek evidence in all matters. You cannot condemn all your brothers because Lao Qi has betrayed you. If I am not mistaken, the one behind Lao Qi should be second brother." This was something he had discovered long ago, but had yet to share with Qi Jingyan. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingyan realized that his elder brother had likely known about Qi Jinka's treachery for quite some time, and no wonder he had spoken so candidly without expressing suspicion towards Qi Jinghua. It turned out Qi Jinghua had long ago involved their second brother, Prince Wu Qi Jingxian, to act as a scapegoat. Prince Wu Qi Jingxian was the only one among the princes capable of competing with the crown prince. His mother, Consortin, had grown up alongside the emperor, being his cousin, and her family was quite prominent. Were it not for Qi Jingqing being the legitimate son of Empress Xiao, the position of crown prince would rightfully belong to Qi Jingxian. Over the years, both Qi Jingxian and his mother, Consortin, had eyed the crown prince's position with envy, and Qi Jingqing and Empress Xiao had remained wary of the two, resulting in frequent friction and competition. Thus, had it not been for the knowledge of the original plot, Qi Jingyan might have readily believed the assertion that Lao Qi was under the influence of the second brother. That in light of this, it was evident that the original male protagonist was indeed skilled in schemes, which explained how he could ultimately turn the tide and topple the firmly established Qi Jingqing. Contemplating this, Qi Jingyan chose to momentarily refrain from further discussion on the current phase. As his elder brother clearly still held trust in Qi Jinghua, it was likely that Qi Jinghua had already made ample preparations to counter any suspicions that if he had no solid evidence and merely clung to dreams as an excuse to accuse Qi Jinghua, his elder brother would certainly perceive him as being unreasonable, making it even harder for him to believe his words. Therefore, it would be prudent to sow the seeds of doubt first and proceed gradually. With this in mind, Qi Jingyan nodded nonchalantly. "Very well, second brother has always been at odds with us. It would not be surprising if it were truly him, but as for fifth brother, the old man with the white beard mentioned he would return soon. So when I dream of him again, I shall inquire whether he has any issues." His demeanor was far too casual and carefree, prompting Qi Jingqing to feel a flicker of uncertainty. Primarily, his younger brother lacked any cunning or scheming mindset. If he were indeed fabricating tales for some ulterior motive, he would have surely revealed his intent by now. After contemplating for a moment, Qi Jingqing decided to send someone to keep watch over the matters his brother had just mentioned. He then inquired with a more serious tone than before, "From what you imply, has that old deity taken an interest in you?" Indeed, I have dreamt of him thrice, and each time he shows me events that will transpire in the future. Qi Jingyan lounged in his chair, continuing to speak earnestly. Third brother, if you still do not believe me, you may observe whether the events I have mentioned will truly occur. If I dream of anything significant again, I will send someone to inform you. After all, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. A bit of preparation is all it takes. His words possessed a semblance of rationale. However, Qi Jingqing's thoughts had already shifted beyond these matters, that he furrowed his brow as he regarded his brother, his tone more solemn than before as he asked, "Have you encountered any other unusual occurrences lately? Particularly regarding your health. Have you felt any discomfort?" The question came unexpectedly, and Qi Jingyan initially did not comprehend his meaning, responding instinctively, "Ah, no, not at all." Observing his bewildered expression, the perceptive Xie Qingyi interjected, "It has long been said in both Buddhist and Taoist traditions that those who disclose heavenly secrets will incur divine punishment. His Highness is concerned for sixth brother." Upon realizing this, Qi Jingyan felt a warmth in his heart. Understanding, "I have merely had a few dreams. Nothing else has transpired. Third brother, do not worry, my health is perfectly fine." He had not anticipated that Qi Jingsheng would consider this angle. His elder brother truly cared for him, and he felt a bit awkward and envious of the original owner's situation, deciding to no longer hold his elder brother's emotional ineptitude against him, but rather support him more. Unbeknownst to Qi Jingsheng, his brother's thoughts were elsewhere. Seeing him in good spirits and health, he felt a sigh of relief. Yet fearing the implications of supernatural tales and recalling his brother's inexplicable ailment, he pondered for a moment before earnestly advising, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone else, not even to concubine or mother. Furthermore, I must visit the Yin temple in a few days. You shall accompany me, and let Master Mingdao examine you." Master Mingda of the Yin temple was a revered monk, highly respected. Although Qi Jingqing was not particularly devout, he did not mind putting faith in the matter concerning his brother's health. Qi Jingyan had heard of Master Mingda's reputation and felt somewhat apprehensive. Nonetheless, as his elder brother had spoken, he had no grounds to refuse. Moreover, such matters could not simply be evaded, so he resolved to face it head-on. Once all necessary discussions had concluded, Qi Jingsheng and Xie Qingyi bid farewell without lingering. Before departing, Qi Jingyan instructed Fu Lai to fetch the small mechanical bird he had finally completed for Yuanbao. "This is a toy I made for Yuanbao. Third brother and sister-in-law, please take it to him." The couple was astounded by the intricate craftsmanship of the mechanical bird, upon learning that this marvel was the handiwork of Qi Jingyan himself. Their amazement deepened. Yet upon observing Qi Jingyan's smug demeanor, with his chin raised in a look that seemed to say, "I possess far more skills now. Just wait and see," they could only feel a mix of helplessness and amusement. It was evident that he had achieved much. Yet before confirming that this matter posed no danger to him, it would be wise for him to maintain a low profile and refrain from being too boastful. Traditionally, it is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Qi Jingqing genuinely worried for his younger brother, and after offering a few stern words of caution, he finally took his leave with Xie Qingyi. As Qi Jingyan watched the elongated silhouettes of the two under the moonlight, he retracted the feigned pride from his face and smiled contentedly to himself before retiring to his quarters. Meanwhile, at the Luo residence, Luo Yushu lay weeping despondently on her bed. For just a quarter of an hour prior, the coachman who had intended to harm her, but was captured by Qi Jingyan, had finally broken under torture and confessed. Although his motives had stemmed from a momentary greed, as he had been bribed and was unaware of the true mastermind behind the attack, the details he divulged were sufficient for Luo Yushu to ascertain Qi Jingshu's identity. Her infatuation with him was profound, and her daily attentiveness towards him had only intensified this realization. Moreover, Qi Jingyan's explicit warning, despite his occasional unreliability, was rooted in their close relationship, leading Luo Yushu to trust that he would not deceive her in such matters. Thus, it was indeed Qi Jingshu. Because she had plotted against his beloved Yi Cixi, he sought revenge in such a ruthless manner, even contemplating her demise. Luo Yushu was utterly heartbroken, sobbing until her voice was hoarse. Her mother, Jiang, Qi Jingyan's aunt, stood by the bedside, distressed to see her daughter inconsolable. After exhausting all her efforts to comfort her, Jiang, in desperation, decided to summon Princess Jingyan, her mother-in-law. Princess Jingyan was a kind-eyed, graceful elderly lady. who had always cherished Luo Yushu, seeing in her a reflection of her own youthful spirit. Fearing that the princess might worry, Jiang had initially withheld the news of Luo Yushu's recent perilous encounter. But now, she could no longer keep it a secret and revealed the matter to her. Upon hearing the story, Princess Jingyan was filled with shock and dismay, immediately embracing Luo Yushu, exclaiming, "My dear granddaughter, you have frightened me to death. Thankfully, the heavens protected you, sparing you from any real harm. Otherwise, how could I live with myself?" At these words, Luo Yushu broke down further, weeping uncontrollably until she could no longer muster the strength to cry. She leaned against Princess Jingyan, her eyes swollen, her complexion pale, and her voice hoarse as she murmured, "I realize I was at fault, but how could he be so heartless as to desire my life, denying me even a chance to amend my mistakes? Earlier, Cousin Yin warned me of his ruthlessness, and I was skeptical, but now, grandmother, I truly feel unbearable anguish." Princess Jingyan had long been aware of Luo Yushu's infatuation with Qi Jingshu. But given that Qi Jingshu was already betrothed by imperial decree, she felt unable to defy royal wishes for her granddaughter's sake and could only advise her to let go. Upon hearing Luo Yushu's lament, her initial shock quickly transformed into a more serious concern. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Prince of Wei was behind today's incident?" It was indeed him. Luo Yushu, now filled with fear and resentment towards Qi Jingshu, began to cry and curse his cruelty and lack of compassion. Witnessing her profound sorrow, Princess Jingyan felt a pang of sympathy, yet her long life had afforded her wisdom. She discerned something was amiss. Your affection for the Prince of Wei has not been a fleeting sentiment. He has been aware of your feelings for quite some time. Even if he were truly tired of your pursuit, he would not resort to such extreme measures. Speak honestly to your grandmother. What prompted him to act against you?" Jiang, sharing a similar simplicity of thought, realized that there must be more to the story, and immediately turned her gaze towards her daughter. Luo Yushu, feeling utterly defeated, recognized that she could not conceal the truth from her astute grandmother. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and confessed her discovery of Qi Jingshu's affection for Yi Sisi, admitting that jealousy had clouded her judgment, leading her to design a trap against Yi Sisi and Qi Jingyan during Princess Jingyan's birthday feast. Upon hearing this, Princess Jingyan was nearly struck dumb. "You! How could you be so foolish? No matter how deeply you adore someone, you should never lose your wits and resort to such degrading tactics." Jiang was also taken aback and, unable to contain her emotions, struck her daughter. "Not only did you inflict harm on an innocent girl, but you also sought to ensnare your own cousin. Have you lost your mind? He is not just your cousin. He is also the emperor's favored child. Did you not consider the consequences? If that potion had harmed Jingyan, you would have brought ruin upon our entire family." Having never been struck before, Luo Yushu was stunned by the pain, yet she was equally terrified by her mother's words, feeling a cold sweat break out. "I didn't think it through. I was simply caught up in the moment. Cousin has already punished me. I truly understand my mistakes now." As she spoke, she began to weep again. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Jiang could not bear to continue punishing her. Though her face remained pale and she breathed heavily, Princess Jingyan, clutching her chest, took a moment to compose herself. Fortunately, the Prince of Jin is a person of integrity and did not hold this against you. Otherwise, you would have caused a catastrophe of monumental proportions to this. Luo Yushu shrank back, now too afraid to cry out loud. Thus, it became clear that the Prince of Wei was retaliating against her for the sake of the Yi family girl. Princess Jingyan, now fully understanding the situation, sighed as she rubbed her temples, her expression growing stern. While it was true that Luo Yushu had erred, the prince's methods were excessively ruthless. Furthermore, he was already engaged and yet pursued another girl, who was his fiancée's niece. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Indeed, while our child has made mistakes, has the Prince of Wei not erred as well? He even resorted to violence, showing blatant disregard for the law and our family's dignity. Jiang also grasped this, her expression darkening. Once viewed as gentle and discreet, he now appeared to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, and no matter how grave Luo Yushu's mistakes, she remained a cherished child. And the mere thought of almost losing her ignited a fierce anger within Princess Jingyan. Yet, despite uncovering the truth, they lacked concrete evidence to implicate Qi Jingshu. Moreover, should this scandal become public, Luo Yushu's reputation would suffer irreparable damage. Thus, no matter how furious she was, there was little they could do. However, a gentleman's revenge is never late. One day, she would ensure that Qi Jingshu paid for his actions today. Princess Jingyan closed her eyes, turning the prayer beads on her wrist, momentarily suppressing her boiling indignation to face Luo Yushu's mother. Jiang found it even more difficult to come to terms with the day's events, aware of her daughter's impulsive nature. Princess Jingyan, after regaining her composure, instructed her, "Prepare a generous gift. Tomorrow morning, you shall personally deliver it to the Prince of Jin's residence. Were it not for his principled response, helping to mitigate the situation, we cannot fathom how things might have escalated. Additionally, regardless of who the fourth Missy is, she is owed a debt of gratitude. Find an appropriate reason to send her a gift as compensation." Jiang, always obedient to Princess Jingyan, promptly agreed. The princess then turned to the still sniffling Luo Yushu. "Since you have now seen through the Prince of Wei's true nature, let go of your feelings entirely. Furthermore, what the Prince of Jin said holds merit. The Prince of Wei is no benevolent figure. Prevent him from harboring resentment. Should he see you unharmed, you must remain indoors under the guise of recuperating for the next 2 months. You are not to step outside." Luo Yushu, feeling utterly defeated, nodded in compliance. Yes. Thus passed that night, and by the following morning, Jiang personally delivered a generous gift to express gratitude to Qi Jingyan. He accepted her kind gesture with a smile, reminding her gently, "We are family. Aunt, please do not stand on ceremony with me. However, it would be prudent to keep a closer eye on my cousin, ensuring she does not make foolish decisions again. Never again, I assure you." Jiang, with a pained expression, sighed, "My mother and I have been too indulgent towards her. We will discipline her strictly from now on." Qi Jingyan nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. However, Jiang noted that he seemed more subdued than usual, which intrigued her, glancing at his youthful, handsome face and recalling his kindness towards Luo Yushu. She couldn't help but entertain the notion that despite his flamboyant demeanor, he was far superior to that despicable Prince of Wei. How delightful it would be if their families could become even closer through marriage. Upon this realization, Jiang's heart stirred, and she could no longer remain seated. Hastily, she took her leave to seek an audience with her cousin, the favored consort Jiang. That Qi Jingyan, oblivious to Jiang's ulterior motives, watched her depart, and, in a buoyant mood, proceeded to partake in his breakfast. For the next few days, he secluded himself within his study, venturing out only when Qi Jingqing dispatched someone to summon him, at which point he boarded a carriage bound for Dan Temple. Dan Temple, located in the eastern part of the capital, was presided over by Master Mingda, a venerable monk known for his warm smile and amiable demeanor. Upon Qi Jingyan's arrival, he found Qi Jingqing already engaged in conversation with the master. "Third brother," Qi Jingyan called out from the threshold before stepping into the meditation room at Qi Jingqing's gesture. "Why have you arrived so late? Come forth and pay your respects to Master Mingda." Qi Jingqing urged, turning to introduce him. "Master, this is my sixth brother, Prince Jin Qi Jingyan, that he has been experiencing some restless nights lately, and I kindly ask you to examine him for any abnormalities." "Greetings, Your Highness," Master Mingda acknowledged. Qi Jingyan, once a staunch skeptic of the supernatural and a firm believer in materialism, found his convictions wavering after his inexplicable experience of transmigrating into a book. Now, as he faced the seemingly benevolent, yet penetrating gaze of the old monk, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, stating, "No need for excessive courtesy. Master, please take a seat." However, Master Mingda chose not to sit again, but instead scrutinized Qi Jingyan with utmost seriousness. The intensity of the monk's gaze made Qi Jingyan uneasy, yet he feigned calmness. Just as he pondered whether Master Mingda had discerned something about him, the master clasped his hands together and exclaimed with a smile, "Your Highness is in robust health, with an extraordinary fate, indeed a rare and fortunate individual. Rest assured, Your Highness shall enjoy longevity and abundant blessings. As for your sleepless nights, a nightly bowl of calming soup will surely remedy that." "Ah, so he is merely a charlatan. How foolish I was to worry." Qi Jingyan thought to himself that Qi Jingqing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is good to know. His purpose in bringing Qi Jingyan to see Master Mingda was to seek reassurance. And with the answer obtained, he quickly took his leave to resume his duties. With Qi Jingxing gone, Qi Jingyan had no reason to linger. However, just as he prepared to exit the meditation room and return home, Master Mingda's voice called out to him, "Please stay a moment." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingyan halted and turned around, curious about what further wisdom the master wished to impart. "Though I am uncertain of your origins, it is clear that you were chosen by the heavens to bring a glimmer of hope to this realm, that I shall safeguard your secret. However, it seems that in his haste, His Highness forgot to leave an offering for incense." Master Mingda stood in the dim light of the meditation room, his face obscured by shadows, revealing only part of his chin and the sly curve of his lips, as Qi Jingyan processed the monk's seemingly casual remark. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to retort, "Do not monks espouse the principle of emptiness? How can you demand offerings?" He did not deny his background. For while Master Mingda appeared to be a shrewd merchant, he was evidently a man of genuine skills. The monk had articulated his insight, rendering any pretense of ignorance futile. Most importantly, Qi Jingyan sensed no malice from him. Otherwise, the master could have easily exposed him before Qi Jingsheng, which was the reason he ultimately chose to remain taciturn. "This is not a threat. It is merely a reminder," Master Mingda replied, maintaining his genial demeanor. Exuding an air of righteous authority, as for the principle of emptiness, well, even monks must eat. That Qi Jingyan felt utterly bemused, gazing at the old monk, who resembled a cunning merchant more than an enlightened sage. He helplessly conceded, "Then, how much should I offer for the incense?" Master Mingda pondered for a moment, smiling subtly. "That depends on your sincerity towards the Buddha," Qi Jingyan, finding himself at a loss for words, chuckled in resignation as he reached into his pockets to gather all his meager funds for the offering. However, he had not brought much money with him today, as he had grown accustomed to mobile payments in his previous life. Rarely carrying cash that I in this life, being well provided for, he had little need for spending, so the total amount he could muster barely reached 50 taels, and that was thanks to Fu Lai's assistance. Master Mingda's radiant smile faltered upon seeing the meager sum. "Ahem, I was in a rush today and only brought this little silver. Surely the Buddha will understand that I speak no falsehood," observing the monk's playful, yet slightly teasing tone, which also carried an otherworldly warmth and serenity. Qi Jingyan could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Master Mingda, in a seemingly casual yet respectful manner, stepped forward to accept the handful of broken silver. "Your Highness is indeed a person of fortune. The Buddha shall bless you with the fulfillment of your desires and a path of peace." Qi Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, straightening his posture and smiling as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Master Mingda refrained from broaching the subject of Qi Jingyan's origins again. However, curiosity got the better of Qi Jingyan as he inquired about the extent of the master's knowledge just before his departure. Upon hearing this, Master Mingda donned an expression of inscrutable profundity. "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. That I shall send an additional 500 taels for incense once I return home. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, but they may be shared with His Highness," Master Mingda quickly interjected, his joy blooming like a chrysanthemum as he began to divulge what he knew. It was then that Qi Jingyan learned that the old monk's knowledge was quite limited. 3 years prior, while attempting to divine the fate of the great Zhou, he inadvertently glimpsed a fragment of celestial insight, foreseeing the kingdom's impending doom, with the realm poised to fracture and its people to suffer from relentless strife. For 3 years, he had sought to alter this fate, but to no avail, until just a month ago, when he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Yet, until now, he had been unaware of what this hope entailed. Only after encountering Qi Jingyan did he realize that the young prince, who was destined for an early demise, had undergone a remarkable transformation, and Qi Jingsheng, who had been fated to miss the throne, was now imbued with a renewed aura of fortune due to Qi Jingyan's presence. Master Mingda had come to understand that Qi Jingyan was, in fact, the very catalyst capable of altering the course of Great Zhou's destiny. A savior for the suffering populace. That Qi Jingyan was astonished by this revelation, as the original narrative concluded with Qi Jingshuo ascending to the throne and Yi Cixi formally marrying him to become empress. The story fell silent on the events that followed their ascension, leaving him unaware that although Qi Jingshuo had successfully claimed the throne, he would ultimately become a ruler of a fallen nation. Upon reflection, This outcome was not entirely shocking. The protagonist living happily ever after was merely a narrative conclusion, not a reflection of reality, for life encompasses far more than just their tale. Much like in the fairy tale of Cinderella. After marrying the prince, she would still face the trials of motherhood, familial dynamics, and the challenges of life that Qi Jingxia and Yi Cixi, upon claiming the throne, would also contend with governance, state affairs, and external threats. Yet, with one being ruthless and cunning, willing to go to any lengths for his desires, and the other timid and naive, easily manipulated into a mere puppet devoid of independent thought, it was implausible that they could effectively govern the nation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qi Jingyan felt an overwhelming weight of pressure that he had initially believed that his role was merely to alter his and his family's fate, only to discover that it extended to the lives of countless others and the very destiny of a nation. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world, and the privileges of a prince come at a significant cost. Yet he was merely an ordinary person with no grand aspirations, wishing only for a tranquil life. Was it not a heavy burden to place upon him? Rubbing his throbbing temples, he reluctantly inquired of Master Mingda, "Is there any possibility for me to return home? Surely a master as capable as you possesses a means to send me back." Master Mingda was blunt in his response. "No, there is none. Your Highness should cease dreaming that it was a jest, for he had waited 3 years for this opportunity and would not reveal it to him." Qi Jingyan felt utterly drained. Let it all perish. Seeing him lost in thought, Master Mingda hastily reassured him. "I perceive that your current countenance reflects great fortune and blessings, and I sense the stirring of romantic prospects on the horizon. Soon, you shall find a virtuous partner, and your life will be filled with love and prosperity, a life so splendid that even immortals would envy. Would you truly forsake such a future?" Qi Jingyan was left utterly bewildered. A life filled with love and many offspring. He had not even contemplated the idea of a romantic relationship, so how could he possibly have a wife and children? It was evident that this old monk was merely putting on a performance. He lowered his hand from his forehead, letting out a helpless yet amused sigh. "Master, there is no need to elaborate further. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Master Mingda, sensing the disbelief in his words, felt utterly wronged. "It is rare for me to speak a single truth, so do not dismiss my words so readily." Qi Jingyan's response was a polite, albeit feigned, smile directed at him. It was only then that Master Mingda realized he had inadvertently exposed himself. "Ahem, let it be, let it be. The ways of heaven are merciless yet compassionate. All things in this world are predestined. When events unfold in due time, whether he believes it or not, he will have no choice but to accept." As Qi Jingyan exited Dain Temple, he boarded the carriage for his return journey. At the entrance of the temple stood a banyan tree claimed to be 300 years old, its branches adorned with red cloth strips bearing auspicious wishes from devout believers. As he passed by the banyan tree, he casually glanced upward and noticed one strip that read, "May the winds and rains be favorable, and the nation prosper in peace." Such simple words caused him to pause momentarily, a weight settling upon his heart. However, Qi Jingyan was not one to seek out troubles, and he quickly regained his composure. For as long as he adhered to his initial plan of safeguarding his younger brother, Qi Jingsheng, from an untimely demise, and of keeping the original male lead, Qi Jingshu, from ascending to power, the dire circumstances Master Mingda spoke of a fractured world and suffering common folk, would surely not come to pass. "Your Highness, shall we head directly back to the manor?" Today it was Gao Shiwu driving the carriage. Once seated, Qi Jingyan shook his head in thought. "On the way here, I happened to notice an iron shop by the roadside. Let us stop there first. I wish to purchase a few items." "Understood." The carriage swiftly made its way to the iron shop he mentioned. Upon arrival, Qi Jingyan disembarked and perused the shop, purchasing several items and consulting the seasoned blacksmith about a few queries before stepping out to return to the manor. Just as he was about to board the carriage, he spotted Yi Yan across the street, dressed in a deep blue embroidered dress adorned with silver lotus patterns. "Prince Jin." Yi Yan also noticed him, and their eyes met. The young woman, holding a box of pastries, broke into a bright smile. She then strode over, her long legs carrying her swiftly, and cheerfully greeted him. "What a coincidence to see you again. Your Highness, are you also out shopping?" Qi Jingyan did not harbor any disdain for Yi Yan. On the contrary, he found her vivacious and spirited, a person of admirable qualities. However, due to her recent, unexpected proposal of marriage and her declarations of intent to win his affection. He felt somewhat awkward and uncertain about how to engage with her. Yet, Yi Yan appeared entirely at ease, not waiting for his response before enthusiastically extending the box in her hands. "This is the freshly made jade white pastry I just bought. It smells divine. Would you care to try some, Your Highness?" Despite his desire to distance himself from her and dissuade her from pursuing him, Qi Jingyan could not bring himself to reject her kindness with harsh words. Thus, he politely declined. "No, thank you, that I do not have a taste for sweets. Not fond of sweets? That is easily remedied. They just made a batch of savory, crispy pastries at my family's shop. It smells delightful," Yi Yan exclaimed, tossing in, "I will go buy some for you, Your Highness. Please wait a moment." Like the wind, she dashed across the street to a pastry shop named Sinji. Before he could even refuse, Qi Jingyan called out to the shopkeeper, "Please, add another pound of those crispy pastries for me." Yi Yan reached the shop's entrance, her voice ringing out clearly. "Certainly, please wait a moment. Here are your crispy pastries." Totaling 2 taels of silver. 2 taels of silver for just a few pastries seemed exceedingly steep. Yi Yan's smile faltered slightly, but recalling her ongoing efforts to win over her unengaged fiancé, she gritted her teeth and paid the price. That in truth, 2 taels of silver was not a significant sum for someone of her standing, but being frugal as she was, she would not have spent this money had she not encountered Qi Jingyan. Though the pastries did smell quite appetizing, no delicacy could justify the price of 2 taels in her mind. That amount could buy several fine knives. Yet her mother adored the pastries from this shop, which compelled her to travel this far and part with her money. However, one must take risks to reap rewards. If it meant winning Prince Jin's affection and securing a marriage proposal, she would consider spending extravagantly. Or even 100 taels if necessary. 100 taels seems more reasonable, Yi Yan mused, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as she returned to Qi Jingyan, cheerfully presenting the box of pastries. "Your Highness, do take these home to try. That I have heard that the owner of this shop was once an imperial chef, and their pastry-making skills rival even those of the palace's top chefs, though I cannot say for certain." Unable to refuse her hospitality, especially in the bustling marketplace, Qi Jingyan found it inappropriate to push back against her offer, so he allowed Gao Shiwu to accept the pastries. "Then I shall thank you, General. There is no need for such formalities over a few pastries. Your Highness." That Yi Yan was well aware that he would not engage in a public dispute with her, hence her deliberate choice to purchase the pastries. She looked at Qi Jingyan with a glimmer of determination in her eyes, thinking to herself that this was merely the beginning. Qi Jingyan felt somewhat helpless under her unabashedly assertive gaze, stepping back slightly as he politely but clearly expressed his desire for distance. "Then I shall take my leave." However, before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony erupted from the luxurious tavern adjacent to Tsinji pastry shop. Chapter 31. Alone in a room. Stop. Stop. Hey, let us speak civilly. Do not fight, good sirs. Get lost. Today, I shall teach this insolent brat a lesson. Come on. Do you think I am afraid of you? It turned out that a drunken brawl had broken out in the tavern's main hall. Qi Jingyan instinctively glanced over, but paid little heed. However, as he turned his gaze away, he caught sight of the tavern's name, Drunken Immortal Tavern. The name struck a chord of familiarity that he recalled that this tavern frequently appeared in the original narrative, serving as a secret meeting place for the male lead, Qi Jingshu, to communicate with his confidants and relay information. Yi Yan also glanced in that direction. It seems someone is causing a ruckus. However, Drunken Immortal Tavern is reputed to be the finest in the capital, so such disturbances are not uncommon. That I believe it will settle down shortly. Qi Jingyan returned his focus. Indeed, that be by the way. Do you know whose establishment Drunken Immortal Tavern is? Yi Yan was already aware of the tavern's presence. She had come here today not solely for pastries for her mother, but also to investigate Drunken Immortal Tavern's background. In fact, she had just finished lunch there with friends, but during her visit, she had not uncovered anything particularly noteworthy. After her companions left, she chose not to linger further, reflecting on her inquiries over the past few days, which had yielded no concrete information regarding the relationship between Drunken Immortal Tavern and Qi Jingshu. Yi Yan narrowed her eyes and added, "To operate such a large tavern in the precious land of the capital, the owner must possess an extraordinary identity." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingyan nodded. Indeed, it is not an ordinary establishment. Drunken Immortal Tavern is owned by the wealthiest merchant family from Jiangnan. This family is backed by consorting from the palace and my second brother. King Wu. While it was common knowledge that Drunken Immortal Tavern was owned by the Liu family, connected by marriage to the Yin family and King Wu's maternal family, Yi Yan had already uncovered this information. She had posed the question to Qi Jingyan to see if he, as another prince, was privy to any insider knowledge. Remembering that Qi Jingyan had previously alerted her to Qi Jingshu's true nature and the affair between Qi Jingshu and Yi Cixi, Yi Yan decided to directly lower her voice and inquire, "Does your highness know the relationship between King Wei and Drunken Immortal Tavern?" Qi Jingyan was indeed aware of this connection. Not only did he know, but he also intended to leverage this information at an opportune moment to deliver a blow to the still-developing Qi Jingshu. However, he was taken aback to learn that Yi Yan had also discovered the link between Qi Jingshu and Drunken Immortal Tavern, a detail not present in the original tale. Moreover, on the surface, Qi Jingshu and Drunken Immortal Tavern appeared to be worlds apart. How had she made this connection? Qi Jingyan was surprised, but considering that Yi Yan had already uncovered Qi Jingshu's affair with Yi Cixi due to his warning, he dismissed his astonishment that if he were in her position, he too would have sent someone to investigate Qi Jingshu's background before broaching the subject of breaking off their engagement. With this in mind, he chose not to conceal anything from her. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention, he slightly nodded. "I know. My fifth royal brother is the true owner of Drunken Immortal Tavern." Yi Yan had approached him with a tentative curiosity, but she was taken aback by his revelation. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped closer. "Might your highness be willing to find a quieter place to discuss this further? I have a few more questions I wish to pose." Qi Jingyan was momentarily taken aback by her burning gaze and instinctively took a step back to This might not be appropriate. Yi Yan advanced a step closer. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Your highness, you may go ahead. I will follow shortly, as long as we are cautious. No one will notice," that Qi Jingyan suggested. "Shall we discuss it here instead? Or perhaps I could write it down and have someone deliver it to you?" He felt that this bustling place was hardly suitable for serious discussions, and the idea of writing things down seemed too cumbersome. Conversing face-to-face would be far more convenient and effective. After Yi Yan spoke, noticing Qi Jingyan's lingering hesitation, she thought he was concerned for her reputation and assured him, "Your highness, rest easy. Although I wish to pursue you and seek your consent for marriage, I will only move you with sincerity and will never force you into anything. Today, we shall only discuss matters of importance, nothing else. How does that sound?" Observing her earnest demeanor, which conveyed a strong moral character, Qi Jingyan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "What do I have to worry about as a grown man? My concern is merely that if we are seen together, it could tarnish your reputation." Yi Yan blinked and smiled brightly. "Then you need not worry further. My lightness and movement is quite commendable." With the matter laid bare, Qi Jingyan found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce. The two entered a modest tea house not far ahead, one that did not attract much attention. That Qi Jingyan casually selected a private room on the second floor, ordered a pot of tea and a few snacks, and after the waiter delivered their order, Yi Yan gracefully leapt in through the window, resembling the silver butterfly embroidered on her dress. Gao Shiwu, meanwhile, stood guard outside. Yi Yan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your continued assistance." Once seated, she offered her thanks to Qi Jingyan with tea in lieu of wine, and then promptly got to the point. "Earlier, Your Highness mentioned that the Wei Wang is the true proprietor of the Zui Xian Lu. Could you elucidate this matter for me? And what of the Wu Wang? Does he know of this?" Initially, Qi Jingyan felt a bit uneasy, for even in his past life in the modern world, he had little experience being alone with a woman. Moreover, Yi Yan had explicitly conveyed her intentions, prompting him to wish to conclude their discussion swiftly and depart. To his surprise, however, Yi Yan was even more businesslike than he. True enough, while this young lady had audaciously proposed marriage, it was merely a consequence of imperial power dynamics, not genuine affection. There was no need for him to fret about inadvertently leading her on. He could treat her as an ordinary friend for her desire to marry him. He need only resolutely decline a few times, and she would likely relinquish her pursuit, given her limited time. With this thought, Qi Jingyan relaxed considerably, shedding any discomfort or awkwardness. He poured another cup of tea for Yi Yan and spoke gently. "Naturally, I am unaware that Tio most of the world, including the Wu Wang. My fifth royal brother is merely seen as a frail, indifferent figure without maternal support or favor from our father, a transparent individual. Who would have imagined that all these years he has been playing the fool to catch the wise? Ian keenly perceived a shift in his demeanor, surprised yet not overly so, and followed up inquisitively. But the Liu family behind Xian Lu has supported the Wu Wang for many years and shares a profound connection with him. If the Wei Wang seeks to play the fool, he must tread carefully to avoid exposure. How then has he managed to entangle himself with the Liu family right under the Wu Wang's nose? Moreover, you mentioned that most are oblivious to the Wei Wang's true nature. May I inquire how you came to discern that he is not a benign character? How I know is not something I can elaborate on at the moment. However, I can tell you that I noticed something unusual because he aimed to use me to harm my third brother, the crown prince. That it was through this that I gradually uncovered his true nature. Qi Jingyan could not disclose to Ian the circumstances of his transmigration, nor did he intend to deceive her with tales of supernatural phenomena, as she was not acquainted with the original protagonist. He had no need to do so. However, he did not plan to keep secret the matters concerning Qi Jingjue from her, for both she and the original protagonist, or rather, the current him, were akin to cannon fodder in the narrative. They shared the same absurd fate and faced the same peril, thus inherently standing on the same front. Furthermore, since Ian had already grasped Qi Jingjue's true nature, he had no qualms about her possibly causing him trouble upon discovering these secrets. On the contrary, from both a familial background perspective and personal capability standpoint, Ian represented a valuable ally for him, especially given the current situation, where his opportunistic third brother remained utterly trusting of Qi Jingjue. He could not afford to speak openly about the original plot. Henceforth, he resolved to regard this young lady as a comrade, facilitating their interactions and providing him with an additional resource in matters of significance. Perfect. Unaware of Qi Jingyan's contemplations, Ian was momentarily stunned by his revelation. Her brows knitting together in disbelief, he actually intends to harm the crown prince. With his character and abilities, surely he must be mad. What an absurd dream. Qi Jingyan chuckled at her unreserved critique. Ability is one thing, ambition is another. Although I have discerned his true nature, I have yet to find concrete evidence, so I cannot discuss this matter with others. For they would not believe me. Ian leaned back in her chair, understanding dawning upon her, as she continued, just as I would not have easily believed it myself had it not been for the incident with Shi Jie. The world all speaks of the Wei Wang as gentle and indifferent. Yet he is indeed a man of great ambition with a duplicitous nature. Qi Jingyan nodded, addressing her earlier inquiry, as for how he became associated with the Liu family. The Liu family is vast and influential. With his capabilities, it would be impossible for him to consume the entire Liu family right under the Wu Wang's nose. Therefore, what I meant earlier was that he is the true owner of Zue Xian Lu. I did not claim he is the head of the Liu family. As he spoke, he refilled his own cup, but found the tea too bitter for his liking, taking only a small sip to soothe his throat before setting it down. Zue Xian Lu, as grand as it may be, was merely a tavern. The Liu family, as the wealthiest in Jiangnan with enterprises across the nation, meant that even the most adept head of the family could not possibly oversee every single establishment under their ownership. Hence, it was the member of the Liu family responsible for managing Zue Xian Lu who conspired with the Wei Wang to make him the true puppet master behind the tavern. Ian immediately grasped the implications. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent person was indeed a relief. Qi Jingyan chuckled. Indeed, that individual is named Zhao Chuanxu, a son-in-law of the Liu family. Chapter 32. Mutual Assistance and Benefit. Ian was taken aback. Somewhat surprised, yet not entirely, so that I am familiar with this person. For many years, the current head of the Liu family had no sons, and only after turning 40 did he finally have a daughter. She is the sole heir of the Liu family, but her health has been frail since childhood. To prevent her from suffering in another household, the head of the Liu family arranged for her to take a husband at the age of 17. Which is Zhao Chuanxu. Qi Jingyan nodded. Precisely, it is said that this Zhao is the son of an old friend of the Liu family head who, due to a decline in fortune, lost his parents and was taken in as a foster son by the Liu family head, who nurtured him with care. By the age of 15, he had already passed the scholar examination. Later, to repay the favor, he willingly abandoned literature for commerce and became a son-in-law of the Liu family. Now his status within the family is equivalent to that of a biological son. That I have heard that the Liu family head holds him in high regard and is inclined to entrust the entire family to him. Zue Xian Lu being a property of the Lu family meant that Yin Ying and others had conducted a thorough investigation of the entire Lu family, allowing Yin to know such details. However, she found it perplexing that, given Zhao Chuanchu's promising future, he would take the immense risk of betraying the Wu Wang to assist Qi Jinghua. Did he not fear losing everything he had worked for in a single misstep? Upon hearing her doubts, Qi Jingyan thought to himself that it was because Qi Jinghua was the protagonist of the original narrative, blessed with the halo of the main character, if the author did not provide him with a foolishly wealthy benefactor. How could a mere penniless prince rely solely on his royal stipend to win hearts and build influence? Externally, he merely explained, naturally, it is because he has a leverage point held by my fifth royal brother. Yi Ian inquired curiously, what leverage? Qi Jingyan maintained his composure, though a hint of disdain colored his tone. He is having an affair with his foster mother, the head of the Lu family's wife. Having nearly choked on her tea, Yi Ian sputtered, almost spraying Qi Jingyan in the face. Qi Jingyan, caught off guard, spluttered as he coughed, and I apologize, I did not mean to. As Yi Ian coughed and hastily wiped her mouth, she noticed the stains on Qi Jingyan's garment and the droplets on his chin, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In a moment of panic, she rushed to his side, pushing him back into the chair. Your Highness, do not move. I'll help you clean that up. She spoke while taking out a handkerchief she always carried, gently wiping his chin and chest. It was only at this moment that Qi Jingyan finally registered their current posture. How shall I put it? The arrangement was such that one was above and the other below, evoking a hint of a playful intimacy, undeniably infused with a certain ambiguity, especially as this typically generous and forthright young lady was blushing with an unusual shyness. Furthermore, their proximity allowed Qi Jingyan to catch a whiff of a faint yet delightful fragrance of herbs and woods emanating from her. However, no amount of ambiguity could overshadow the fact that she was a formidable force. Qi Jingyan felt as though he might bleed from the sheer force and efficiency with which she wiped. Left with no choice, he could only endure the discomfort and grasp her wrist. Bemusely interjecting, there's no need. I can manage on my own. The general need not concern herself. This is merely an accident, he continued. It is rather peculiar of me. I should have waited until you finished your tea before speaking. It was at this moment that Yi Ian became aware of her somewhat impolite actions. Noticing his brow furrowed in evident discomfort, she was struck by his unruffled demeanor, his gaze still warm and gentle as ever. She was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably racing. This man truly had a commendable temperament. His character was gentle, a tenderness she had never encountered in others, emanating from the very core of his being. This gentleness was akin to the spring breeze of March, unseen and intangible, yet capable of embracing all, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility, even luring one into a state of blissful reverie. Moreover, despite the widespread perception of him as arrogant and simple-minded, he was in truth remarkably perceptive, sharp-witted, and extraordinarily composed. Indeed, this Prince Jean was rather impressive, deserving of her admiration. As Ian pondered this, she quickly rose and stepped back a few paces. How could this possibly be the prince's fault? It is I who have been overly sensitive. However, the one who should truly bear the blame is that Zhao person, the matriarch of the Lu family. Not only is she his foster mother, but she is also his nominal mother-in-law. Although the daughter of the Lu family is a concubine's offspring, she must still refer to Madame Lu as mother, and Madame Lu is at least a decade older than him. The fact that he has such a relationship with her is truly shocking. As she concluded, she regained her composure, her face betraying an expression of disbelief akin to that of a subway passenger confronted with the absurd. This news was a profound challenge to her worldview. Even though she was aware of the sordid affairs prevalent among noble families, Yi Ian found it difficult to accept. When Qi Jingyan first encountered this segment in the original storyline, he had shared a similar expression that he found himself wanting to laugh as he nodded, adjusting his disheveled collar. It is perhaps due to his early loss of his mother and the kindness Madame Lu has shown him that he developed such a motherly complex. As the original male lead's purse holder and chief subordinate, Zhao Chuanchu was certainly not a virtuous character. Initially, his illicit affair with Madame Lu was inadvertently discovered by Qi Jinghua, compelling him to comply with Qi Jinghua's directives. However, later, after Qi Jinghua assisted him in eliminating the head of the Lu family and his wife, the aforementioned Lu daughter, thus allowing him to become the true power within the Liu family. He willingly became an ally to Qi Jingzhi in an effort to embellish his and Qi Jingzhua's image. The original author crafted Zhao Chuanxiu as a lovesick romantic, akin to Qi Jingzhua, who would drink from the vast waters of affection only for his beloved. Framing his ungrateful and villainous actions as mere desperation to be with his beloved, Qi Jingyan could only wish to send the original author a go-eat excrement meme. What a pitiful creature. Unworthy of existence, let alone love. Moreover, he could not condone the glorification in the original text of actions taken for the sake of one person at the expense of others that in plain terms. Both Qi Jingzhua and Zhao Chuanxiu acted solely out of self-interest. Their seemingly beautiful love with Yi Cixi and Madame Liu was merely a fade for their despicable characters. Furthermore, if today they could treat others, including those who had shown them kindness and familial ties, with such cruelty for their desires, would they not, in the future, abandon their old loves without hesitation for new ones? Thus, their professed deep feelings were merely a guise for extreme selfishness. Yi Yan was oblivious to Qi Jingyan's thoughts, her brow still furrowed tightly. However, upon realizing she had finally found a breakthrough regarding Qi Jingzhua, her expression softened. "Thank you, Your Highness, for informing me of these matters. To be frank, I have been struggling to find leverage against the Prince of Wei, fearing I might not be able to extricate myself from this engagement. Now, I finally know what to do." In truth, the most straightforward and effective method for Yi Yan to dissolve her engagement with Qi Jingzhua was to report his affair with Yi Cixi to the emperor, seeking his intervention. Even if the emperor deemed it insignificant for the two cousins to attend to his esteemed son, he would likely grant Yi Yan's request to annul the engagement. After all, he had arranged the marriage to foster ties with the Duke of Jinggua's family, not to create animosity. However, such an action would inevitably draw the emperor's wrath upon Yi Cixi. And no matter how flawed Qi Jingzhua might be, he was still the emperor's son, and Yi Yan was an object of his interest, an innocent victim. Thus, the emperor would most likely unleash his fury upon Yi Cixi. After all, Qi Jingzhua had acted foolishly for her sake, and Yi Yan's insistence on dissolving the engagement stemmed from her inability to accept their familial connection. This would lead to Yi Cixi not only losing her reputation, but possibly her life, as well to protect Yi Cixi. Yi Yan could only find a way to uncover Qi Jingzhua's faults, compelling him to seek another rationale to present to the emperor regarding the annulment. Thus, the emperor's ire would fall solely upon him. Qi Jingyan surmised Yi Yan's thoughts on the matter and refrained from probing further. He merely jested. "Although I have discovered these matters, I possess no evidence. Are you not afraid I am fabricating stories to deceive you?" Yi Yan blinked, smiling as she replied, "Your Highness need not resort to such measures. Moreover, as the saying goes, actions leave traces. Whether or not you deceive me, I can dispatch someone to Jiangzhou to investigate thoroughly." Jiangzhou was the Liu family's stronghold, though they had expanded their business to the capital. They still resided primarily in Jiangzhou, rarely visiting the capital. Only Zhao Chuanxiu, responsible for managing business affairs in the capital and surrounding areas, would frequently come to the capital, often meeting Qi Jingzhua in secret. This was also the reason Qi Jingyan had refrained from taking immediate action, despite being aware of Zhao Chuanxiu's relationship with Qi Jingzhua. Jiangzhou was located far in the south, distant from the capital. Having only recently arrived, he had yet to fully comprehend the circumstances around him and lacked the energy to extend his reach to Jiangzhou. Moreover, the Liu family held considerable power there, and he feared that sending someone hastily might alert them. However, Yi Yan had no such reservations. She had capable subordinates, and her identity was not sensitive. As long as she acted cautiously, she should be able to successfully uncover evidence of Zhao Chuanxiu's duplicity regarding Qi Jingzhua. As Qi Jingyan considered this, he too smiled, raising his teacup and gently clinking it against hers. "Then I wish the general every success." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Yan replied cheerily, raising her teacup to toast him. "Also taking his well wishes to heart, and no need to thank me. I have my own selfish motives for sharing this with you," Qi Jingyan admitted, pausing slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "The Prince of Wei is my adversary, and we cannot coexist. However, for certain reasons, I cannot confront him directly at this time." Yi Yan raised an eyebrow, setting her teacup down. "So, Your Highness shares this information with me in hopes of using my hand to strike him?" Indeed, he felt a tinge of guilt for utilizing her in this manner. Yet after sizing him up for a moment, Yi Ian burst into laughter, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she leaned closer. So, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. A partnership in battle. Yes, would you consider changing your mind and marrying me? Look at us, we are quite the match, Qi Jingyan replied. Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline. Chapter 33. The Blossoming Heart. After being rejected by Qi Jingyan once more, Yi Ian left with a look of regret. Before departing, she said to Qi Jingjua, if His Highness does not agree this time, so be it, no worries. I shall ask again next time. Qi Jingyan felt a sense of helplessness. However, he now knew how to navigate this situation, so upon hearing her words, he no longer felt awkward or uncomfortable. Instead, he smiled and replied, regardless of the occasion, my answer remains unchanged, that it would be best if the general refrained from wasting her breath. That remains to be seen. Did not your highness say that everything is in the hands of mankind? As long as I put in enough effort, who knows? One day, you might change your mind. Yi Ian responded, unfazed by his words, flashing a carefree smile before waving goodbye and gracefully leaping out the window. Amused yet exasperated, Qi Jingyan stood up and called for Gao Shishir after confirming her departure. Find someone to pack these items, he instructed, referring to the snacks on the table that both he and Yi Ian had left untouched. Wasting food was shameful. Even now, as a prince, he could not bring himself to squander provisions. However, fearing that his actions might raise suspicion, he refrained from bringing the packaged items back to the Jin Wangfu. Instead, he instructed Gao Shiwu to take them out and distribute them to the beggars lining the street outside the small tea house. Gao Shiwu was taken aback by this, hesitating for a considerable time before finally mustering the courage to voice his concern. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Initially, Qi Jingyan did not grasp the meaning behind this remark. However, when he met Gao Shiwu's gaze, which was filled with the implication that his master, known for his extravagant lifestyle and disregard for the hardships of the common folk, must surely be ill given this unusual behavior. He finally understood. After a moment of silence, he responded, somewhat at a loss for words, and called Yi Yan over as a pretext. I am perfectly fine. The reason for my actions is that General Yi has stated that wastefulness is shameful. There are indeed many people in this world who struggle to find enough to eat, that I had previously overlooked this, as no one had brought it to my attention. Now that I am aware, I cannot continue as before. Gao Shiwu was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression grew increasingly complex. Could it be that His Highness truly valued General Ye's opinion? This was unexpected, considering his master had always been dismissive of others, including the Emperor and Consort Jiang. The fact that he was willing to alter his long-standing habits based on a single statement from General Yi ignited a fervent curiosity within him. Your Highness, do you perhaps harbor feelings for General Yi? Gao Shiwu could no longer contain himself and leaned in, lowering his voice to ask. Qi Jingyan had not deliberately avoided Gao Shiwu during his recent encounters with Yi Yan, and as a result, Gao Shiwu had overheard much of their conversation. However, a competent shadow guard should not pry into his master's intentions or speak out of turn, which is why he had remained silent until now. Now, however, the peculiarity of his master's demeanor was undeniable. It was so unusual that apart from the notion of him liking General Yi, he could not conceive of any other explanation, given the trivial nature of the matter. He felt emboldened to speak to his astonishment. Qi Jingyan replied, bewildered. You are overthinking it, that I merely admire her character and sympathize with her circumstances, thus considering her a friend. Gao Shiwu was skeptical. What influence could a mere friend have to alter his master's course of action? His Highness must be shy, or perhaps even experiencing the stirrings of young love without yet realizing it. With this thought, Gao Shiwu, possessing a vivid imagination, felt both comforted and nostalgic, thinking that perhaps his master was finally maturing into a true man. Although Qi Jingyan remained silent, he could vaguely sense Gao Shiwu's thoughts. It was preferable to be misinterpreted as having affections for Yi Yan than for him to uncover the truth of the person now inhabiting his body. Meanwhile, as the master and servant returned to the Jin Wangfu, Yi Yan swiftly made her way back to the Zhen Guogongfu after leaving the tea house. Upon her return, she summoned Yuning, assigning someone to investigate Zhao Chuanshu in Jiangzhou, before taking the package of white jade cake she had bought from Tsinji Pastry to the Qingqiu Yuan, where her mother, the lady of Zhen Guogong, resided in Qingqiu Yuan. Lady He had just awakened from her midday nap. Upon hearing that her daughter had arrived, she momentarily appeared dazed before regaining her composure and gesturing for her personal maid, Fu Shuang, to assist her in rising. Let her in. After receiving permission to enter, Yi Yan did not approach too closely but stopped at a respectful distance, bowing appropriately. I have come to see you. Mother, Lady He, only in her mid-30s, looked remarkably youthful, having inherited beauty and maintained her appearance. She gazed at Yi Yan, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and paused before speaking, as her mind was clouded with memories from a recent dream. Not receiving an immediate response, Yi Yan continued with composure, extending the white jade cake to Fu Shuang. This is the white jade cake from Sinji that I heard you enjoy it. So I bought some especially for you. How fortuitous. The lady mentioned just this morning that it had been quite a while since she last had the white jade cake from Sinji. Fu Shuang said, smiling as she took the package and presented it to Lady He. Look, madam, how filial our young lady is. Lady He, her expression now complex, spoke. You are very thoughtful, Dawai Yan replied politely. I am glad you like it. However, matters such as buying pastries should be left to the servants. As a young lady on the verge of marriage, you should refrain from unnecessary outings. Lady He instructed Fu Shuang to put the pastries away, then rose to sit at a nearby vanity, allowing Fu Shuang to groom her hair. You should remain at home, preparing to be a good wife and diligently learning the necessary court etiquette. That is what you ought to be focused on. As she spoke, her dissatisfaction became evident, her tone growing somewhat stricter. You must remember that your future husband is a royal prince, not an ordinary man. For the sake of our Zhen Guo Gongfu and your father's reputation, you should take this matter more seriously, Dawai Yan thought to herself. Here we go again. Her mother had a habit of lecturing her every time they met, and she had grown accustomed to it. Thus, she merely responded with feigned docility, nodding along. Yes, of course. Lady He, perceptive to her daughter's insincerity, noticed her reflection in the bronze mirror, an image that fell short of her expectations in every regard. Lacking the demeanor of a proper young lady, frustration bubbled within her, as she could not help but express her irritation. I speak these words for your own good, that if you do not heed them now, you will surely suffer the consequences in the future, that I hope you truly take this to heart. Dawai Yan continued to respond respectfully, then seized the moment to address the matter at hand. By the way, I have come today to request something of you, mother. Having rarely asked her for anything throughout her life, Lady He was taken aback, pausing in her selection of hairpins. What is it? It concerns Shijie's marriage. Stepping forward, Yi Yan explained, I have a subordinate with whom I share a deep bond, and he wishes to marry Shijie. However, his family circumstances are modest, and he feels unworthy to propose directly. Thus, he has come to me seeking assistance in gauging your thoughts on the matter. I have known him for many years and believe I understand his character and family background well enough. So I inquired of Shijie whether she would be willing to marry him. Initially, she expressed that such matters should be decided by her parents and matchmakers, and she could not take it upon herself to decide. Yet, it so happens that he had once been a benefactor to her many years ago. Upon realizing this, Shijie, being one who values gratitude, agreed to the union that my subordinate has resolved to propose tomorrow. Indeed, Yi Yan had ventured to the east of the city to purchase the white jade cake specifically for Shijie's marriage. Her original intention had been to inform Lady He about Shijie and Shi Jingshu, seeking her assistance in selecting a suitable match. However, now that there was already a Chu Pingchuan in the picture, who did not mind Shijie's past, she deemed it unnecessary to reveal the truth and simply stated that Chu Pingchuan and Shijie were well matched and requested her blessing. Absurd! How can you, an unmarried young lady, interfere in your cousin's marriage? Lady He exclaimed, unable to contain her reaction. She slammed the hairpin she had chosen onto the table, her brows furrowed as she turned away. Shijie's marriage is a matter for your elder brother and sister-in-law to handle. You are overstepping your bounds. Yi Yan interjected. I understand that I am overstepping, but you are aware that sister-in-law has never regarded Shijie highly due to her status. She often neglects her, and I fear that even if I were to approach her, she would still oppose the match. As for my elder brother, he has never involved himself in domestic affairs, which is why I thought to ask you to intervene. You are Shijie's grandmother. If you agree, sister-in-law will naturally find it difficult to object. Lady He's expression darkened, her unwillingness evident. You are asking me to offend your sister-in-law. No matter how much the lady of the Jin Guogong disliked Yi Shi, she would not wish to marry her off to a low-born commoner, someone unworthy even of proposing to the Jin Guogong Fu. For the sake of appearances, such a scandal would lead to accusations of mistreating a legitimate daughter. Wei Yan was well aware of this, and had refrained from approaching her. As for Chu Pingchuan's proposal, it had been delayed due to official business, but he was prepared to come tomorrow. As long as Lady He agreed to the match, it would be settled. Yet, Lady He clearly wished to avoid offending her daughter-in-law. Yi Yan looked at her, maintaining her respectful demeanor but allowing her tone to soften. Mother, I understand your concerns about offending brother and sister-in-law, but surely you do not fear her. This statement caused Lady He's expression to shift abruptly. Do you think I fear your sister-in-law? I am doing this for your reputation. Typically poised and graceful, she now appeared as if pricked by a needle, or as though someone had stepped on her tail. Losing her composure remarkably. Chapter 34. Old memories. Yi Yan lowered her gaze, seemingly unperturbed, and calmly stated, "This marriage must be realized that if you truly are unwilling to intervene, I will have no choice but to approach father." Yi Yan did not directly seek out the Duke of Jingguo. Firstly, because she wished not to disturb her ailing father, and secondly, due to her apprehension that the truth might infuriate him. For he was not as easily swayed as her mother. However, if the He family remained obstinate in their refusal to intervene, she would have no choice but to approach her father. Upon hearing this, He Shi's expression first hardened, then her eyes flared with anger, her chest rising and falling heavily. "So you are not here to plead with me today, but rather to coerce me." Naturally, the daughter had come to beseech her mother. Otherwise, she would not have gone out of her way to purchase pastries in the eastern part of the city. Wei Yan was there on business, not to quarrel with He Shi. So after a moment's pause, she endeavored to soften her tone, bowed respectfully, and implored her mother to acquiesce to the matter, expressing her gratitude on behalf of Shi Ji. He Shi felt a tightness in her chest, her countenance darkening further. The maid, Fu Shuang, who was combing her hair, sensed her distress and hastily interjected, "Miss rarely comes to indulge in a bit of charm with you, madam. You should grant her this favor. Indulge in charm?" She was not here to charm me, but was clearly demanding payment. With a step-down provided, He Shi's expression improved slightly, though her tone remained unyielding. She cared not whom Yi Shi married, for to her, Yi Shi was merely a non-blood-related granddaughter whom she seldom saw. Thus, she did not wish to upset her daughter-in-law for such an inconsequential person, nor did she want her daughter to trouble herself with matters that were out of line. Yet if one were to consider it, this issue was not truly significant. Had Yi Yan approached her with a gentle demeanor, she would not have truly disregarded her feelings. But this girl, not only did she fail to comprehend her mother's good intentions, her attitude was so obstinate. He Shi felt a profound frustration, but recalling the dream she had earlier, a sense of dejection washed over her. She bit her lip, gazing at her daughter, who was respectful yet distant. And after a prolonged silence, she finally sighed. "Very well, the Shi Ji is, after all, your own niece. I trust you will not harm her. Tomorrow, should the person you mentioned truly come to propose, I shall step forward to accept this match on your behalf." "Thank you, mother, for your understanding." With her goal achieved, Yi Yan felt a weight lift from her heart. She did not linger, expressing her gratitude cheerfully before departing with resolute swiftness, exclaiming, "I shall go inform Shi Ji of this splendid news." He Shi watched her retreating figure, devoid of any lingering affection, her heart a tumult of bitterness and vexation. Turning back to gaze into the bronze mirror, she pondered for some time before murmuring, "Fu Shuang, do you think this child still resents me for that incident?" Fu Shuang was taken aback, quickly offering gentle reassurances. "Not at all. Miss was merely a child then. She has likely forgotten all about it." He Shi remained silent for a while, finally whispering, "Is that so?" In her daze, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the blinding flames that had appeared in her dream. After leaving Qingxiu courtyard, Yi Yan went to find Yi Shi. However, she did not linger in Yi Shi's courtyard. After informing her that Chu Pingchuan would come to propose the next day and that her mother would accept the match, she returned to her own quarters. Not to dwell on the complexity of Yi Shi's emotions upon hearing this news, let us turn to Yi Yan, who, after lying down in her room for a short while, was soon joined by Yuning. "Miss, I have completed the task you entrusted to me." That moment, Yi Yan was languidly sprawled on the opulent couch by the window, lost in thought, and she absent-mindedly responded with an "oh." "What troubles you, miss? Did Madame scold you again when you went to see her?" Noticing her lethargic demeanor, Yuning rushed over to massage her legs. "No, I am simply a bit tired, Dawai Yan." Regaining her composure, turned on her back in a starfish position, signaling for Yuning to knead her shoulders. Yuning complied, but could not help but exclaim, "Do not deceive me, miss. Each time you return from Qingxiu courtyard, you wear this countenance that, while appearing normal at first glance, somehow conveys an underlying sadness." Dawai Yan was caught off guard by this remark. She was a cheerful and optimistic person, rarely revisiting the past, especially the unpleasant events. Thus, she had never realized that her mood would unconsciously dampen every time she returned from seeing he. "Sure, I do not understand what Madame thinks. You are her own child. Yet she showers kindness upon the heir and the two elder daughters, while you receive nothing but criticism and disdain to an outsider. It might seem as though you were adopted, and the others are her true progeny." As Yuning continued to massage Yi Yan's back, her cheeks puffed in indignation on her behalf. She had held these thoughts in for quite some time, but out of concern for Yi Yan's feelings, she had refrained from speaking up until today, when she could no longer contain herself. Listening to Yun Ying's sympathetic murmurs, Yi Yan found herself drifting into contemplation. Her mother, he sure, was the second wife married to the Duke of Jinghua after the death of his first wife, significantly younger by 14 years. Unlike her daughter Yi Yan, who had an affinity for martial pursuits, he sure hailed from a scholarly lineage, embodying the true essence of a genteel lady. She was graceful and virtuous, possessing a gentle disposition, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and held a profound respect for the intricate customs that symbolized the heritage of noble families. She was lauded as the epitome of a refined matron in the capital. Yet, despite her seemingly flawless exterior, her relationships with her husband and daughter were far from harmonious. The dichotomy of their personalities was not hard to comprehend. One was a carefree and bold military man, while the other was a meticulous and delicate daughter of a scholar. Their age difference further exacerbated their lack of common ground. Additionally, the Duke spent most of his time stationed in the northern frontier, resulting in their infrequent encounters and a tenuous bond. However, why was he sure's relationship with her own daughter, Yi Yan, strained? Why had Yi Yan not grown up in the capital, but instead accompanied her father to the harsh conditions of the northern frontier at such a tender age? The reasons behind this were not complex. The Duke's first wife left behind 3 children before her demise, the current heir of the Duke and Yi Yan's 2 elder sisters, who were already married. He sure, concerned about her reputation, feared accusations of mistreating the offspring of the first wife. Thus, after marrying into the Duke's household, she lavished affection upon those 3 children, treating them as her own, often neglecting her biological daughter, Yi Yan, to the point where Yi Yan nearly perished at the age of 6. It was during the New Year celebrations when the Duke, uncharacteristically present in the capital, found himself reunited with his family. However, on the eve of the festival, while playing, Yi Yan accidentally shattered a cherished glass mirror belonging to her second sister, that time. Her sister was merely a little over 10 years old. Naturally, upon breaking her beloved possession, she wept inconsolably. He sure initially paid little heed, but upon discovering that the mirror had belonged to the Duke's first wife, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She publicly chastised Yi Yan, demanding an apology from her second sister. Yi Yan explained that she had been pushed, causing her to collide with the mirror, but he sure would not believe her, accusing her of being deceitful at such a young age, and ordered for her to be locked in her room for reflection, denying her attendance at the family reunion that time. The Duke was absent from the household. During the family gathering, noticing the absence of his youngest daughter, he inquired of Ishur regarding the matter. Ishur replied, "That child is mischievous and restless. She played all afternoon and has gone to sleep." To her shock, as soon as she spoke, a servant rushed in, panicked, to report that Yi Yan's courtyard had suffered a water leak. Due to it being New Year's Eve, most of the household staff had been given leave to reunite with their families, which meant that when the fire was discovered, it had already grown significantly. Had it not been for the Duke's martial prowess and his immediate, fearless dash into the flames to rescue his daughter, Yi Yan, then only 6 years old, would have perished in the inferno. Following such a grave incident, the Duke was naturally informed of the previous events and was both incredulous and furious that he had already sensed that he sure, for various reasons, favored the 3 children of the first wife, showing little regard for her biological daughter, Yi Yan. However, he had never anticipated that she would be so unjust towards her own flesh and blood. That night, a fierce argument erupted between the Duke and He Shi, further straining their already tenuous relationship. Ironically, Yi Yan, who had seldom encountered the Duke and was therefore not very familiar with him, became increasingly reliant on him due to this incident, forming a close bond with her father. Being the Duke's youngest daughter, he had always held a deep fondness for her, and upon witnessing her remarkable physical aptitude for martial arts, he was even more moved when she, at such a tender age, audaciously followed him on his journey back to the northern frontier. He was filled with a mixture of affection and reluctance and took her along with him. He sure, of course, was unwilling for her daughter to accompany her husband to the northern frontier. The events of New Year's Eve left her filled with regret and realization of her excessive actions. She yearned to mend the bond with her daughter, that in her desperate attempts to bring her daughter back, she had wept and caused a scene. Yet, upon hearing of the return to the capital, Yi Yan would flee to hide. The Duke of Jingguo was at his wit's end due to her antics, and fearing that in his absence, he sure might continue to act foolishly and mistreat their daughter. He ultimately managed to persuade He Shi. Consequently, after Yi Yan turned 6, she had hardly spent any time in He Shi's company, resulting in a strained mother-daughter relationship that had never truly been close over the years. He Shi did indeed wish to reconcile their maternal bond, yet to her, Yi Yan's wild nature, having grown up on the frontier, was simply too untamed. He Shi, who had always placed great importance on propriety and decorum, could not help but express her discontent. Every conversation would inevitably devolve into scoldings and lectures. Upon Yi Yan's return, He Shi even went so far as to find a female tutor to instruct her in the ways of etiquette. Hoping to cultivate a more gentle and refined demeanor in her daughter, Yi Yan understood that her mother's intentions were rooted in goodwill, so she did not openly resist, but merely acquiesced, handling matters as best as she could. However, she would not force herself to engage in actions she found distasteful merely to gain He Shi's approval. As for the events of that fateful year when she was 6, if one were to inquire whether Yi Yan held resentment towards her mother, the answer would undoubtedly be in the affirmative. Although she was but a child at the time, the terror of being abandoned by her own mother and engulfed by flames remained etched in her memory. Nevertheless, given that she had received kindness from her father and had led a good life in the northern frontier, resentment could not be the prevailing sentiment. Thus, it was best for them to maintain a respectful distance, coexisting as ordinary family members. With this thought, Yi Yan closed her eyes, casting aside the sigh of melancholy that had briefly invaded her mind. Chapter 35. An incident at midnight. Qi Jingyan was entirely unaware of the happenings at the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. Upon returning to the Jin Wangfu, he first arranged for 500 taels and silver notes to be sent to the N Temple. After enjoying a modest lunch that had already been prepared, he strolled about the courtyard, treating it as his daily exercise. The plump white goose strutted ahead, its neck held high and chest puffed out, exuding an air of pride as if to say, "Come, allow me to show you around my domain." The parrot in the cage, Xiao Lu, observed the scene with wide, dark eyes and incessantly squawked its disapproval. "Shameless, shameless, you scoundrel, shameless." Qi Jingyan, perturbed by the ruckus, had no choice but to release the noisy creature from its confinement. The moment it was free, Xiao Lu flapped its wings and perched on his shoulder, defiantly shouting at the plump goose, "Get lost! Get lost! Little imp!" Qi Jingyan couldn't help but laugh, gently patting the tiny creature's head. No more foul language that he then attempted to correct its bad habit, instructing, "Now repeat after me." "Hello, I am Xiao Lu." Xiao Lu retorted, "Get lost! Get lost!" Qi Jingyan patiently encouraged, "Once more, hello, I am Xiao Lu." Xiao Lu boldly declared, "No, no, I am the king." Qi Jingyan was bemused, pondering which genius had taught it such phrases. After exchanging looks filled with incredulity, he smiled softly, "Disobedient little bird, you might just end up bald as a chick if you keep this up." Whether it truly understood or merely sensed the pressure from its mischievous human, Xiao Lu flapped its wings and fell silent. Meanwhile, the plump goose waddled around, honking gleefully, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Your Highness, this is the Qian Si Su Yu Bing that General Yi purchased for you. We forgot to take it when we disembarked." Just as this commotion unfolded, Gao Shiwu approached, holding an oil paper package that I checked, and it's still warm. "Would your Highness like to try it?" No wonder he felt something was amiss when they got off the carriage. It was this treat that Qi Jingyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Bring it here. After all, it was a thoughtful gesture from the young lady, and he could not waste it. Upon opening the oil paper package and tasting the Qian Si Su Yu Bing, he found it quite delectable and casually offered 2 pieces to Gao Shiwu. However, Gao Shiwu jumped back a significant distance, shaking his head in refusal. This was specially bought for your highness by General Yi. I cannot partake. Such a heartfelt gift from the young lady was not something he deemed worthy of consuming. Sensing his thoughts, Qi Jingyan remarked, very well, let it be saved for afternoon tea then. Thus passed the day. The following morning, Qi Jingyan recalled that he had not paid his respects in the palace for several days. After finishing breakfast, he made his way to fulfill his filial duty. He first visited Fengqi Palace to greet his birth mother, Empress Xiao, who showered him with gentle concern. Following this, he proceeded to Qiongfang Palace, where concubine Jiang resided. Yet as soon as he entered and had not even managed to offer his greetings, he was promptly seized by his overbearing mother, who bombarded him with questions. Did you take the medicines your mother and I sent you on time? Did they yield any results? And how do you feel about the young ladies you see now? Would you like me to arrange for a maid to attend to you tonight, perhaps to try again? Qi Jingyan thought to himself, I cannot withstand this. I desperately want to escape. However, having received kindness from the original owner, he felt obligated to show filial respect to his mother. Thus, he could only respond to her inquiries, attempting to navigate the situation. Upon learning that he had been taking the medicine regularly, but to no effect, concubine Zhang's lovely face fell into a frown, her beauty marred by concern. What shall we do, my poor son? She lamented, first embracing him while shedding tears. After her emotional outburst, she customarily lashed out at the late Mei Fei, before finally rallying herself. Perhaps it is too soon for the medicine to take effect. Continue taking it for a while longer, and perhaps we will see results. Rest assured, even if it ultimately does not work, your mother will never allow you to grow old and lonely. Qi Jingyan, not wishing to endanger any innocent young lady due to his personal issues, quickly shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on that now, dear mother. Soon it will be your birthday. Do you have any gifts in mind? Yes, concubine Jiang replied, wiping her tears while gazing at him with tender affection, that my chubby grandson. Qi Jingyan silently turned away. Pressing on, the flowers in this vase are quite lovely. They appear to be begonia. But it is nearly October. Where could they have come from? These are artificial flowers made of silk. Your aunt brought them to me during her recent visit to the palace, claiming they looked quite realistic and suggested I keep them for enjoyment. Remembering her cousin Jiang Shi, concubine Zhang's mood soured further. Your aunt even mentioned wanting to betroth Xu Yada to you, but I declined her offer. In truth, she had once entertained the thought. After all, you and Xu Yada had grown up together as childhood friends, and I shared a close bond with your aunt, and if our families could unite, it would indeed be a beautiful union. Yet, alas, you are beset by this affliction, and I scarcely know how to discuss it with your aunt. In the end, I could only defer, saying your father had already made plans regarding your marriage. Your aunt is not a petty person, and upon hearing this, she was not displeased, though she lamented the loss of such a fine match. Did Tio think they would consider marrying that troublesome girl Luo Yushu to him? Qi Jingyan coughed lightly and quickly interjected. No, please do not orchestrate any matchmaking. I have always regarded her as a sister. Even without this predicament, I would never consider marrying her. Concubine Jiang was not pleased with his words, huffing and casting him a disdainful glance. Worry not. Even if you were eager to marry, your aunt would never part with her daughter to leave her in solitude. That Qi Jingyan found himself unable to refute her statement, yet he felt relieved. Enough of this. Your presence here is a distraction. Go pay your respects to your father. He inquired about you yesterday, mentioning that he had not seen you in quite some time and wondered what you had been up to. Reflecting on how his wayward son had become like a wild horse since leaving the palace to establish his own household, concubine Jiang waved her hand, her expression growing increasingly despondent. This ungrateful boy shows no thoughtfulness. Just as she pondered this, Qi Jingyan spoke up. I have something delightful for you, dear mother. I will visit father later. Concubine Jiang paused, raising her gaze to scrutinize him. What is this delightful thing? This that Qi Jingyan presented a set of mahjong tiles to concubine Jiang. Initially, she showed little interest, but after patiently learning the rules under Qi Jingyan's guidance, she felt as though the doors to a new world had been opened. This game is called mahjong. It is quite a pleasant way to pass the time. I brought a set for mother as well. so you can invite the other ladies in the palace to join in. Watching as concubine Jiang transformed from her earlier despondency to a spirited demeanor, eagerly engaging her maidservants in play, Qi Jingyan felt a sense of relief and smiled. The imperial harem is a lavish cage. While life within may appear opulent and thriving, it is, in truth, monotonous and tedious. Whether favored like concubine Jiang or esteemed like Empress Xiao, they are all prisoners within these confines that at present he is unable to take them away, so he can only devise ways to ensure they have a joyful and fulfilling time within. Jiang Guifei is a person whose emotions fluctuate swiftly. After being amused by Qi Jingyan with a game of mahjong, she promptly cast aside her earlier worries that Qi Jingyan believed she would find this diversion refreshing for a while. And thus he took his leave to seek out his cheap father. The cheap father is the emperor, residing in the Qianning Palace, the abode of successive monarchs, as Qi Jingyan made his way to the Qianning Palace. He rummaged through his mind for matters pertaining to his cheap father, and when he felt adequately prepared, he stepped through the grand entrance, only to be informed that his cheap father had been summoned to the inner court to witness a concubine giving birth. Qi Jingyan. Very well. The child born today should be the premature little princess he had previously mentioned to his cheap third brother. Qi Jingyan was rather indifferent towards his aging, literary father, who occupied a position of power, yet indulged in frivolities, and upon hearing the news, he mimicked the original character's demeanor to express his admiration to the emperor's chief eunuch before turning away from the palace. On his way back to the estate, the carriage passed by the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chu Pingchuan, who had just successfully proposed, emerged from the Duke's abode, and Qi Jingyan overheard someone congratulating him on his engagement to the fourth young lady. The fourth young lady? Could that be Cici? She is actually getting married. Qi Jingyan was taken aback and hurriedly sent someone to investigate upon returning home, only to discover that Chu Pingchuan had indeed proposed to Yi Cici at the Duke of Zhenguo's residence, with the Duchess personally endorsing the match. This was a plot twist not found in the original narrative. After hearing this, Qi Jingyan was momentarily stunned, then realized that this engagement must have been orchestrated by Yi Yan. However, Yi Cici is the original female protagonist. Could she genuinely marry another? Qi Jingyan knew that Qi Jingzhuo was inherently arrogant and obsessive, having long regarded Yi Cici as his own possession, that if he were to learn that she was to wed another, he would likely go mad to know. He must hastily send someone to alert Yi Yan. She is far too unaware of Qi Jingzhuo's character and Yi Cici's standing in his heart with this thought. Qi Jingyan promptly retreated to his study to compose a secret letter, instructing Gao Shiwu to personally deliver it to Yi Yan at the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. Remember, it must be handed directly to her. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure the task is completed. Gao Shiwu accepted the letter, clicking his tongue in disapproval, having just met her yesterday, and now he could not wait to write a love letter. All while claiming he disliked her expression. Qi Jingyan, I really want to hit him. Never mind, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Gao Shiwu personally delivered the letter to the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. But unfortunately, Yi Yan had been called away to the military camp on the outskirts of the capital and would not return until the following morning. The outskirts of the capital were not a place Gao Shiwu could freely enter. So he had no choice but to return home with the letter. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingyan furrowed his brow. We shall wait until she returns tomorrow morning. You can make another trip then. Additionally, send a few people to guard the entrance of Chu Pingchuan's residence, that he reasoned that a single night would suffice, and nothing untoward should occur on Yi Cici's side. After all, even without Yi Yan, the Duke of Zhenguo's residence was heavily guarded, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to enter. It was Chu Pingchuan who was likely to become the target of Qi Jingzhuo's wrath. However, the following morning, just as the first light of dawn broke, he was jolted awake by an anxious Gao Shiwu. Your Highness, wake quickly. There has been an incident at the Duke of Zhenguo's residence. Chapter 36. Perishing in flames at that moment, Qi Jingyan was dreaming, teaching the parrot Xiao Lu to recite the 8 honors and 8 shames. Initially resistant, Xiao Lu finally had an epiphany after attending a few classes on Marxism-Leninism. Transforming from a foul-mouthed bird of society into a refined creature, espousing the principles of the new era, Qi Jingyan felt a sense of satisfaction, ready to reward it with another lesson on Mao Zedong thought, when his dream was abruptly interrupted. Upon awakening in the Duke of Zhenguo's residence, he was momentarily disoriented and, after a while, sprang up suddenly. What on earth has happened? Gao Shiwu hurriedly explained. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence is on fire. It broke out last night, and it is said the flames were fierce, claiming several lives, among them the fourth young lady, Yi Cixi, who had just become engaged to Chu Pingchuan yesterday. The fire reportedly originated from her quarters. And when she was discovered, her remains were unrecognizable, reduced to a charred corpse. Given the mutual affections between Yi Yian and Qi Jingyan, Gao Shiwu had already come to regard the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, previously unrelated to the Jin Wangfu, as a future in-law of the Jin Wangfu. Moreover, since Qi Jingyan had instructed him to investigate the matter of Yi Cixi and Chu Pingchuan just the day before, he felt compelled to report this news without delay. Upon hearing, Qi Jingyan's expression grew grim, Qi Jingjue, that he surmised that as the male protagonist of the original narrative, Qi Jingjue would not idly stand by while Yi Cixi married another. Still, he never anticipated that Qi Jingjue would dare to set fire to her home, seizing this opportunity to orchestrate her demise, rendering her a nameless corpse, forever lost to the world. Indeed, he could not believe that Yi Cixi had truly perished in the flames. For she was the haloed protagonist of the original tale, and this fire was evidently aimed at her, by orchestrating such a conflagration. Qi Jingjue had transformed Yi Cixi from the Duke of Zhengguo's fourth young lady and future bride, who could not be treated lightly, into an obscure figure without family or support, relegated to being his hidden concubine, at his mercy. This scheme, though ruthless, was not without its merits. Yet the question remained. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence was a prestigious establishment, heavily fortified, and given Qi Jingjue's current position, hiding in the shadows and reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, was he not concerned that if the plot were to unravel, he would face dire consequences? Perhaps he was unafraid, for he was the male protagonist, endowed with a narrative aura. Remembering how Qi Jingjue had miraculously extricated himself from peril in the original story, surrounded by opportunities and fortuitous circumstances, Qi Jingyan felt a heavy weight in his heart and suddenly realized he had made a critical error. He had become overly reliant on the original plot. The original narrative bore no account of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence burning down or Yi Cixi's demise. Thus, although he had taken precautions against the variable of Chu Pingchuan, he had unconsciously relaxed his vigilance, failing to delve deeper into Qi Jingjue's psychological state and potential actions. Furthermore, he did not possess as thorough an understanding of Qi Jingjue as he believed. While he was aware of Qi Jingjue's upbringing and duality of character through the original narrative, and recognized his pathological possessiveness over Yi Cixi, the scope of the original text was limited. The essence of Qi Jingjue's life extended far beyond what was captured in the narrative that he was a complete, independent, and complex individual, likely harboring many dark facets unmentioned in the story. Moreover, to date, the original plot had already been significantly altered by him and Yi Yian, particularly the dynamic between Qi Jingjue and Yi Cixi. Due to his and Yi Yian's covert interference, their relationship had not developed as smoothly as it did in the original tale, the Yi Cixi, who was supposed to tearfully acquiesce to being his clandestine consort under his manipulation, and later witness him marrying her aunt, had not only refused to maintain contact with him, but had also consented to marry another. This would undoubtedly deal a substantial blow to Qi Jingjue, who had long regarded Yi Cixi as his possession, likely driving him to become even more deranged and obsessive than in the original narrative. Having come to this realization, Qi Jingyan's previously muddled mind became utterly clear. He lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, then threw off the covers and rose from his bed, dressing as he spoke to Gao Shiwu. "Prepare the carriage. I must visit the Duke of Zhengguo's residence." He needed to inform Yi Yian that Yi Cixi was likely still alive, merely abducted by Qi Jingjue. "Yes, Your Highness is indeed concerned for General Yi. You have even forsaken your bed for her family's sake." Gao Shiwu thought to himself. Hastening to make arrangements, Qi Jingyan completed his morning routine with utmost haste and boarded the carriage. But just as it exited the palace gates, Gao Shiwu's voice called from outside. "Your Highness, it seems General Yi has arrived." Qi Jingyan was taken aback, lifting the carriage curtain to look ahead, only to see a young lady riding towards him, bathed in the golden hues of the rising sun. The young lady, mounted on a tall steed, donned silver and red battle armor, wielding a long red tasseled spear, clearly just returned from the military camp. She sat tall in the saddle, urging her horse forward with remarkable speed. Qi Jingyan observed her long hair, tied back with a silver crown, flowing in the wind, cutting through the air with razor-sharp precision, while the newly emerged sunlight cascaded down, enveloping her in a golden glow. For reasons unknown, he felt as though his eyes had been struck by a sudden force that in the brief moment he was entranced, Yi Yan had already approached. "General Yi, are you here to find His Highness?" "He is inside the carriage." The voice of Gao Shu jolted Qi Jingyan back to reality, that he observed the serious expression of Yi Yan, who appeared weary and travel-worn, evidently having hurried back upon receiving news. Without waiting for her to speak, he nodded slightly, conveying, "I am already aware of your family situation, and I was on my way to find you. Since you have arrived first, let us discuss this matter within the palace." Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly set aside her questions, nodding briskly before dismounting from her horse. Qi Jingyan followed suit. Alighting from the carriage, they stood at the rear entrance of the Jin Wangfu. And with the hour still early, there were few pedestrians around, rendering them relatively unnoticed. Upon entering, Yi Yan halted and spoke with rapid urgency. "Your Highness, since you are already informed of my family's troubles, you must have also heard the news of Sister Shi's tragic demise in the fire." "Indeed, I sought you for this very reason," Qi Jingyan replied, noting her disinterest in resting within the palace. He too paused, remaining stationary as he remarked, "The timing of this fire is too coincidental, and it bears clear intent that if I am not mistaken, Miss C is likely not dead but has been taken by Wei Wang." "I share the same suspicion," Yi Yan acknowledged, initially relieved that her conjecture was not in vain, yet her expression soon twisted into one of anger as she clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "To commit murder and arson, abducting innocent families. This individual is not only depraved but also audaciously defiant of the law. His crimes deserve the utmost punishment." Qi Jingyan nodded in agreement, then sighed apologetically. "I did not anticipate he would resort to such extreme measures. I intended to send someone to warn you upon learning of Miss C's engagement yesterday, knowing he would not relent, but unfortunately, I was a step too late." Yi Yan, taken aback by this revelation, felt a flicker of her indignation dissipate. "This cannot be blamed on your Highness. If blame is to be cast, it lies solely with that vile scoundrel, whose arrogance and malice know no bounds." As her tone softened, she suddenly recalled that this scoundrel, Qi Jingjue, was actually the half-brother of the youth before her. Realizing her careless words might implicate him, she quickly sought to apologize. "I misspoke, Your Highness. Please forgive my impertinence and no offense taken. His actions are indeed deserving of such contempt," Qi Jingyan replied, shaking his head in understanding, but he then continued in a serious tone, "Since the general has also deduced that this fire was aimed at Miss C, you must be here to inquire about her whereabouts." Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was indeed refreshing. Yi Yan nodded, her countenance easing. "Your Highness knows Wei Wang better than I do. So I wish to ask if you have any insight into where he may have taken Sister Shi." The urgency of the moment was paramount. They needed to locate Yi Shi swiftly and bring her back. If the day passed without action, everyone would assume she was dead, complicating their efforts, for the intricacies of this matter could not be openly disclosed, leaving her unable to explain to others in the palace. As for the evidence of Wei Wang's arson, he would not have acted without precautions. So Yi Yan held little hope, but still dispatched Yuning to investigate thoroughly. "That I know he has a secret residence in the southern part of the city, specifically in Taohua Lane, but I cannot be certain if he has taken Miss C there," Qi Jingyan elaborated, referencing the original text where Qi Jingjue had persuaded Yi Shi to clandestinely serve as his concubine, utilizing this hidden courtyard for their secret rendezvous. This secluded courtyard, nestled among ordinary homes, was discreet and included hidden passages leading elsewhere, making it an ideal meeting place that if his assumptions were correct, Qi Jingjue would likely take Yi Shi there. Yet with the unfolding narrative, he felt a mix of confidence and caution, thus tempering his tone. For Yi Yan, who was devoid of leads, this was already a significant breakthrough. Upon hearing this, her spirits lifted, and she promptly bowed to Qi Jingyan, expressing, "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall head there at once." "Are you going alone?" Qi Jingyan asked, taken aback, quickly interjecting, "Qi Jingjue is skilled in combat and accompanied by an elusive and formidable shadow guard. For your safety, it would be prudent to take a few more people with you." Initially, Yi Yan had considered that too many individuals might raise alarms, particularly if Yi Shi was not present, potentially exposing them to Qi Jingjue. However, Recalling the incident when he had infiltrated the Duke of State's residence that night, she realized that he had indeed evaded numerous guards, indicating his prowess. Moreover, Qi Jingyan's mention of a capable expert by Qi Jingjua's side prompted her to reconsider why Ian was not impulsive. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness, that I had not considered the risks adequately. You are not merely careless. Your concern has clouded your judgment," Qi Jingyan remarked with a gentle respect in his eyes. While Yi Shishi was also a victim deceived by a scoundrel. The fact remained that she had taken Yi Ian's fiancé and engaged in an inappropriate relationship with him. Typically, within the confines of dramas and novels, Yi Ian would assume the role of the vindictive antagonist, harboring resentment towards Yi Shishi and causing her distress, only to be confronted by the male protagonist. Yet, Yi Ian did not follow this trope, that in the original narrative, she remained oblivious to the affair until her death, thus never had the opportunity to embody the role of the vengeful rival. However, in reality, she was fully aware of everything, yet bore no ill will toward Yi Shishi. Upon recognizing her as another victim, she welcomed her into her care without a hint of reproach, striving to protect her reputation and plan her future. This young woman possessed a broad-mindedness and a sense of justice. She was genuinely virtuous and forthright. Qi Jingyan admired her, yet his admiration was purely platonic, devoid of romantic entanglements. Unaware of Qi Jingyan's thoughts, Yi Ian bowed once more. "I shall return to the palace to gather a team. May I trouble you to share more details regarding the terrain and surroundings of that location?" This time, she was determined not only to rescue Yi Shishi, but also to seize the opportunity to capture Qi Jingjua, that shameless and duplicitous scoundrel, compelling him to face the consequences of his actions. Recalling the original text depiction of Qi Jingjua's versatile shadow guard, Mu Wushang, and the existence of hidden passages beneath the courtyard, Qi Jingyan did not respond directly to her query. Instead, a thought sparked in his mind. "I have an idea that could both rescue Miss Yi and ensure that my good brother receives his due punishment without tarnishing her reputation, and perhaps even allow General Yi to extricate himself from his engagement." Dawai Ian blinked in surprise and stepped forward. "What is your idea?" "Please, Your Highness, do share." This time, Qi Jingyan did not shy away, but rather whispered his proposal to her. "Here is my thought." Upon hearing his plan, Yi Ian's eyes lit up, and she finally displayed her first smile of the day. "This is a brilliant idea. Your Highness is truly resourceful. I am in awe." Qi Jingyan felt a smile tugging at his lips, though he was somewhat embarrassed by her praise, ultimately managing only a slight smirk as he cleared his throat. "Then let us proceed with this plan." With her eyes sparkling, Yi Ian nodded emphatically. "Let it be so." After discussing their strategy, they promptly set about their respective preparations to at this moment, in a seemingly inconspicuous courtyard nestled within a regular residence in Taohua Lane. Yi Shishi finally awoke from her unconsciousness. "Madam, you are awake." As her eyes opened, she was greeted by a young maid in unfamiliar attire standing beside the bed, who referred to her as Madam. Why Yi Shishi was taken aback, her mind reeling before she stammered. Who are you? Where is this place?" "This is your home, Madam. I am called Yuju, and I shall serve as your personal maid from now on." The maid replied respectfully, smiling as she approached with a basin and toiletries from a nearby table. "May I assist you with your washing, Madam?" Still dazed from her slumber, Yi Shishi quickly recalled the fire that had suddenly engulfed her room, her desperate attempt to escape, and the subsequent blow from behind that had rendered her unconscious. "So this is not the Duke of State's residence, that I have been abducted." Realizing the gravity of her situation, Yi Shishi's expression shifted abruptly, instinctively retreating to the inner side of the bed. "I don't want this. I don't know you. Please keep your distance. Do not be afraid, Madam." "I am Wei," Yuju began, eager to reassure her, but at that moment, the door that had been tightly shut creaked open, revealing a tall, slender figure entering the room. "You may leave now." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuju's demeanor became even more respectful. "Yes, my lord." She bowed, placing the basin and toiletries on the bedside table before lowering her head and departing, shutting the door behind her, leaving the room in silence. Before long, Yi Shishi broke the quiet, her voice tinged with disbelief. "How could it be you?" Her tone shifted from panic to astonishment, laced with a dryness and an intricate complexity of emotions. "Naturally, it is me. Who else would you think it to be?" The visitor, clad in a pale blue, round-collared robe, possessed a striking countenance and a gentle demeanor. though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, giving him the air of a frail nobleman at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice his steady gait and composed breath, clearly indicating robust health. Moreover, although he wore a smile and his expression seemed relatively gentle, the depths of his dark and heavy eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Instead, they were shrouded in a somber hue that inspired a certain dread. This man was none other than Wei Wang-Chi Jingshuo. Unbeknownst to him, misfortune awaited. At that moment, he was intently gazing at Yi Shishi on the bed. Approaching her with measured steps. "Why do you wear such an expression, Xier? Are you unhappy to see me?" Yi Shishi was indeed far from happy. The visage before her, though familiar, was now a source of turmoil. Despite the remnants of an uncontrollable flutter in her heart, genuine joy eluded her, replaced instead by an indescribable sense of trepidation and unease. She bit her lip, regaining her composure, yet refrained from responding to his query. Instead, she tightened her grip on the quilt beside her and asked, "Did you have someone bring me here? And what about the fire last night?" "Yes, I personally carried you back. That fire was also orchestrated by me. Now, the fourth daughter of the Duke of the State has perished in the flames. Henceforth, Yi Shishi no longer exists in this world." Qi Jingshuo settled beside the bed, his tones softening as he reached out to caress her face. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Rong Shi, my wife, and this courtyard will be our home. You need not anguish over our identities, nor concern yourself with your aunt's feelings, nor fret about the day our relationship may be discovered. For henceforth, no one shall disturb us. We may live a simple and joyful life as ordinary spouses, together for eternity." The weight of his words left Yi Shishi in a state of bewilderment. It took her a moment to process his audacious proposal. "Have you lost your mind? You intend for me to fake my death, and thus sever all ties with the Duke's residence?" "Indeed, I am mad for you," Qi Jingshuo replied softly, his large hand sliding down to clasp her delicate chin. "Who prompted Xier to misbehave and contemplate abandoning me for another?" His expression remained unchanged. Yet a storm brewed in the narrow depths of his eyes, tinged with a hint of menacing darkness. Fear gripped Yi Shishi as she instinctively recoiled. What we share should never have begun. Furthermore, it was you who concealed your identity and deceived me initially. So Xier is still vexed with me, and thus pretends to consent to the marriage with the Chu family, seeking to provoke my ire. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Qi Jingshuo's tone unexpectedly lightened, and a smile graced his lips. "You do not truly wish to marry that Chu Pingchuan, do you?" "No, I genuinely wish to marry him." Yi Shishi's heart ached with bitterness, yet she forced herself to interrupt him. "Mr. Chu is a good man. He does not mind that I have lost my virtue and wishes to take me as his legitimate wife. I am grateful to him and sincerely wish to build a life with him. Please, let me go. I have made it clear in that letter of severance. We are impossible." The room fell into a heavy silence upon her declaration. Qi Jingshuo's smile froze, his gaze fixated on Yi Shishi, his expression gradually darkening, though Yi Shishi acknowledged that she still harbored feelings for him. Seeing his face stirred her heart. Yet she could not forget her aunt's earlier words, nor did she wish to become entangled with him again. Thus, though anguish coursed through her, she steadied her resolve and pulled away from his grasp. Taking 2 steps back as she continued, "I once wholeheartedly adored a man named Song Ji Ming and yearned to marry him. Yet you are Wei Wang-Chi Jingshuo, not Song Ji Ming. You well knew my identity and that you should not approach me. Yet you feigned being Song Ji Ming and deceived me. You professed to have feelings for me, but if that were true, how could you place me in a position where I must compete with my aunt for a man? Do you not realize the repercussions should my family discover this matter? And how am I to face my aunt? She is my blood relative." As she reached this point, Yi Shishi could no longer restrain her tears. In truth, she wished to convey that her aunt had learned of their affair and, graciously, had offered her another chance, preventing the matter from escalating. Yet Qi Jingshuo did not afford her the opportunity. "What blood ties? You are barely acquainted with Yi Yin, who has never cared for you nor fulfilled any elder's duties towards you. You owe her nothing." He spoke darkly. "As for my actions of concealing my true identity to approach you, I admit my wrongdoing, yet I have already explained my reasons that night." Recalling that evening, Yi Shishi felt an intensifying ache within, yet her clarity sharpened. Her aunt was correct. She had been drugged that night, But Qi Jingshua had not been that he had remained fully aware, possessing the means to summon a physician to antidote her. Yet he did not. Instead, he took advantage of her vulnerability. Was this not akin to profiting from her misfortune? Initially, her affection for him had blinded her to these truths, but with her Aunt's reminder, the recollections now weighed heavily upon her heart, rendering her unable to feel any lingering embarrassment. Did he truly care for her? Did he genuinely respect her? Yishishi was uncertain and no longer wished to delve deeper. She lowered her gaze, wiping away her tears, and interrupted him. You have your reasons, but I cannot forgive you, nor do I wish to repeat past mistakes. Therefore, let this be the end of us. You may continue as Wei Wang, while I shall be Chu Fu Run, and we shall have no further dealings. With that, she bit her lip, steeling herself, and circumvented him, kneeling before him. Your Highness Wei Wang, I implore you, if you ever cared for me, then please return me home and allow me to fulfill my commitment to Mr. Chu. Her words served as a catalyst, igniting the long-suppressed fury within Qi Jingshua. Fulfill your commitment. The pain and rage of betrayal from the one he cherished shattered any pretense of gentleness. He scoffed coldly, rising abruptly to seize Yi Shishi's arm, hurling her back onto the bed. You must be dreaming. Let go of me. Yi Shishi gasped, her complexion paling at his sudden outburst. Instinctively struggling against him. What are you doing? Release me. Since you have entangled yourself with me, you shall remain by my side until I tire of you. You are not permitted to leave. Qi Jingshua trapped her against the bed, his body pressing down upon her while disregarding her resistance, forcefully tearing at her waistband. Remember, you are mine. In this life and the next, you shall forever be mine. If you dare mention that Shu Pingchuan again, I will have his entire family slain, so he understands the consequences of competing with me for a woman. When he had been Song Ji Ming, he had always treated her with kindness and courtesy. This was the first time Yishishi had experienced such raw and brutish treatment from him. Observing the transformed visage before her, eyes filled with malice and coldness, his once handsome face now etched with cruelty, she was filled with fear and astonishment. Struggling fiercely as tears streamed down her cheeks. Release me. Let me go, Qi Jingshua, you scoundrel. Let me go. In a fit of rage, Qi Jingshua kissed her lips and chin, ignoring her cries until he inadvertently tasted her warm, salty tears that he paused, softening his grip ever so slightly. I will not let you go. I long for you too much. He remained on top of her, his voice dropping in tone, whispering against her earlobe. Do you know how much I have missed you during these days? Yet you wish to sever ties with me and transfer your affections to another Chier. How can you be so heartless? Have you forgotten how joyous we were together? We read, painted, admired the plum blossoms, sailed on the lake, and nursed injured puppies and kittens that I once vowed to cherish one person for life, and you returned my sentiments. Have you forgotten all of this? Yishishi had not forgotten. In fact, it was precisely because she had not that she felt such pain. The memories of their sweet and joyful times felt like a dream, and her heart was gripped tightly, aching terribly. Looking once more at Qi Jingshua's strikingly handsome face and the affection and longing reflected in his eyes, her resolve began to falter. The heart she had steeled against him softened against her will. Perhaps he truly loved her wholeheartedly. He was merely inexperienced in love, which led to this predicament. For a fleeting moment, Yishishi nearly succumbed to the urge to cease her struggles. But no, Qi Jingshua, no, Song Ji Ming, had been the first to genuinely appreciate her, to love her, to cherish her, providing her with countless beautiful memories that in that time, she had genuinely adored him and felt immense gratitude. Yet, all of it was a facade. Moreover, what good was his affection if he could not honorably take her as his wife? Instead, he resorted to such underhanded tactics, stripping her of her identity as the fourth daughter of the Duke, forcing her to abandon her family, and confining her as if she were a prized possession. Such a predicament renders her even lower than the most contemptible mistress. This is an undeniable truth that no amount of verbal embellishment can alter. Should she truly concede, her aunt would undoubtedly be left profoundly disappointed in her. The visage of Yi Yian and the words she once uttered to herself flickered in Yi Cici's mind. And suddenly, her muddled thoughts became clear. The wavering resolve in her heart swiftly solidified to no, she would not remain here. She yearned to return home. With this thought, Yi Cici shut her tear-filled eyes and turned her head away, refusing to look at Qi Jingshua any longer. Mistaking her silence for acquiescence to his words, Qi Jingshu slightly loosened his grip on her, only to be met with the sharp end of a hairpin thrust forcefully into his right shoulder. Blood gushed forth instantly, and Qi Jingshu, momentarily stunned by the pain, found his eyes igniting with a tempest of fury. Like a beast provoked to anger, he lost all control and grasped the young woman beneath him by the throat. "You dare to harm me? You would injure me for a mere wild man? Yi Cece, you possess remarkable boldness." In his rage, his grip tightened, leaving Yi Cece gasping for air, nearly losing consciousness. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled against his hold, desperately exclaiming, "I want to go home. Chu Pingchuan is not just some insignificant wild man. We are already betrothed. He treats me kindly, respects me, and unlike you, he would never disregard my will or force me against my desires. Nor would he inflict harm upon me." He professed his affection, declaring his love and intent to spend a lifetime with her. Yet he was the one who set fire to her home, orchestrated her faux demise, and brought her here to hide her away without ever inquiring if she wished for any of it. He even forced himself upon her, laying hands on her, though he could claim that his actions stemmed from overwhelming heartbreak and anger. Is it truly love if a moment of loss of control leads to her suffering? Yi Cece pondered in anguish, tears flowing more freely as her strength waned. She felt herself on the brink of fainting. Fortunately, at that moment, Qi Jingshu finally weakened and collapsed, releasing his grip on her throat. Fresh air rushed into her lungs as she coughed violently, greedily inhaling until she regained her senses. "You drugged me." Qi Jingshu, regaining awareness, was filled with unrestrained fury. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his once handsome face twisted into a ghastly pallor. Yi Cece, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of panic and fear, as if she no longer recognized the man before her. Yet, now was not the time for such reflections. She quickly collected herself, using all her strength to push Qi Jingshua's imposing form off her. Then, gasping for breath, she rolled and crawled off the bed. "Yes, I concealed some soft muscle powder within the hollow end of the hairpin. It was you who taught me that." Chapter 39. Let her abandon hope. Yi Cece's maternal grandfather was a destitute, itinerant physician, leaving behind a box of tattered medical texts for her mother, Su Shi, before his passing. Lacking interest in medicine, Su Shi, relying on her youth and beauty, sought to elevate her status by marrying the heir to the Duke of Jinghua, Yi Cece's father. Despite her humble beginnings, she believed that marrying into the Duke's household would secure her a position as a concubine. However, the Duke's wife was possessive, and the heir, valuing his reputation, deemed Su Shi's common origins unworthy of contention, relegating her to a peripheral existence. Though Su Shi harbored resentment, fear of the Duke's power silenced her, leading her to give birth to Yi Cece as an outsider. Unlike her mother, Yi Cece took an early interest in the medical books left behind by her grandfather. Despite Su Shi's indifference to medicine, she had read a few texts under her father's guidance, acquiring a fair amount of knowledge, with ambition, believing her daughter to be destined to return to the Duke's household. She engaged a tutor for Yi Cece at a young age. Coincidentally, an elderly doctor living next door, kind-hearted and nurturing, often assisted the mother-daughter duo, though Yi Cece frequently sought his counsel on the text she found difficult to comprehend. The old doctor, childless and impressed by her diligence and innate talent, willingly imparted his knowledge to her. After his passing, Yi Cece continued her self-study in medicine, achieving notable progress. Thus, concocting a bit of soft muscle powder to place within the hairpin was no arduous task for her. Her decision to do so stemmed from a prior encounter, where she had been left vulnerable and nearly victimized by rogues. But Qi Jingshu had advised her to carry protective items or potions when venturing out, even providing specific recommendations to that time. Yi Cece perceived him as thoughtful and intelligent. Little did she anticipate that her hairpin, meant for defense, would first draw his blood. The absurdity of it all left her feeling both ridiculous and amused. She wished to say no more, hastily wiping her tears and straightening her disheveled attire as she dashed towards the door. She longed to return home. That was all she desired. However, just as she reached the door, a ghostly figure appeared silently behind her. "Madam, please hold." Startled, Yi Cece jumped, turning to see a man in black, an unexpected presence in the room that had previously been only hers and Qi Jingshua's. The man was Mu Wushang, Qi Jingshua's personal shadow guard. After uttering those words, he remained impassive, yet swiftly pointed at a specific spot on her back, rendering her limbs numb and powerless. causing her to collapse onto the floor. Gasping, she attempted to speak, but her mouth refused to cooperate, leaving her to emit only muffled breaths. The sensation of losing control filled her with terror, and tears welled anew in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. The subordinate arrived late. "Your Highness, forgive me." After incapacitating Yi Cixi, Mu Wushang approached the bedside. Feeding Qi Jingsha a small brown pill, he then bowed respectfully, offering his apologies that he had been stationed outside the east window. But upon observing Qi Jingsha's evident intent for intimacy with Yi Cixi, he had prudently distanced himself, not wishing to overhear her voice in such a compromising situation. Unfortunately, this proved to be a grave miscalculation. "No matter," Qi Jingsha replied, soon regaining mobility after swallowing the pill, but he propped himself up, lightly pressing on his wounded shoulder, then stood, his expression dark as he approached the crumpled form of Yi Cixi. Mu Wushang attempted to tend to his injury, but Qi Jingsha waved him off to Yi Cixi. Watching him advance step by step, felt her complexion drain of color, and her body began to tremble. Fear gripped her, fear of further harm and of never returning home. Yet Qi Jingsha did not strike her again. Instead, he stared at her for a moment, his eyes swirling with stormy clouds, before suddenly bending to lift her from the ground. "That I was wrong. I should not have frightened you. But Cixi, you truly sadden me." The fury in his youthful eyes gradually receded, though a chilling coldness remained. He settled into a nearby rosewood armchair, cradling Yi Cixi as he adjusted her disheveled attire and hair, instructing Mu Wushang to fetch a cloak. "However, you are my beloved, and I acknowledge my fault in this matter, so I will not truly hold it against you. But do you genuinely believe that Chu Pingchuan is a worthy match?" Yi Cixi was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Sensing her confusion, Qi Jingsha leisurely tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then smirked coldly. "I will take you to the Chu residence to disabuse you of your hopes." Yi Cixi was blindfolded with a cloak and led out of the room. Feeling utterly drained, she could not walk. Thus, Qi Jingsha instructed a maid named Yuzhu to carry her. Yuzhu bore her for quite a distance before placing her into a carriage. The carriage sped off towards an unknown destination, stopping only after what felt like a quarter of an hour. After disembarking, Yuzhu carried her a short distance before finally setting her down, but Qi Jingsha remained close by, and Yi Cixi could sense his presence. Once Yuzhu released her, Qi Jingsha half embraced her, allowing her to lean against him, before removing the blindfold from her eyes. The blinding light compelled Yi Cixi to squint tightly until her vision adjusted to her surroundings. Before her stood a half-new, half-old wall, beyond which faint sounds could be heard. This is the home of Chu Pingchuan's neighbor. Directly across is the Chu family, the very place you yearn to enter. At this moment, Chu Pingchuan is conversing with his mother. "Come, let us eavesdrop on their conversation." Qi Jingshua's gentle yet sinister tone stirred a swell of unease within Yi Cixi. She was reluctant to listen, yet found herself unable to refuse, ultimately compelled to approach a nondescript hole in the wall, roughly the size of an infant's fist. From within the small aperture, a clear voice resonated, "That I in any case. You must promptly convey the situation to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Such a daughter-in-law is beyond our family's means." This unfamiliar female voice, sounding somewhat mature, was raised, tinged with agitation. "Mother, please cease this commotion. I have formally sought the hand of Miss Yi Cixi, and the lady of the Duke of Zhenggua has personally consented to this union. How can we possibly retract our word?" This was a youthful male voice, somewhat familiar. It belonged to Chu Pingchuan, whom she had encountered once before. His tone conveyed a sense of helplessness, yet it was evident that he was unaware of the recent calamity that had befallen the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, where Miss Yi Cixi tragically perished in a fire. "How can we not? It is merely a preliminary engagement, not yet formalized with a date." Chu's mother, evidently oblivious to the unfolding events, spoke sternly. "When you first approached me about your desire to marry the Duke of Zhengguo's fourth daughter, I felt that such a prestigious family was far beyond our humble reach. However, you insisted that she was merely a concubine's daughter and that you were infatuated with her, compelling me to think perhaps fate had smiled upon us, allowing our family to ascend. Yet, I should have known that no good fortune comes without a cost, and I have heard that Miss Yi Cixi is known for her docility and grace. Yet who would have imagined she would engage in such scandalous behavior prior to marriage?" When she uttered that last sentence, Her tone was saturated with unspoken disdain and contempt at why Cece's complexion paled, her entire being rendered immobile by shock. "Mother, how can you say such things? Miss Cece is not that kind of person." Chu Pingchuan evidently attempted to defend Cece, but his mother would not listen. "What do you mean she is not that kind of person? If she were truly innocent, why would that man seek you out and utter those words? Do not think you can deceive me. I overheard everything he said from outside." Chu Pingchuan hurriedly retorted, "He is merely a deceiver, claiming to act on orders while concealing his master's true identity. How can we trust his words?" To which Chu's mother replied, "How can we not trust? Though he did not explicitly reveal his master's identity, he displayed a token crafted from purple jade, a material reserved for royalty. Furthermore, if this were not true, why would he come to our home to slander a young lady? He must have some motive." Chu Pingchuan interjected, "Perhaps someone cannot bear to see our family prosper." "Enough," Chu's mother interrupted sharply, "that he made it abundantly clear that Miss Cece is the beloved of his master, and they have been in love for a long time, that it was only due to some recent misunderstandings that she threatened to marry another. Moreover, it is quite possible she is already with child by his master. Tell me, can such matters be casually fabricated? Not to mention he produced personal items belonging to Miss Cece. How could anyone obtain such things unless they were truly close to her?" Chu Pingchuan remained silent for a moment before asserting, "If his master is indeed, as he claims, already betrothed to Miss Cece, then why have they not formally approached her family for her hand? We have not unearthed any prior information regarding this matter, mother. There is clearly something amiss. What could possibly be amiss?" Chu's mother scoffed at a girl so young daring to privately pledge her heart to a man and engage in premarital relations. What good could she possibly be? If he looks down upon her, wishing only to toy with her, what is there to be surprised about? Chu Pingchuan's voice turned weary. "Mother, I have met Miss Cece. She is a gentle and honorable young lady. Not at all the person you describe. How can we condemn her based solely on the words of an unknown individual? That would be profoundly unjust." Her tone shifted from anger to resignation. "What you say holds some truth. Yet, my son, even if there is but a sliver of possibility in what he claims, I must protect you. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. I only wish for you to have a kind and virtuous wife, to live a harmonious life together, regardless of her modest origins." Chu Pingchuan appeared momentarily taken aback, then his tone turned resolute. "Mother, I must confess, I have long—" "Let me finish," she interrupted, her agitation palpable, "that I have long felt that Miss Cece's status is too elevated for our family to aspire to. Though she is but a concubine's daughter, she remains a lady of a noble house. Surely, if there were no scandalous affairs at play, she would not deign to consider marrying into our family." And that man, though he spoke politely, his words carried a clear warning. "You are well aware of our family's standing. Should his noble patron decide to take offense, do you believe we could withstand the consequences?" Chu Pingchuan hesitated. "Even if Miss Cece has a past that is less than admirable, should your heart be unwavering, I would not turn a blind eye. However, the reality is that her past may very well still haunt her. Her noble suitor evidently still regards her as a treasure, unwilling to let go to us. She could be a source of calamity." At this juncture, Chu's mother sighed deeply, "My son, you may disregard your own future and safety. But what of your father's life and the future of your two younger brothers? Do you not care? Are you truly willing to gamble our entire family for the sake of a woman? Therefore, heed your mother. Withdraw from this engagement with the Duke of Zhengguo's family." Claiming I consulted a master and discovered that Miss Cece's fate is incompatible with ours, rendering the union ill-fated. I have had the privilege of seeing the Duke of Zhengguo once. He appears to be a reasonable man, that if your demeanor is sincere, I believe he will not make this difficult for you." After numerous attempts to persuade his mother, Chu Pingchuan fell silent. The Cece stared blankly at the small, inconspicuous hole in the wall, which felt like a cold arrow that had suddenly pierced her heart, causing tears to spill uncontrollably from her eyes. With those tears fell the light from her eyes and all her hopes of bidding farewell to the past and starting anew in that moment. She understood why Qi Jingshu had brought her here. He intended to convey that in this lifetime, she could only be entangled with him until death, and the notion of seeking another to begin a new life was beyond her reach. In the eyes of others, she was already tainted, unworthy of a fresh start, that Cece was unsure when she had lost consciousness. Perhaps it was after hearing the conversation between Chu Pingxuan and his mother. Or perhaps it was on the way back to the small courtyard with Qi Jingshu. After enduring both physical and emotional traumas, she succumbed to a haze, and soon after, she lost awareness. When she awoke once more, she found herself back in the previous room that Qi Jingshu sat by her bedside, gently wiping her face with a warm cloth. This time, having regained her mobility after the release from her binds. Yi Cixi did not shy away. She simply gazed at him vacantly, her dark pupils devoid of any light that Qi Jingshu, now composed, observed the pale girl before him, her spirit seemingly extinguished, his tone softened, reminiscent of gentleness from days past. You are awake? Good, Cixi. I was in the wrong earlier. I should not have lost control and acted against you. That I promise it will not happen again. Will you forgive me? At that moment, Yi Cixi had no desire to see him. She remained motionless, offering him not even a glance. You have not eaten. I imagine you must be hungry, that I recall your fondness for the chicken congee from the Maohe restaurant, that on my way back, I had someone procure some for you. Would you like to try it? Cixi, please listen, Qi Jingshu coaxed patiently, but upon seeing her remain unresponsive, his tone turned icy once more. Do you still think of that Chu Pingxuan? Recollections of the earlier conversation overheard next door sparked a flicker of recognition in Yi Cixi. The person they spoke of, was he sent by you? Seeing she still clung to thoughts of Chu Pingxuan, Qi Jingshu's expression darkened, the warmth fading from his features. However, he recognized that without addressing this matter fully, they could not return to their former state, so he swallowed his displeasure and replied, yes, he was sent by me. Yet what he conveyed were the truths of our relationship. There was no embellishment, that he retrieved the cloth he had used to wipe her face and casually tossed it into the copper basin on the bedside table, saying, you believe that Chu Pingxuan respects you, treats you well, and is a reliable man. That is solely because he knows nothing, that he remains oblivious to the past between you and me, unaware that you have long been mine. Once he learns of this, how could he continue to treat you kindly, viewing you as a celestial goddess in his dreams? It is impossible, for no man can accept that his wife was once a promiscuous woman who exchanged vows of eternity with another. Having lost her virtue beforehand, the last two words, promiscuous woman, were uttered by Qi Jingshu with casual indifference. Yet Yi Cixi felt as though she had been stabbed deeply, her complexion paling instantly. How could he utter such words about her? Was this truly how he perceived her? Overwhelmed by shame and disbelief, she angrily propped herself up and retorted, young Master Chu is not that kind of person. Then why did he choose to give you up? Qi Jingshu looked at her with a mocking gaze. Silly Cixi. You are still too naive. Do you think that by severing ties with me and never mentioning the past again, you can hide the truth from Chu Pingxuan for a lifetime? Impossible, for there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Even if I do not send someone to the Chu residence, he will eventually learn about our affairs. That Qi Jingshu was unaware that Chu Pingxuan had already known about Yi Cixi's circumstances. Nor did he realize that this marriage between Yi Cixi and Chu Pingxuan had been orchestrated by Yi Yian. Since Yi Yian had never personally intervened, Yi Cixi had refrained from informing him that her aunt was already aware of their history, fearing it would alert the snake, that Yi Yian had specifically instructed Yi Cixi not to let Qi Jingshu know she had been informed. However, before arriving at the Chu residence, during her confrontation with Qi Jingshu, Yi Cixi had nearly let slip the truth in her agitation, but Qi Jingshu had not afforded her the opportunity to speak. Thus, he still believed that the engagement with Chu Pingxuan was merely a manifestation of Chu Pingxuan's desire to attain something beyond his reach. While Yi Cixi was heartbroken over his deceit and, bound by her blood ties to Yi Yian, sought to extricate herself from him, leading her to plead with the Duchess to accept the union. After finishing his statement, seeing Yi Cixi's eyes bulging with anger and her face flushed, he scoffed, or perhaps you sought the Duchess's agreement to this marriage because you find Chu Pingxuan's humble origins easy to manipulate. Believing that even if he learns of our past and your loss of virtue, he would not dare to speak out due to the power of the Duke's household. Your reasoning may not be entirely misplaced. But alas, you know so little about men. The young man regarded the girl on the bed with a derisive gaze, his tone resolute. Even if he begrudgingly accepts this situation, he could never regard you with the same kindness again. From that moment on, you would merely be perceived as a wanton woman who has brought shame upon him, forcing him to endure the loss of his male dignity. What then will you do? The words wanton woman pierced Yi Cixi's thoughts, jolting her back to reality. She stared at Qi Jingshaw, her heart heavy with sorrow and indignation, and suddenly found the situation absurdly laughable. "Do you think everyone is like you? Your Highness Wei Wang?" Initially reluctant to continue the conversation, she could no longer resist the urge to respond, unable to tolerate his self-righteous assumptions and malicious judgments of Chu Pingchuan's character. "I have long since been honest with young Master Chu about our past. He is fully aware of my previous promises to another and knows that I was forced to lose my virtue. Yet, he does not mind in the slightest." That Qi Jingshuo was momentarily taken aback. The derision and certainty that lingered in his expression suddenly transforming into something absurd. Chapter 41. Two requests. Young Master Chu is a true gentleman. Upon learning that I was wronged and forced into my circumstances, he not only held no resentment but sincerely comforted me. Stating that it was not my fault, he emphasized that he values the present and the future, not the past, for each of us harbors a history we cannot alter. As Yi Cece spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "He is a good man, upright and virtuous, and I can only lament that the person I encountered so early in my life was not him." She had been exceedingly sorrowful, but not because of Chu Pingchuan's concession to his mother. She could tell he had done his utmost. Her sorrow stemmed from the realization that Chu Pingchuan's character exceeded her expectations. Yet their paths could not intertwine further. It was not due to feelings of inadequacy. Rather, Qi Jingshuo had spoken a kernel of truth. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Regardless of the truth or whether she had been coerced, the vows she and Qi Jingshuo had exchanged, along with the consummation of their marriage, would inevitably come to light as long as Qi Jingshuo refused to let go. If she were to marry Chu Pingchuan, what untold slander would he face when the truth emerged? Even if he himself did not mind, what of his family? Recalling the words Chu's mother had spoken to him, Yi Cece felt a tightening in her chest, nearly gasping for breath. Yet she did not blame Chu's mother. She was merely a mother protecting her son, and her words held no fault, for if Qi Jingshuo did not relent, she would be a calamity for Chu Pingchuan. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation. She could not endanger him for her own selfish desires. At that moment, Qi Jingshuo finally emerged from his stupor, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Yi Cece, a storm brewing in his eyes. "So you wish to marry him, not out of spite towards me, but because you genuinely have feelings for him?" Observing Qi Jingshuo, whose fury was evidently on the brink of eruption, Yi Cece, now fully aware of her sorrow and indignation, despondently thought that while everyone assumed she had perished in the flames, she remained imprisoned here, unable to escape. Perhaps her future would be eternally entwined with the man before her. Given this reality, she resolved to do her utmost for the innocent Chu Pingchuan and her devoted aunt. This thought shone like a beacon in the darkness, rekindling a glimmer of hope in her heart, which had grown ashen. She clenched her fists, urging herself to regain composure, and interrupted Qi Jingshuo's words with a firm voice. "Of course not. While I admire young Master Chu's character and integrity, our acquaintance is merely superficial. How could I possibly develop feelings for him? I am simply at a loss for how to confront my true affections for the one I genuinely care for. Which is why I sought a reliable person to escape reality. This." She utterly broke down and began to weep, raising her delicate fist to claw at Qi Jingshuo's chest and face. "Yet you won't even allow me this. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Why must you be so cruel to me?" Qi Jingshuo was momentarily taken aback by her fury. Her strength exceeded his expectations, and her nails were indeed quite sharp. However, witnessing her on the verge of collapse, her pitiful visage suggesting she might faint at any moment, softened his heart. Furthermore, her emotional outburst indicated she was close to yielding to her feelings. And for a moment, he neglected to stop her, allowing her to scratch him several times before finally embracing her. All right, no more fussing. Let us cease this quarrel, shall we? You know full well you should not provoke me." Yi Cece cried, her voice choked with sorrow. Yet her body seemed to surrender to fate, melting into his embrace without further struggle. That Qi Jingshuo felt a surge of joy at this sight, quickly grasping her hand and soothing her. "It is my fault, Cece. Be good and do not cry. Your tears shatter my heart. I do not wish to see you again. Let me return home. I want to go home." Yi Cece, with tears streaming down her face, appeared utterly helpless, which stripped Qi Jingshuo of his remaining ire. As he wiped her tears, he softened his tone to comfort her. "What purpose would returning home serve? No one there cares for you. Those so-called family members of yours will only ignore and demean you. You have lived in their midst, walking on eggshells, even lower than the favored maidservants. Did you need me to remind you of this? And what of Chu Pingxuan? Do you truly believe him to be a good man? Silly girl. Only a man understands another man. He has long known of our connection, but feigns indifference, even going so far as to comfort you. This does not indicate his goodness, but rather his ambition. He is a scheming individual willing to sacrifice anything for advancement. What he desires is not you, but the benefits he can extract from aligning himself with the Duke's household. In this world, I am the only one who genuinely loves and understands you. Otherwise, with my status, I could have any beauty I desire. Why would I need to fixate on you? These words left Yi Cixi momentarily stunned, and her cries gradually subsided. Seeing that she had clearly absorbed his words, Qi Jingxue seized the opportunity to press on. Though you are a daughter of humble birth, lacking your father's affection as a concubine, and though you are preoccupied with medical texts, lacking expertise in music, chess, calligraphy, and culinary arts, and although your character may seem timid and your demeanor not sufficiently gracious in the eyes of others, in my heart, you are the most exquisite maiden in the world, that I am not like those so-called family members within the Duke's household who only mistreat you, nor like Chu Pingxuan, who seeks to exploit you to ascend to the Duke's favor, or those who judge you solely through the lens of societal norms, that I see your worth and recognize your rarity, which is why I have repeatedly acted irrationally for your sake. Sire, I am acutely aware that I have committed numerous transgressions that have caused you distress. Yet, this is my first genuine experience of affection for another, and I am devoid of any prior knowledge, which inevitably leads to mistakes. You have always been gentle and kind, offering leniency even to strangers. Why, then, can you not extend the same forgiveness towards me? I vow that if you choose to remain by my side, I shall endeavor to make you the happiest woman in the world, ensuring that you never again endure any grievances. That if Qi Jingyan were to hear these words, he would undoubtedly exclaim, how one can be so utterly insincere. At first glance, his declaration seemed to be nothing more than heartfelt flattery. But upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that they are merely a guise for manipulation and coercion. The notion that your family has belittled and overlooked you, that other men have scorned and exploited you, while I alone perceive your worth, is not a confession of love, but rather a degradation of your character and self-esteem. The underlying implication is clear, given your perceived inadequacies and the disdain shown by others, including those closest to you. It is only I who graciously chooses to love and care for you. Should you not feel grateful and obedient? Furthermore, the assertion that my lack of experience in love has led me to err, and your customary kindness towards others should compel you to forgive me, is nothing more than a moral stranglehold that I in truth. These are quintessential tactics of emotional manipulation, often unrecognized by those who wield them. Authentic love should empower and illuminate, never diminish one's confidence or self-worth. That a healthy relationship should foster growth and joy, rather than lead one to weep in despair and confusion. Although Yi Cixi may not possess the keen awareness of a modern individual like Qi Jingyan, the stark contrast between this man's demeanor and that of the one she once admired, compounded by her thoughts of Chu Pingxuan and Yi Yan, has instilled a sense of unease within her, preventing her from wholly surrendering to his supposed tenderness. Had it not been for her aunt's prior warnings and the recent emotional upheaval she endured, she might have indeed been swayed by his words, for they contain a kernel of truth. She has always harbored insecurities, and the immense pressure stemming from her premarital indiscretion, coupled with her recent conversation with Chu Pingxuan and his mother, could have led her to acquiesce to his demands. Realizing this, a chill of dread washed over her, dispelling any tender feelings that threatened to cloud her judgment. She instinctively recoiled from his persuasive rhetoric. Your Highness, or rather, Song Lang, she thought, as the moment had arrived. Swiftly wiping her tears, she feigned a conflicted expression, exclaiming, I am weary, truly weary. Since you refuse to let me go, and I cannot forget you, then so be it. I am willing to remain here as Song Jiming's wife, under the guise of Rongxi, but I have two conditions. Chapter 42, Relentless Pursuit at Last. Qi Jingxue heard the words he longed to hear, and his mood brightened considerably, his expression softening. What are your conditions? First, do not trouble Chu Pingxuan and his family, that I share no connection with him. He is merely an innocent man dragged into this turmoil due to my momentary lapse, that I wish to harbor no further grievances against him, as that would weigh heavily on my conscience. That why Cc's words caused Qi Jingshu to pause momentarily, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. I have already stated that Chu Pingchuan is not a good man. Moreover, the mere fact that he dares to covet you means I cannot let him off lightly. That why Cc detected the underlying menace in his words. How had she once perceived him as cultured and trustworthy? A shiver coursed through her, and she could not help but mock her own blindness, though outwardly she merely coughed, covering her throat. Her delicate neck bore several vivid bruises from his earlier actions. And Qi Jingshu momentarily froze at the sight that as she coughed. She hastily added, "Regardless of whether he is a good man or not, it is of no concern to me that I simply wish to avoid incurring any karmic debts." Understanding her inherently kind and pure-hearted nature, Qi Jingshu recognized that if he were to harm or maim Chu Pingchuan, she would be burdened with guilt and could very well dwell on it for a lifetime. Although he felt displeased, he ultimately relented. "Very well, as long as you remain by my side, I will allow him this one reprieve. But it is only this once, should you ever associate with him again. Or if he crosses my path once more, I will hold him accountable for this transgression as well." That he figured that allowing Chu Pingchuan to live would only serve to make her more compliant. In this light, he found it a fair trade. That Yecc, unaware of his thoughts, initially sighed in relief before boldly wrapping her arms around his neck. "The second condition is that you find a way to annul my aunt's engagement." Qi Jingshu was taken aback, his brow instinctively furrowing, that he wanted to assert that it was impossible. But Yecc quickly silenced him by placing a finger on his lips, her voice soft yet insistent. "I understand that your engagement was decreed by the emperor and cannot be easily altered. I do not mean to impose upon you. But she is my dear aunt, and I cannot bear the thought of serving the same husband. Song Lang as her. Please, grant me this request, that I promise that as long as you agree to annul her engagement, you may marry whomever you wish, even multiple times. I will not interfere, provided I do not have to witness it. As for the emperor, he is your father, and you are quite capable. I trust you can persuade him. Yes? This matter could not be brushed aside so lightly." After contemplating her words, Qi Jingshu gently removed her hand and replied, "An annulment is out of the question, but I can assure you that even if I were to marry your aunt, I would not lay a hand on her." His refusal to withdraw from the engagement, coupled with the suggestion that he might marry her aunt while remaining faithful to Yecc, filled her with despair and anger. How could such a cold-hearted and cruel person exist? She had been blind to his true nature before. Struggling to suppress the urge to unleash her fury upon him, she pressed her lips together and pushed him away in frustration. "That will not do. If you cannot annul your engagement to my aunt, then I would rather end my life here than have any further dealings with you." Qi Jingshu, visibly displeased and somewhat exasperated, pulled her back into his embrace. "Do not speak in such a manner." His engagement to Yi Yan had been a carefully orchestrated plan. Although it stemmed from an initial misunderstanding, wherein he mistook her for Yecc, the more significant motivation lay in her unique status, which he intended to leverage for military power. Thus, despite his affection for Yecc, he could not afford to relent on this matter. Unaware of his true intentions, Yecc was resolute in her desire to rescue her aunt from peril, leading her to obstinately refuse any compromise. After much effort to placate her, Qi Jingshu, wishing to avoid further conflict, ultimately conceded to consider her request. The Yecc discerned his insincerity and felt increasingly disillusioned with him. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take decisive action, leaning in to kiss him while her hands wandered to his belt. "Song Lang, I beg you." This man was utterly unworthy of her aunt, and she vowed to prevent him from causing her any further harm, even at the cost of her own life. Upon realizing her intentions, Qi Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, but his throat tightened, and his gaze darkened. Having refrained from intimacy for many days due to their quarrels, his genuine concern for Yecc only intensified his desire, as for the matter of annulling his engagement to Yi Yan. He decided to concede for the moment, planning to shift the responsibility onto his father later. With that thought in mind, Qi Jingshu relaxed his expression, embracing Yecc at the waist and letting out a resigned yet affectionate sigh. "Well, since this matter concerns you so deeply, I will enter the palace tomorrow to gauge my father's stance on the matter, to see if he would permit me to change my fiancée. Does that sound acceptable?" Yecc understood that this would not be an easy task, but she was prepared to take any risk. As long as he was willing to relent, she could find a way to hold on to him. With that in mind, she feigned delight, nodding eagerly and shyly loosening his belt. Qi Jingshu was pleased with her demeanor, allowing her to unfasten his belt. Once his outer garment was removed, he pulled her onto the bed with a firm embrace. The elegant curtains quickly fell, signaling the imminent onset of a struggle between the two. "Bring me everyone. Surround this courtyard. Not a single fly shall escape." A familiar, commanding female voice called from outside, causing Qi Jingshu to startle. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the curtains were abruptly drawn back, revealing Yi San, accompanied by a retinue. "Your Highness, we must leave this place at once." That Mu Wushang stood there, hesitant to stray too far. Haunted by the earlier incident where Yi Cixi had taken down Qi Jingyu, the commotion within the room was considerable, and fearing that his knock would go unheard, he impulsively barged in. It that moment. Qi Jingshu was poised for action, ready to conquer, when he suddenly encountered Mu Wushang's expressionless face, pale to the point of ghostliness. The shock sent a tremor through him, abruptly ending the battle that Qi Jingshu in this realm. Such overwhelming prowess is the hallmark of a classic romance male protagonist, a source of pride for him. Yet, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation in front of a woman, especially one he cherished. As realization dawned, disbelief morphed into frantic anger, his face flushing crimson. "You get out. Who let you in?" Because the blanket had been yanked away by the screaming Yi Cixi, Mu Wushang, witnessing Qi Jingshua's reaction firsthand, muttered, "Yi family's third young lady, Yi Yan," that he turned away, understanding that her sudden intrusion could lead to dire consequences if His Highness did not leave immediately. Upon comprehending Mu Wushang's words, Qi Jingshu, initially consumed by rage, faltered. "What did you say, Yi Yan?" His voice, once deep, now turned sharp with disbelief. "Impossible. How could she be here?" Chapter 43. The escape through the secret passage. Naturally, Mu Wushang could not answer his question. Qi Jingshu had not expected a response. He merely repeated in a darkened tone that it was impossible before suddenly sitting upright. "Go." He was astounded and furious. This secluded courtyard was known only to Mu Wushang and a select few trusted confidants. Yet, Yi Yan had discovered their hideout and brought others with her. As for Yi Cixi's supposed demise, he believed he had orchestrated it flawlessly, but Yi Yan's bold approach indicated she knew Yi Cixi was alive. What did this imply? It suggested a traitor lurked among his closest allies. The feeling of betrayal by those he trusted was unbearable. Qi Jingshua's gaze darkened, his features contorted with rage, his heart filled with murderous intent. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for such thoughts that he suppressed his wrath and reached for Yi Cixi, who had fallen silent but remained motionless beneath the blanket. "Sire, don't be afraid. Put on your clothes. I will take you away from here." Just as she contemplated martyrdom, Yi Cixi, stunned by the news brought by Yi Yan, finally regained her senses. She covered her mouth in excitement, overwhelmed by a sense of miraculous salvation. Her aunt had come. She knew she was alive. She had come to rescue her. In her exhilaration, she pushed aside the unsuspecting Qi Jingshu and leaped from the bed. Dressed only in a light garment, she realized that if she did not flee quickly, she would be captured again by Qi Jingshu, forced into a lifetime of deceitful entanglement. Without a second thought, Yi Cixi grabbed a piece of Qi Jingshua's clothing from the bedside as she dashed out, wrapping it around herself as she ran. That Qi Jingshua's tall frame naturally meant his garments were quite ample, and she managed to cover herself sufficiently. Caught off guard, Qi Jingshu exclaimed, "Sire?" The girl who had just been intimately close to him now ignored him entirely, as if fleeing from a ghost, and vanished from sight. Overwhelmed by shock and rage, he could only watch helplessly as she escaped. Regaining his composure, he bellowed in disbelief, "Someone, catch her!" But just as he spoke, the sound of Yi Cixi's joyful cries echoed from outside. "Auntie!" Having faced away from the bed and mindful of Qi Jingshua's possessive nature towards Yi Cixi, Mu Wushang hesitated to intervene in time to stop her from potentially leaving without clothing. Now he turned to Qi Jingshu and suggested, "Perhaps it would be best for your highness to leave first. If we delay any longer, you may find it impossible to escape." Qi Jingshu recognized the validity of his words, fueling his anger to a boiling point. Bloodshot eyes and clenched fists betraying his fury. Yet circumstances dictated that he must retreat. However, as most of his clothes had been taken by Yi, and with the cold October air pressing in, he had no choice but to hastily grab a bundle of clothing that largely belonged to her, before swiftly opening the concealed passage hidden beneath the bed and leaping inside, that Mu Wushang remained behind to cover their retreat. Though the situation was dire and the odds stacked against them, Qi Jingshuo, despite his anger at Yi's escape, had faith in Mu Wushang's loyalty and skill. The secret passage had been constructed at great expense by a master craftsman, rendering it nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Even if someone were to discover it, only he and Mu Wushang knew the entrance's precise location. Others in the courtyard, including Yuzhu, were merely aware of the passage's existence, oblivious to where it began. Though Mu Wushang harbored suspicions of being the insider, his reaction earlier reassured Qi Jingshuo that he was not the traitor, that if he were, he would have colluded with Yi Yan to seize him, instead of aiding his escape through the passage. Thus, as long as he could exit the secret passage successfully, no one could link him to today's events. With this thought in mind, Qi Jingshuo sprinted through the passage, pausing momentarily to catch his breath, that he then retrieved his inner trousers from the disheveled pile of clothing he had wrapped around himself, bending down to put them on. The coldness of the passage sent a chill through him. Just then, a sudden brightness erupted from the entrance, accompanied by excited shouts. "There's a secret passage here. The thief must have escaped through it. Everyone, pursue him!" In disbelief, Qi Ji nearly stumbled as he exclaimed, "What?" He had never anticipated that Yi Yan's people would discover the passage so easily and pursue him so closely. That in a state of shock, he quickly dismissed all thoughts, tightening the clothing around him with one hand while clutching his half-donned trousers with the other, and bolted toward the exit of the passage. That he could not be captured, especially not by Yi Yan's people. Her fiery temper would not tolerate betrayal, and should she discover that he had been unfaithful with her own niece, the consequences would be dire. Not only would his father be enraged, but even his elder brother, who had always regarded him as a fragile and harmless younger sibling, would likely grow wary of him, eroding the trust he had taken for granted. Though he did not particularly value that trust and feared confrontation, he was still in a vulnerable position and needed to bide his time until he was stronger. No, the moment was not right. He must not expose himself. With this determination, Qi Jingshuo gritted his teeth and pushed himself to run faster. The chaotic footsteps behind him pursued relentlessly, causing the veins in his temples to throb. Fortunately, his familiarity with the passage's layout gave him an advantage, allowing him to reach the exit just before they could catch up. The exit of the passage led to an inconspicuous private room in the Zui Xianlu. Within that room was an independent secret chamber stocked with clothing and provisions, that if he could enter that chamber before his pursuers arrived and wait until they left, he would be able to evade this crisis. Panting heavily, Qi Jingshuo crouched by the small stone door at the passage's exit, listening intently for any suspicious sounds outside. Once he was certain there was no immediate danger, he swiftly pushed open the unassuming stone door, which appeared to be just another inconspicuous part of the room. That in his mind, the next steps should unfold as follows. He would agilely swing open the small door, dash to the nearest window, half open it to create the illusion that he had escaped through it, and then slip into the independent secret chamber. Once the pursuers had left, he would emerge from the chamber, disguised as a regular diner at Zui Xianlu, thus managing to navigate today's peril without a trace. The only troublesome matter was Yi. Why would she choose to abandon her reputation and innocence to accompany Yi Yan back to the Duke's residence? Did he not treat her well enough? Qi seethed with anger and confusion. However, what is of greater concern at present is the possibility that upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Jinghua, she might candidly disclose the nature of their relationship and the events of the past 2 days. That no, she would not do such a thing, given her circumstances within the Duke's household, should their connection be exposed. Her fate would be far more dire than his. This she ought to understand better than anyone else. That, of course, even if she were to impulsively reveal the truth, it would hold no substantiation, and he could easily deny it. Yet such an occurrence would inevitably entangle him in some complications. Alas, having arrived at this juncture, he could only brace himself for whatever may come. It is merely that the girl is exceedingly disobedient. Next time, he must find a more secluded location to confine her, or perhaps even break her legs to ensure she cannot flee again. He pushed open the small stone door and peered out. Qi Jingshua's mind was filled with dark and violent thoughts. However, in the next moment, his head unexpectedly collided with something filthy and foul-smelling, emanating an odor that was an unpleasant mix of unknown stench and excrement. A bottom, indeed, it was a bottom, for just as Qi Jingshua's head struck it, its owner, squatting on the ground, sprang up with a terrified scream, exclaiming, "Ghost, ghost, there's a ghost, Qi Jingshua." Chapter 44. Caught. The person was disheveled, clad in ragged clothes, resembling a beggar, inexplicably hiding in this elegant room, and alas, squatting perilously close to the exit of this secret passage. He was already startled by Qi Jingshua's sudden appearance, but upon seeing his ashen face, suffused with murderous intent, looking like a fearsome demon, he was even more terrified, crying out about a ghost while scrambling away towards the tightly shut door. However, he had barely taken 3 or 5 steps, and before he could act, the closed door was forcefully kicked open. "We've found him, Your Highness. He is here." A tall, swordsman-like youth with a commanding presence burst in, swiftly pinning the beggar-like figure to the ground. "Don't grab me! Don't grab me! I only stole because I was desperate. It wasn't intentional." The man screamed in agony, then abruptly turned to point at Qi Jingshua in the corner, shouting, "Sir, if you're going to arrest someone, catch that ghost instead. It almost bit my bottom just now, ghost." "Where's the ghost? I've never seen a ghost in my life. Let me see it." Before he could finish his sentence, another person rushed in from outside with quick footsteps. Thus, the 3 of them, with 6 eyes, all simultaneously fixed their gaze on Qi Jingshua, who was still half hidden in the secret passage. Having been delayed due to the foul odor, the situation unfolded too suddenly. In a moment of panic, Qi Jingshua could only hastily cover his face with the pink butterfly-patterned cloak belonging to Yi Cixi. "Oh, there really is a ghost. But aren't ghosts in stories supposed to wear white? Why is this ghost in a pink garment with one shoulder exposed? Clearly, it's not a proper ghost. It's rather disgusting." "Your Highness, you should look away." The first to speak was the young man resembling a sword-wielding guard. Qi Jingshua was not particularly familiar with him, yet he recognized his identity at once, for he was the personal guard of his most detested younger brother, the Prince Jin Qi Jingyan. Gao Shiru as for the youth behind him, who followed up with disdainful remarks about the ghost and pointed out that it had no shadow, clearly just pretending to be mysterious. That was none other than his foolish 6th brother, Qi Jingyan. Qi Jingshua harbored a profound disdain for Qi Jingyan every time he saw that face, protected by the favored concubines and the crown prince. Looking almost naive like a fool, he felt an acute sense of injustice. Why, as a fellow prince, did he have to toil endlessly to achieve what Qi Jingyan could acquire effortlessly? If only half of Qi Jingyan's resources could be shared with him, nay, even a fraction, he would have soared to great heights, toppling Qi Jingsheng, and would not have found himself in such a wretched state today. The thought of this darkened Qi Jingshua's expression and soured his mood further. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to resolve the immediate crisis, as the footsteps from the secret passage grew ever closer. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, the original plan was no longer feasible. Thus, his only option was to seize the opportunity to escape before Qi Jingyan recognized him. Of course, this would undoubtedly be a clumsy endeavor, for his current appearance was somewhat disgraceful. Nevertheless, it was preferable to revealing his identity before Qi Jingyan or being apprehended by Yi Yan's men. He could always seek revenge on this foolish brother another day for the humiliation of having to flee like a frightened dog. With that thought, Qi Jingshua steeled himself, no longer hesitating, and swiftly leaped from the secret passage, aiming for the nearest window. "What? It's not a ghost. Where are you running?" Gao Shiru, seeing this, immediately knocked the beggar-like man unconscious and threw him down, darting after Qi Jingshua like lightning. His skills were impressive. In a fair fight, Qi Jingshua might not be able to defeat him, but given that he had to protect Qi Jingyan beside him, Qi Jingshua's aim was merely to escape, not to engage in combat. So he quickly slipped away from Gao Shiru's grasp. However, just as he pushed open the window and was on the verge of escaping, the face of Crown Prince Qi Jingsheng suddenly appeared outside without warning. Qi Jingshua was taken aback and nearly lost his balance, almost falling from the windowsill to Qi Jingsheng, likely equally surprised at the sudden appearance of such a scruffy figure, frowned and personally delivered a kick, sending Qi Jingshua tumbling towards Gao Shiru. Qi Jingshua, stunned by the shock, was slow to react, failing to evade the blow. Coupled with Qi Jingsheng's formidable strength, The kick was no trifling matter, that a result. He found himself caught in Gao Shiwu's embrace, who then seized him by the throat and pressed him firmly to the ground at Qi Jingshu. His head buzzed, and he struggled desperately. But Gao Shiwu was no novice, and with the East Palace guards rushing in to assist Qi Jingxing, his escape became even more impossible. Third brother, you finally arrived. At this moment, Qi Jingyan ran to Gao Shiwu's side and called out through the window. Quick look! We've captured someone. Qi Jingxing, upon seeing him, was not surprised, evidently having known Qi Jingshu was there all along. Did I ask this the thief from earlier? I don't quite see it. No. The thief is over there. This one is just an extra. Qi Jingyan pointed to the secret passage's exit and eagerly explained. Did you see the hole in the ground? This person crawled out from there. The thief happened to hide in this room. And I suppose he was frightened by the sudden appearance of this fellow, thinking the room was haunted, hence the loud shouting, that if not for that, I and Gao would not have found him so quickly. I don't even know what this guy is up to. Look at his tattered attire, wrapped in a woman-esque clothing. Could he be some sort of flower thief? Originally, Qi Jingxing had not taken the matter too seriously. With the upcoming birthday of concubine Jiang, he had been dragged out by Qi Jingyan to select a gift for her. Although he was quite busy with official matters, the birthday of the crown princess Xie was also approaching, and Qi Jingyan claimed to have a method for selecting a gift that would bring a smile to the usually reserved Xie. Thus, Qi Jingxing thought that perhaps handling the official matters could wait until the night. After spending over half an hour shopping and acquiring their gifts, the two chose to dine at Zui Xian Lu. However, as they approached the entrance, they were met with the cries of an elderly flower seller, lamenting that someone had stolen her money. The old woman, with silver hair and a stooped figure, appeared to be at least 60 or 70 years old, kneeling on the ground in despair and weeping, claiming the money was for her grandson's medical treatment, appearing exceedingly pitiful. The onlookers were moved with compassion, and one pointed at a beggar pretending to solicit alms at the entrance of Zui Xian Lu, declaring it was him who stole it. I saw it. Qi Jingxing immediately ordered his guards to apprehend the man. However, the beggar, sensing the danger, slipped away like a slippery eel, darting into the bustling Zui Xian Lu, filled with patrons at lunchtime. Since they were incognito, with only a few guards, Qi Jingyan, enraged by the audacity of the thief, decided to personally pursue him, exclaiming, in front of my third brother, you dare to be so arrogant. Once I catch you, I'll have your skin flayed. Qi Jingxing followed closely behind. This led them to the scene where Qi Jingshu was attempting to escape through the window, overhearing Qi Jingyan's remarks. This caused Qi Jingxing, who had initially dismissed the incident, to furrow his brow and step into the room. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Qi Jingshu's struggling limbs suddenly froze, his heart tightening uncontrollably that moment. Qi Jingyan, with a curious expression, inquired, covering your face like that, could it be that you look quite ugly? Let me take a look, he said, raising his hand to tear away the cloth covering Qi Jingshu's head. However, before he could finish his sentence, several figures emerged one after another from the cave not far away. Leading them was Yi Yan, donned in a purple-black embroidered gown with silver threads, her long hair simply pinned up with a silver hairpin. Holding a long whip in her hand, she exuded an air of elegance and valor, having personally pursued after ensuring Yi Sisi was safe. Upon seeing her, Qi Jingxing was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. General Yi? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 45. Whipping him, Your Highness. Yi Yan's expression mirrored his shock. Initially brandishing the whip with fierce intent and a face full of murderous intent, she quickly retracted it and bowed to both him and Qi Jingyan. I pay my respects to Your Highness and to Prince Jin. The others followed suit, and Qi Jingxing raised his hand to signal them to refrain from formalities. What is General Yi doing? Yi Yan hesitated for a moment. Her words caught in her throat before she clasped her hands and replied, I am in pursuit of a notorious bandit who has been wanted for many years. This bandit is a criminal that the Minister of Justice, Lord Liu, seeks to apprehend, but as fate would have it, I encountered him while on the chase. Hearing of this bandit's numerous heinous acts and exceptional cunning, I thought I might lend my assistance, and thus, I followed him here. After she spoke, her gaze darkened as she glanced at Qi Jingshu, who was firmly pinned to the ground by Gao Shiwu. It seemed that His Highness and Prince Jin had already captured the bandit before her death, so he's merely a bandit, dressed so disgracefully. I initially thought he was a flower thief, Qi Jingyan remarked disdainfully after exchanging a subtle glance with Yi Yan. Your Highness may not be aware, But this person, while he has not sullied the virtue of reputable women, possesses a peculiar affinity for stealing women's garments. Perhaps he harbors some unspeakable vice, Yi Yan replied. Her words improvised on the spot that Qi Jingyan nearly choked, silently giving her a thumbs up in his heart. But a perverse cross-dresser certainly draws more attention than a mere bandit. This time, his dear fifth brother would face total social ruin. Unaware of Qi Jingyan's thoughts, Yi Yan moved beside Qi Jingshua, raising her foot and stamping it heavily on his cheek. Run! Aren't you quite the runner? Why have you stopped? The sudden pain caused Qi Jingshua's swiftly turning mind to come to an abrupt halt. And only then did he realize what Yi Yan had done to him. This woman. How dare she? Qi Jingshua's eyes widened in fury, disbelief coursing through him, as an overwhelming sense of humiliation and an unprecedented murderous intent surged within him. He struggled violently once more, only to be met with a slap from Gao Shiwu on the back of his head. Behave yourself. Yi Yan let out a cold laugh, raising her hand to strike him with a whip, daring to be unruly in front of His Highness and Prince Jean. You truly fear nothing. Her natural strength made the strike appear casual, yet she exerted most of her force, causing Qi Jingshua's waist and hips to break open, the pain searing through him. To add to his torment, she had previously smeared salt on the whip, and once it struck, even Qi Jingshua, who was accustomed to enduring pain, could not help but let out a wretched scream. Hey, third brother, don't you think that sound is a bit familiar? It sounds like, no, it can't be. I must be hearing things. Qi Jingyan spoke, his brows furrowing in hesitance, without waiting for the others to react. He stepped forward and tore away the cloth covering Qi Jingshua's head. Let me see your true face, fifth brother. Upon seeing Qi Jingshua's contorted and ghastly visage, Qi Jingyan recoiled in shock. Stepping back several paces, how could it truly be you? Qi Jingsheng was equally taken aback, frozen in disbelief that Yi Yan, too, was struck with astonishment, her expression shifting dramatically as she gaped at Qi Jingshu, her voice rising in fury. How could it be you? Why are you here? After hearing Yi Yan's explanation, Qi Jingsheng had already begun to sense that there was more to this matter. Lord Liu, the Minister of Justice, was one of his own men, currently preoccupied with tasks he had assigned, leaving no time to apprehend any bandit. Observing Qi Jingshua's disheveled face and the way Yi Yan had forsaken formalities, addressing him simply as you, his expression darkened considerably. However, before he could inquire about the situation, a commotion erupted from outside. Heavens! The notorious bandit the Ministry of Justice seeks to capture is actually the Prince of Wei. Not only has he committed numerous wrongdoings, but he also has a penchant for donning women's garments. What? The Prince of Wei? How can this be? He is the most graceful and talented among the princes. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. With the evidence so clear, how could it still be a misunderstanding? The reality was truly unexpected. It had been previously mentioned that this was mealtime, and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was bustling with patrons. Although the private room, where Qi Jingyan and the others were located, was relatively quiet. Several adjoining rooms were occupied, and the ruckus created by the beggar, along with the earlier scuffle and conversation, had drawn considerable attention, with some curious souls rushing to their door to witness the spectacle. Thus, upon hearing Qi Jingyan's words and catching sight of Qi Jingshua's face, the crowd erupted into shock, unable to restrain their murmurs. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Jinghua suddenly froze, momentarily forgetting his anger as the unfolding events surpassed his imagination. Throughout his life, luck had favored him. Although his early years in the palace had been difficult due to his mother's humble origins, he had managed to achieve most of what he set out to do over the years. Even when faced with obstacles, they were generally minor and swiftly resolved. This was the first time in over 20 years that he found himself in such a wretched predicament. What had gone wrong? Enough! There must be some misunderstanding. My fifth brother can never be a bandit. The first to speak was Qi Jingyan, his face contorted with anger as he pointed at the onlookers outside. If you dare to slander a prince, I shall see to it that you pay dearly. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion was the finest establishment in the capital, attracting only those of wealth and status. Even if these individuals had never met Qi Jingyan, they had heard of his reputation, knowing he was a person not to be trifled with. With Qi Jingsheng, the crown prince, also present, royal gossip was not something everyone could indulge in. Once they realized the gravity of the situation, they hastily dispersed, pushing and shoving to leave. Yet, The day's events were too bizarre to dismiss. Even if they temporarily silenced their tongues, they could not help but exchange hushed whispers. Thus, Qi Jingshua's hard-earned reputation would undoubtedly suffer immeasurable damage from this affair. After all, there is a saying, good deeds seldom leave the door, while bad deeds travel 1,000 miles. Another saying goes, a rumor travels fast, but refuting it takes effort. Often, people are not concerned with the truth. They only believe what they wish to believe. Otherwise, Qi Jingshua's reputation in the capital would not be so poor. But that is a tale for another time. Returning to the present, after Qi Jingyan had dismissed the onlookers, Qi Jingsheng finally spoke. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on here? He did not raise his voice in anger, yet his already stern expression grew even darker, exuding an air of oppression, his deep-set eyes sharp as blades, instilling fear in all. Truly, he was the archetype of a villain. When angered, his presence was enough to intimidate. Having never been in a position of authority in his previous life, Qi Jingyan silently marveled at the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Qi Jingshua finally regained his composure after the agonizing lash from Yi Yian and the murmurs of the crowd. As the male lead of the original story, he possessed sufficient cunning and quick wit. And given the urgency of the situation, he realized that any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Thus, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Third brother, I am not a bandit. I merely acted foolishly and developed feelings for a woman I should not have. As he spoke, he struggled to suppress the anger and murderous intent swelling within him, lowering his head in shame and trepidation, relinquishing any notion of resistance to Wei Yan. Witnessing this, seemed to regain her composure and interjected. Allow me to explain. Given the circumstances, I have no qualms disclosing to your highness that there is no bandit. This was merely an excuse I fabricated from the very beginning. My intentions were directed solely at this person. The Prince of Wei. Her expression was grave, her gaze fixed on Qi Jingshuo, unmistakable fury simmering beneath the surface. Qi Jingsheng, upon seeing this, seemed to grasp the underlying truth, nodding solemnly. Then tell me precisely what transpired. Yet, Yi Yian did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. I request your highness to accompany me to another location. Chapter 46. A desperate plunge. Yi Yian led Qi Jingsheng and the others back through the secret passage to the small courtyard where Qi Jingshuo had imprisoned Yi Cici. Inside the courtyard, Yuning, left behind by Yi Yian to care for Yi Cici, was gently wiping her tears. Sister 4, do you remember what I just told you? When you meet His Highness the Crown Prince shortly, you must answer his questions truthfully, without any concealment. Our young lady will surely seek justice for you. Upon encountering Yi Yian, Yi Cici, overwhelmed by her emotions, wept bitterly for a while, only just beginning to regain her composure. After hearing Yun Ying's words, she was momentarily taken aback before she nodded through her sobs, saying, I understand. The young woman's eyes were red and swollen, her complexion pale, still wrapped in Qi Jingshua's garments, with fresh crimson marks around her neck, resembling a delicate flower ravaged by the northern winds, appearing exceedingly wretched and forlorn. Noticing how her hands instinctively clutched her sleeves, refusing to let go, and her eyes frequently darting towards the guest room door, she exuded an air of restlessness and lingering fear, causing Yun Ying's previously subsided anger to rise once more. However, considering Yi Cici's feelings, she refrained from the vehement outburst she had earlier exhibited upon meeting her. Instead, she gently patted her shoulder, striving to soften her tone in a bid to comfort her. As for that despicable scoundrel, the King of Wei, if you are afraid, do not look at him. Rest assured from now on, he shall no longer pose a threat to you. Recalling the nightmarish experience Qi Jingshua had subjected her to, Yi Cici's face paled, and her body instinctively recoiled, a dull pain constricting her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She had never imagined that the person she genuinely admired would turn out to be such a terrifying individual. It was truly too dreadful. He was akin to the painted-skinned ghost from bizarre tales. The once gentle and courteous Song Jimming was merely a facade he had crafted, while the ghastly and menacing creature lurking behind that perfect exterior, one that dug out hearts and feasted on flesh, was the true nature of him. How could she have possibly fallen for such a person? It was utterly absurd and laughable. Overwhelmed by fear, Yi Cici felt her nose tingle, on the verge of tears once more. Yet, thinking of the things she wished to accomplish that remained unfulfilled. A tremor coursed through her, and she set aside her sorrow and despair. What about my aunt? The marriage with him must naturally be annulled. Yun Ying's chubby face scrunched up in distaste as she remarked. That scoundrel has so humiliated our duke's residence. How could our young lady possibly continue to marry him? It would be merciful not to have him executed. But the marriage was bestowed by His Majesty, Yi Cixi said, her face filled with concern and anxiety, evidently genuinely worried about Yi Yan. Yun Ying's mood brightened considerably, as she had not interacted much with Yi Cixi before. Fear not, our young lady has her ways. However, you must remember, regardless of what that scoundrel says to you later, do not pay him any mind, nor allow yourself to feel pity for him. Do you understand? Otherwise, our young lady may save you once, but she cannot do so a second time. Moreover, this matter pertains to our young lady's lifelong happiness. If you momentarily show weakness and hinder our efforts, I shall have to deal with you severely. Though her last statement seemed to be in jest, it bore a distinct warning, clearly indicating her fear that Yi Cixi might still harbor lingering feelings for Qi Jingshuo and could potentially turn against them. Yi Cixi was taken aback and quickly nodded. I won tea. Had it not been for her aunt's timely arrival, she would have been imprisoned like a caged bird by Qi Jingshuo in that small courtyard, living an unrecognized life. Therefore, regardless of what Qi Jingshuo said or did, she would not allow herself to feel pity for him or act foolishly. Not only would she refrain from such folly, but she would also do her utmost to assist her aunt, reflecting on her aunt's kindness and care, as well as her heroic figure descending from the heavens to rescue her from despair. A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Cixi's heart, which had been filled with desolation and ice. That flicker of hope granted her renewed strength after a moment of daze. Lady Yuning, is there a well in this courtyard? The abrupt shift in topic caught Yuning off guard for a moment before she replied, there seems to be one. I saw it when I entered the room earlier. But why do you ask? Before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice emerged from the main room next door. Right here, Your Highness, please. Her aunt had returned. Upon hearing this, Yi Cixi could no longer afford to explain to Yuning. Taking a deep breath, she seized Yun Ying's hand and dashed out of the room, racing towards the well in the eastern corner of the courtyard. Lady Yuning, I'm going to jump. Make sure to shout loudly. Gazing at the dark well, Yi Cixi felt a surge of fear, her legs trembling slightly. However, recalling Qi Jingshuo's status as the current king of Wei and the fact that his marriage with Yi Yan was a royal decree, she steeled her resolve, closing her eyes and releasing Yun Ying's hand as she leaped into the well. Tio fall in love with an inconsequential concubine from one's fiancé's household, nurturing her outside while having numerous consorts, including close relatives, might not be a grave sin for an emperor. Yet if this concubine could no longer endure the humiliation from the king of Wei and chose to end her life by jumping into the well, it would constitute a crime of abducting virtuous women and causing loss of life, rather than merely being a light-hearted affair. Yuning, frozen in shock. She had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate and tearful Yi Cixi could muster the courage to undertake such an act. As realization dawned, admiration surged within her. Truly, she was the bloodline of the Duke of Jingguo. Her lady had not labored in vain. Quick, someone has jumped into the well. Help! Yuning silently smiled, her face betraying panic as she cried out. Then, with a splash, she leapt into the well after her. Just as a group emerged from the secret passage, they heard Yun Ying's cries for help that Yi Yan, leading the way, immediately turned pale and rushed out. Although unaware of the specifics, Qi Jingshuo's countenance darkened as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Qi Jingshuan, feigning innocence, followed along, caught off guard as he had anticipated this incident at this moment, the only one likely to jump into the well. Prompting such alarm from Yuning was Yi Cixi. Yet, her death was not part of their plan. In truth, as the victim, if Yi Cixi could manage to create a greater uproar by seeking death, their plan would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. However, considering her emotional state, neither Yi Yan nor Qi Jingshuo had included this aspect in their scheme that a girl who had grown up starved for love, never treated sincerely, finally found someone she could trust and admire, only to discover he was a deceiver, and when she sought to distance herself, he resorted to extreme measures to abduct and imprison her. This was profoundly heartbreaking and despairing. It would be excessively cruel to compel Yi Cixi, the victim, to act in front of others at this time. Hence, Yi Yan instructed Yuning to tell Yi Cixi that she only needed to answer truthfully when questioned by the crown prince, and the rest would be handled by them. Yet, Yi Cixi still jumped into the well. This clearly indicated she had been severely affected and had lost her way. The stakes were high. Qi Jingshuan felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly followed suit. As for Qi Jingshua, his reaction was even more pronounced, for he held genuine feelings for Yi Cixi and needed to maintain his facade of infatuation before Qi Jingshuan. He painfully shook off the attendant supporting him, his face ashen, stumbling out of the room just in time to see Yi Cixi being rescued from the well by Yuning and the others. "Sierra, are you all right? How are you?" Yuning had acted quickly, and though Yi Cixi had inhaled some water and felt cold, she was not gravely harmed. However, in her already disheveled state, being pulled from the well, drenched and pale, with a look of terror and visible scratches on her face and arms, she appeared even more pitiable. When she suddenly saw Qi Jingta rushing towards her, she froze momentarily, then recoiled in horror as if confronted with something exceedingly frightful, screaming as she shrank into Yi Yan's embrace, trembling and weeping. "And I don't want to see him again. He hit me and forced me. I never want to see him again." Well, before she could finish her cry, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The sight of her being so grievously bullied evoked sympathy even from the hardest of hearts to Yi Yan. Having learned the truth of her leap from Yun Ying's hints, felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a hint of admiration. Yet his face darkened further with rage as he kicked Qi Jingshaw, who attempted to approach. "Get away! If you dare come near my sister Cixi again, I will not hold back." Qi Jingshaw staggered back, clutching his chest painfully, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yin, he was both furious and enraged, nearly spitting blood, but could only grit his teeth and suppress his murderous intent. "General Yi, can we now discuss what on earth is happening here?" The one who spoke was Qi Jingshuan, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Yi Yan turned to him, his expression dark and solemn, as if a storm was brewing. Taking a deep breath, he gestured for Yuning and the others to take Yi Cixi away to change and freshen up before kneeling on the ground. Bowing deeply to Qi Jingshuan, "I wish to accuse His Royal Highness the King of Wei of arson against the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, kidnapping, imprisoning, and coercing my niece, Yi Cixi, leading her to despair and attempt suicide by jumping into the well, nearly costing her life. I implore your highness to seek justice for both of us." Chapter 47. Did he believe? Although he had already anticipated some aspects, after listening to Yi Yan's piercing accusations and clarifying all the entanglements between Qi Jingshuo and Yi Cixi, Qi Jingting was still engulfed in disbelief and seething rage. With a face ashen with fury, he stared at Qi Jingshuo and, after a moment of suppressing his anger, asked, "Is what General Yi has said true?" At this juncture, Qi Jingshuo had no choice but to acknowledge the reality of his relationship with Yi Cixi, that he could only portray himself as a lovesick fool, too enamored with Yi Cixi, yet too fearful of the emperor to defy his will and break off the engagement with Yi Yan, resulting in a tragic series of missteps that painted him as a pitiable and somewhat cowardly romantic. For only by adopting this guise could he, lacking the strength to confront Qi Jingting directly, continue to obscure his ambitions and mitigate the repercussions of this affair. Thus, upon hearing the question, he refrained from defending himself, bowing his head in shame as he confessed, "I was indeed foolish, a reckless fool." Qi Jingting erupted in anger, kicking him to the ground. "How dare you?" With his right shoulder still pained from Yi Cixi's earlier attack and his waist and hips bruised from Yi Yan's beating, an injury that had nearly reached the bone, Qi Jingshuo found himself unable to rise, relying on others for support. The spot where Qi Jingting had kicked him had already been struck by Yi Yan, and after collapsing, he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. I acknowledge my wrongs," Qi Jingshuo gasped, desperately grasping his palms, battling the impulse to retaliate and obliterate everyone before him, while inwardly cursing as he lay weakly on the ground. His voice choked with emotion, and he recounted the cruel humiliations he had endured as a child at the hands of palace servants, nearly succumbing to illness and obscurity, until Yi Cixi fortuitously saved him during a banquet, offering encouragement and solace, rekindling his hope for life. That he spoke of his relentless search for Yi Cixi, only to mistakenly identify her as Yi Yan, and by the time he realized his error, The emperor had already arranged a marriage for him, laying out the entire sequence of events that I know I have wronged General Yi with my years of unfulfilled waiting, and I have disappointed father and my elder brother's teachings. Yet Sierra, the fourth Miss Yi, is the sole beacon of light in my dark childhood, the one I have sought for so long that my feelings for her are beyond my control, leading me down this path of folly. As he spoke, a bitter smile graced his pale face, wiping the blood from his lips, tears streaming down his cheeks, that I wish to implore father to revoke the betrothal decree. But your highness, I am neither you nor the sixth brother. Father has never favored me, and I fear his wrath over my betrayal of his trust, that I dread the thought of bringing calamity upon fourth Miss Yi. She is but a concubine's daughter, lacking status in the household, often subjected to ridicule. How could she withstand the emperor's fury? Such are mere excuses. Yi Yan scoffed, observing his demeanor. What could be described as adaptable or, more harshly, as hypocritical? She rose, her words sharp as she declared, even if you fear the emperor's wrath and worry that he would blame Sierra for your desire to break the engagement, if your affections for Sierra are genuine, there are alternative paths. You could approach me, for instance, and articulate your feelings for Sierra in a letter. Had I known of your mutual affection, I would surely have sought a way to facilitate your union. Even if I were not in the capital, you could endeavor to evoke my disdain, compelling me to approach the emperor on your behalf to annul the betrothal. Yet, Prince Wei, in all these years, aside from concealing your relationship with Sierra, you have made no attempts whatsoever. Is this your definition of sincerity? Qi Jingzhou found himself momentarily speechless under her barrage. I have considered it, that he lowered his head, shame washing over him as he confessed, but I feared that my actions would harm you, General Yi, for you are also an innocent party. Ultimately, it is my indecisiveness and cowardice that have led to this predicament. Yi Yan was nearly sickened by his words. With a raised brow, she prepared to retort, when Qi Jingshua's brother, Qi Jingshu, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected with a knowing expression. General Yi, you may not grasp my brother's intent. After all, your fourth miss is of lowly birth and not sufficiently qualified to be my brother's principal consort. Although my brother harbors deep affection for her, he has never declared an intention to marry her. Were I in his position, I too would comply with father's wishes to take you as my consort, while secretly keeping fourth Miss Yi as a mistress, thus avoiding inciting the emperor's wrath or offending your esteemed household. Let us not dwell on the emperor for now. Consider your father, the Duke of Jingguo, who not only commands an army of 100,000 for Ardijou, but is also a formidable warrior. I would not dare to cross such a man. A single displeased glance from him could leave me crippled. That I in such a case, not only would I gain nothing, but I might also lose my life. While this seemed to be an attempt to exonerate Qi Jingshua, it inadvertently exposed his hidden, selfish motives. The Yi Yan's spirits lifted at his words, and she discreetly cast a look of approval at Qi Jingshu, which conveyed the modern-day sentiment of well done, Your Highness. Keep speaking. That Qi Jingshu understood her silent encouragement, a hint of amusement flickering across his features, though he maintained an expression of earnestness as he turned to Qi Jingshua and asked, Am I not correct, brother? Indeed, you are a fool, Qi Jingshu retorted, frustration boiling over as he realized his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. How could he maintain his facade of a tender-hearted yet indecisive man? He briefly considered whether Qi Jingshu had done this intentionally, but recognizing his brother's typical foolishness, he dismissed the notion and merely gritted his teeth, shaking his head in denial that no, I did not mean that. I simply do not know how to minimize the harm to everyone involved, which is why I have hesitated to make a decision. Had Qi Jingshu not spoken prior, his words might have had merit. However, in light of the current situation, they reeked of excuses that Yi Yan regarded him with scorn. Prince Wei, you are indecisive regarding this matter. Yet when it came to setting fire to my household and abducting and imprisoning my sister, you were quite resolute. That Qi Jingting's cold, dark gaze shifted towards Qi Jingting. A jolt of panic surged through Qi Jingshua, but he quickly devised a feigned struggle, forcing a pained smile. That it is because I heard that Sierra was to marry another. Ever since learning my true identity, she has refused to acknowledge me. That I know she despises me for deceiving her and is wary of General Ye's status. That I contemplated giving up, yet I cannot. I truly cannot. These past days, whether eating or sleeping, she has consumed my thoughts. That I cannot convince myself to abandon her, which is why, upon hearing of her engagement to another, I lost my reason in a moment of impulsiveness. A moment of impulsiveness? Yi Yan interrupted bluntly. The very courtyard used to imprison Sierra and the tunnel connecting to Zhe Xianlu. These are not arrangements made in a day or two. Prince Wei, do you take us for fools? Why is this woman so perceptive? Qi Jingxua thought, inhaling deeply to maintain composure, that I have indeed long harbored thoughts of rescuing Sierra from the Duke's household to live a common life. And this courtyard was prepared in advance. However, I knew she would not consent, so I only entertained the idea without any real intention of acting upon it. Had I not been inebriated and provoked by her engagement news, I would never have acted impulsively to harm her to this point. Qi Jingxua could no longer restrain himself, collapsing to the ground in anguish, crying out, I regret it. I truly regret it, because of my foolishness. Sierra has jumped into a well. If she were to perish, I could not bear to live. As long as Sierra can forgive me, I would do anything you require. Yi Yan. Qi Jingxu understood that this girl likely yearned to smash his head in. In truth, he too felt a desire to do so. The sight of a man, seemingly slender yet muscular, clad only in thin undergarments and partially covered by a pink embroidered garment, feigning weakness while weeping on the ground, was quite difficult to digest. He struggled to suppress his urge, averting his gaze. Internally, he lamented the audacity of someone capable of playing the leading role. Enough. The voice belonged to Qi Jingting, who had remained silent after kicking Qi Jingxu. He likely found Qi Jingshua's current state utterly intolerable. After speaking, he did not cast another glance at him, but turned to Yi Yan. Now that Prince Wei has acknowledged his guilt, how do you propose to resolve this matter? General Yi? Qi Jingyan discreetly observed him, noting that although remnants of anger still lingered on his face, he had largely restored his usual cold and imposing demeanor. The depths of his dark eyes betrayed little else in terms of emotion, leaving Qi Jingyan feeling somewhat uncertain that in truth, regardless of what he and Yi Yan discussed, Qi Jingxu could never admit to harboring ulterior motives. Thus, the remarks they had just exchanged with him were primarily intended for Qi Jingxing's ears. Their objective was to instill doubt in Qi Jingxing regarding Qi Jingxu, leading to a subsequent loss of trust and protection. This was precisely why Qi Jingxu, despite having accepted full responsibility for his actions, felt compelled to perform for the crowd, or more accurately, for Qi Jingxing. However, his clever elder brother, being a political figure, had been under Qi Jingyan's scrutiny for quite some time, and yet Qi Jingyan could not ascertain whether he truly believed Qi Jingxu's words. After all, this individual was a shrewd and intelligent antagonist. He and Yi Yan had pointed out numerous inconsistencies, which he surely could not have overlooked. However, to be fair, Qi Jingxu's acting skills as the male lead were quite commendable. At the very least, he possessed a resilience that most could not match. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that his statements were fundamentally rooted in truth. He indeed had a prior connection with ECC, genuinely harbored affection for her, and acted irrationally out of love for her, all of which could be substantiated. The only deceit he sought to conceal was the dark ambition that lay hidden beneath his gentle, harmless facade. This was a subtlety difficult to discern. Had Qi Jingyan not read the original text and possessed a godlike perspective, he too might have been ensnared by Qi Jingxu's heartfelt performance. After all, the points raised by himself and Yi Yan could indeed be rationalized according to Qi Jingxu's logic. Thus, the pressing question remained, did his clever older brother truly believe him? Qi Jingyan was eager to know. Yet unable to inquire or discern anything further, he had no choice but to temporarily relinquish the matter, but Qi Jingxu was equally anxious to know, yet equally unable to derive any insight, forced to wrestle with his thoughts in silence. Yi Yan, however, was not preoccupied with such musings. Her mind was wholly focused on the forthcoming declaration she intended to make, that in response to His Highness the Crown Prince, the King of Wei, disregarding our engagement and maliciously deceiving and humiliating my niece, causing her distress and harm, to the extent that she nearly lost her life today. I can no longer dare to marry such a person. Therefore, I request to annul the engagement. Furthermore, the King of Wei has inflicted deep harm upon my niece. I hope he will henceforth refrain from appearing before her, and I demand a sum of 10,000 taels of silver as her dowry, ensuring that from now on, they may marry others and never cross paths again. Chapter 48. Audience with the Emperor. Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Qi Jingxu's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his head. Annulment is acceptable. but you cannot force me to leave Cece. This reaction was partly an act, yet stemmed from genuine emotion. Qi Jingshu was unwilling to acquiesce to either of Yi Yian's stipulations. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that their marriage could no longer proceed since he had been caught in the act by Yi Yian. Thus, while he begrudged the annulment, he found it somewhat palatable. After all, his desire to marry Yi Yian was primarily motivated by the ambition to seize the military power held by the Duke of Jinghua. Even if their union were to be dissolved, he could still devise other means to achieve his objectives, that if all else failed, he could abandon the Duke and seek a more suitable match. However, the notion of never seeing Yi Cece again, or even personally delivering a dowry for her to marry another, was utterly inconceivable to Qi Jingshu, for there was but one Yi Cece in this world, and he could not accept a reality in which she no longer existed. Yet neither Qi Jingsheng nor Yi Yian paid him any heed, especially Yi Yian, who had come to regard him as more repugnant than excrement. She couldn't even bear to spare him a glance. Thus, she continued addressing Qi Jingsheng as if she had not heard him. As for today's incident, which concerns the royal family's reputation and my niece's honor, I will ensure that all parties involved maintain silence. However, should some individuals exhibit shamelessness and refuse to relent, continuing to harass my niece, I would not hesitate to take her to the public court to seek justice. The young woman exuded resoluteness, her gaze sharp, clearly indicating that her words were not mere idle threats. That Qi Jingshu felt a vain throb at his temple, his frustration mounting. He could hardly contain his desire to tear her apart. Yet he could only grit his teeth and respond. General Yi, I acknowledge my shortcomings towards you, but Cece and I share mutual affection. Even if you harbor resentment and are unwilling to support us, you should not unilaterally make such decisions without considering her feelings. The meaning of my aunt is my meaning. Before he could finish, Yi Cece, who had finally awakened from her stupor, was supported by Yuning as she entered from outside. Qi Jingshu was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression soured as he fixed his gaze on her. Cece, our relationship began with a deception. Now that the ruse is exposed, as participants in this charade, we must naturally part ways. That Yi Cece had changed into a clean outfit, yet her hair remained damp, which made her somewhat cold, and her lips had taken on a tinge of blue, suppressing the sting in her nose and the pressure in her eyes. She approached the disheveled Qi Jingshu with slow but resolute steps, placing the jade bracelet that Yuning had just returned to her on the ground before him. This bracelet is yours. If you ever had even the slightest genuine affection for me, you should heed my aunt's words and never disturb me again, for I truly never wish to see you again. Her expression was frail, her voice soft, yet her gaze was unwavering, causing Qi Jingshu, who still believed she was merely sulking, to momentarily freeze in shock. That no, Cece, I know you are angry with me. You are just trying to frighten me. Aren't you? Qi Jingshu painfully rose from the ground, extending his hand towards Yi Cece. Yet, she turned pale and quickly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Yi Yian. This caused Qi Jingshu to stiffen, experiencing a disconcerting sense of losing control over something he believed he had firmly grasped. A tempest of anger surged within him, his face twitching uncontrollably as he yearned to charge forward, seize her, and tear her apart, integrating her entirely into his being. That I know you are merely speaking out of anger. My Cece. She once told me that I was the person who understood her best and loved her most in this world. I believe she would never abandon me. That Qi Jingshu suppressed his impulse, his heart aching as he coughed up blood, collapsing back onto the ground, tears streaming down his face as he spoke in broken phrases. It's all right. I will wait for you, as long as you can calm down, no matter how long it takes. I will wait for you. That I believe that one day you will return to my side. That Yi Cece had never witnessed such a side of Qi Jingshu. He had always been poised and graceful before her, exuding a charm that made her look up to him, often leaving her feeling inferior. This was the first time she saw him in such a wretched and pitiful state, coupled with his eyes, which possessed an inherent depth and emotional allure. She found herself irresistibly drawn into his gaze as tears streamed down his face. Was she softening? Indeed, she was the asa human, even with the knowledge of this man's true nature. How could she completely sever the feeling she had developed over such a short span? However, the resolute figure of Yi Yian, standing protectively before her, prevented Yi Cece from succumbing to her emotions. Thus, after a brief struggle, she resolutely turned her head away. Stop acting. I I will no longer believe you." Qi Jingshu was about to retort when Qi Jingyan, standing nearby, hesitantly interjected. Fifth brother, perhaps you should wipe your nose first? You seem to have a bit of a snot bubble forming." Caught up in his emotional performance, Qi Jingshu was taken aback. Overwhelmed with confusion, Yi Cixi, although she saw Qi Jingshu's disheveled state, failed to notice such details. Then instinctively, her gaze fell upon his face. It was then that she realized Qi Jingshu's complexion was ashen and contorted, with tears and snot marring his features, and he was still wearing her pink outer garment, which was rather unseemly. This made her feel nauseous. Yi Cixi stood there in a daze, the agony in her heart suddenly dissipating by more than half. For she finally realized that the man before her was not only a dark-hearted deceiver, but that even the facade he had crafted to captivate her, which she had once deemed ethereal, was not so flawless after all. Just like any ordinary person, when smeared with tears and snot, he became utterly unviewable. Noticing her moment of shock, Qi Jingyan couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. While reading the original text, he had suspected that this girl might be somewhat superficial, as the author had provided ample descriptions in this regard. For instance, when Yi Cixi first laid eyes on Qi Jingshu, her heart raced uncontrollably, or when she had genuinely wished to part ways with him. Yet each time she gazed upon his handsome face, she would falter. It appeared his assumptions were not unfounded. Yi Yan, unaware of Qi Jingyan's thoughts, observed Qi Jingshu's face, which was now a ghastly shade of blue and green, frozen in a state of confusion, as if he were at a loss for how to proceed. This unexpectedly amused her, and she couldn't resist casting Qi Jingyan an appreciative glance before turning her serious demeanor back to Qi Jingchen. "Your Highness, my niece has made her position abundantly clear." At long last, Qi Jingchen seized the opportunity to speak. I have heard he did not glance at Qi Jingshu, maintaining a stern expression, and without hesitation declared that the king of Wei, having committed such a grievous and foolish act, ought to compensate Miss Yi Cixi. The 10,000 taels of silver requested by General Yi will be personally arranged by me to be retrieved from the Wei royal estate and delivered to the Duke of Jinggua's residence. From this day forth, the king of Wei shall heed General Ye's wishes and refrain from disturbing Miss Yi Cixi. Third brother, silence. Qi Jingchen sharply reprimanded the startled Qi Jingshu, tossing a handkerchief at him, as if to say, "Is this not embarrassing enough?" Qi Jingshu stiffly caught the handkerchief and wiped his face. "That if I catch you entangling with Miss Yi Cixi again, I shall report to father and have you sent to the northwest to mine." Having delivered his stern warning, Qi Jingchen turned his attention back to Yi Yan, that as for your marriage, it is indeed my younger brother who has wronged the general. That if the general wishes to annul the engagement, I have no objections. However, as this union was bestowed by father, I cannot overstep my authority. Therefore, I must request that you accompany me to the palace to personally explain the situation to father and seek his decision. His words conveyed a clear intent to assist her in resolving this matter. Yi Yan, reassured, gratefully performed a deep bow. "Yes, that is only right. Thank you, Your Highness." The subsequent developments seemed devoid of uncertainty to Qi Jingyan. Feeling relieved, mirrored the original response. "Then you may proceed to the palace. I shall not accompany you, as it is of no concern to me." However, Qi Jingchen cast a shadowy glance at him. "You shall come as well?" You are a witness that a sudden unease gripped Qi Jingyan. Ditto. Thus, Qi Jingchen led his two younger brothers and Yi Yan into the palace to meet the emperor, though Yi Cixi did not accompany them. Considering her recent fright and unstable emotions, and Yi Yan instructed Yunying to escort her home for rest. Upon their arrival, the emperor was in his study, painting a portrait of a newly acquired beauty. The young maiden, scarcely 17, though not as striking as the favored consort Jiang, possessed a graceful figure, her every movement worthy of capture on canvas. As previously noted, the emperor was a cultured middle-aged man who frivolously indulged in artistic pursuits. Neglecting state affairs, proficient in music, skilled in chess, and an adept painter, particularly of beautiful women, he summoned any fair consorts from the harem for portraiture, especially for consort Jiang, the most beautiful and his favorite. He had created countless portraits, filling the Qiongfang Palace to its limits. Today, having acquired an ancient musical score long thought lost, the emperor was in high spirits, with the weather fair and his companion fitting for a painting. He eagerly summoned garments and jewelry to adorn the young beauty, preparing to create a masterful piece depicting a maiden leaning by the window, lost in longing. However, just as he was engrossed in his work, word arrived that the crown prince, accompanied by the kings of Wei and Jin, along with Yi Ian from the Duke of Jinggua's estate, sought an urgent audience. The emperor's enthusiasm waned abruptly. If it were merely the crown prince, he would have refused the audience, for this serious son only brought forth tedious political matters that if it were just the king of Wei, he would have been even less inclined, as that son held no significance in his eyes, akin to an inconsequential nuisance. Yet the king of Jin was present, along with Yi Ian of the Duke of Jinggua's household, recalling the duke's rising reputation and influence in military affairs. Along with his irksome visage, the emperor sighed, suppressing his displeasure, and set aside his brush. Let them enter. The beauty withdrew discreetly as Qi Jingyan and his entourage entered. That my son pays respects to father. Your humble servant greets your majesty. Rise. The emperor first regarded his cherished son, feigning displeasure. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, you rascal. Tell me, where have you been gallivanting? Though not yet 50. The emperor maintained a youthful appearance, sporting a refined beard, exuding an air of cultured elegance akin to a scholarly gentleman. His gaze towards Qi Jingyan was affectionate, clearly harboring genuine fondness for this son. Yet, Qi Jingyan's feelings were complex. Despite the emperor's kindness towards the original protagonist and his mother, he was, after all, a ruler of a feudal dynasty, far from wise, let alone competent. His neglect of governance was a calamity for the common people. Whenever Qi Jingyan reflected on the potential chaos that could have ensued if not for the solid foundation of the Great Zhou, he found it difficult to regard the emperor as family, as he recognized the misfortune of ordinary folk burdened with such an unreliable ruler. Moreover, this father was not solely his to contend with. Thus, Qi Jingyan resolved to treat him as a superior to be respectfully acknowledged. Concealing his true sentiments, he mimicked the original protagonist's demeanor, approaching the emperor with casual familiarity, pulling up a chair and sitting down without ceremony. I have not been gallivanting. I have been quite obedient. You can ask third brother. Furthermore, I came to pay my respects a few days ago, but you were preoccupied in the harem. The emperor, recalling the incident, felt his mood lift slightly. Very well, tell me, how is it that you all arrived together? What transpired? And why does the fifth brother appear to be injured? Leaning back in his chair, Qi Jingyan plucked a delicacy from the jade platter before the emperor. You might as well ask third brother. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am merely passing through. Curiosity piqued, the emperor turned his attention to Qi Jingchen. Let the crown prince explain. Chapter 49. An alternative marriage proposal. Qi Jingchen succinctly recounted the events of the day without bias. Upon hearing, the emperor's anger flared. Previously annoyed, he now raged, seizing the inkstone beside him and hurling it at the kneeling Qi Jingshu. Dodging but still struck, Qi Jingshu was left bloodied, lamenting that the punishment he endured today nearly equaled all his past tribulations combined. Yet, regardless of his fury, he could only kneel in submission, imploring the emperor to temper his wrath. How infuriating! One day, he would repay this humiliation tenfold. Unaware of Qi Jingshu's thoughts, the emperor noted his contrite demeanor and visible injuries, which somewhat quelled his anger. In truth, Qi Jingshu's actions were not a grave matter to him. He was merely a son enamored with a woman of lesser standing, impulsively engaging in unwise behavior. Under normal circumstances, he would scold him, administer a few lashes, and then appease the wronged future in-laws with some rewards, and the matter would settle. However, Qi Jingshu's fiancée, was Yi Ian from the Duke of Jinggua's estate, a faction the late emperor had long feared. A source of concern even for a ruler as neglectful as himself, Tio reclaimed military authority from the Duke without bloodshed. He had racked his brain for a solution. Yet his unfortunate son had disrupted everything at a crucial moment, compelling the young lady to seek an annulment. How could the emperor not be enraged? But despite his fury, the events had unfolded, and after venting his anger, the emperor turned to Yi Ian. Good child, you have suffered injustice. This folly lies with my wayward son. Thus, you may dictate how I should punish him. However, regarding your marriage, I wonder if there might still be grounds for reconsideration. Yi Ian was not caught off guard by the emperor's response. Hearing his words, she immediately knelt and prostrated herself, her voice resolute. "Your Majesty, I would rather renounce my hair and become a nun for life than marry the King of Wei. Otherwise, how could I face my niece and my elder brother's family?" The emperor, both furious and vexed, found himself unable to exert pressure on her due to his own culpability, but he cast an exasperated glare at his unruly son. Initially, he perceived Qi Jingshu as unremarkable, honest and lacking maternal support, believing that even as the duke's son-in-law, he would not cause any trouble. Yet, to his astonishment, this son had forsaken a woman of exceptional lineage and character for an inconspicuous concubine, thereby thwarting his grand designs. Feeling the weight of his father's ire, Qi Jingshu, bewildered, thought to himself, this was not his intention. He had meant to balance both sides. Heaven knew how it had come to this. Father, marriage is meant to forge alliances between families. However, given the current circumstances between General Yi and fifth brother, forcing the issue may yield unfavorable results, that it would be prudent to heed General Ye's wishes and allow her and fifth brother to seek other suitable matches. At this juncture, Qi Jingqing interjected to support Yi Yan. Meanwhile, Qi Jingyan, lazily reclining in his chair while nibbling on pastries, casually added, "Indeed, otherwise, if they were to marry, the two would likely quarrel daily, and you would be the one to suffer the headache." The emperor sighed. Very well, Yi Yan's attitude was so resolute that it was evident there was no room for negotiation. The emperor, not wishing to disrupt the harmonious relationship he had maintained with the Duke of Zhenghua for many years, ultimately suppressed his displeasure and conveyed to Yi Yan, "Since your mind is made up, I cannot compel you. Let this marriage be henceforth abandoned." That a wave of relief washed over Yi Yan as she gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled." However, the circumstances surrounding this matter could not be disclosed openly, and being a young woman, any excuse for the cancellation of the engagement, no matter how artfully phrased, would inevitably tarnish her reputation. The emperor then turned the white jade ring on his finger and proposed, "In that case, my seventh son, Prince Zhao, remains unbetrothed. How about I offer him to you instead? This way, you will still be my daughter-in-law and can once again assume the role of a prince's consort. Those unaware of the truth will not dare to gossip about your broken engagement with my fifth son." Observing this seemingly casual exchange was Qi Jingyan, who had been attentively eavesdropping. How could his father consider marrying Yi Yan off to that foolish seventh brother? This was utterly unacceptable. He quickly interjected. No. Everyone, including Qi Jingzhu on the ground, turned to him in surprise. Particularly Yi Yan, who was about to refuse, momentarily froze before a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes that Qi Jingyan, taken aback by her teasing gaze that seemed to inquire, "Why not? Do you not wish to part with me?" felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily shot her a look that suggested she was overthinking it, before resolutely stating, "Prince Zhao is younger than I am, and my own engagement is yet to be settled. How can he, as my younger brother, be the first to become engaged?" He continued, his expression tinged with discontent as he glanced at Yi Yan, before swiftly leaning closer to the emperor and whispering, "Your Majesty, Yi Yan is several years older than Prince Zhao, and she wields her sword with ferocity. Just look at the injuries on fifth brother. They were inflicted by her. Hey, she is hardly a delicate beauty, but rather a fearsome she-demon. As a caring elder brother, I cannot bear to watch him leap into the fire. Therefore, Your Majesty, I implore you to consider another candidate. You cannot put your own son in such a precarious position." The emperor was taken aback, his irritation transforming into bemused laughter. "Nonsense. Yi Yan is not as undesirable as you make her out to be." He was aware of the close bond between Qi Jingyan and Qi Jinka and did not dwell on it. "That I care not. Whoever you wish to match her with is acceptable, but not Prince Zhao. If you disagree, I shall pester you daily." Qi Jingyan, silently apologizing to Yi Yan, adopted the demeanor of the original owner and began to press the emperor. The emperor, having only recently considered this match without thorough contemplation, hesitated for a moment before turning to Yi Yan with a softened tone. "What do you think?" Yi Yan had already anticipated that after her engagement with Qi Jingzhu was annulled, the emperor would swiftly arrange another marriage for her. After expressing her gratitude for the emperor's consideration, she politely declined. "I am older than Prince Zhao, and this arrangement would surely place him in a difficult position. Moreover, to abruptly shift from an engagement with Prince Wei to one with Prince Zhao may invite unnecessary speculation. I would sooner protect the royal family's reputation than risk my own. The emperor reflected on her words, ultimately conceding, "Very well, we shall revisit this matter later. Concerning your future happiness, I will continue to seek a more suitable candidate. Of course, should you develop an affection for someone, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall personally oversee the arrangement." While this sounded courteous, it effectively curtailed Yi Yian's ability to pursue engagements with others during this interim. After all, her future husband must be a member of the royal family whom the emperor trusted and could manage. Yi Yian was acutely aware of this. Thus she graciously expressed her gratitude. Yet she also understood that the emperor would not grant her much time. Within a month or two at most, he would present her with another match, at which point he would no longer consider her preferences as he had today. Hence, she needed to secure Qi Jingyan's agreement within the next month, if not sooner. With this in mind, she subtly directed a determined smile towards Qi Jingyan, confident in her ability to persuade him eventually. As if suddenly grasping her intentions, Qi Jingyan felt a headache coming on. Nonetheless, he resolved to postpone any further discussions. He could not, for the sake of avoiding her pursuit, thrust her into the hands of the unreliable Qi Jingke, who was wholly devoted to Qi Jingzhua. Thus, this matter reached a temporary conclusion that Yi Yian successfully annulled her engagement with Qi Jingzhua and gained the opportunity to pursue Qi Jingyan openly. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzhua was not only required to compensate Yi Cixi with a hefty sum, but was also strictly prohibited from disturbing her in the future. Additionally, he was sentenced by the emperor to guard the royal tomb for a year, forbidden to leave without a decree. This outcome pleased Qi Jingyan, who had been secretly laboring over this issue. Though Qi Jingzhua would not likely submit to this fate quietly, the blow he received would afford him a brief respite, allowing Qi Jingyan to set aside this matter and enjoy his own life for a while. "Enough. You all may leave. I am weary," the emperor declared. Feeling drained after dealing with a debt-collecting son and dismissing everyone with a wave of his hand, in unison, the attendees took their leave and exited the palace. However, before departing, Yi Yian called out to Qi Jingsheng and Qi Jingyan, offering them a deep bow of gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, and thank you, Your Highness Prince Jin. Had it not been for your righteous assistance today, the annulment of my engagement with Prince Wei would not have proceeded so smoothly." Qi Jingsheng raised his hand, his expression solemn. "General Yi, there is no need for such formalities. It is my failure to guide my brother properly that has caused you and your niece such distress. Your Highness speaks too highly of himself. Prince Wei's actions cannot be attributed to you alone. Although you are his elder brother, each person is responsible for their own deeds," Yi Yian replied. Just then, Qi Jingzhua, supported by guards and visibly injured, passed by, and she cast a disdainful glance in his direction, continuing, "His fate is a result of his own misconduct and character flaws. It is unrelated to any other party." Hearing her words, Qi Jingzhua could neither refute nor argue back, so he merely simmered in silence, pretending not to hear. "Indeed, fifth brother's lack of ambition has nothing to do with you," Qi Jingyan remarked, glancing at Qi Jingzhua. The original owner did not share a good relationship with Qi Jingzhua, as his brotherly affection was primarily reserved for his elder brother, who he felt should be the only one deserving of such love. Therefore, Qi Jingyan felt no need to feign brotherly concern and merely offered a few casual remarks to Qi Jingzhua, unconcerned with his foolish sixth brother, stopped momentarily, his expression pitiful as he looked at Qi Jingsheng, filled with guilt and hesitation. Chapter 50. He is too formidable. Qi Jingsheng, seeing this, did not approach but remained in place, sighing in exasperation at Qi Jingzhua. "Go to the royal tomb and reflect upon your actions. Do not repeat such folly in the future. Additionally, you too, find a physician to tend to Prince Wei's injuries before escorting him out of the city." The latter part of his statement was directed at the two guards tasked with taking Qi Jingzhua to the royal tomb. The guards responded respectfully, and Qi Jingzhua felt a sense of relief knowing that his condition was still a concern for Qi Jingsheng. It seemed his performance had not been in vain. Despite Qi Jingsheng's disappointment, he still believed in him. Otherwise, with his straightforward character, he would have likely refused to even spare him a glance. However, this was merely speculation. To be safe, Qi Jingzhua needed to expedite certain plans to secure an advantage for himself. With this in mind, he reddened his eyes and, with a choked voice, said, "I will heed my elder brother's advice. However, before I depart, there is one matter I do not understand." He hesitated, casting a remorseful glance at Yi Yian. I am truly sorry, Miss Yi. It is I who have wronged you. But how did you come to know that Sheer was not dead, and how did you discover her whereabouts in Taohua Alley? That place was impulsively purchased by me, and very few people even know of it. Therefore, could you please tell me how you found it, having directly admitted his transgressions without attempting to defend himself? The emperor had not inquired further about the details of the day's events. Naturally, Yi Yian had not elaborated, simply stating that she had received the information by chance. However, she did not reveal where this information originated or who had disclosed it to her. Upon hearing Qi Jingshua's words, Yi Yian initially considered responding with a vague answer to leave him in discomfort, but upon noticing Qi Jingqing's slight pause and attention, she changed her mind after a moment's contemplation. It is no trouble to tell you. I deduced that Sheer was alive because I had already been aware of your situation. What? Qi Jingshua, astonished, momentarily froze at why Yi Yian had known about his relationship with Yi all along. Is it not to say that she had long set her sights on him and had already contemplated breaking off their engagement? Was today's incident, then, a scheme of hers? It was Sister Shi who revealed this to me at that moment. Upon learning of your identity, she appeared utterly disoriented, and I discerned something amiss that I casually pressed her for information. And she could not help but confide in me, that why Yi Yian regarded him with a mocking expression and remarked that she is a virtuous young lady, incapable of callously harming her own kin. Seeing that she was deceived, yet willing to extricate herself from this entangled fate, I arranged her betrothal to Chu Pingchuan. Little did I expect that just as Chu Pingchuan arrived to propose, a mysterious fire would break out in Sister Shi's courtyard. Under such circumstances, I naturally could not believe that she had perished in the flames that Qi Jingshu mused that had he known Yi Yian was already aware. He certainly would not have acted so. Could it be that she harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him? Although I surmised who had taken her, I remained unaware of her destination. Just when I thought it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a mysterious individual unexpectedly delivered a message, stating that she was confined within a residence in Taohua Alley. At this juncture, Yi Yian discreetly cast a glance at a certain enigmatic figure before maintaining her composure and fabricating a narrative. While I harbored doubts, I nonetheless proceeded with a sense of cautious optimism, only to discover, indeed, that Sister Shi was there to ask for the identity of this mysterious individual and their motives for assisting me. I could not ascertain. Should His Highness the Wei Wang wish to know, perhaps he ought to reflect on whether he has wronged anyone. Of course, it is also possible that those around you could no longer bear witness to your actions. Hence they were compelled to divulge the information to me. After all, there exist many righteous individuals in this world who remain untainted by corruption. Qi Jingshu retorted that such words were as good as meaningless. And this damned woman had the audacity to call him filth. He suppressed his anger, lowered his head, and managed to utter a thank you before taking his leave, fearing that if he lingered, he might suffocate from his own rage. However, he found some measure of belief in Yi Yian's words. Her swift arrival was indeed striking, even if she had been privy to his connection with ECC. It was improbable that she could have unraveled much about him in such a brief span of time, let alone the secret of Taohua Alley. Therefore, the information regarding ECC's abduction must have been disclosed to her by someone. This individual was either a hidden enemy well acquainted with him or one of his trusted confidants. However, the former seemed unlikely, as he had maintained his disguise so effectively that even the astute Qi Jingxing had been oblivious. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that it was someone from within his own circle. Contemplating this, Qi Jingshu felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly as he quickened his pace. Resolved to cleanse his ranks, Yi Yian, observing this, discreetly winked at Qi Jingxing before taking her leave, saying, "Then, your highnesses, I shall take my leave." Qi Jingxing nodded, bidding her farewell, and then turned to Qi Jinghua, saying, "Come, accompany me back to the East Palace for dinner." The abruptness of the statement caught Qi Jingshu off guard, but he eventually nodded in agreement. The two brothers walked towards the East Palace in silence. It was not until they entered the gates that Qi Jingxing dismissed the attendants and, leading Qi Jingshu towards the inner courtyard, abruptly inquired, "That beggar from today, was he your arrangement?" Though he had suspected that his elder brother had summoned him for dinner due to some realization, Qi Jingshu was still taken aback by his perceptiveness that he had yet to utter a word. Seeing his younger brother's wide-eyed astonishment and the absence of denial, Qi Jingxing paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow as he continued. "If I'm not mistaken, You were already aware of the matter between the fifth prince and that girl from the Yi family, and you had also conferred with Yi Yan beforehand. Correct? You likely refrained from directly informing me, fearing that I might not believe you due to my rapport with the fifth prince. Hence you concocted an excuse about selecting a birthday gift for the imperial concubine, insisting on taking me shopping so that I might see for myself. Qi Jingshu thought to himself, is this brother of mine not capable of reading minds? He regained his composure, filled with admiration, yet slightly apprehensive. However, realizing he was not an adversary, but rather a valuable ally, his previously tense demeanor relaxed. What should one do when faced with such an impressive elder brother? Naturally, one should simply embrace the opportunity and await victory. With this thought in mind, Qi Jingshu sheepishly confessed, indeed, that is the case. You see, last time I mentioned to you that in my dream, I saw that the person behind the seventh prince was not the second prince, but rather the fifth. However, since you did not believe me, I thought to catch the thief in the act, to show you the truth, thus ensuring you would recognize that the fifth prince is indeed not a good person. But how did you figure it out, third brother? I ain't said anything yet.